Carroll has been fired, and he is no longer the Las Vegas Raiders head coach. My name is Mitchell Renz. Y'all are watching the Raiders Report, and if you want to hang out with me today, I'm going to be here on this show celebrating the Raiders moving in the right direction for 11 hours and 11 minutes. If you want the latest Raiders news and rumors, you hit that subscribe button. If you want somebody that covers this team that has commitment to excellence, hit that subscribe button. If you want a normal Raider fan that puts his pants on the exact same way and loves to be able to hang out with Raider Nation, then hit that subscribe button, because I'll tell you this right now, I can't wait to do today's show. We're going to be going through a bunch of different things here on today's program. My Chat Sports team and I, we got here bright and early this morning. We knew this news was going to end up going down. We have so many segments to do. I'm going to tell y'all why Pete Carroll was fired. We're going to do a Raiders mock draft today. We're going to run through Raiders head coach candidates. I have an entire 11-hour, 11-minute show prepared for each and every one of y'all out there. So my question is this: who's hanging out with me the whole time? Type me down below. We're going to give some shout-outs, and I can't wait to see who is that crazy mother effer that hangs out with me until that clock hits zero. I one time went live for 26 straight hours when the Raiders fired Josh McDaniels. I will not be doing that this year because I had to learn the hard way that YouTube doesn't save any live stream over 12 hours. So that's why we're doing 11 hours, 11 minutes. My wish was that the Raiders would be smart this offseason, and they are first starting off here with that move on from Pete Carroll. You guys are going to be able to get your super chats up here. We're going to be doing FaceTime calls today, and then the final 2 hours of the program, I'm going to go Raiders Report happy hour style. We're going to be chugging some beers. We're going to be celebrating. We might get a little silver and blacked out. But until that moment happens, I might have a beer. I might have two before then. As soon as it hits basically 9 p.m. Eastern, get ready to get the F going, because today's show, I think, is going to be really flipping wild. Isaac Hernandez! Bang! The first bang of the day. And I just saw Steven Gallagher said, I'm so effing excited. I'm ecstatic. And I want to be very clear here. I am not celebrating the fact that Pete Carroll lost his job. This has nothing to do with Pete Carroll. Today's live show is Raider fans realizing that, again, we are moving in the right direction. We got to be able to call a spade a spade. Pete Carroll was clearly a very bad head coach and was clearly washed up. Him and John Spytek did not see eye to eye. And if you don't have a proper plan in place, you end up looking like the 2025 Raiders, the Pete Carroll Raiders, the worst Raiders team of all time. I don't care what anybody says out there. The Pete Carroll Raiders were the worst Raiders team of all time. But the other reason why I kind of get frustrated with the way Mark Davis operates is we told you so. Right? I sat up here on this program and I said the riskiest hire Mark Davis could do is going out and hiring Pete Carroll. Because for an organization that has failed finding one head coach, hiring Pete Carroll, you got to essentially find two, because he's already 74 years old. But I did not expect this move to happen at the beginning of the year, simply because I had so many sources tell me Pete's going to be here 2 to 3 years no matter what. Nobody thought it was going to be as bad as what it was. And when you listen to the people that are very high up, Tom Brady and John Spytek are the top two people in this organization making moves going forward. Because Spytek wanted to go this route, and because the Raiders, Pete Carroll, wanted to go that route, they ended up looking really bad. Also, when other breaking news happens, I'm going to keep you up to date. The Arizona Cardinals have just fired Jonathan Gannon, their head coach, which now means 6 head coaching jobs are open. The Cardinals, the Raiders, the Giants, the Browns. Who am I forgetting? Falcons. There's one more in there. There's another one in there. I'll think of it. No, not the Bengals. They're keeping him. My point here, though, is I believe the Raiders are the number one job out there. And I believe that you have the number one job out there because you have the ability to go get your franchise quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. You have 10 draft picks, the number one overall pick. You got top 2 money in salary cap space. And you're going to have an offseason where you're going to be able to be the one that calls a lot of the shots. Titans, thank you very much, Brian Callahan. I couldn't think of the other name. I'm like, who the hell was it? It's the Titans.
Well,
you
that
look at
happened
all
so
of
long
those
ago.
jobs. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they fired him in 2024. You got all these jobs, and I want to be very clear. The Raiders have the best job out there, which means I think we're going to be able to go out and get a head coach that we want. We'll talk about some head coach candidates today. We're going to do a lot of conversation around the 2026 offseason. But today's show is really going to be important for y'all to interact with me. Hashtag Raiders Super Chat. I'll tell you the deals that we have here on today's program. And Raider Ron asked me something a few weeks ago. Raider Ron asked me a question of, hey, how can I get Mitchell Renz and Jeremy Chuggs out to San Francisco for a Raiders Report meetup? I have the answer, and I'm going to tell you what that answer is here right after I tell you about our sponsor, Prize Picks. Today is America's #1 fantasy sports app, Prize Picks. They're sponsoring today's show. And whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new, it can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. Join millions of users. Sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app out there by downloading the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Do you miss fantasy football? I know I definitely do. Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections each week. I can't wait to watch Oregon and Indiana. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a Prize Picks lineup in. I'm also going to be live here on the Raiders Report. Is anybody planning on watching some playoff matchups? I'm going to be watching a lot of playoff matchups, and I'm going to be getting my lineup in for each and every one of those games. It's available in all 50 states, so if you weren't paying attention before, download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to be able to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to roll through some super chats, and I'm going to tell you what our Pete Carroll deals here are. If you send in a $5 super chat, we're going to do a Fernando Mendoza jersey raffle at the very, very end of today's program. I do not know if the Raiders are going to get Mendoza. What I do know is this: Tom Brady is a big fan of him. And I'm saying that because I talked about that a week before, a lot of smoke around Brady like a Mendoza. I'm not saying it's like rocket science, but I think when you look at the type of quarterback Mendoza is, you look at what that guy's been able to do for Indiana, I think Tom Brady sees a lot of similarities because both of those guys got it up there. If you want to win some money, $20 Venmo to get in our duck race. I'll say this. Yesterday, we did a duck race for $4,660. We had over 4 people yesterday go home with over $1,000. I'm going to be here for 11 hours. I think we can get a duck race today up over $5,000. Let's try to do it. Let's get this 2026 offseason going in the right direction. If you bang on today's show, that just tells me you're excited about Pete Carroll. But that bang is important because every bang we get is one step closer to me and Jeremy going out to San Francisco. My special deal of the day and my special deal for the year of 2026. Oftentimes people do wild and crazy shit on this program. And the number one thing that I want to be able to do this year is I want to be able to meet more Raiders fans. I want to be able to shake some hands, give out some hugs, maybe sign a baby or two. Yes, ma'am, I'd love to sign your baby. Name that movie. I'm doing a raffle this year in the year of 2026. If you spend $500 at any point during a Raiders Report show, I'm going to put you in a raffle. And if it ends up landing on you, it's going to be a trip with me. Now, either I'm going to go to see you, you're going to come down here, I'll pay for flight, I'll pay for hotel, I'm going to take care of the entire trip. But if you want an opportunity to hang out with me for a day, maybe a weekend, depending on where we decide to go, again, it's not going to be like an Airbnb in the mountains. I ain't going to do anything weird like that. It's just going to be, I get to maybe go to your hometown. Maybe we go out to Las Vegas together. Maybe we end up, again, just coming down here to Dallas, come to the Chat Sports Studios, and we do a live show with you. But there's so many people that do unbelievable, crazy shit all the time on this program. So I wanted to be able to do a raffle for the year of 2026. Now, the best deal that I got for you today, $100 Venmo. It's going to count as a bang. Also, though, you're going to be able to get a T-shirt. We have a special limited edition Raiders Report T-shirts. I only have 100 of them made. you're only going to be able to get them. So the way that I'm going to know, if you watch my Pete Carroll live show, and the way that anybody out there in the world is going to be able to know, if you watch Pete Carroll live with Mitchell Renz, with the Raiders Report, and with this community, is if you send in a $100 Venmo. The front of the shirt says, just came here to bang. And I know a lot of Raiders fans come here to bang, and I want more and more people to know what the Raiders Report is all about. That's the front. This is the back. It is a limited edition. It's going to be you and 100 other people. So if you want that shirt, $100 Venmo, Mitchell Rents 365. Me and my team, we are going to send you a link. That link is going to give you a code. That code is going to help you get that shirt. If you try to send that code to somebody else, it only works one time, and I'm going to know when you send it, then you will not be able to get the T-shirt because then the code will be invalid. So if you send in a $100 Venmo, it not only counts as a bang, you get a limited edition Raiders Report shirt. So Raider Ron asked me the other day, how can I get you guys out to San Francisco? How can I get you guys out to the Super Bowl? Here's how we're going to do it. We got 11 hours and 1 minute to get 100 bangs. We already had one bang from Isaac Hernandez. We need 99 bangs to go. You can think of it as having 100 bottles of beer on the wall. I don't know where the meetup's going to be yet, though. If somebody knows a spot out in San Francisco, if somebody knows a spot out in the Bay, tell them Mitchell Renz is interested. If you own a spot out there, I'm going to bring a shit ton of Raiders fans to your building, and I'm going to bring you a shit ton of business. If that interests you, you got to hit me up at Mitchell Renz 365. I should also mention, the meetup will be 100% free. Pull up, get ready to get rowdy. I can't wait for it to happen. We got 98 more bangs to go. Kai Bang! The season is just finished, and I already can't wait for next season. Can't wait for the rest of the college playoffs. Can't wait for the draft. Can't wait for the new head coach hire. Finally could smile and wear the shield proudly. You know, I hate always saying this, but I do believe it in my heart of hearts that the Raiders off season is always more entertaining than the regular season. Also, 11 hours to go. It's crazy. I remember when we did the Pete Carroll Live, and I remember seeing the first one. I saw 24 hours. Mind-blowing, because that happened at 1 a.m. But to me, though, like, I agree with you, Kai. Like, I 100% agree that when you think about this offseason, you get giddy. You know, I was talking to the guys here at Chat Sports, and I'm like, yeah, you know, this season's been tough. We can finally say last season's been tough. It's now on to new and better things. And as a Raiders fan, you got to be hopeful in the offseason. If you're not a hopeful Raiders fan in the offseason, I don't know how the hell you're a Raiders fan. I feel like I say that all the time. But we're going to be able to get a lot of good pieces. We're going to be able to sign a lot of good players. I'm going to be here live a ton over the next 4 months. I mean, as long as I've done this show, I've done this show every single day for the last 8 years. I promise you all this. You're going to see more of me from now until the NFL draft than you've ever seen of me before. And I'm just going to try to explain to people, like, you will become a smarter Raiders fan watching the show. You will become a part of an amazing community here on the Raiders Report with over 211,000 people. But most importantly, and I mean this, you're going to see what commitment to excellence is. Not only from me, from our mods that are here every single day, from people that show up every single day. Join Raider Nation. Let's get this thing going. Join the Raiders Report family and hit that subscribe button. So if you didn't see the news, this one is from Adam Schefter. The Raiders have fired head coach Pete Carroll. Carroll signed a 3-year deal 1 year ago, and the Raiders finished this season with the NFL's worst record. I should mention, if the Raiders would have lost to Kansas City, you would have had 15 losses. The Las Vegas Raiders have never, the Raiders have never had 15 losses in a season. I know it did not happen, but when you really look at the numbers, you really look at the sample size, the Pete Carroll Raiders from week 2 to today were the worst Raiders team of all time. And this team has had a lot of bad teams, unfortunately. Let's go to Kevin Baker, new coach, new #1 draft pick, $100+ million in cap for the rest of the time forever. I am excited for the future. Raiders! Let's go, baby. R.I.P. to the great Tuna. And, you know, I would have screamed this from the top of my lungs, but I also have a long day ahead of me today. So hopefully nobody gets upset about it. But I promise you this right now. Today is going to be a good day. This offseason is going to be a good offseason. And because you mentioned all these things right here, we're going to be able to pick who we want from a head coach. My question to y'all right now, we just fired Pete. Patrick Graham's not going to be returning. We're going to be looking for a new DC, a new OC. But where we got to start now is we got to find that next head coach. The only names that I know for a fact that have been confirmed to me, Jesse Minter, Brian Flores, Robert Saleh. I can confidently say that I've been mentioning those 3 names for a week, 2 weeks. Minter, shit, man, we've been talking about him for a month and a half, 2 months at this point. My question to you is this. Who do you want to be the next Raiders head coach? We're going to give some shout-outs here on the program. Also, let's give a little bit of a round of applause to my guy, Reed. He was with me late last night. He was here with me bright and early this morning. I'm a very difficult guy to work with because I expect a lot of hours. But I know Reed also is one of the hardest working guys in the business. So if you could, let me know who you want the next head coach to be. If you see anybody showing you love, you want to give them a shout-out, don't be afraid to give them a shout-out.
Oh, of course. Well, I see all these super chats coming in, and every $5 is for the Mendoza jersey, correct?
Correct.
So I see them all coming in. I'm going to make sure that everyone gets their entry. We'll see who gets it. Who got it yesterday?
I had it written down. It was Taylor. It was
Jacob Taylor.
Jacob Taylor ended up winning it. JT from the 901. Jacob
Shout out
Taylor.
to Matt.
You got to get a hold of me, Jacob.
Invincible back in the building.
What up, what up? See some people getting in the duck race.
David Mendoza, is this Fernando's brother?
That'd be wild. Can you imagine? I mean, if your last name's Mendoza, how happy are you today as a Raiders
How funny
fan?
would it be if we did the Fernando jersey and he picks 14?
It's the only reason why. I mean, he's going to pick 15.
He's going to pick 15.
Right? Kenny Pickett's 15. We don't have a 15. David Perez, you're in. L.A. Crash Dog, I saw you sent one in yesterday that I missed. It happened after the duck race. So, Gunny, you're in. Husker's in. Sean Johnson's in. David Perez is in. Can you add Juan Mendez to the raffle, please?
Juan Mendez. Got it.
Juan Mendez. Please, please, please. So, again, the way that I want to do today's show is we're going to be here a long time. And I promise you this, you're going to be entertained for the entire 11 hours.
I promise you this,
we have a lot of segments to get to.
You will get chugs. It won't be just me.
Correct. Yeah, it's going to be a mix.
You guys will get chugs as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a mix. It might even be more than Reed and chugs. I mean, we got when you go live for 11 hours, and I mean, I've already been at work here for about 4 hours. So it's going to be a long day, but sometimes, you got to do what you got to do. My dad used to always tell me, sometimes you got to do's what you got to do's. And I promise you this, I'm going to do it here on this show. Mike LaFleur from B-Dog, the algorithm says Antonio Pierce. Get out of here. Lord Quas, Gruden, stop it. Again, anybody saying Gruden or Antonio Pierce, you got to be trolling me. Brian Flores, maybe from Rio. I think that's pretty interesting. Kubiak, I also think is an interesting one coming in from Matt. Flores with Dable from Anthony Katab. That's something that I talked about a little bit this morning and something that I talked about a little bit late last night. Somebody said Johnson. I don't know who Johnson would be off the top of my head. Seeing some Flores, seeing some Kubiaks in there. I think a lot of good answers. Stefanski would be an interesting one. Rebel said Mitchell Renz. As much as I would love to be somebody calling shots for the Raiders, I'll always say it. I don't know the X's and O's well enough. But if the Raiders ever wanted to hire me to be somebody in that front office to make personnel decisions and give my opinion on this roster, I think the 2025 season, the 2024 season, the 2023 season, the 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, I've always proven that, I hate to say it, we've made smarter decisions here as a YouTube channel between all of us than the actual Las Vegas Raiders. That's not me, I think, hyping myself up. That's not me hyping us up. I think us Raider fans are so frustrated because it's like, how can the guys in charge not see what we see so clearly? And I know that that's a really big part of the frustration from a lot of people that watch this program.
What about the 2014 season?
I was not doing this show yet. Though the 2014 draft, you made an argument, is one of the best drafts they've had.
Oh, huh.
Khalil Mack, Derek Carr.
Why was I thinking about 2014? 14.
Well, I know we're 98.
Why is that on my mind?
I know we're 98 bangs away from Chugs and I going to the San Francisco.
I don't think you're right about that one.
We're 97?
We're 97.
We're 97.
14. Bang!
Hey, wild one. The first one to get one of our brand new shirts here at the Raiders Report. Wild one. What's going to end up happening is somebody from the Chat Sports team, they're going to comment on that Venmo that you just sent. They're going to send you all the information that you possibly need to be the very first one to get your 1 of 100 just came here to bang Raiders Report shirts. To me, the next level of taking this show to that next level is I want people to be able to Wild One's wearing a just came here to bang shirt. I want somebody to see him out in Vegas. I want somebody to see him in D.C. I want somebody to see him in Oakland and the Bay Area at a Raiders game. Like, oh, you watch the Raiders Report too? We are the #1 largest Raiders show in the entire world, and we've been the largest Raiders show in the entire world for 8 years. Let's keep on growing this community. But I also want people outside of the community to meet each other. Probably one of the coolest things, and again, I know people recognize me. I know people recognize Chugs, but a few years ago, 2 years ago, it was August 14th. Shout out to 14. Taino and Zahn and Chugs and I, we went out to the Raiders game. And it was a preseason, it was practice game. It was a Wednesday practice. And the amount of people that recognized Zahn and the amount of people that recognized Taino was one of the coolest effing things out there because it tells me that people really care for this community. My dad went to a game one time. It was 2 years ago, Raiders-Patriots. The amount of people that came up and said hello to my dad. I want to be more than a YouTube channel. I want to build a Raiders community. And I think that this could be a simple way for us to be able to build that community. We are 97 bangs away from Jeremy Chugs and I going out to the Super Bowl. What up, Gary Wyckoff? Raiders fire Pete. Blame Gino. Gino definitely deserves some blame. But the #1 person to blame for Pete Carroll getting fired, it's you, Pete.
That's what Suavemente just said.
It's you, Pete. And the reason why it's Pete Carroll is because Pete didn't stick to the plan. Pete went very Josh McDaniels. It's one of the biggest reasons why he went one and done. Pete said, I don't care what the plan is. I want to win, and I want to win right now. So I don't care if all the reasons why we did what we did was to plan for the future. I don't really have a future. I'm trying to win right now. And Pete's job was to not only win football games right away, Pete's job was also to be able to get Raider Nation in Allegiant Stadium. To be able to get Raider Nation to rally behind this team, to get a culture change on and off the field. And there has not been a head coach that has taken over the Raiders that has done a bigger failure than that. But yeah, if he's looking at pointing fingers, you point your finger at yourself, Pete. You point the finger at your kid, Brennan Carroll. You can also point the finger at the quarterback that you decided to bring in who was flipping off fans, Geno Smith. What up, Javier? Cue the music. Play Fernando by ABBA.
You gotta learn the lyrics today. I think you have just under 11 hours to learn the lyrics. So
yeah. All right. Every bang, I'm gonna try to do my best to continue the song. So first bang came in from Isaac Hernandez. Can you hear the drums, Fernando? I remember long ago another starry night like this. I have no idea how this song goes. In the firelight, Fernando. All right, those are the first 3 lines. Javier, yeah, bro, you're not wrong. I got it pulled up. I'm going to do my best to keep on singing the Fernando song. John, good riddance, Pete, and take your Nepo kids, too. I mean, you already know it. It's going to happen. Also, John Spytek is going to be speaking with the media, and that's going to happen at 5 p.m. Eastern time today.
Okay.
So 4 o'clock our time. So you're looking at
probably be able to do that.
About 5 hours from now. You're not going to have to go anywhere. We're going to be able to just show you the John Spytek press conference here on the Raiders Report. I want to be the #1 Raiders channel on the planet. And I hope that doesn't offend anybody out there for me saying it. So instead of you going to give your views, your comments, your likes, your subs to the Raiders' actual YouTube channel, I hope that you give it to us here because it does help us grow. And it's a lofty goal. I want to be able to pass the official Raiders YouTube channel, and I want to be the #1 Raiders YouTube channel. What up, Rich Wolf? Flores as a head coach. Dable as an OC. Gannon as DC. Whoa. See, to me, I do love the Flores and Dable move. The only problem I think that some fans are going to have, a lot of people saw the report of oh, it's the Patriot way. I don't think anybody should look at Flores and Dable and think the Patriot way. People should look at a guy like Flores who is a really smart defensive-minded head coach, and then you get a guy like Brian Dable who did wonders with Josh Allen, and he's really just going to be the head coach of your offensive side of the football, which is what the Raiders were trying to do. For somebody along the line of Jonathan Gannon, I mean, he literally just got fired by Arizona. Some guys are built to be defensive coordinators. Some guys are built to be head coaches. Some guys are built to be offensive coordinators. Just because you're a good coordinator doesn't make you a good head coach. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Josh McDaniels. I feel that way about Dable, and I would also feel that way about Jonathan Gannon. To me, though, I would want to do a little bit more research on how Gannon operates, because I need a defensive coach, if you pair him with Flores, somebody that is willing to get their ears pinned back and going to play an aggressive style of defense, because Flores wants to play aggressive. If you bring in a defensive coordinator like a Patrick Graham, if you were to keep him, like, I don't think Flores and Graham are a great combo. And I only say that because Graham is more of the bend but don't break, where Flores is going, hey, you can try to break me, but I'm going to try to break you first. Stabler, one thing you rarely touch on, Mitch, is the Raiders' scouting department. Spytek, Brady, and our scouting department all need to be on point with free agency and the draft. Let's go. I actually feel, thank you for pointing this out to me. I always try to, get better in my own way, but at the exact same time, there are always times where I feel like I have said I actually believe in this Raiders front office. And I think that there are some really good people inside of that Raiders front office, from John Spytek. You brought over Brian Stark, who was with the Denver Broncos. You got Brandon Hunt, who I think is a really smart guy. Anthony Patch, two people that were considered the right-hand man from Howie Roseman. When you look at our front office has a lot of talent in it in terms of being able to find talent. And what's kind of funny is, everyone's freaking out, the young talent, we don't have it. I think Jack Besh has looked a lot better of late, but Pete Carroll kind of ruined that early on. Darian Porter, that's a guy that needs confidence. This coaching staff was playing Kai Blue Kelly over him. That's not going to help his confidence. Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant. Caleb Rogers is better than a lot of those interior offensive linemen they were putting out there on the field. Charles Grant, why is he's not getting more reps over a dude like Stone Forsythe? Dante Thornton definitely needs some development, but think about how bad this coaching staff was. Pairing this coaching staff with a guy like Dante Thornton doesn't make any sense. The problem was the Raiders drafted a bunch of guys that needed time to marinate, time to get better, and yet we had a coaching staff that was more worried about Amari Cooper, Jamal Adams, Devin White, washed-up veterans, and trying to win right now instead of developing those players. When your front office and your coaching staff aren't aligned, you look like the Pete Carroll Raiders. Also, we got a new MVP. Dave Sanchez! Bang! What up, Dave? That's not one, not two, but three bangs for Dave Sanchez. Let's go, Dave.
94 away.
Mr. Sanchez. Bang, bang, bang. Raider Nation for life. See you, good old Uncle Pete. I'll tell you this. Pete's probably happy to only be called Uncle Pete.
Yeah.
We were calling him Peepaw Pete. And, again, to me, Pete Carroll's going to go down in the history books as one of the greatest NFL head coaches of all time. Mm-hmm. Got to be able to give respect where respect's due. Mm-hmm. But I think always, it's life, man. Sooner or later, you hit that mark where you go, I don't know if you should do this job anymore. And I'm not a political guy, but, you look at the past few political presidents we've had, you're kind of sitting there going, man, I think this guy might be a little bit too old to run our country. Not saying that he wasn't great maybe, 10 years ago. But I think with Pete, it just reminds me a lot of my family. I got a giant family from central Pennsylvania. Let me know down below what your area code is. I'm from the 570. Shout out to all of y'all. But my mom's the youngest of 9. My dad's the oldest of 6. When I tell you my family is gigantic, it's ridiculously large. My mom's oldest brother was 26 years older than her, right? So you just see older people is where I'm going with this. You can love somebody, you can respect somebody. They could be the smartest human being on the planet. But there always comes a certain age where you're like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't let them drive anymore.
Yeah, maybe you should take their keys.
Maybe we should check on them every single week. And I think Pete Carroll showed me this year that it was he's a great guy. He's a great, great guy. But I think it's just time to take away the keys from Peepaw Pete. I see OG Daniels from the 916. Ernest Juarez. 863. Nathan Wolf, dad had 17 brisket and sisters. I'm guessing that's brothers because that's a lot of brisket for 17 sisters. What's up, man? We got VT Holmes. Max is going to want to leave. I mean, he might want to leave, but if Max wants to leave, then that's up to Max. Like, to me, Max Crosby's got to get on board with what the plan is, and if you're the Raiders and you want to do a rebuild, if you're the Raiders and you want to do a rebuild, you can either A, trade the number 1 overall pick, B, you could trade Max Crosby, C, you keep Fernando, right? Keep the number 1 pick. You keep Max Crosby, but then you better be able to figure out in the drafted free agency how you can find other positions to be able to retool and get some of those extra draft picks. What up, Real Cowboy?
We actually have a guest appearance from
he's back.
The Night Dad.
The Night Dad.
Na, na, na.
Hero, goodbye. Shout out to the Real Cowboy. Wild off-season incoming.
Yes.
Wild off-season incoming.
That's why you subscribe.
That's why you hit that subscribe button, baby. We're going to do our best here to keep you guys up to date. We're going to do our best here to have a good time while we do it. But I promise you this, I've made a lot of videos in my day. We've had over 5,000 videos here on the Raiders Report, which is a pretty crazy thing to think about. And obviously, I've made a lot of content. I've already talked to my wife about it. You're going to get more content from me from now until April than I think you've ever gotten from me before from now until April. Wild off season, baby. That's why you hit that subscribe button. Flores is one of the Raiders' top candidates. He was one of my top candidates, and he's been a name that I've heard multiple times. Ivan, Klint Kubiak, DC together, saw it on Carr podcast. Well, I mean, I'll say this. You're not the first person to bring this up to me. If Derek Carr was willing to come in and be a coach of some sorts, I'm on board with that. If Derek Carr was willing to come in and be only a veteran backup, DC would need to make an announcement and say, hey, I am only a backup quarterback to Fernando Mendoza. But I do think that bringing in a guy like Klint, the reason why I'm a Mendoza guy is because I think we just already have the right pieces for Fernando Mendoza. Klint Kubiak needs a run-first offense. Look at how Seattle goes. We got to run first offense with Ashton Genty. Got to be able to build the offensive line. We got the money to be able to do it. Also, his offense is very predicated on having a tight end, maybe two. We got two also very good young tight ends. My only scary part about Derek Carr is you can't put the extra pressure on Fernando Mendoza because if you draft him number 1, he's probably going to be your starting quarterback week 1. And if he struggles for a week or two, I don't want to hear people going, bench Mendoza, put in Carr. You can't do that. You have to be able to stick with Mendoza because you can't kill his confidence.
I was going to say, and if you want to buy into the future of the Raiders, you can't go back to Carr if there's a little bump in the road with Mendoza.
To Tom Will, Mendoza cannot move. That means you didn't watch any of his tape this year. He's not a sprinting quarterback, but he is absolutely positively good enough to pick up first downs with his legs. And Tom, I encourage you this. Tell me how many first downs he picked up in their game up against the Alabama Crimson Tide. Tell me how many first downs he picked up with his legs.
With somebody like him as well.
Because that's what you need out of your quarterback, drive extenders.
And addition to that, a threat to run. Not that he's going to, explode running and stuff like that.
He's trolling because now he's saying AOC is a statue but not afraid to get hit. If you're saying Aiden O'Connell is more mobile than Fernando Mendoza, with all due respect, I'm going to move on.
You watched him run against the Chiefs. Looked like he had a fridge on his back.
No, I'll tell you this. I loved watching Aiden O'Connell
pick
up
hilarious.
That 8 yards. I mean, it looked like he's never ran before. I know he could beat me in a race, but man, oh man, wild. Also, this is pretty wild. Lord Vicodin of this.
Bang!
Bye, Pete. Take hell no Smith with you. Geno will be gone. Now, here's going to be the thing. The Raiders are going to try to trade away Geno Smith. He's on the books for $26 million this season. Technically, he's got a $39 million cap hit next season, but $0 million guaranteed in 2027. So essentially, if if you're the Raiders, if a team offers you a 7th-round pick, even if it's a 7th-round pick in the 2027 NFL draft, you take that. You take it and you go, sure, because that's probably the best you're going to get for Geno Smith. The problem is nobody's going to give him – nobody's going to trade for Geno because also the entire NFL world knows that Geno's going to get cut. Geno and his agent have already had conversations about Geno knowing that if he gets released by the Raiders, he puts $18.5 million in his pocket. Geno has proven to me this season the only thing he gave a flying flip about was that's why they pay me the big bucks. So Geno knows that if he gets cut, he's going to make more money on another team because he already puts $18.5 million. Do the math. $26 million minus $18.5. What's that number?
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
$7.5 million, right? He's going to get a deal for more than $7.5 million if he hits the open market because of quarterback scarcity on the open market. Because even though how bad Geno was, there's going to be a lot of people that end up looking at the Raiders and go, it wasn't a Geno problem. It was a Raiders problem. So if you're Geno Smith and if you think you're going to get more than $7.5 million on the open market, you should say, hey, I want to get cut. Geno wants out of here. Geno and his agent are going to force their way out of this organization. They're going to get $18.5 million from the Raiders, and then Geno's going to sign this offseason, if I had to guess, for somewhere in the $10 to $15 million range, which means more money for Geno Smith, but I guarantee you this, he's gone.
Mitch, have you ever seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
You're going to hate me, but no.
Oh.
I've seen bits and pieces of it.
I was going to say.
I'm not a movie person. I would say one of the number one movies that my wife hates me is I've never seen Bueller's Day Off. Bueller's Day Off.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So anybody in the chat who has seen it, the scene with the history teacher where he's taking attendance, it's the exact same thing as asking anyone in the NFL if they want to trade for Geno Smith. Bueller. Bueller.
Smith.
Bueller.
Geno.
Smith. Geno Smith.
No takers.
Anybody. Bueller. Money.
No chance it ends up
Do you think
happening.
money's happy?
I think so. Let's freaking go. Pete Carroll out of here. Time for a new era. Fire Pete Carroll and son and cut Geno or release the Raiders. You know, it was funny. Me and my team, we were talking about today, and, you know, we were kind of just talking about, oh, my God, what happens if they keep Pete? And I was like, if they keep Pete, I am going to have a hell of a conversation with some people that I have had many conversations with. You know, again, I'm not saying I'm a insider, a beat reporter. I don't want to be a Raiders beat reporter. I want to be a Raider fan that feels like he can get inside scoops when agents want to talk to me. And, you know, when people inside that organization want to talk to me, I've been able to meet a lot of really cool people that have helped me get to where I am in my career. And you know who you are. To shout out to all y'all out there. But we were literally like, I can't believe I'm about to get ready to do a potential Pete Carroll presser. And I say that because if you remember last year, Antonio Pierce did his presser. And then a few hours later, the Raiders ended up firing him. So I was like, is Mark really going to freaking do that to Pete? Because as much as I wanted Pete Carroll gone, it would have been a hoe move.
It's
a hoe move to make Pete Carroll at 74 years old stand up there in front of the podium and have to answer questions, and then a few hours later end up getting fired. So I was getting a little bit nervous that was going to happen. But luckily for us, Pete Carroll is out the door, and now we can continue to look forward to next season. Rebel Montana.
Oh.
Funds received. Yeah, my voice. I mean, we went live for 2+ games yesterday. A lot of hooting and hollering. I don't even think I'm going to have a voice tomorrow. Congratulations, though, to Rebel. He was the winner of $1,660 on the program, which sends me a friendly reminder that if anybody out there is trying to get in our duck race, it is at Mitchell Renz 365. I'm going to go through. I'm going to see the people that I got in here. Richard Magbull, you, sir, are in. I see Willie Pfister is in. Isidro, I got you in, my brother. Can you add Peter Sandoval to the Fernando Mendoza?
Sure.
Please, please, please.
Peter Sandoval.
Mr. Sandoval. And then I got to send you a message.
Whatever you say, man.
Friendly reminder, we are doing a special deal today. Hang on. I don't know if
Are
I
you
got
joking?
this. What?
You're still typing.
Well, I'm going to let you pronounce this next name.
Uh-oh.
I hope I got it right. If I didn't, I really, you know what? We're just going to go this route because I'm going to butcher it. I don't want to butcher it, but I know who you are. I didn't want to butcher it. Jonathan Green, let's go. Raiders. I'm Team Mendoza all the way. I am down to try and win a Mendoza jersey. And, you know, again, like even if the Raiders, for whatever reason, don't draft Mendoza, I want people to be able to sit back and go, no matter what, Fernando Mendoza will help out the Raiders in some way, shape, or form. Because to me, you either draft Mendoza at number 1 or you trade back and you get a bunch of draft picks. But I also want people to be able to realize that it's very important for Indiana to win the national championship. Because if Indiana wins it, it makes it easier for our organization to take Mendoza, but also his stock price, his price goes up. So that means our number 1 pick overall price also goes up. The only problem that I do have sometimes with teams that trade back is you can have all the draft capital in the world, right? Like look at the New York Jets, for example. They have 5 first-round picks in the next 2 years. And if Dante Moore doesn't come out, because a lot of rumors, a lot of reports are saying that he's going to go back to college because he doesn't want to be a member of the New York Jets. And I know a lot of people talk about how bad the Raiders are, how bad Mark Davis is. Woody Johnson is way worse of an owner than Mark Davis. The New York Jets organization, I think, is way worse ran organization than the Raiders are. Just me saying that. But imagine, you know, you trade back, you get all these draft picks, you get all this draft capital. What happens if you're not in a situation to be able to take a quarterback? And right now, the Raiders have an opportunity to take a franchise QB, a position that we haven't had realistically since, I would say, 2016 Derek Carr. And even before then, you know, you go back many, many years. I know people are worried about Jamarcus Russell because he was a bust. But if there's anything about Fernando Mendoza that reminds you of Jamarcus Russell, I don't know. I'd call you as dumb as Pete Carroll, I guess. No idea. This, though, is pretty wild. Richard Magbowl! Bang! Richard Magbowl just got himself a limited edition Raiders Report shirt. And if you're like, wait a minute, Mitch, how do I get a limited edition Raiders Report shirt? $100 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365 is how you end up doing it. And every bang we get here on today's program helps Jeremy and I go to the Super Bowl. So, Reed, hopefully you've been keeping track of how many bangs we are at.
Don't worry.
But if you want to know what the shirt looks like, it looks like this. So on the front, it says, just came here to bang. I want more and more people to wear Raiders Report gear. That way when you're out and about, people know, oh, hey, you're a Raiders Report watcher. And this shirt, we only have 100 of them. So there's going to be only 100 of these shirts out there in the world.
And that's like right on the top here, back here.
Yeah, it's like literally
right there.
Literally right there on the top of your neck. So I'm going to know who was with us for the Pete Carroll Live. 1/5/26. I don't know if I'll ever run into anybody ever wearing this bad boy. I would love to be able to sign it. I'm not going to lie to y'all. But if you want one of those shirts, $100 Venmo, then somebody from my team is going to comment on that Venmo. They're going to send you the details of how you're going to get your shirt. Congratulations. You're one of the 100 people that just got their
So was that only Richard?
No, I think we got a hole on Mike's Soup Kitchen. No? Mitch's Soup Kitchen.
I got it.
Dirty Mitch and the boys. It's always my fantasy name. Ryan Campbell! Bang! The Soup Daddy! You know what's crazy? I actually didn't do the soup reference because of the Campbell. I swear to you. So I don't know.
I thought it was Campbell, like Campbell's chicken.
Well, no, I always call Ryan Campbell the Soup Daddy. But in the movie The Other Guys, when they get a bunch of people banging in the Prius, it's called a soup kitchen. But my fantasy football name is always like in other leagues. I either do the Mother Chuckers for my dog, or I do Dirty Mitch and the boys. And if you don't know Dirty Mike and the boys, then you definitely don't know my soup kitchen reference. But it's all good. It's all good. Though, he wasn't the only one.
He was not.
There's one more person in this soup kitchen, and it's Dimitri Bay! Dimitri, I apologize. I was trying to type out your full name. I didn't want to butcher it, so that's on me. But again, if people watch this show for my pronunciation or my ability to do math, you should unsubscribe right now. You should absolutely, positively unsubscribe right now. I'm as dyslexic as they come.
So I've been keeping track.
That Prius, though, from Dirty Curdy.
We've gotten 10 bangs.
10 bangs. 90 bangs away from me and Chugs throwing a Raiders Report party. Super Bowl, right around Super Bowl weekend, out in the Bay Area.
Yep.
Raider Ron had a wish. Raider Ron said, this is what I want to happen. When Raider Ron has a wish, I do my best to make it the command.
Your shift isn't on yet.
What's going on, brother? Okay. We'll just move everything over at one point. I mean, we got plenty of time.
We haven't done This Is Why yet.
I think we have enough time. Again, we got a lot of videos coming up here on today's program. Again, if you don't know why we are live, the Las Vegas Raiders did fire head coach Pete Carroll. My promise to you was I was going to be live for 11 hours and 11 minutes. That's what you see down there on that countdown timer. But I also will have a lot of other segments we're going to go through, and I'm going to tell you why the Raiders decided to fire Pete Carroll. I'm going to give you Raiders head coach candidates. We're going to do a Raiders mock draft. I want to do a mailbag of how Raider fans are reacting to this news. We are going to be here a very, very, very long time, and I hope that that's okay with all y'all. I hope that that's okay with all y'all.
We're 90 bangs away from you going to the Super Bowl.
90 bangs away. Sounds good. Cool. Also, Spytek's talking to the media at 5 o'clock Eastern, so 4 our time. Oh, Jeremy added some surprises in our head coach candidates. Okay, I know who you got. I know. He's got ties. He's got Spytek ties. I'm in.
Ooh.
Udinsky.
Ooh.
Little Brian Flores crossover. I mean, Udinsky's 28 years old, I believe. Oh, yeah, he's too old. 29, too old. 29, way too old.
Older than this guy?
Oh, man. Pete, again, man, I'm sorry it did not go the way that it went. I really wanted it to be able to work out the right way. Unfortunately, though, I think we can all agree it was time to move on from Pete Carroll. You can't trust Pete to rebuild this team after he had opportunities and he just completely failed. What's up, Austin Snow? Let's effing go Raiders. Somebody just asked me, Mitch, if I send in like a big Venmo, can I get multiple shirts? Yes. Like if you're like, I want to get one for me and all my buddies.
Shirt, right?
Yeah. If you're like, hey, I want to get 5 shirts, it's $500 Venmo. Let's effing go, Austin. Daniel Martinez, still blame Geno Smith. Still blame him. I'm never going to stop blaming him. I wish Geno Smith would have worked out the way that I was hoping for. I really think that he lost a lot of his confidence, and as soon as he lost his confidence, you could just tell that he fell apart. But as a man, as a person, I don't care what you're doing in life. If you don't believe in yourself, you're just not going to be able to have success in whatever the hell you do. Sir Chai, Pete Carroll got a farewell win. Kansas City, new hope. You know what's funny? I mean, I shouldn't say funny. Yes, the Raiders were able to beat the Chiefs. The good news and bad news in that is the Raiders could have had the first overall pick in every single draft. The first pick in every single draft, 1 through 7. Because the Raiders ended up beating Kansas City, we have the 4th pick in the 2nd round, the 3rd pick in the 3rd round, and then I want to say the 2nd pick in the 4th round, which the one that kind of upsets me a little bit more is that, you know, pick 36 to pick 33 might not seem like a big difference, but pick 33 is a really good, hey, I want to trade back type of pick. So if you're the Raiders and you wanted to go get Mendoza number 1, and you're sitting there going, well, how can I get more draft capital? trading back from 33 is an interesting spot, though. If I'm the Raiders, you got to be able to find more starters earlier in the draft because of all the holes that we're going to be able to have. So the 3 fourth-round picks that we have, if I'm the silver and black, I'm packaging probably some of those fourth, and I'm going to try to move up to get a higher-level starter that I could trust either on the offensive side of the football or on the defensive side of the football. What up, Wild One? I don't have shirts. Check Venmo, please. I believe we already, that was from a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mount Raider Moore, Wild 114. Kevin Rogers, Brian Flores head coach, Raheem Morris defensive coordinator, Brian Dable OC. A lot of interesting names in there. Like, to me, again, I know that some people are going to see, wait, all these guys have been fired before. I do think Brian Flores can be a good head coach, and I do think that Brian Dable and Raheem Morris are built to be coordinators.
Yeah.
Before I say Morris, I am a little bit, cautious about that. But also, if you've watched the Atlanta Falcons this season, they did have a lot of talent on the defensive side of the football. I don't know if
their defense was very good.
Their defense was good. I mean, look at Divine Diablo. Divine Diablo literally had a career year in Atlanta. So just because certain things don't work out the proper way on offense doesn't mean that this guy's bad. Raheem Morris has worked underneath Sean McVay. Morris has worked with some really talented other coaches. And I do think he would be a good DC.
I think, do you remember, not to cut you off, but
okay.
Do you remember when Klint Kubiak, everyone was like, oh, he's done. No, very bad.
Yep.
And then he goes to Seattle as a coordinator, and everyone's like, oh, wait, no, yeah, he's really good. Now he's getting head coach options again. He was terrible with the Saints. Some people are just not head coaches. That's Raheem Morris. Raheem Morris is really, his defensive mind is very impressive.
Yeah.
He's really good at that. But have him just focus on that. He doesn't know how to call timeouts. He got better this year, but last year it was terrible.
Clock management's not
his
good.
Clock management's terrible. He has no enthusiasm as a head coach. He's not a Dan Campbell guy. And you don't even have to be a Dan Campbell guy, but Sean McVay, the guy that he works with, he is just so calculated as a head coach and knows how to get to players. Not by yelling at them or being very, excited and stuff like that. Just knows how to work with his guys. Raheem did not know how to do that. That's okay. That means you just don't know how to be a head coach. But I would take him as a DC because he could just focus on the defense, have him do that. He'd do well.
Again, the Rams. He was the defensive coordinator from 2021 to 2023, and he won a Super Bowl that year, and I know that was like the year of Matthew Stafford, but you guys know I'm a big fan of guys that come from certain coaching trees, and
that was Von Miller, no?
Yeah,
was he on that team?
I guess.
And Aaron Donald.
They had Aaron Donald. They had a lot of talent, but Raheem Morris does have a good track record of being able to build good defenses. Let's go to Isaiah. How do I enter the raffle?
That.
Just like that. You're in for the Fernando Mendoza raffle. If you want to get in for a chance to win some money, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, which right now I am looking. Can you add a guy by the name of Dro Mendoza? Dro Mendoza to the Mendoza raffle. Also, you're keeping him right there. I might be able to do it.
No, I got it because I got it over here. I got my system.
All right. Here, let me put my.
So I don't miss anybody. I'm making sure nobody gets missed out for a.
I'm gonna put this up here so I know my duck race. LA Crash, I got you. Also, Gunny, I said it earlier. I don't know if you were here. You sent 20 yesterday right after our duck race, so I just put that 20 in. So you already have 2 ducks in this race.
Nice.
$20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Let's go to curious to how much our total coaching salary is going to be next season. We're paying 4 head coaches next year. Well, we're actually paying a lot more. Although you said head coaches, we're paying a few coaches. So this is what I know. Antonio Pierce was making $8 million, and AP. There are rumors into regards to how many years his contract was. I believe it was a 3-year deal for AP. McDaniels. He was making $10 million. His time is almost done. Gruden, his $10 million he's still getting because he was hired in 2018. 10 years, $100 million fully guaranteed. Pete Carroll had 16. Chip Kelly had $6 million. So there's a lot of money being invested in coaches here. And I know when people look at that, they're like, Oh, my goodness, Mitch. I mean, that's a lot of money. You got 20, 28, 34. That's $50 million right there in front of you in coaches. But also, if I'm Mark Davis, I'm going, well, $50 million in coaches, yeah, is a lot. But I just spent $58 million on Geno Smith. I'm not saying it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But to Mark Davis, $50 million is like, hey, Reed, do you need a $100 bill? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money to me. I could use that $100 bill, but I have a $100 bill. If you want to make changes, Mark knew that if you kept Pete Carroll, he would have lost way, way, way more money. Way more money than if you would have kept him. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next one coming in here. It's from Chencho Madrano. Friendly reminder, we are live here on the Raiders Report, breaking down the news that Pete Carroll has been let go by the Las Vegas Raiders. Friendly reminder that we are going to do a press conference later on today. John Spytek is going to be taking the podium. He will talk to the media. Also, while other NFL news happens, I will do my best to keep you guys up to date. We're going to keep on rolling through some super chats. The final 2 hours of this show. If you're under the age of 21, I don't recommend you watch him. If you're over the age of 21 and you miss Thursday happy hour, you miss Friday happy hour, you miss getting silver and blacked out, you're damn right, man. We're going to have some fun the last final 2 hours of this show. You bet your ass on it. Can you please talk to Mark Davis and make him give Tyler Linderbaum a blank check? Pretty please. I don't have Mark Davis's number. I do have somebody's number in the front office, though they're not going to listen to a text message that I send them. I will get the opportunity to talk to Mark in May. I will be at the Raiders Gala. It's the event. It's a charity event every single year that the Raiders hold. I will be there in May. Obviously, Mark, if you ever want to get in contact with me, I would love the opportunity to be able to do what I do now for the Raiders on a larger scale, because I think I do it a lot better than the people currently employed with the Raiders. I'm very happy here at Chat Sports. I don't plan on going anywhere here at Chat Sports. I'm a part owner of this company, and I want to continue to grow this thing because we're one of the fastest growing media companies in the entire world. You see other companies laying off people left and right. We're hiring 10 new people every single year. So if you're a young person out there and you want to be able to work for an up-and-coming company, you know where to find me. I'm at Mitchell Rents 365. In terms of Tyler Linderbaum is the only player that I can say right now I would be okay being the center of the team, not named Jackson Powers Johnson. I want JPJ to play center. I really, really do. But I believe JPJ is a better guard than Linderbaum would be a guard. So if you're telling me I can put Linderbaum at center, you go out and you get JPJ, put him at left guard, put him at right guard, whatever position you want to do. I mean, that is literally Bayou Raider Jerry Danley, David Zahn Raider Ron. That is the freaking Bash Brothers. I mean, that is knuckle puck time, Mighty Ducks type of football with a running back like Ashton Genty. That's why I want Linderbaum. Again, y'all know I love JPJ. JPJ's my guy. But Linderbaum at center, JPJ next to him, that is a beautiful duo of two offensive linemen under the age of 27 that you can pair with Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer. It makes so much sense. The question is, though, will Baltimore bring him back? They might be looking for a new kicker after that game yesterday. Makes a lot of sense. Going to get started with America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. Go ahead, download the PrizePicks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to be able to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. On PrizePicks, how you play is up to you. And if you want flexibility, choose a flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the bigger payouts, go for the power play. No matter your play, PrizePicks is a great way to put your takes to the test. PrizePicks is simple. You pick more or less on at least two player stats, and if you get your picks right, you can cash in. Shout out to Rob. Shout out to Jason Lopez. If you guys ever want to get a shout out while I'm talking about PrizePicks, spam PrizePicks, spam PP down below. Join millions of users. Sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. I know my guy Big Him is all about it. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to be able to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be Right. So we are slowly approaching almost 1 hour here live on our Pete Carroll stream. What's going to happen here is this. I want to get into a segment. Are we good to do This Is Why? Okay. What we're going to do here on the program is I'm going to get into a segment of why Pete Carroll was fired by the Raiders. We're going to go through. I'm going to tell you why ultimately the Raiders had to make that decision to move on from Peepaw Pete. As soon as I get done with that, we're going to update y'all on how many people are in this duck race. We're then going to go through the super chats, and that's basically how today's show is going to go. I have probably 5 to 6 different segments to do today. 5 to 6 different segments, plus the John Spytek press conference, plus, the closer and closer we get to the end of this show, you guys are going to be able to FaceTime, call us in. For the final 2 hours, we're doing happy hour. I have had this show ready for a long time, and I'm very excited to be able to do it. So if you don't know, Pete Carroll has been fired. If you want a chance to get in, our duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Right there, you scan that QR code, and you can get in this bad boy right now. Yesterday, we gave away $4,660. 4 people yesterday won over $1,000. Let's try to get that thing up there to $5,000 today. I want more and more people to have that opportunity to win a little bit of money. I just looked down. I see Reginald Burmillo got in the duck race. So that means at the 20 right now, you would win $90 here on today's show. The other deal that we are doing today, Raider Ron the other day asked, how can I get Mitch and Chugs to go out to California and do a Raiders Report meetup? We have a number. Bosses told me we got to get to 100 bangs today. 100 bangs, me and Jeremy flying out to San Francisco. We're going to do a Raiders Report meetup. It will be free to attend. I don't have the exact location. If you're a watcher of the show and you own a restaurant, you know somebody that owns a restaurant and wants a lot of business to walk through their door, hit me up. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. What I know right now is we are 90 bangs away. 90 bangs away. Luckily, we got over 10 hours to be able to get there. Luckily, we got about 10 hours to be able to get there. I know it's a big number. I know it's a big ask, but I know this. If we go out there, we're going to do it Raiders Report style. And it's going to be a party that I'm telling you this, you're not going to want to miss. It's going to be a party you're not going to want to miss. That's a guarantee. So we got a few super chats that I want to be able to get through here. I want to be able to get into a This Is Why.
I was going to say, we can go through one thing, and then we'll go through actually, we'll go through 2 things.
Okay.
I didn't see your other message.
It's all good. It's all good. Oh, man. Very, very cool from John.
So that means it is this number now.
Oh, Sin, you're not wrong, but still, it's more about how many people can we meet from the same community. Your life will go on if you're not there. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Sodage said, can we super chat instead of Venmo for the race? Unfortunately, no, because then if you win, you
have no way to send.
I can't send you the money. I can only send you the money on Venmo. If you're like, hey, I'll just donate a spot. If you want to donate a spot, you can donate a spot. But no, you got to actually Venmo to get in. We're going to be giving away some more T-shirts here. Chadwick Howard! Bang! Mr. Howard! 89 bangs to go. 89 bangs to go. Let's freaking rock, baby. Chadwick Howard, somebody from my Raiders Report team here, will be in contact with you to get your hands on our limited edition, just came here to bang Raiders Report shirt. I don't know, somebody, again, if somebody's ever has this on and I sign it, I might try to buy it off you.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I'm going to at least give Raider Nation the opportunity to get 100. If there's a few left over, well, then I'll have 1 or 2. But I I think anything limited edition, it means something to me because it just shows that this show is continuing to grow. So every person that's doing this right now to not only help this program grow, to help Jeremy and I go to the Super Bowl, but you're also getting something that I would say is a legendary memorabilia item for any Raiders Report watcher. Anybody that's Venmoing shit like this today, I'm telling you this right now, I'm going to remember it. I'm going to remember it. I'm also going to remember this. Douglas Baregi! Sounds good. Bang! Baregi! I would have said Bar-Agi.
Kind of what I said.
You went Baregi. Bar-Car-Agi.
DG. Or DB.
According to Diana Rossini, ex-Falcons coach Raheem Morris is expected to interview with teams about their head coaching vacancies. I am told Morris is in the mix for defensive coordinator opportunities as well.
I think that's where he's going to land.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, to me, if you're the Raiders, I have no problem with you bringing in Raheem Morris. I'll be honest. I think it would be more of a Rooney Rule type of, interview, which I don't like wasting anybody's time. And if you're the Raiders, I hope that you can avoid the Rooney Rule. And if you don't know what the Rooney Rule is, every single NFL team's got to interview at least 2 minority candidates. And if you're the Raiders, Robert Saleh and Brian Flores are 2 people that fit the Rooney Rule, but also should be considered to be your head coach. So, to me, if you bring in Raheem Morris, it's only because you're serious about him being your defensive coordinator. I don't think bringing in Raheem Morris for a head coaching job is a good look because I think everybody knows that you're just wasting his time. What up, algorithm? Belichick's girlfriend, the Patriots way. I don't know what you want me to go with that, but based on your picture, I'm not surprised. Sin City, Fernando Mendoza is the next Raiders franchise quarterback. Go Raiders. I want that jersey. Sin, I think we're all hoping that you're right, man. And I'm just hoping that he's the best version of Fernando Mendoza he could possibly be. He's done multiple interviews, and when he says the reason why I chose Indiana is because I want to be the best Fernando Mendoza possible. The best Fernando Mendoza possible is a culture builder. He's a winner. He's able to just show that he makes the other 52 guys on his roster better.
Yep.
The point of being a franchise quarterback, you can have talent like Kyler Murray. I don't think Kyler Murray's a franchise quarterback because he doesn't make other people on that franchise better. He's worried about me, myself, and I. Geno Smith, worried about me, myself, and I. A franchise quarterback makes the other 51 guys on that roster, everybody else is better. And Fernando Mendoza is going to do that. What up, Raider Nation? Draft a quarterback or sign one and build around them. Signs should not even be in your equation because the only quarterbacks that you realistically are going to be able to sign, Malik Willis is probably the top guy.
Yeah.
And I think Malik Willis is going to go for $25-30 million based on the people that I talked to.
And I think he'll have options.
Well, he's going to have options because, what happens with Lamar, that's a trade. Kyler Murray, that's going to be a trade.
Titans. Oh, no, Cam Ward. Sorry.
Cam Ward's there. Tua, what exactly happens with him? Does the team, do the Dolphins trade him? Do they just stick him on the roster? Because free agency looks the way that it does.
Honestly, do the Steelers
There's not a lot of good options.
Do the Steelers trust Will Howard to take over for Aaron Rodgers? Because I think Aaron Rodgers is done after this year.
Potentially.
So that could be a spot, too.
That could be a spot. To me, your only 2 options, in my personal opinion, are A, you draft Fernando Mendoza number 1 overall. B, you trade for Lamar Jackson. And I know the Ravens lost that game yesterday, and there's going to be people like, oh, Lamar can't win the big game. I don't know if you watched Lamar Jackson in that game yesterday in the 4th quarter, but I think he did just about everything in his humanly power to win that football game. Yes, it's a lot of money, but to me, you draft Mendoza at number 1, or you go, I'm going to go trade for Lamar Jackson, but before I trade for Lamar Jackson, I'm going to trade that number 1 pick to the New York Jets. They better give you 4 first-round picks. Then you're going to use that draft capital that you got. You go get a guy like Lamar Jackson. You restructure his contract for about a 3-year extension, tying him to Max Crosby until 2029. You backload that money so it's not a $74.5 million cap hit. And I know it sounds like a lot of money, but in 2028, there's going to be a brand new TV deal. Once that new TV deal comes, $74.5 million, I think is going to be the new $50 million, the way that we look at quarterbacks right now. So backload the contract. To me, it's Mendoza, it's Lamar Jackson. I don't really think that there's any other options. Ball dad that cooks. I mean, I'll say this, it's straight to the point.
Yep.
Straight to the point.
And he looks like his picture. It looks like he's a bald dad that cooks.
I mean, if you had a grill in the background, though, it looks like you're on the water. Maybe it's not the safest. What's your go-to dish, bald dad that cooks? I have been a Raider fan since 1980. I have the program from the game I went to against the Chargers. I hope the Raiders hire a good coach and get a franchise quarterback. You can't win without a franchise quarterback. I'd almost make the argument finding the right coach is even more important because Fernando Mendoza could be the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? Like, he could be amazing. But if you don't have a coach, it don't really matter. So I think for the Raiders, the first important thing that you need to do, you got to make sure that your head coach is the right guy. Got to make sure your offensive coordinator is the right guy. Got to make sure your defensive coordinator is the right guy. Then that group of people that you've assembled, you got to make sure they're on the exact same path, exact same plan as John Spytek and Tom Brady. And then you go get your franchise quarterback because you could have good players. If you have shitty coaches, it's really hard to win football games. What up, Stu? Probably the best Monday to ever Monday in Raiders modern history. I saw somebody say earlier on this show today, and again, shout out to the 2,000 people that are here in the building. If you haven't already, make sure you guys click that like button. I'd love to be able to get to 1,000 likes on this live stream. We're about 300 away. Literally, Black Monday has turned into like a Raiders holiday.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the amount of hirings and firings, the amount of firings that have happened on Black Monday. And if you don't know what Black Monday is, it's literally the Monday after the final regular season games for the NFL teams. And it's called Black Monday simply because, a lot of
buying and selling.
A lot of buying and selling. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of guys getting fired. But I pray that Mark, Spytek, and upper management make good moves, have good drafts. Here's to hopefully a new day. Here's to hopefully a bright new future ahead.
All right, Mitch. We still have a good amount of super chats, but
cool.
If you wanna get into because we got 10 hours left.
We got 10 hours left.
So if you wanted to get into that, I'm totally game. Or if you want to keep hitting some super chats,
I say let's get into our next segment here. I was gonna say maybe every so often. Because, again, we're going to try to time this thing up to the best of our ability. We still got 10 hours to go. There could be other, Raiders news, other things that end up happening. I'm not 100% sure. But what I do know is this. Whether you like it or not, you're stuck with me for 10 more hours.
Yeah.
You're stuck with me for 10 more flipping hours, which is just, it's wild to think about. But I am, this is how I know I love my job. This is how I know I love hanging out with all y'all. I woke up this morning at 6 a.m., no alarm. Was like, did Pete get fired yet? Checking my phone. Chuck looks at me and he's like, why the hell are you awake? I get up out of bed. Chuck does his whole stretch thing. He's like, all right, I guess I'll go downstairs with you. We go outside. We go for our little walk. And then kiss my wife goodbye. Kiss Chuck goodbye. Get to work here at about 7-ish, 7:15. And I couldn't wait to go live today. I couldn't wait to be able to hang out with all of y'all because when you deal with just such a mentally frustrating season, I really don't think you guys realize how much I appreciate y'all. I don't think you guys realize how much, you showing up on the dog days of December, dog days of November, dog days of October with that freaking team, right? Like, when you guys show up for me, I want to find a way that I can show up for y'all. And I know, I'm not the smartest guy out there, but my number one thing will always be this. If you want commitment to excellence, if you want somebody that rocks with you no matter what, that's why I want you to hit that subscribe button. If you believe in working hard, it's going to get you to where you want to go. I hope that I always show people that every single day. If you're young, you're old, not saying I should motivate you, but I do want people that are like, I want to chase my dreams. I want to be able to do whatever the hell I want to do in my life as an adult. Put in the work. You never know what can happen. Don't be afraid to take chances. I was doing a podcast 10 years ago in my attic. Today, we host the Raiders Report. Go out there, chase your dreams. But you know what? Sometimes change needs to happen. Today, change happened. The Raiders decided to move on from Pete Carroll. I just want to say real quick, Clint Ogren, you are in the duck race. And then also, Serrato Ortego, also in the duck race. It is a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $110. And I don't know when I'm going to do this duck race. I might just end up doing it near the end of today's show. That way we get a really, really big pot going. And, hopefully we get it to be bigger than what it was yesterday. Yesterday, $4,660 given out. Before we do that, though, I got to send you a message. I gotta send you a little bit of a message, good sir. Because we started today's show, and I said, hey, we got to get 100 bangs to send Jeremy and I to San Francisco for a Raiders report party. My guy Raider Ron wanted to be able to party it up during the Super Bowl week. I want to be able to party it up during the Super Bowl week. So since we're live here today for crazy 11 hours and 11 minutes, let's see if we can get it done. All right, real quick, check those 2 messages that I sent you. And then what we will do next here is we are going to do a segment around why Pete Carroll was fired. I have a lot, and I mean a lot more segments to get to here on the Raiders Report, and I hope that that's okay with each and every one of y'all. Hope that's okay, y'all. Sortaga 91. All right, I got you. Sotero. Hopefully I pronounced it right. Alex DeLarge said, Mitch, you want a shout out here on the Raiders Report? Tell me how happy you are that Pete Carroll's fired. If you're like, Mitch, I can't express how happy I am, then just type happy down below, because I am unbelievably happy. I hate always saying that I feel bad that a man lost his job, but I'll also say this. Pete Carroll, today when he got fired, made $30 million.
Yeah. Hard to be mad about.
It's hard to be mad, and it's hard to feel bad for somebody that was as awful at their job as what he was, and still is going to go home with $32 million. Yeah. If you told me right now, Mitch, how long would you go live for 32 straight hours? I don't have the answer to that.
Wait, what?
Like, if somebody was like, how long, how many hours straight would you go live for $32 million in your pocket? I would literally do a show until I collapsed.
Yeah.
I would stand up here, and I would literally talk until my body physically shut down. What happens if you die? Well, then that money goes to my wife and Chuck, and they're going to be living pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I might give a little bit to Chat Sports. Who knows? No. Again! Yanish! Bang! Yanish! From the top row! You just got yourself a limited edition Raiders Report shirt. If you don't know, we're giving out limited edition Raiders Report shirts for $100 Venmo. Shout out to everybody participating on today's program. Every $100 Venmo, not only do you get a t-shirt, a limited edition Raiders Report shirt, you're also helping Jeremy Chuggs and I go to the Super Bowl and throw in a legend, wait for it, hope you're not lactose intolerant, dairy Raiders Report party while we're there. Speaking of somebody helping us get there, Najee Hassan! Bang! Let's go! Let's go! Hassan! Here we go. Billy Cannelly, forget about the playoffs, develop the trenches. Bill, wait until you see the mock draft that I do. Wait until you see the mock draft that I already cooked up this morning. We're also going to do that mock draft here just a little bit later on the program. All right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to get into a segment here around why Pete Carroll ultimately ended up getting fired by the Las Vegas Raiders. And you're looking at that number down there below. Got a long way to go. 86 bangs away, 9 hours and 53 minutes in order to do it. I promise you this. I don't know how many people were here. Type me down below. How many people were here during the 26-hour Josh McDaniels live stream? The amount of delusion and hysteria that came across me. Trace was here. It was right when Roley started as well.
I wasn't Chip here too?
Chip filled in. Yeah, because Chip was like one of the guys that came in at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the or 6 o'clock in the morning, which was probably like one of the toughest times of that stream because I was tired. Mm-hmm. And then, it got the longer and longer it went, the easier and easier it got. The final 2 hours of today's show, I think might be the most fun we've had on this program in Definitely in 2026, I'll tell you that. No, I don't know, dude. Yesterday was so much fun. Watching the Giants win. I mean, again, to have the number one overall pick, to be where we are right now, I am very, very proud to be a Raider fan, and I'm very proud that so many people here are watching this show. I mean, I got Gage Bentley, Jay Mendoza, Dreadhead says he was here, Savior down there, Jim 7296, LA Crash Dog, you already know it, man. We got Bobby 5873. I don't know who's arguing down in the chat, but I'm just going to say it like this. Year of 2026, let's unite as a nation. If I see people arguing with each other, just go take it somewhere else, okay? I don't want to have to put people in timeout. I don't feel like being a bad guy today. So today's a good day for Raider Nation. We're moving in the right direction. I'm going to leave it like that. Somebody said, I went to bed. Big Ham, I went to bed with the YouTube channel on, woke up, and you were still talking. It was hysteria delusion. It was so much fun, though. Coming up here, next on the show, early riser, I already know you were there. You're always part of the Noti gang. Coming up here next on the program, we are going to get in to why the Las Vegas Raiders ultimately decided to fire Pete Carroll. This is why the Las Vegas Raiders decided to fire Pete Carroll after one season. My name is Mitchell Renz. You're watching the Raiders Report, and I think all of us knew what news was about to happen today, January 5th, 2026. Black Monday has essentially turned into a Raiders holiday with all the firings that seem to happen on the Monday after the NFL regular season. But I'm somebody where you knew the news was going to happen. The reason why you subscribe to the Raiders Report is to find out the why. Yeah, I know that I'm live right now on this channel, and I'm going to be live for 11 hours and 11 minutes. And if you're not watching this live show right now, get ready. Hang out with me. I'm literally going to be here all freaking day. The final 2 hours of this show, we're going to blow the rooftop off of this joint. But there has to be a reason why. Because when you look at a lot of the reports, when you listen to a lot of the news that was out there earlier this offseason, I was told by a source, one of the biggest sources out there, that the Raiders, no matter what, are going to keep Pete Carroll for his entire regime 2 to 3 years with that fourth-year option. There's a reason why that plan ended, and I'm going to tell you why that happened here on today's show. If you didn't see that the Raiders decided to move on from Pete, one and done. He was the third coach that was fired since 2023. He had 2 years left on his contract, but Mark Davis knew that he had a decision to make. There was no way that you were going to be able to sell Raider Nation. There was no way you were going to be able to sell the current players on your team, the current front office members, that Pete Carroll was going to be good enough to get this thing going in the right direction. Pete was hired to not only win football games, but to build a culture. And I don't know where Pete failed more, if he failed more off the field or if he failed more on the field. And that is a big contributing factor to why Pete Carroll ultimately was let go. If you did not see the breaking news bright and early this morning, Adam Schefter confirmed that the Raiders decided to move on from Pete. Yeah, I already had a video ready to rock and roll. Yeah, we already had the video out as soon as the news dropped because I knew it was going to happen. The writing was on the wall. You knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. But the reason why I love the Raiders Report, the reason why we are the number one most watched Raiders show on the planet, the reason why we have the largest Raiders community is because I always want the nation to know I'm listening. I see what you have to say. So I want to know from all of y'all, be honest with me. Do you agree with the Pete Carroll firing? Give me a yes. Give me a no. Let me know down below if do you agree with the Raiders firing Pete Carroll? Because there's a lot of people out there. I bet you if you ask this question to Hondo Carpenter, he'd tell you no. There's a lot of people out there that were like, we can't just keep hiring and firing guys. It doesn't work. I'm going to hit you with a YouTube ad break while that ad is playing. My answer is going to be coming up here in just a moment. If you said anything besides yes, I question if you really watched this Raiders season. The reason why the answer is yes is because, one, hiring a 74-year-old to do a rebuild, it's just dumb anyway. The other reason on top of that is you got to be able to face the facts here. The Raiders regressed, offense, defense, special teams. You got worse in every single avenue. And I understand that it's a lot of money that right now Mark Davis is paying all of these Raiders coaches. But you know what? When you combine all this money, it's $50 million. If I'm Mark Davis, I'm going, well, yeah, it's a lot of money that I threw out the window. But also, Pete, you made me give $58 million to Geno Smith. That's a lot more money. I'm not saying $50 million isn't a hefty chunk of change. What I'm simply sitting up here saying is it's not a lot of money to Mark Davis. And if the Raiders would have kept if they would have kept Pete Carroll, Mark would have lost out on a lot more money because fans would not have been excited. And he makes a lot of money on, T-shirt sales, memorabilia sales, makes a lot of money on season tickets. I've saw so many people say, I won't go to the game. I won't support this team. And I really do think that if they would have ended up keeping Pete Carroll, Mark Davis would have lost way, way more money than what he lost in firing Pete Carroll. Speaking of Mark Davis, he made this statement today on social media. The Las Vegas Raiders have relieved Pete Carroll of his duties as head coach. We appreciate and wish him and his family all the best. Moving forward, General Manager John Spytek will lead all football operations in close collaboration with Tom Brady, including the search for the club's next head coach. Together, they will guide football decisions with a shared focus on leadership, culture, and alignment within the organization's long-term vision and goals. I don't mean to be somebody that wants to pat myself on the back. Obviously, I'm not afraid to do it. But I will confidently say that I was the very first person on the planet that told everybody that Tom Brady and John Spytek are going to be the top two people leading this charge for the next head coach. There was a lot of people saying, it could be this guy, could be that guy. It's Tom Brady. It's freaking John Spytek. And I've been saying that for weeks. We've been saying it for a long time here on this show. But coming up next here on the program, let's really get into the meat and potatoes of ultimately why Pete Carroll was a one and done with the Raiders. Speaking of number one, the number one fantasy sports app out there is the sponsor here on today's show. And whether you're starting a new routine, maybe a new coach search, maybe you're doing player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But I did see a shirt that Pete was wearing the other day, Inspire Change. And you know what? I'm trying to inspire y'all to go get started with Prize Picks because whether you're watching playoff matchups, maybe you're watching a little college action as well. Can't wait to watch that Indiana-Oregon game. Also, hoops action almost every night. The action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. On Prize Picks, how you play, it's up to you. And if you want flexibility, choose a flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the power play. No matter your play, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. How many people out there miss fantasy football? Matt R., Irish Handy, that's a hell of a name. Joshua Wolf, do you miss fantasy football? If your answer to that is yes, then go download the Prize Picks app right now. Make sure that you use code CLNS to get $5 in lineups after you play your first. No, $50 in lineups after you play your first $5. I'll get it right. I only have done this read maybe 1,000 times. It's available in all 50 states, which there's no more excuses to not get in on the action. And if you want to join me and millions of other people, then download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to be able to get $100 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. So coming up here, this is why the Raiders decided to fire Pete Carroll. And I've done this show a little bit in the past when the rumors really started to happen, when there was a lot of smoke. And, I like to say where there's smoke, there's fire. But the very first reason why Pete was fired, owners in the front office, they wanted it. I spoke to multiple sources from the Las Vegas Raiders that said John Spytek and Pete Carroll did not see eye to eye. If you don't believe me, go back and check out that video that I did over a month ago. It's why I want people to watch this show. But now there's a lot of news. There's a lot of updates coming out that Pete Carroll and John Spytek did not see eye to eye. And if you look at that statement that Mark Davis made, he kind of hints at the idea of, Pete and John didn't do what the plan was. And Spytek and Brady's plan was, let's rebuild this team. Pete's problem was he wanted to be able to win right now. But also when you have multiple owners saying that it's time to move on, you got multiple people inside that front office going, hey, You hired me to do my job. Hey, you told me that this is what we were going to do. You're making me look bad because the guy that's the head coach isn't sticking to the plan. He's doing whatever the hell he wants to do. And when your front office wants one thing, when your ownership wants one thing, and your coaching staff is doing the complete opposite, you look like the Las Vegas Raiders in the 2025 season. The Pete Carroll Raiders were an absolute disaster. You were by far the worst team in the National Football League. The Raiders have never lost 15 games in a season. And you're probably counting your lucky stars that Patrick Mahomes didn't play in that Kansas City game. You barely beat a Chris Oladukin-led Chiefs roster, right? But from week 2 to week 18, you can't tell me that there was a worse team in the National Football League. We were getting trolled every single game that the national media would watch us. We were getting trolled because of all the personnel decisions we've made. But the other reason why Pete Carroll got fired, not only was he a disaster during the regular season, he was a complete failure in the offseason. You're the silver and black, right? You're sitting here going, well, I got all this money in free agency, top 2 money in free agency. I got 10 picks in total. I got the number 1 overall draft pick. And for an organization that drafted players that they needed time, marinate, good coaches to be able to develop them, but instead, what did he decide to do, Pete? He decided to focus on a guy like Devin White, focus on a guy like Stone Forsythe, focus in on all of these old, washed-up veterans because he wanted to win right now. But instead of trying to create with what the Raiders players had, he tried to recreate the Legion of Boom. And he tried to recreate something that might never be able to be duplicated. But what good coaches do is they see the players that they have and they build around those players. What really bad effing head coaches do is they say, we did this one time and it worked, so I'm going to make everybody here fit into what I did one time. It was an old philosophy. You went out and got your own quarterback. You got every move you wanted, Pete. And even you had a lot of money in salary cap, had a lot of draft picks. If you were the Raiders, you literally could not afford, with this offseason as precious and as important and as beautiful the way that it looks, there's no way that you could have given it to Pete Carroll because of how bad he failed in the offseason last season and how bad he failed during the regular season. The other reason why you got to move on from Pete is you can't rebuild with a 74-year-old head coach. I don't know how many times I said it last offseason, but it was idiotic for the Raiders to hire Pete because for an organization, the reason why I said the riskiest hire the Raiders could do was hiring Pete is because you've been an organization that has failed at finding one head coach. Well, hiring Pete Carroll means that essentially you got to be able to find 2 head coaches in a 3 to 4 year span because he ain't getting any younger. So you can't rebuild with a 74-year-old head coach. You knew it. I knew it. Everybody knew it. But the number one reason is coaching freaking matters. And there are so many better head coach options. You know, last year I said multiple times that Mike Vrabel is the top 32 head coach on the planet, and that's why he deserves another job. I don't think Pete Carroll right now is a top 100 coach on the planet. He might not be in the top 500 people that I would consider. Not saying he's not a legend. Not saying he's not going to go in the Hall of Fame. I'm saying right now, in 2026, he's not a top 100 coach. And the other problem that the Raiders had last season was this job wasn't attractive. You had the number 6 overall pick. You had no clear path at quarterback. The reason why Mike Vrabel decided to take that New England Patriots job where he flipped the team from 4-13 to 14-3 is because they had Drake May, but they also had a plan together. The Raiders now with the number 1 overall pick, you can go get your quarterback. You have salary cap space. You have the ability to build your roster. You know, Liam Cohn was somebody that I mentioned. Young, innovative offensive mind. Like the video if you've ever heard me say that. They were able to go from 4-13 to 13-4. Why? Trevor Lawrence played his best football. Maybe Trevor Lawrence played his best football because they finally had an offensive-minded coach there, and they got a young guy, Yedinsky. You're going to hear me talk about him. Only 29 years old. He's literally the youngest guy in the NFL right now from a coordinator standpoint. But when you put young, innovative people in charge in today's day and age, I think good things happen. You also tried to go out and get a guy like Ben Johnson who helped flip this team. I will admit, I don't think Brady thought somebody would turn him down. The reason why Ben Johnson turned down Tom Brady is because Caleb Williams was the better quarterback option than what we had. The Chicago Bears also had a plan in place, which was build in the trenches and build around your quarterback. That's what a smart team does. A smart team says, you know what, we drafted a quarterback at number 1 overall. Let's do everything in our power to build a wall in front of him, and that way he's taken care of. A bad organization says, we have a horrible offensive line. Let's add Alex Kappa. Let's take away JPJ from the center spot and draft Ashton Genty at number 6 overall and expect that to work when you got Brennan frickin' Carroll as your offensive line coach. Coaching matters in the NFL, and now we have some better options. There's going to be more names that end up popping up, but the only confirmed head coach candidates that I have seen, I'm not saying there might be other people out there saying XYZ. I'm only going to tell you the names that I know for a fact were told to me. The front runner for this job is Jesse Minter, defensive coordinator from the Los Angeles Chargers. A lot of ties with him. Spytek, Brady, Michigan ties, Harbaugh ties. I've done, I bet you, 2 to 3 different shows on why I think Jesse Minter will be the next Raiders head coach. If you want to go check it out, look up Jesse Minter on YouTube. Type in Raiders Report. Also, Robert Saleh turned down the job last season, but he's still in the mix this year. Brian Flores, defensive coordinator for Minnesota. What's really interesting is all 3 of these guys are defensive-minded head coaches. When you see the report that the Raiders are also looking at a guy like Brian Dable to be their OC, maybe the Raiders have a plan, and that is, let's get a young, innovative, defensive-minded head coach. Let's go get an offensive coordinator that's got some head coach experience, maybe a Brian Dable, maybe a Mike McDaniel. I don't know exactly. And we're going to pair that with a young quarterback in Fernando Mendoza. What I know is this. We are going to get a better head coach in the year of 2026. And for anybody out there that wants to blame Spytek, for anybody out there that wants to blame Brady, for anybody out there that wants to blame this front office, good front offices, good ownership, and a good GM, they do everything in their power to create a plan in the offseason. The plan this offseason was to rebuild, to get younger players and get them more playing time. You can't help that a good organization said, all right, now we're going to hand the keys to the coach and allow him to coach. You allow your coach to coach. Unfortunately, Pete Carroll was washed and didn't stick to the plan. You know, you could sit here and hand the keys to your kid who's just now 16 years old and say, all right, the plan is that you got to drive safe. If they go out there and they drive like a maniac, maybe it's your fault. Maybe it's not. But I think it's like you as a parent did everything that you felt like in your power to put your person in that best situation possible. I do feel that this Raiders organization has a smart front office. I think we have a smart owner in Tom Brady. And I know that a guy like Matthew Stafford turned us down. Ben Johnson turned us down. Mike Vrabel ended up going to New England. It's because the job wasn't good enough. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you're going to have a better job than what you got right now. You got a lot of money in salary cap, the number 1 overall pick. And I think that there's going to be a lot of good coaches that want to come coach here. Before I get on out of here, hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications because I'm live for 11 hours and 11 minutes. I don't know how much time I got left, depending on when you watch this show, but all I'll ask is this. If you've been a frustrated Raiders fan the entire season, show up for the last 2 hours of the program. It's going to be Raiders Happy Hour style. We're going to have some beers. We're going to have a good time. And we're going to celebrate 2026 because you deserve it, I deserve it, and the entire nation deserves it. Let's go to Darian Schofield. What up, Schofield? Appreciate you, my guy, tuning in to the Raiders Report. What's up, Mitch? Here are my scenarios. All right, I like scenarios. If head coach is Flores, Saleh, or Minter, OC Dable, DC Raheem Morris. If head coach is Kubiak, OC is Dave Ragnon, but Kubiak calling plays. DC is Matt Patricia. The only reason why I ain't going to go with the Matt Patricia route is because, one, where is he right now? Ohio State. I have a hard time believing Mark Davis is going to go, all right, well, so we brought in an offensive coordinator from Ohio State. That was a disaster. So now if we bring in a DC from Ohio State, is that going to be a disaster? I know Patricia is, again, one of those guys that is not built to be a head coach, smart defensive mind. I'm not really interested in Matt Patricia as a defensive coordinator. Ragnon is interesting. I think a name that is going to be considered by some people out there. Again, this is a former quarterback, right now quarterback's coach for the Rams. It's an interesting move because I like people from Sean McVay trees. I don't think Mike LaFleur is going to leave his offensive coordinator job unless it involves being a head coach here for the Raiders. But I would say maybe and just maybe if you looked at him and said, hey, man, I'll let you call the plays here. But the quarterback's coach for the Rams, I don't think it's a bad move. It's just going to be down to what exactly needs to happen. But I agree with you. You let Kubiak call the plays. The reason why Kubiak is the number one offensive-minded head coach that I want for the Raiders is very similar to why I want the Raiders to draft Fernando Mendoza. It's because we have the pieces kind of already in place which fit those styles of coaches very well and that style of player. What up, Derek? Caden, oh, man, I don't know, is the next Devin Hester and a good gadget player on offense. Got to be a day 3 pick for us. I have not done my homework on day 3, guys. I'm not even going to act like I have. I will always, always, always do my best to start doing more and more draft homework, and this is the time of the year that I start doing it. You know, like, you're going to see me start doing a lot more draft content. What'd you say? Running back from Iowa. I actually have a certain running back that I drafted in my mock draft, which you guys will see here in a little bit. So also a guy a little bit in the later rounds, a little bit of a gadget player, catches the football. Screams offensive Cooper DeJean, this guy, Iowa.
Yeah, and he's Caucasian.
The other white guy.
Yeah.
I saw that video. Is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, yeah, Reed Blankenship.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm the other one.
I'm the other one. No, it's Nebraska 93 is giving it a thumbs up. So if somebody from Nebraska is giving it a thumbs up, I think that's pretty good. We are live right now here on the Raiders Report, and we're going to be live for another 9 hours and 31 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
It's an insane statement to be able to make. But
I love it, though.
I'm a man that keeps my word. I hope you guys know that. And at the end of the day, I'm always going to do my best to keep my word.
I also don't want to miss anybody on the
Mendoza raffle?
Mendoza raffles.
So we'll show you what our deals here on today's program.
Get out of my head.
Get out of there.
Get out of there.
So the deals that we're doing here on today's program are this. If you send in a $5 super chat, you're going to be entered in for a chance to win a Fernando Mendoza jersey. We're going to give one away at the very, very end of today's program. So I know that not everybody can bang. I know that not everybody can do the big super chat. But if you appreciate the content that we provide here and you want that opportunity to win a Mendoza jersey, send in a $5 super chat, get your question in, and then we'll be able to keep it rolling. Reed also has been doing it. Basically, if you send in a 10, you get 2 raffles.
Yep. Yeah, so if it's $5, like, if you send in one super chat of $5, that's one.
Yep.
But a certain,
yeah, like let's say you were to send in 100.
Yeah,
that's 20.
Something like that.
If you were to send in 100, you'd get 20.
You'd get 20.
So if you want to get in on the raffle for the Mendoza jersey, super chat. If you want to get in our duck race, and if you want a limited edition Raiders Report shirt, $100 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. We're going to count it as a bang. If anybody today sends in a $500 super chat, $500 Venmo, or if you bang 5 times in total, I am going to enter you in a raffle, which we will do at the very end of the year for 2026, and that's going to be a trip with me. Whether that's me coming out to visit you, you coming down here to visit us, getting on the Raiders Report. I want to be able to shake some hands. I want to be able to meet some really, really awesome people that always show up, show out, and show support for this program every single flipping day. The other thing that we're trying to accomplish, how many bangs do we have to go? We're trying to get me and Jeremy to go.
This one?
We're trying to get me and Jeremy to go to the Super Bowl. We are 86 bangs away from Jeremy and I going to the Super Bowl. That number's about to change. Hurrah!
Nope. Bang!
This is our Draft Nation. Just coach, baby. It's Heisman time. I think Raul just clearly told y'all. He wants Fernando Mendoza. He wants Fernando Mendoza.
All right.
I just saw somebody just said, I saw on Twitter that Mendoza right now is on Pat McAfee's show. And I don't know, I just saw somebody say, he wants to be a Raider.
Really?
I don't know if he said that. I would be shocked if Mendoza were to actually say that. Like, if you were like, yeah, I'd love to be for the Raiders. I'd love to play for any team. That's the right answer. If he's
Yeah.
up there and he's like, I want to play for the Raiders and only the Raiders,
I'd still like it.
oh, I'd put a hole through this table. I would
What?
put a freaking hole through this table.
Bottom or top?
Maybe both. Maybe both. Raul, shout out to you, man. Thank you so much for supporting this program.
85 away.
We're 85 away, so I got a question for y'all. Who you got? Indiana, Oregon.
Oh.
I
don't have
live.
a graphic ready for that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I will be live for that game on Friday. Indiana, Oregon. Who you got? Type I for Indiana. Type O for Oregon. Type U if I owe you. No. Let me know who you got.
Oh, my goodness.
Indiana or Oregon. I see Alex DeLarge's going to go with Oregon. ASU says Indiana. Nathan Martin going to go with Indiana. Eric says Oregon. Thomas Castillo is going to go with Indiana. Indy from Esco 75. We got JD Raider, Goofball, Sin City, Jay Ross, all spamming I. We see Evil AJ Hawk is going with Indiana. I'll say this. Personally, now again, if you like Oregon more than you like the Raiders, I'm not going to try to change your opinion. I do think, though, I do really, really think that if Indiana wins it all, Derek, that's unbelievable. If Indiana wins it all, that helps out the Raiders because Mendoza's stock goes up. So if a team wants to trade for him or if we just want to draft him, it helps us out. You can go back to that one.
We read it already, didn't we?
Well, I did. Oh, we did, but look at the pick. I didn't see the pick.
Got to be a day 3 pick?
Well, no, go to the back. Go back to Derek. Look at his picture. Get a pick.
Ah, funny.
I didn't see. Did you just do that?
No, that was there.
I feel like I would have saw that right away. That's on me.
No, because I had him. I have all the super chats like on our software right now, and I can see the pictures, and it helps me know where the last one is. So I was like, okay, Derek with that black profile picture.
I mean, get a pick is elite.
That's
troll.
hilarious.
That is an elite freaking troll, dude. George, Pete went road and cost himself the Raiders job. You're right. He did. The only person Pete Carroll can blame is himself.
Yeah.
I know Pete tried to blame Chip. I know they tried to blame Tom McMahon. I'm not saying that Chip and Tom McMahon didn't deserve to get fired, but
get everyone out.
To me, I don't want to clear everybody.
No, just
there are like to me
the not like Spytek. I'm talking about like everybody below him.
No, I'm saying like in the coaching staff. The Raiders tight end coach Luke Steckel, very well respected tight end coach. I want to be able to keep him.
That's
true. I do think somebody along the lines, like Greg Olson to me, is an interesting quarterbacks coach if you keep him. He is well respected. Again, somebody who also worked from the Shanahan tree or the McVay tree. The Raiders running back coach, McCullough, he was from the Notre Dame. He worked there at Notre Dame. There's also somebody, Rob Leonard, the Raiders defensive line coach. To me, those are your top 3 coaches that I would really, really want the Raiders to be able to figure out a way to retain. Outside of that, there's going to be guys that come and go, but those are 3 names that if you're the silver and black, you try to hang on to those 3 coaches. What up, Can't Get Right? Oh, man, I love this. Is that a new pick? We need to get back to the Raider image and not try to be all these other teams. We are supposed to be grimy, not overly sophisticated, smash mouth football. See, the only reason why I will agree with you is because we have the players to be smash mouth football. Like, if we got a bunch of finesse guys, like the other day I saw on Twitter, I don't remember who it was, but they were like, Klint Kubiak's going to go to the Atlanta Falcons. I'm like, why would anybody think that? Klint Kubiak needs a quarterback that can go under center.
Yeah.
Michael Penix Jr. can't go under center unless they were to bring back Kirk Cousins. I just think sometimes, we have this image of what the old school Raiders were, and I'm not saying I don't want to go back to those times, but good teams build around the talent that they have. Smash mouth football, we have the right players to be able to do that on the defense or on the offensive side of the football. But the only way that you can play smash mouth football on both sides, realistically, is if you battle and win in the trenches. The Raiders need to invest in the trenches. If you don't do that, you can't play grimy football. But I agree. I love FU football, I call it. And that's grimy and sophisticated. Invincible. Pete Gino, Kermit.
Minter, Mendoza, or Malik.
We will be invincible. I mean, if I got to pick between Mendoza and Malik, I'm going to go with Mendoza.
Yeah.
Depends how much Malik Willis ends up getting paid. But Kermit, you saying Mahomes? I don't know where Mahomes fits into this, but invincible. Whatever you're on, I'll take some of it. I don't even know what's happening over there. I don't know how you did that.
German. He's a little German. He's invincible is German, right?
Is it?
No. Well, I just remember him or her saying
Berlin
that they're. Remember you did?
Yeah. Now that you say that,
that was for Invincible.
I think it was Berlin, right? Invincible Berlin. Trey Tucker Glazer. Well, at least you're not hiding it. That's hilarious. Before I read this one, reminder, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 to get in our duck race. And I'm looking right now. I'm going to send you some messages.
That's okay. I'm going to answer this question. Dub is gone. Said, it's not a question, but just a comment. 6'5", big arm, can wiggle, elite ball placement, throws on dime. I don't see what the problem is. The only problem is there's no NFL experience. Yes, great prospect, but no NFL experience, which is obvious. So anytime you're drafting a quarterback, you're taking a chance on things like that. He's got all the qualities of a great quarterback. He just has to do it. You know who else was like that? Josh Rosen. Oh, wow. Has all the great qualities of a good quarterback, but he just couldn't. He just didn't do it.
He didn't have it. He didn't have it up here, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't
Mendoza
know that
has it up here
until he may not in the NFL.
I mean,
that's what you got to take a chance on is that he's going to because he does right now.
I think but I think like prospects wise, Rosen and Mendoza are completely different because Rosen was very well known that he was kind of a shitbag in college. He had a hot tub in his college room. His family is like they're billionaires. They own oil field money. So like there was a lot of speculation. Well, there was a lot of people that were like, he doesn't really need the NFL money. He's going to make enough money outside of football. So like there was a lot of character concerns in terms of him being lazy. Sure, from a talent perspective, I bet you Mendoza and Rosen.
Separating the character.
Oh, okay.
I was more of just as a quarterback.
That's the NFL draft, though.
That's what I'm saying.
You never know how it's going to end up going. What I'll bet on, though, is a player to me that I think loves football, that just somebody who's going to give you 110%, and in the biggest moments of the games, he finds ways to win. We could sit up here all the time and dissect certain players. It sometimes reminds me of when we look at a player on defense, right? And somebody might look at a guy like Max Crosby, and they go, he might not have all these other things. What Max Crosby does, though, is he always seems to be around the football. He always has that high motor. He's got that work ethic that's in that 1%, and I think that's got a little bit of what Mendoza has. You don't know how a player's going to turn out. All these guys in the NFL are unbelievably athletic. It's who's going to do that extra 1%. I think Fernando Mendoza does the 1%. He ain't going to watch blank tapes.
I was more talking about like if you're going to go try and sign a Malik Willis or something like that. Like the only he has Mendoza is a great prospect, great character concern or no character concerns, has a great character, finds ways to win. We're going to be able to see him in the brightest of lights soon. And I have confidence that he will prevail. The only and just going back to Dub is gone. What's the problem? The only problem is he just hasn't played in the NFL yet. That's the only problem. Everything else, he's a great prospect, and I think he's going to get along with Tom Brady, who will work with him in the offseason, which would be awesome. Exactly, yeah.
Jugs goes, that's why I like to draft players that have already played in the NFL.
It's just signing people.
It's a hell of a theory. We're one like away from 1,000. Who's going to be like 1,000?
From Mitchell, though.
Who's going to be like 1,000? Who's it going to be? Who's going to be like 1,000?
It was me.
Ricky Flores. Mitch just is a lion. I don't know what that means.
A lion?
A lion? A lion? No idea. If you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. I just see Richard Moreno. You in? Juan Carlos Seg. You in? We got Greg Vac in. $20 Venmo right now for an opportunity to win $150. Also, if you do not know, we have a limited supply of Just Came Here to Bang Raiders shirts. I don't know exactly how many we've already have given away, probably 10 plus.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So we've already given away 9 plus Came Here to Bang shirts. And if you're like, what is this? $100 Venmo. You get your Just Came Here to Bang Raiders Report shirt, and it is a limited edition shirt. I will not sell these. The only way that you're going to be able to get it.
Oh, sorry.
You're okay. I wanted to make sure you
Right
put
here.
the right one up. Yep. The only way you're going to be able to get one of these is if you bang here today. 1 of 100. Limited edition. Today's the only date you're going to be able to get it. So if you're an OG Raiders Report watcher and you want to get your hands on some memorabilia, I got you covered right here because you just came here to bang. We're at what, 85 bangs away?
Yes.
85 bangs away from Jeremy and I going to San Francisco, throwing a badass Raiders Report party during the Super Bowl.
That number is about to get lower, though.
That number is about to change. L.A. Crystal Bang! If you don't know, go to saveawarrior.org. Make sure you tell them Father Tom sent you. We lose a lot of brave men and women. Just make sure everybody knows that we got their back. LA Crash Dog does a lot of great things for the world, does a lot of great things for the show, does a lot of great things for this community. If you want to be able to show up and show out, go to saveawarrior.org. Just make sure that you tell them Father Tom sent you. We are live right now for the breaking news of the Raiders firing Pete Carroll. 84 bangs to go.
I think Daniel wants a shirt.
I think you're right. Daniel Izquierdo.
I was going to go with E.
Bang! Come on, Daniel. Come on down. Come on. To Dead and Bloated, I'm just going to let you know, man, it's going to be one of these type of shows. We got 9 hours and 15 minutes to go. Got a lot of segments, but, it's, I understand. I understand. Tom Will, old news, Mitch. What's old news? Pete Carroll getting fired is old news already? That's on me, I guess. That's on me, Tom. I'm going to say this. I'm going to keep on saying Pete Carroll has been fired. We're going to keep on saying it. It's going to be interesting. Today's going to be a lot of fun. Today's going to be a lot of fun. Here's what's going to happen. Reed is going to step on out. My guy Jeremy Chugs is getting ready to step on in. Chugs is getting ready to step on in. Time to move forward. Oh, I agree, Tom. Luckily for you, Tom, I got a bunch of other segments about the Raiders moving forward. We got Raiders head coach candidates coming up here in a minute. We got a Raiders mock draft that I have already completed. I want to be able to do a show just, how Raider Nation is reacting to the firing of Pete Carroll. And I think we might have another one in the mix over there. All the segments we have. Yep. Yeah, just put it on the channel. Yep. So, mock draft, Raiders head coach candidates, and then I want to do Raider fans react. Yeah. So, we definitely have 3 more segments coming up here. And again, a lot of time. The way that I would look at this stuff, the last 2 hours of the show is going to be a shit show. The last 2, G-Warb. G-Warb, I don't know how you say that. I feel like I've been pretty spot on with quarterbacks. I mean, again, you can pinpoint certain guys, but I would say I was very right about Drake May, Jaden, Caleb, Bo, J.J. McCarthy, Penix. I was hopeful for Geno, but that's just the way that it goes. I actually think my quarterback evaluations is one of my stronger suits. I mean, I think I've said before that, I think at the end of the day, like I know I'm not going to get everything right. Nobody's ever going to get anything right. But I also want people to understand, like, the point of me sitting up here is sometimes you got to be willing to give a take. Got to be able to give your opinion. And, you're going to be right, you're going to be wrong. That's just the way that it goes sometimes. Why don't I believe in AOC? I feel like, Joey Taco, I didn't expect Bo to be as good as what he's been. But I'll also say that I have said 100 times that Bo Nix would be his best version of himself with Sean Payton in Denver. And you can't tell me that I didn't. Why don't I believe in AOC? I do believe in AOC. I think he is a really good backup quarterback. But, again, for the Raider fans that are doing the victory laps, that AOC is the chief killer, right? Like that AOC is this starting quarterback. I think sometimes you just got to realize what a player is. And, I've said how many times on the show in the last month that I would entertain the idea of extending Aiden O'Connell because he's a really good backup quarterback for a young guy like Fernando Mendoza. So, again, all I want people to really think about is, what I am saying. Like, if I say AOC is not a starter, I mean I don't like him. I think it's calling a spade a spade. He's not a starter in the NFL. That's okay. L.A. Crash Dog. Mitch, you need to catch up on the Super Chats. Yeah, we got plenty to get to. I will do my best here, Gunny. We're swapping some people in and out right now behind the scenes. So, well, you can't make a video about every scenario, then claim you're right. I hear you. We're getting close here to 2 hours being live on the program. AOC is not good, Mitch. I think AOC is a good backup in the NFL. I know yesterday was a little bit of a struggle bus at times, but it is what it is. Big Raz, shout out to you, man. I hear you, Big Raz. Ivan Mendoza, I hear you, my guy. Greatly, greatly appreciate you. Before we get into some of these Super Chats, I got to tell you about our sponsor here, Prize Picks. I'm going to be talking about Prize Picks.
And I'll tell you this, Prize Picks is not our backup fantasy sports app. It's our starting fantasy sports app.
It's not the AOC of sports app out there. It's the Fernando Mendoza. There you go. Make multiple lineups if you want. Play $5, get 50. It's available in all 50 states. If you miss fantasy football, Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week. You can pick your favorite players. Win when they hit their projections each week. Here's the other thing. New routines can be tough. Maybe looking for a new coach can be difficult. But this time of the year, I love Prize Picks because whether it's playoff matches, I'm going to be live for a few of the playoff games this upcoming week. I'm going to be live for the college game as well, Indiana up against Oregon. Maybe you also want to be able to look at some of the basketball matchups that have been going down. We haven't been showing it, but, it was a bad lineup, so I'll end up getting a new one here in a moment. This lineup I actually think was pretty darn close. We did a 4-pick power play in the Giants and Cowboys game. Jackson Dart, I want to say, just missed the rush attempt, but he had the passing touchdown. He had the longest rush. George Pickens ended up getting the less. By the end of today's show, I will have a Prize Picks lineup for Fernando Mendoza and that Oregon game. I might even do it right after this because I got to go take a leak. But hey, Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. Join millions of users. Sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. Download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it is good to be right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through some Super Chats. We're going to try to get caught up here a little bit. And I just saw an article by CBS Sports. They just put out an article saying, can the Raiders go get Kirk Cignetti? How dumb of an article is that?
I don't think there's a possibility that he would leave Indiana.
Why would he leave? He literally will never get fired. They will never fire him.
Hey,
Cignetti's about to turn into the next Nick Saban.
You know the job that you love that you're getting paid millions of dollars to do and just gave you basically assurance for the next 10 years? How about you come to the place that's fired the last 4 head coaches?
The only way you'd get Cignetti, I think you'd have to give him like a John Gruden type of deal, 10-year, but you have to give him like $200 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
No, again, now if Mark wants to do it, shit, sign me up for Cignetti every day of the week. But Mark would have to give Cignetti $200 million and then pay Indiana and all that buyout money. That's basically a $300 million coach. It's a lot. It's a lot.
That's a lot of dough.
And you also don't know if he's going to – I know he's been amazing in college. You also don't know if he's going to be able to get it done in the NFL. What up, Glazer? Mendizi is going to make Trey look like a top 10 wide receiver. Top 10's a stretch. I think you're trying to hope that he's a top 30 type of guy. When do you think we start interviewing head coaching candidates? I mean, if I'm the Raiders, you start putting out your feelers right now. You start saying, hey, I want to interview this guy. I want to interview that guy. You start getting those calls going because there are already teams that are doing that. I think the Tennessee Titans have already named 5 potential head coach candidates, and the Raiders' job is much more appealing and sexy than the Tennessee job. Again, I think it's the best open job right now. But you just fired Pete. It's time to already get the thing rolling. Let's go to Ed Robbins. What's up, Ed? Appreciate you, my dog. Either Flores or Kubiak at head coach. Brian Dable, OC, Rob Leonard at DC, but keep Philbin and Luke Steckel, your tight ends coach. As much as I love Rob Leonard, I don't see Leonard getting the defensive coordinator job. I hope that the Raiders are able to retain him. He is very well loved and very well respected, but he could also be somebody that I could be like, well, he might try to go elsewhere. I mean, I would be entertained by the idea of having Leonard as your defensive coordinator. It would be very interesting. I'm not going to lie. We already got that one.
Oh, you did? You did? Okay. So then
Flores, Kubiak, I think Minter, and Shula. To me, those are the top candidates right now for the Raiders. At least those are the people that I would want. We'll see, though. I'm going to refresh my phone here real quick. And the last time that I saw people get in the duck race, the last name was Greg Vack. So Rustin Long, you're in. We got Mo Chavez in. Simon T.G. Justine Gonzalez. Right now it is a $20 Venmo. You would go home. We already got that one, too. We would go home with
I know.
Justine Gonzalez.
I'm just trying to see who's after Ed Robbins.
You in. Go home with 190. You don't get to go home with Justine. You just get 190. Sorry, Justine.
You said you already hit this Ed Robbins one before? Or?
No, I'd say we already hit Rowell.
All right. This one is Ball.
Yeah, we're probably, if I go back here a little bit, L.A. Crash Dog, Stabler for President.
Oh, here we go. Right here.
Perfect. Bald Dad that cooks. What's your thoughts? Head coach equals Joe Brady. Offensive coordinator Ronald Curry. Not calling the plays. Current quarterback coach for the Bills. DC equals Brian Flores, if not hired as a head coach. I mean, Flores ain't going to leave his current job, where he's already the defensive coordinator for Minnesota, unless he's going to be the head coach. So Flores, DC is not going to happen. In terms of Brady as your head coach, I think actually what concerns me a little bit, like Brady to me is the most Josh McDaniels hire you can do. I'm not saying it's not going to work out, but young mind that there are some question marks around him because Joe Brady's had a lot of talent to work with, right? Like he's worked with Josh Allen. He had Joe Burrow and that amazing LSU offense, which he gets a lot of credit for. I am not saying that I wouldn't be happy with Joe Brady. He was in my top 10 candidates video for a reason. But, like, there are a lot of other candidates that I would consider over Brady. That's just me. And then not calling the plays the current quarterback coach for the Bills. I also look at this current Bills offense, and there's not a lot of talent around them. Josh Allen is doing a lot. And I think if you're going to go get somebody formerly from the Bills, I'd much rather, like if you told me Joe Brady's the head coach, I'd say go get Brian Dable because Joe Brady and Brian Dable work together to help make Josh Allen who he is. What up, G-Money? So what's going to happen with Max and the team? Again, I'm going to keep saying this. Until I hear otherwise, I don't see why Max Crosby's going to leave. Now, if the Raiders want to go full-on rebuild, that could be a potential opportunity where they're like, all right, we're going to trade away Max Crosby. We're going to try to get 3 first-round picks is what I heard. I really don't think you're going to get 3 first-round picks from Max, even though his contract is unbelievable. So let's say you get 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, right? Like, that is a possibility, but that's also because Max signed up for that. Like, I know Max wants to be a Raider for life, but when you look at the way that he structured his contract, he structured it front heavy. to front load it, to put a lot of more money on the front end. That way, if they weren't winning in 2026, more 2027, then you're going to be able to move on from them. I'm a believer that Max is going to give it another go this year. And if they have a bad year, 2027 is the year that he ends up getting dealt, because when you look at his contract, he's got $0 million guaranteed 2027, 2028, and in 2029. If you're Max Crosby, essentially what you're going to be able to do then is you're going to be able to get traded, and then you're going to be able to look at a team and you're going to go, I want a brand new contract. And if you want a brand new contract, a new team's going to end up giving it to you. Let's go to Doug Sherbert. You like Sherbert ice cream? All right.
Sherbet, yeah.
Sherbet.
I will say one of my favorite Celsius flavors right now is the sherbet flavor.
Ooh. You know which one I had? Was it Alani? Maybe it was Alani cotton candy. Dude. Very sweet. Very good, though.
Just a fun tweet that I just saw.
Okay.
Texas Tech it's even weird that I'm saying this. Texas Tech just signed a new quarterback.
All right.
The Cincinnati quarterback, Brendan Sorsby. This year, NIL,
okay,
they're giving him $5 million. Shador Sanders' entire contract, $4.6 million for his rookie deal.
I mean, imagine how much he would have made to stay at Colorado or go to another school. I mean, but then you even think about Dante Moore. Like, what is Dante Moore going to get? Dante Moore's probably going to get $10 million. I mean, Phil Knight, the owner of Nike, is like 83 years old, big Oregon fan. There's been a lot of rumors that Phil Knight's going to throw Dante Moore and a bunch of these other players like blank checks because he wants to win a championship before his time has come. Like, I've heard a lot of rumors about that. I know a lot about Phil Knight. I shouldn't say a lot about Phil Knight, but I did a project on Mr. Knight in college. It was my senior project.
You can just call him Phil.
Yeah, we're tight. He goes by Phil. But I did a whole project, basically. Phil Knight would have been my owner. Portland Knights would have made a team. That's that. Glad the Peepaw Pete nightmare is over. I would rather have Klint Kubiak or Jesse Mentor at head coach than Flores. I agree with you. Only because they are younger and the Flores lost the Dolphins' locker room when he was head coach there.
If you like him young, Doug, I have a very good surprise for you in our head coach video.
It's younger than me.
You like him on the younger side.
Oh, we actually have Geno Smith live here in the building.
Hi, I'm Geno Smith.
That totally sounds like
I do a lot of picks for the Raiders.
Wow. Geno, what are you doing under there, man? I also will say this, because when I first started here at Chat Sports, I actually also used to cover the Miami Dolphins. You know, again, we did a lot of early on content. I'm happy now that my guy Nick Roloff covers them, and I only get to cover the Raiders, which I'm very, very proud of. But I used to cover Miami, and I used to cover Miami in 2019, a little bit in 2018, maybe even into 2020. From my memory, I feel like Flores got the raw end of the deal. I feel like he was kind of made a scapegoat.
Emphasis on raw.
From my memory, I don't feel like Flores he was treated fairly. I'll just say it like that. Wild one. You can sign my T-shirt during my next Dallas trip. Hell yeah, buddy. If you're like, what T-shirt is he talking about? We are doing a limited edition. Just came here to bang. Raiders Report shirt. I'm only giving them away today. We only have 100 of them. The date on the back, January 5th, 2026. Let's make sure it's the other one. We got to get rid of the 1-4. There's another one in there.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
On the very back of the shirt, that's literally right here. If you want to get one of these bad boys, $100 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Not only are you going to get a limited edition Raiders Report shirt, you're also going to be counted as a bang to help Jeremy and I get our ass to the Super Bowl and throw a bad-ass frickin' Raiders Report party.
Badass motherfucker.
Badass Raiders Report party. Can't wait, man. Can't wait.
Latuya.
What up, Latuya? Say my name right, Mitch. Do you want it in round 2?
Who do you want in round 2?
Oh, who do I want in round 2?
You're going to see here in just a moment. Mitch has his mock draft 1.0.
I do have a mock draft coming up here in a little bit. Again, to me, if I'm going to sit up here and go, I want the Raiders to invest in their trenches, and I want the Raiders to invest in the offensive line in free agency, I kind of see them going more of an offensive route in free agency. And then, you'll still get some players on defense, but I see a very defensive-heavy draft. And I almost wonder, is that one of the reasons why they're looking at defensive-minded head coaches? Because Mendoza's kind of there on a silver platter to you.
Big him.
Yeah.
That's my guy. Elijah Surratt. I told Mitch about him like 2 months ago. Fernando Mendoza's good. He should be a first-round wide receiver.
Very, very good. I look at the trenches. So to me, I'm looking at defensive linemen. I'm looking at edge rushers. That's where I'm looking in round 2. We got to be able to get after the quarterback. We don't have nearly the amount of talent. I'd love a replacement for Christian Wilkins. Like, to me, if you told me I could get the kid from Oregon, can't think of his name right now. Big, he's like gigantic. He's like 6'3", 330 pounds. Like, that's a kid that I would look at. He might be in my mock draft.
He likes him big.
What up, Carlos? Fowler said head coach must have plan to maximize offense. Of course. Look at your last going to be 3 first-round draft picks. Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, Fernando Mendoza. If your head coach can't maximize, or if your next offensive coordinator can't maximize those players, then your other guy named Max is going to be out the door. Juan, good morning, Chat Sports crew. From Carmon, California, let's get the Las Vegas Raiders back on track. Raider Nation all the way. That's what we're trying to do here today, man. We're trying to get this team back on track. We're trying to celebrate a really difficult 2025 season. Suave, couple questions. Mitch, do you think that the Steelers winning yesterday helps our chances get Lamar? Honestly, yeah. I think them not making the playoffs tells me that there's going to be some sort of a split between Jackson, maybe John Harbaugh, Baltimore in general. I was also happy because I agreed with Chugs. Chugs said something to me yesterday. I was like, who are you rooting for? And he's like, well, I feel like with that we can beat Pittsburgh because Houston's going to be able to generate pressure. In that game yesterday, Baltimore couldn't generate any pressure on Aaron Rodgers. Then if you're able to generate pressure on a 42-year-old quarterback, you're going to have a lot more success. But would you also be worried about his character? Is he maybe too outspoken and emotional? I'm not really too worried about his character because if the NFL has taught me anything, when you are as talented as what Lamar Jackson is, I don't mind him saying what's on his mind. I also know that things were not going very well in Baltimore with him. He was a little bit frustrated about how certain conversations were going. Again, like to me, guys like Lamar Jackson aren't available often. And the fact that we missed an opportunity to go get him in 2023, and now we're going to have an opportunity potentially to get him here, you have to at least entertain the idea. To just shut the door on it, I think is really naive for an organization that has all the things that we have to also be able to attract a new head coach. But are there character concerns? Yeah, there are. Are there character concerns with Max Crosby right now? How's that question? Because I think when you talk about players being outspoken, the players that are outspoken are players that I think have earned that right to be outspoken. And Lamar Jackson, a 2-time NFL MVP, he's outspoken right now. But I'd make the argument what Max Crosby did, and I'm not saying Max wasn't upset, not saying Max doesn't have a right to be upset. But, again, when people tell me Lamar's injury prone, Lamar's this and that, again, I think it depends how you look at the situation. I would love for the opportunity to have Lamar Jackson to be a Raider because Lamar Jackson with this offense, that is a playoff caliber team. Let's go to Dirty Curdy. Dirty Mike and the boys coming to get Pete. Hey, baby, it's a soup kitchen. It's a soup kitchen in the back of a Prius. Let's get weird. Jim, Dimitri is me. Better learn to say, all right, hang on. Kutsobinas. Kutsobinas. Problem is, bro, I'm so dyslexic, and I don't know if I see Kutsobinas in your name. You're literally going to have to spell it out every single time. Looking forward to your event in San Francisco. Raiders. Again, we still got to get there. Do I ever doubt the nation? No, I don't ever doubt Raider Nation. But at the exact same time, we still have, 83 bangs to go? 83 bangs to go, 8 hours and 53 minutes in order to do it. Essentially, what I was trying to think about was, all right, if we get 10 bangs an hour, we will be able to reach our mark. Right now, we're probably somewhere in that right area. I think happy hour is going to be crazy, though. I'm not going to lie, Jim. Cali boy, what happened just got here? The Raiders fired Pete Carroll. The Raiders fired Pete. We're live for 11 hours and 11 minutes because I said that's what I was going to do, and I like to think that I am a man of my word. In your opinion, next coach, Jesse Minter. That's what I think it's going to be. Castro, how about Kirk Cignetti at head coach as an option? Again, I mean, people could talk about it because it's going to get clicks. It's going to do this and that. I know a lot of people always tell me that I'm clickbait, but the only time I talk about rumors is I feel like if there's any legitimacy to them, if there's a legit report, I think anybody talking about Kirk Cignetti being the next Raiders head coach, all they're doing is they're going, oh, Fernando Mendoza, oh, Kurt Cignetti, but they're not looking at the fact that Kurt Cignetti just signed an 8-year extension in Indiana. 8-year extension.
And they just got one of the top portal quarterbacks from TCU.
Oh, that's right. I remember somebody saying that. Jersey Boy Greaser, what's your prediction for all the open NFL head coaching positions? AP to the Giants is an interesting rumor. I hope the New York Giants hire Antonio Pierce, but I'm not just saying this because it is what I believe. I think if Antonio Pierce gets interviewed, it is more of a Rooney Rule interview. Again, there's no way that anybody can look me dead in the eyes and say that they think Antonio Pierce is a qualified NFL head coach. He's a great linebackers coach, right? And that's where he is. He was so outmatched in every single game, and I hate saying it because I really wanted AP to work, but with as much trash as what AP's been talking, and I don't blame him, he got fired, the Raiders got worse, and I don't blame AP. But I also look at what AP has done from other perspectives, and I go, I don't know how anybody trusts that man to build anything, right? He has failed in a lot of other areas outside of football. He has failed at college level doing some very questionable things. Then you look at how he ran the Raiders. You can yell Raiders loud, but if you can't be a head coach, I don't know how the hell anybody would want him. I think he's going to be a Rooney Rule interview. I hate the Rooney Rule for that reason. I think the Rooney Rule was a good rule to implement to give minority coaches an opportunity, but sometimes it just turns out you're just wasting somebody's time. If you're going to interview AP, it actually better be an actual interview for him to be a head coach. Like the Raiders, I think it's smart to interview Robert Saleh. I think it's smart to interview Brian Flores because both of those are two qualified coaches that deserve a shot to be a head coach in the NFL. It also helps you check that box for the Rooney Rule because what I don't want the Raiders to do is bring in a guy and you just waste his time. There's nothing worse that you could do with somebody than waste their time.
They're going to rename it the Marvin Lewis Rule.
I mean, Marvin's been somebody that's gotten that a bunch.
Marvin Lewis always gets an interview. I don't think any team is going to hire Marvin Lewis.
Correct.
Pokemon.
I'm so happy we got the first pick in the draft. Pete is gone, but did they fire his son too? They're going to. I mean, it's going to be a full-on clean-out. Brady and Spytek are leading the charge. They're not going to keep anything that looks, smells, tastes like Pete Carroll.
I imagine it smells like old corduroy and lint.
It's a smell that'll make your eyes roll in the back of your head, Brennan.
Why does this office smell like hard caramel candies?
Whatever those strawberry candies are that are literally in the strawberry wrapper.
Pete's been in here. The Royal Raider. Do we bring back Carlson? Mitch?
I don't really know.
Oh, and Born a Raiders fan literally said the
Would
same
you
thing.
re-sign Carlson? So Carlson this past year played at $4.29 million. The Raiders are also their long snapper, Jacob Bobenmoyer. He's a free agent. The Raiders in total have 25 free agents. I am up in the air of what I think about Carlson. It really is going to come down to the money. And, bless you. It really comes down to the money. If Carlson's willing to re-sign for this team for a $3 million deal, you'd entertain that idea. But also, Carlson did regress. He did make that game winner yesterday. He's made some clutch kicks in his career, but he has been a little bit of a roller coaster ride. So would I entertain the idea? Yes, I would. Because what you don't want to have is a really, really bad kicking situation. Because that can really make life difficult on a young quarterback. So if you believe in Carlson to be to me, he's got to be a little bit better than what he was this past season. But there's probably other kickers out there that are going to compete for that job just as well. The number one reason why they probably would bring back Carlson is because him and A.J. Cole are like this. And if A.J. Cole said, hey, I want you to bring me back my buddy Carlson, maybe that would lean into them doing that. Davis Rodriguez, on my lunch enjoying the Raiders report, praying for a successful 2026 for everyone. especially the Raiders.
Let
Davis.
let us know in the comments section. What are you eating for lunch?
What are you chewing on right now, Davis? Wild one. What number are we on for the shirts? Well, I actually don't know exactly which number we are on for our shirts. All I know is we have 100 of them. So essentially, my boss will hit me with a ping of, hey, we don't have any more shirts. If I had to guess, though, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 90 shirts left, Wild One. If I'm not saying you're thinking about this, but if you wanted to donate a shirt, you could do that. If there was somebody before that asked me, hey, could I get 10 shirts? Yeah, it's a $100 Venmo.
We kind of just answered this from Adonai. Yeah,
they're going to end up moving on from all these coaching staff. They're going to move on from Pete. They already moved on from Pete. They're going to end up moving on from Brennan. They're going to end up moving on from Nate. But also, I don't think Nate and Brennan would stay with their dad just being fired. I know Deuce has been on this team for a long time, but strength and conditioning coach is a little bit different. Stabler for president. After watching Jackson last night, would you trade back and sign him now? Well, you got to trade for him. Again, it's not a sign. You got to go out there and you got to trade for him. To me, it's an option. And it's a shitty answer, but it is the honest answer. I am Lamar Jackson. I am Team Fernando Mendoza. Those are my two options. What up, Crash Dog? At work, but listen, and we'll jump back in when I get off. Giggity. SaveAWarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. Make sure you tell them that Father Tom sent you. If you don't know that link, it's down there below. SaveAWarrior.org/donate. My guy, Father Tom, make sure he knows that you sent him. I do see people asking me, yes, we are doing a duck race today. $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Also, every $5 super chat that comes in, you are entered in for a chance to win a Fernando Mendoza Raiders jersey. Stephen Underwood, I just saw you. You in. Chugs, I got to send you a message, but I'm just going to put it in a Slack between you and Reed. I think I spelled that wrong.
Did we do this?
I don't believe we have. Juice! Wayne! Bang! I live near San Francisco and will 100% show up if you guys make it out there. Let's effing go, Raiders. We are 82 bangs away from Jeremy and I going out to the Super Bowl, throwing a unbelievable Raiders report party. It's going to be a hell of a time. It's going to be cool to be able to meet y'all. What we got to do is I got to be able to find a location. So, Juice Wayne, I don't know if you know a spot that I would be able to go to. I know Raider Ron was talking to me about some spots, but basically it's going to be somewhere between where Raider Ron lives in Napa and where the Super Bowl is being held.
Santa Clara.
I'm not a geography guy, but it's going to be somewhere in between those two destinations.
You're not a geographer.
I am not a explorer.
Geographist.
I'm not a Motorola Mozilla Firefox.
You're not a explorer like Dora.
Honestly, if I was anybody on that show, I'd be Boots. If I was the map, you wouldn't get anywhere. If this guy was the map, you know right where the X marks the spot. Isaac Hernandez! Bang! Back! Get out of here.
81 bangs on the wall. 81 bangs of bangs.
Tricky Dance says, you coming to the Bay? I'm trying. 81 bangs away. We got 8 hours and 44 minutes to make it happen. Oh, man. Well, Lord, I think he's doing that because he swore up and down that Pete was going to be back next season.
Who?
Hondo. Hondo is like, Pete's going to be back. He's upset that Pete Carroll got fired. Again, just because you're in the building don't mean you got sources. Wild one. This may be an unpopular opinion, but you trade the number 1 pick, run it back with Aiden O'Connell next year, go after C.J. Carr similar to the Bears.
I want to throw up. I'm going to throw up.
I know, but it's a very unpopular opinion. I think the problem is, though, if Tom Brady, John Spytek said, hey, here's our plan, who do you think takes that job? I don't know who takes that job. You ain't getting a Klint Kubiak. You ain't getting a Jesse Minter. Like, you're not going to get certain people. And I think the other problem with this plan is look at the New York Jets right now. They have 5 first-round picks. They might not be able to get a quarterback because just because you have the picks doesn't mean that a quarterback's going to fall into your lap. Injuries happen. Players regress. And, like, right now, you're looking at the Raiders. We have our first-round pick. We have the option to go get Mendoza. What are the New York Jets going to do? What would we do if next year we win a few extra games? The number 1 team in the draft needs a quarterback like most teams do, and they're like, we're just going to take C.J. Carr.
And the Bears lucked into the fact that the Panthers had the worst record.
Correct. Like, the only way I'm doing this idea here is if you make that trade with the New York Jets and you get the Jets' number 1 overall pick. But then you got to hope that the Jets are really bad with Fernando Mendoza. Because I don't know who's going to be the number 1 next year. I hear you. But you're not going to get a good head coach.
And you're talking about C.J. Carr next year. How many of us last year were saying, man, Arch Manning's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft?
I do think C.J. Carr will be number 1, but I hear you. I hear you. You never know what can happen.
We all thought Arch was.
I thought Arch would be a lot better than what he was. That's a guarantee. There's no doubt about it. I definitely thought he was going to be better than what he was. I think we all did.
Esco75. Mitch, I just logged on. What did I miss? Let's have a go. Raiders.
Pete Carroll fired. I know you sent this in probably about an hour plus ago. Pete's been fired. That's really where we're at right now. John Spytek is scheduled to talk to the media in 2 hours and 30 minutes. We will be able to bring you that live press conference right here on the show, so you're not going to have to go anywhere. You can sit back, sit tight, hang out with us. John's going to be able to talk about a lot of stuff. The final 2 hours of this show, buckle up, Buttercup. We're about to get a little bit wet and wild on the program. Bill, forget about the playoffs. Develop the trenches and rebuild. You're right, Bill. I don't even want playoffs to be in the thought process. You got to develop the trenches, establish some of these young players, and then that's when you can have conversations about playoffs. But it can also happen in one offseason. To think that it can't happen in one offseason is you haven't watched football this past year.
Tom Will said, do you think if they did draft C.J. Carr, they would force him to wear number 4?
I think they would force him to wear any number outside of 4.
You know how many fans would be able to wear that jersey again, though? Like, you just don't have to buy a new jersey.
But that would be why Mark would never allow him to do it.
Because everybody would just bring the old jerseys.
They would just bring the old jerseys, and Mark's all about the money. So, I mean, I think the closest thing you're getting to 4 is 14.
We're slapping a 1 on that bad boy.
You're slapping a 1 on that bad boy. Though I already have a Carr jersey, then I'd be ready to rock and roll. LA Crash, did you see Chambliss in the Ole Miss game?
He's actually just got granted another year of eligibility. He's going back to college.
Yeah. Would love to take a flyer on him, quarterback next year. So I've been talking to some people here around the office that watch a lot more college football than I do. One of Alex's good friends, she graduated from Ole Miss. I should say one of Alex's bridesmaids. Is bridesmaid a he, like, even if he's a guy? Sorry, Ryan, you know I love you. But Ryan, one of his best friends.
Bridesmaids.
One of his best friends, one of our good friends now, she went to Ole Miss. So, like, you know, we would go watch Ole Miss games because Alex get to hang out with her girls. I get to watch a little bit of football. It's a good win-win situation. I liked him. He definitely got better and better and better, which is something you got to give him credit for. I don't know if he is as good of a thrower of the football as what I want to see. However, though, I talked to a few people here around the office that I do trust their college football opinion, and they were selling me him a little bit more. But from what it sounds like, yeah, he's going to be going back to college. So could be a fun developmental player, though. Could be a fun. He's definitely somebody I want to watch more. I can't wait to see what he looks like up against Miami because if there's obviously I want Indiana to win it all. It would be so cool though to see Ole Miss win it without Lane. Just throw him a big old bird.
Do you think he still gets a ring?
God, I hope not. That would be the lamest shit ever.
He wears the Ole Miss national title ring.
I'd either get him the smallest ring possible or I'd get him a big ring And I'd be like, you can put this anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. Jonathan Morales! Bang! 80 bangs away. We got 80 bangs to go for me and Chugs to get out to the Super Bowl to throw a Raiders Report party. Shout out to Jonathan Morales. Reminder, if you send in a $100 Venmo, you get a one-time only Raiders Report Came Here to Bang shirt. I only have a limited amount. Today will be the only day that we end up giving them out. If you want this shirt, you got until 8 hours and 37 minutes. That's the only way you're getting it. Not only do you get some Raiders Report swag, you help Chugs and I get out to the Bay. I got some news coming in here from Diana Rossini. The Falcons have requested to interview Seahawks offensive coordinator Klint Kubiak. To me, though, I don't see why Klint would take that job. I feel like his offense is predicated on having a quarterback that can go under center.
Yeah.
Penix literally can't do it.
Unless he
works. But, I mean, Cousins, yeah. But if you're Klint Kubiak, you're going to take that job for Kirk Cousins?
I mean, if they're the only one that offers him the head coaching position. Pops with the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Jason Frank, not sure if you mentioned already, our win versus KC did cost us draft position in the second and third round because of tiebreakers. We won't have the first pick in each round.
Correct. So because multiple teams now have 3 wins, the Raiders, when they won yesterday against the Kansas City Chiefs, we could have had the first pick in each round of the draft. Now we have it's the 36th pick, so it's the 4th pick in the second round, the 3rd pick in the 3rd round, and the 2nd pick in the 4th round. So, yeah, we did lose some spots. The one that hurts the most, in all honesty, now I'm sitting here today. Again, it was fun to be able to root for the Raiders. It was fun to be able to say FKC.
Worth it?
It's fun to be able to say we're undefeated this season. Worth it yesterday, yes. Today, though, for a team that wants to be able to trade back, to be able to get more draft capital, if you go get Mendoza, which I believe that's going to be the path that they do, for the Raiders then, having that first pick in the second round, pick number 33, is a very attractive position because obviously there's going to be people in round 1 that don't end up getting picked in round 1, or teams have first-round grades on somebody, and then what you see a lot of the times is somebody tries to trade up for that pick number 33. So I think for the Raiders, you could have been somebody where you could have been able to trade that pick number 33. You could still maybe trade 36, but again, it changes a little bit.
Dude, craziness in college football. You know how I told you about Sorsby?
Yeah.
A tech billionaire literally just rented out this massive billboard on Times Square. Look at this. Welcome to Lubbock, Brendan Sorsby.
I mean, that's probably the oil field guy.
Yeah.
So again, Texas Tech has got this new donor. It's why a lot of their sports are about to get a lot better. And he's just it's why that woman, the girl softball player, like the number 1 player in the country, he was like, "Oh, you want her? All right, well, we're gonna give her $1 million or something like that." It was a crazy amount of money. Danny Strange, you in for the chance to win?
Roy. So when's Gino leaving?
Gino's got to be gone by the 3rd day of the new league year. So the new league year, I believe, is March 11th.
It's like 2 weeks after the Super Bowl.
So it's I believe it's March 11th at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But then there's that legal tampering period, the 48 hours before. There is a clause in Gino's contract. It's not a lot of money. I believe it's $8.5 million that he gets guaranteed if he's still on the Raiders roster the 3rd day of the new league year. So March 14th, he's got to be gone by then. They're going to try to trade him. It's not going to happen. They're just going to outright cut him because Gino knows he'll make more money if the Raiders cut him. What up, Campbell? Let this sink in. Lions went from 1st last year to 4th in their division this year. It's also a much better division.
Did they finish behind the Vikings? I thought they were ahead of the Vikings.
What's crazy is
because they won yesterday against the Bears.
What's crazy is outside of like the Raiders and Giants game and the Steelers-Ravens, like I blacked out on all the other games. Like I have no idea. Lions finished 9-8. Vikings finished 9-8. technically they are the team shown in the graphic at the bottom of the division.
I guess because of
But
tiebreakers.
Again, Packers, Vikings, Lions all had 9 wins. It's tough division. Travis, where do the Raiders rank for coach vacancies? Also, who you got for the Super Bowl this year? Love from the 408. Who do you got in the Super Bowl? Texans and
Bears.
That's interesting. I would be happy for the Bears.
That'd probably be like one of the best things for Chat Sports, but maybe not the Texans. But
I say it would be good.
it would probably be Steelers Bears.
Steelers Bears would probably be up there.
Just because I feel like Niners and Eagles, they've already
had it.
and it's a little worn, right? Like I feel like if the Niners or Eagles make it to the Super Bowl, it's kind of like, oh, not like we made it to the Super Bowl. Like it's not that same. Like if the Bears made it to the Super Bowl,
oh yeah, the Bears. I honestly hope the Bears.
Like I feel like Niners and Eagles fans would take it for granted this year.
I don't disagree with that. I want the Bills to make it. Like I really do. From like a company standpoint, though, I would love for the Texans to get in. To me, it's like really as long as the Broncos and Chargers don't get in from the AFC side.
Give me Texans Bears.
In terms of head coach vacancies, you got the Titans job, got the Raiders job, got the Giants job,
Falcons
and Browns. I think
and
out of
Cardinals.
those, and the Cardinals, yeah, right. They fired Gannon. I think out of those 6 jobs, I personally think the Raiders job is the most appealing. Because you have, again, to me, if I'm a head coach, I want to work with my guys. I want to be able to build what I want to be able to build. There's not a team that has a better resume, that has a bigger blank canvas to more work with than the Las Vegas Raiders out of all the vacancies. The job that would scare me to take somebody away would be Baltimore. Because they have Lamar Jackson, and any head coach, he's going to go take that job.
Yeah. Taro, other than Stokes, free agents at DB we need?
There's other DBs that we got to look at. Again, I'm going to have to do my homework on free agents. It's a shitty answer. But if I go here, let me look up a list real quick. Top NFL free agents at the cornerback position. Like, for us personally, I don't really see a need for us to bring back anybody else outside of the name of Eric Stokes. Yeah, Eric Stokes. Like, Tariq Woolen's a free agent. That's the name. Jamel Dean, I think, is probably the top corner out there. He had a great year this past year at 29.
But also, I feel like you can't even think about free agents until you know the coaches and schemes you're working with. Because who knows? Will the Raiders run a 3-4 or a 4-3 next year?
True.
Will the Raiders run, a West Coast style system? Will they run more of a, pro style system? I don't know.
Who's our cornerbacks
an
coach?
Air raid?
Like, if we still have Robinson as our cornerbacks coach, I would look at a guy like Alontae Taylor, who he's worked with before. Jamel Dean got a lot of John Spytek crossover from Tampa Bay.
I think it's just
if we go out and we get Shula to be our head coach, then I would say Roger McCreary, who was just with the Rams. Like, I like this question, and I know what you're trying to ask here, but it is truly going to come down to who we hire, what the fits are going to be. Akash, what wide receiver do you think that we can get in the second round? The first wide receiver that comes to my mind is Elijah Surratt. To me, he's going to be somebody that probably goes.
There's a kid from South Carolina, Harbor, who's really good. I don't know if he'll make it to the second round. You have Carnell Tate as well. He's really good.
Carnell Tate from Ohio State, Jordan Tyson, those are going to be early round guys. Yeah. Like, to me, Tate and Tyson, they're going to be top 20 picks, maybe even top 10. Jermaine Bernard, maybe. Denzel Boston from Washington. I've heard some people say some interesting things about Brazel from Tennessee, but I think he's a little bit raw.
Casey Concepcion from
Chris Bell from Louisville. And here's the thing. If you're the Raiders, you drafted Jack Besh last year in round 2. Spytek's going to want to make that guy work. You also have Trey Tucker. Again, you can say what you want about Tucker and Besh, but those are 2 players that this team's going to try to find out a lot about. I don't see the Raiders drafting a wide receiver. I don't even know if I'm not saying they're not going to draft one entirely.
K-Smooth. But that guy from USC is really good as well. I've seen some tape on him.
Jacoby Lane.
Is that who that is? I thought he said Lemon.
Makai Lemon. Okay. I'll have to check him out, Makai Lemon.
Heard he went off in the Citrus Bowl.
5'11", 195. They have him as a round 2
He's from
prospect.
USC, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I've seen some highlights from him.
Hey, Jacoby Lane's the bigger one. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. But, I mean, to me, again, I think if you're the Raiders, you're going to take care of the offensive side of the football in free agency. I really don't see them investing in a wide receiver early on because they're also trying to get more out of Dante Thornton. Maybe if you were to sign a guy like Alec Pierce, that could be an option. But looking at wide receiver talent, I think it's a bad move to have that many
Pierce
young
was
receivers.
Cold yesterday.
He got thrown out of the game.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of hoish by the ref. It was soft.
He deserved a penalty, but getting kicked out of the game was really lame because it's just like I think it was more incidental contact.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's refs trying to make it about them. Jeff, everything is turning up Raiders lately. About damn time for you guys. Don't F this up.
We'll try.
We're going to do our best, man. Hopefully Mark's listening. Renee, pretending that I'm working, watching the Raiders report, and texting my girl we are going to the Raiders game this year in Vegas. Can I get a Raiders? Renee, you keep working hard over there.
Dude, that's literally me every day here. Oh, coffee's almost done.
I'm over here producing.
Lots of producing to do.
Jordan, is there a world where we trade the first pick and tank for Manning next year? No. That will not happen. Again, I don't think
there is a world, and it's called hell.
This scenario would have been if they would have kept Pete Carroll, and I say that because Pete's got a lot of Steve Sarkisian ties. But to me, if the Raiders were to do this plan, it would be for C.J. Carr. And again, I got a few really good sources inside of that organization, and Carr is the number one name that I've heard for 2027. But again, it's who's the people calling the shots. John Spytek, Tom Brady. For those of you that do not know, John Spytek and Tom Brady were coached by who? Lloyd Carr. Lloyd Carr was where or who? Grandfather of C.J. Carr. A lot of times certain things come down to relationships about who you know, what you know. And because Spytek and Brady are the top two guys calling the shots, it would not be for Arch. It would be for C.J. Carr. But I don't see him. Honestly, I really don't see him trading back. What up, Revive? Here comes 15. Wouldn't have spoken it. Wouldn't have woken up to better news. Indiana for the win. Jeff, you're next up here on the program. Is there any chance I can go pee real quick?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go take a leak here real quick. Shout out to Jeff. We're going to keep on rolling through some super chats here. When I get back, I'm going to keep you guys up to date on what the duck race looks like.
We'll do
we
that.
Still got about 20 super chats to go.
We'll go through some super chats. We'll try to get close to, all the way to the front.
Yep.
We'll get y'all updated with all of our, bang race.
Yep.
The duck race, our fun to get to San Francisco.
Yep.
And then I say we do maybe the head coaching candidates.
Yeah, I think we're going to do head coaching candidates. I'll go tell Reed out there, somebody to push the other video.
Okay.
Because then Spytek, again, Spytek is going to talk to the media. You don't have to leave. You can watch the show here. And in fact, I'll keep saying it. I hope people watch this show instead of going and giving the Raiders your likes, your views. Let them stay right here. It helps us out here a lot. So Spytek's going to talk to the media here in 2 hours and 15 minutes. So we're going to get through all that. We're going to do a segment. We're going to listen to Spytek, and we're getting closer and closer and closer to this thing turning into a freaking party.
All right. All the Chugs haters, buckle up. We got 10 minutes. Here we go. Jeff Aleptic. Moore looks like a taller Bryce Young to me. Call me crazy, but Mendoza's ceiling to me is Andrew Luck. Both big, high IQ guys who throw with great accuracy and anticipation minus the arm strength. I mean, I don't hate the comparisons. I think Moore a little different than Bryce Young in my opinion. But I don't hate the Mendoza ceiling Andrew Luck. I mean, both in the same kind of wheelhouse in terms of mentality, IQ, and how they play the game. I do see some Andrew Luck in him. Ricky Flores, I want that Mendoza jersey. Also, go Ducks. Very, very torn, I feel like Ricky is internally about this game with Oregon and Indiana. You probably want Oregon to win, but you also want Mendoza to do well. So we'll see how that ends up going. Chad Jacobs. Last time we had a Latino Heisman winner and a coach named Flores, we won 2 Super Bowls. Hoping history repeats itself. Maybe a Latino Heisman winner and a coach named Flores. I don't know. It could happen. Brian Flores, his contract is up in Minnesota. He's looking for a new gig, whether that's a head coach or a DC job. So we'll see what he ends up doing and where he ends up going. And then obviously Fernando probably going to be the number 1 pick for your Las Vegas Raiders. John Rodriguez. Mitch, since you're doing 11 hours today, are you going on tomorrow? I don't know. I'll ask him when he gets back. For sure. Appreciate the super chat, John Rodriguez. The Whaley squad, when do you think the Raiders are going to hire a head coach? When do you think the Raiders are going to hire a head coach? I would say they need to start interviewing fast because depending on who they want, you'll see in our head coach vacancy video coming up that not a lot of offensive options. So if you want an offensive head coach, an offensive-minded head coach, might be more limited with who you can get. There's some interesting names as well that I think not a lot of people have thrown out a ton. But I think you got to start, and that's why this Monday is notorious for, NFL teams to fire their head coaches because let me spit out my gun. It's notorious because teams are ready to start interviewing new guys and try to see who they're going to hire next. So everybody, this Black Monday in the NFL where everybody fires their head coaches, everybody wants the leg up on who they're going to hire next. That's why the Giants did it midseason. That's why the Titans did it midseason, so they could start interviewing and looking at guys before anybody else. The Raiders need to get back into the action and get onto it of interviewing all these guys and seeing who they're going to hire as their next head coach. Oh, no, you're good. If you want to, your food's out there. If you want to take a quick bite before you come back in. Miles, I know Mendoza is the pick, but I can't help dreaming of a Bain Crosby D-line. If we get Kubiak, does he bring Milrow with him? Fingers crossed for Josh Josephs in round 2. I mean, I would say, obviously, the idea of having Bain and Crosby on the same D-line would be sick. I think the thing that's hurt the Raiders the most is that they were counting on Christian Wilkins. They have the outside rusher. They wanted somebody that could get pressure from the interior, like a Christian Wilkins, like, some of these other interior pass rushers, like a Chris Jones. And maybe if you can find a good interior pass rusher to pair with Crosby, that might be the better step for this Raiders team because you can get pressure on the outside already with Crosby. But I think if you're able to also get pressure on the inside with a defensive tackle, then that could help this D-line even more. And that's what the Raiders wanted to do with Christian Wilkins, right? They went out, paid him all that money. That was the vision. We're going to get pressure from the inside, pressure from the outside. Obviously, that wasn't the case because Wilkins Wilkined. So there's that. But we'll see. There's quite a few good defensive line prospects that the Raiders could possibly look at in this draft. Eric Castro, who do we draft / pick up in free agency to help Fernando succeed? Thank you for the season. Mitch, you are a real one. I would say this, and I know Mitch, he likes Besh, he likes Tucker, and, this is where it's, we have different opinions. Mitch has his opinion on the Raiders. I have mine. We do differ on our thoughts around the team. I think the Raiders desperately need a wide receiver 1. You don't have him. You do not have a wide receiver 1. Tucker is a wide receiver 3. I think Jack Besh, his ceiling is a wide receiver 2, but right now he's a wide receiver 3 or 4. I mean, let me know right now. 1 to 32, where would you rank this Raiders wide receiver room? Not counting Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, just the wide receiver room. You do not have a wide receiver 1. 1 being the best wide receiver room, 32 being the worst. I think the Raiders are closer to 32 than they are 1, right? Like, you need a wide receiver if you want to help this quarterback develop. I know you have Bowers, but getting an extra guy in the second round, another wide receiver, that's going to help you a ton in his development. You have Ashton Jinty. You have the running back. The wide receiver room needs to improve, whether that's, signing an Alec Pierce or somebody else in free agency. I mean, I get it. You can't not count Bowers, but still, like, if they take away Bowers, if Bowers is able to be kind of double-teamed, nobody else on this team threatens to win one-on-ones. Like, if they double-team Bowers and everybody else is manned up, who do you think is beating the man, man-on-man coverage to get open? Nobody, right? Like, you need more talent. And you look at the teams that have, made it to the Super Bowl and, won the Super Bowl, the Eagles, they have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. You have one of those guys in Brock Bowers. You need another good weapon for this wide receiver room. I agree. I think wide receivers should be a high priority for the Raiders this offseason. Mitch feels more comfortable with Trey Tucker and Jack Besh than I do. I think just because he was drafted in round 2 doesn't mean Besh is a round 2 level talent. I think they reached heavily on Jack Besh. He can be a good player, and I think, can eventually be a decent piece for this Raiders team, but I really do think they reached on Jack Besh. Dante Thornton is a huge question mark, maybe a decent downfield threat, but you need a wide receiver 1 in Las Vegas, in my opinion. Thank you for the super chat, Eric. Real one. Joshua Martinez, you're next up. Can you explain a little more on the Super Bowl party with Chug? Shout out to the 209. We're not too far and would love to show out if you guys did something. FKC, bye-bye Eugene and Papa Pete. So we're basically trying to go out to San Francisco to do a Raiders meetup before the Super Bowl. Super Bowl is in Santa Clara and San Francisco this year. So our boss has said if we get 100 bangs on this show, they're going to send us out to San Francisco to do a Raiders meetup with everybody. Just because, obviously for me and Mitch, both have some families. So, money's a little tight here and there for us, but we'd like to come out there. And our boss has said if we can make it happen on today's live show, we have 80 bangs to go, 8 hours and 15 minutes left. So it's about 10 bangs an hour for the rest of the show. Then we can go out to San Francisco, Santa Clara, and do a meetup with everybody. We hope we get there, and hopefully we can have a hangout because I've actually never been to California before. Never been before. I've been to Vegas like 10 times, never been to California. So I'd love to go out there. The California love. I want to get some street tacos in California. I want to get some seafood in California. I want to go to the beach. I mean, I want to go check it out. Maybe want to go to the pharmacies in California. I don't know. We'll see. Or they have great pharmacies. 10 Commandments. If Pete would have hired the best O-line and QB coaches instead of his sons, do you think Chip would have been successful? How much would we have been? I think it's hard because, it was somewhat of an arranged marriage. Pete Carroll did not want Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly was thrust upon Pete Carroll. It was a hiring from the front office. Mark Davis saying, hey, we like Chip Kelly. We also like you. We're just going to hire both of you, and y'all figure it out. It's very well documented that, Pete Carroll did not want Chip Kelly. And there's a lot of animosity between those two guys. Chip Kelly saying Pete Carroll doesn't know what he's talking about. Pete Carroll saying basically Chip Kelly doesn't know what he's talking about. So, I don't know. I don't know if hiring different QB coach or O-line coaches would have helped that because I think you have to have continuity with your coaching staff. Everybody has to be on the same page, and it's very obvious the Raiders coaching staff was not on the same page this year. Jose Gonzalez, would you take Harbaugh if he's fired? I would. I would as well. John Harbaugh, you look what he's done in Baltimore, taking them to a Super Bowl, winning a Super Bowl. I would definitely look at a guy like Harbaugh because you need stability, And that's kind of what you want. That's what you wanted in Pete, right? You wanted him to kind of stabilize this franchise and, get it to a level where they're a competitive team once again. Obviously, he did not do that. That was not the case. But I think Harbaugh would be good. Let me know, why for yes and for no, would you want John Harbaugh if he was fired from the Baltimore Ravens? Let me know down below in the comment section. Give me a yes, give me a no. Would you want John Harbaugh if he was fired by the Baltimore Ravens? And while you're down there, you go check out the sponsor of today's show. It's our friends over at PrizePicks, America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. I love them, Mitch loves them, and I know you will too. PrizePicks, like I said, it is the #1 fantasy sports app out there. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on PrizePicks, it always feels good to be right with high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops with our friends over at PrizePicks. And it's not just football. It's not just basketball. They have hockey. They have soccer, MMA. They have, e-gaming. All of them available with our friends over at PrizePicks. And it's super simple. All you do is just pick more or less on at least 2-player stats. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And PrizePicks is now available in all 50 states. So join the millions of users and sign up today. Download the PrizePicks app. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. I just put that information down in the comment section for you, so go check it out. PrizePicks, the sponsor of today's show. All right, let's continue on with the Super Chats. Rolling through them. Jose Gonzalez, thank you for your question. I see some hell no's. I see some yeses. Some yeses. A lot of yeses. No, too old. Is John Harbaugh old? I mean, 63 years old. I mean, yeah, he's not a spry young chicken. Yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily too old, is it? Is 64 too old? I don't know. Everybody saying they want a young coach. I get that. Super chat coming in from Invincible. Thank you for the winky face. Santana Suave, you know how much of a Zay Flowers fan I am? I love the idea of Lamar as well. What if we trade for Lamar and Zay? That would make me put a hole through a table, as one great man once said. Yeah, I mean, Zay Flowers is good. He does have a little bit of a fumbling issue, but last night he was great up against the Steelers in that Sunday Night Football matchup. I don't know if the Ravens would want to package these guys or how that would even look in terms of a trade, like what they would want for Lamar. And then if you add Zay Flowers on it, is it an extra second-round pick, an extra third-round pick? What would be the cost to get both of those guys? But, I mean, it's not too bad of an idea, Suavemente, because you look at it and you're getting two guys who already have, good chemistry together. So that's a plus already. You're bringing in a guy, and then he already has really good chemistry. He already has really good chemistry with one of the other guys on your team already. So that's a plus. That's always a plus. Sorry, I'm making sure everybody gets their raffle tickets before I get yelled at in the comment section. Hold on. Just making sure everybody gets their raffle tickets for the Mendoza jersey. Alrighty. Cool. And then Danny Grant, let me make sure you get your 4. All right. But yeah, I don't hate the idea of that, Suavemente. I like your line of thinking. Serena, thank you, Mitch, Chugs, Reed, for everything this year. I can't wait to hear Mendoza to Bowers touchdown next year. Bye-bye, Carroll. It's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. Goodbye, Gino. You stink. Hopefully we get a better pick. Justine Gonzalez. Ricky's Sports Lounge in San Leandro asked the Black Hole, probably too small but legendary, I think we could make it fit.
You know, thank you for holding it down. Sorry, I had to go. We just got our lunch, and I was like, let me eat real quick, and that should be good for the remainder 8 hours, depending on how crazy happy hour is. I've been to Ricky's Sports Lounge. I believe I went there the very first time. I went out to Oakland.
Is it too small, or could we maybe fit in it?
I think it really would depend how many people would show up. Again, I'm pretty sure I've been there. I mean, it's like I don't want to say it's like a hole in the wall is not the right spot, but it's a little grungy. It's got a little Raider to it. At least that's the place that I'm thinking about. The problem is, Justine, I'm going to be honest with you. There are people from the Black Hole I will not associate myself with. I'm not going to get into the certain details, but there are people that work there that have not done nice things to me, that have not said nice things about me. I know the Black Hole represents a lot of Raiders fans, so I don't want to, do that whole thing. But unfortunately, I will not ever work with the Black Hole. And you can blame the guy who runs it. He's the president. You go to Steve Gallagher. Mitch, I've been working on my school stuff in my lab.
Hey.
And my lab instructor told me to mute my computer after all the bangs being made on the program. I mean,
well, hopefully, Steve, hopefully you hear that 80 more times today.
Been working on my school stuff in the lab. I mean, like, what type of school stuff you working on?
He's been up in the gym just working on his fitness. That's my witness. Ooh-wee.
I mean, all I've heard the last, 60 seconds of me being here, you were singing another song. Now you're singing that. You got to learn Fernando. That's what we got to learn.
15's at night, Fernando.
Las Vegas was in peril, yeah, with Pete Carroll, oh yeah, we need you.
Oh, man. All right, hang on. Let me share this video real quick on the Twitter sphere. If you guys don't know, I put out a video. This is why the Raiders ended up firing Pete Carroll today. All right. Thank you. This is interesting. Hang on here a second. I wonder if I could send this to you. Next. Interesting.
Why'd you just send me naked ladies?
Oh man, sorry. Sorry, wrong link. Don't click on it. I mean, that's pretty interesting though. Do you think we could add that to the head coach candidate video?
Oh yeah.
All right, cool. All right.
Actually,
American Mike, I guess my hope that this organization was going to value stability over chaos was just hope. Another year, another head coach, the Raider way. You know, I hear you, Mike. I think all of us want to be moving in the right direction, but I will explain the Las Vegas Raiders ran by Pete Carroll. Imagine, American Mike, the Raiders you're trying to travel from, let's say you're in Texas, right? You're in Texas right now. Your objective is to get to California, and you want to get there the quickest way possible. Pete Carroll went east, right? And he's just going east. Everybody can see that he's going east, but we got to get west as quick as humanly possible. Yes, I understand that we are trying another new regime here, but there's no way that anybody can sit here and look at me. There's no way anybody can convince me that Pete Carroll deserves to come back. Give me one thing down in the comments section. If anybody can give me one reason why Pete Carroll deserves to come back next season, I'll give you a free raffle entry for a chance to win a Fernando Mendoza jersey. Go ahead. Anybody down there? Somebody give me a reason. I don't know how anybody gives me a reason of why Pete Carroll should come back. He wanted to win. He didn't properly develop any of our talent. We got worse on offense, defense, and special teams. He ignored what the front office wanted to do. Him and Spytek had clash, and it's not like bad clash, but They were button heads. Went against everything that Tom Brady and this organization decided to do. It's just like when you have somebody that thinks that their shit doesn't stink and thinks that I don't care what anybody else thinks, I'm going to do what I want to do, that's not a good head coach. That's not a good leader. It's not a way a proper business or anything is going to be able to be ran. What? Yeah. That's okay. That's fine. I mean, to me, I'd rather just if we could build that. So we have the... put it at the end. And then I can talk about some of the other names. Yeah. That's just... Yep. I mean, if you want to, again, I think we could just, I don't think we need to add. To me, I'm pretty confident the names we have are already the good ones. Probably. Sorry, we're talking about, I got something in my throat. Christ. We're talking about the next video we're going to do, which is going to be Raiders head coach candidates. Yep. I got. Okay, fair enough. Has anybody given me a reason yet, though? Has anybody given me a reason? Somebody said his resume with the Raiders said that he was the worst Raiders head coach of all time. I literally don't think that there is a single reason anybody can give me why the Raiders should keep Pete Carroll. And because of that, you got to move on from him. You did. Dre Day. I really like Shula for head coach. Can bring a McVay assistant for OC. Possibly Raheem Morris for DC. Thoughts? I mean, I don't know if you watched my show about my top 10 Raiders head coach candidates. If you haven't seen it, I knew Pete was going to get fired probably a good month or so ago. It's probably in early December, maybe late November is when I ended up doing that vid. I have Shula ranked very high on that list for a reason, because when you come from a coaching tree like Shula, you also come from the Sean McVay tree, and, you know, the Rams did not have a lot of talent on that defense. Like, they really, truly didn't. But they were able to work with not having a lot. And I think about where the Raiders are at, that's kind of where the situation I could see this team being in. Maybe not having a lot, but being able to get the most out of your players. And you tell me Sean McVay tree, I'm in. Sean McVay tree, sign me the F up every single time. And I know Raheem Morris just got fired, but Raheem Morris was 3 years with McVay, with the Rams. I think he would be a good DC. We could get other people, and it would depend who we hire. But like Shula, you bring in Morris, that makes sense to me. That's going to be a head coach and a defensive coordinator who think the same, who come from the same coaching tree, and that is what a good plan looks like. We got 8 hours to go here on the Raiders Report. Oh, you did? Shout out to my guy Chugs for holding it down. Shout out to my guy Chugs. I know that we said we would get you guys caught up here a little bit. The last time that I checked for the duck race, the name that I saw was Stephen Underwood, Richard Engel. You are in $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now you have an opportunity to win $220. I'm going to be real with you. We're going to do this duck race at the end of the show. I want to get a big pot. I want to turn it into the way that it looked yesterday, where I almost felt like it was like the lottery. The bigger the lottery, the more people play. So I want to keep getting this duck race up there. The lottery, if people actually won. I mean, I've never met anybody that's won the lottery. The biggest thing that I've ever seen was I went to high school with a kid, and his mom, and I did it. Yep, and his mom ended up at Stanville High School. There's not a lot of qualifications in there, and the mom won $100,000 on a scratch-off ticket. That $100,000 was gone within a month. No. I don't. Is your mic on? Okay. I mean, again, if you're in my high school, you probably know who I'm talking about. But that's why I was like, Danville High School is not very big, so there's only a limited amount of people. Also, Jesus!
Garcia!
Bang!
Da-da-da.
79 bangs to go. Jesus, check your comments. Somebody's going to be DMing you on Venmo. Not DM. Comment on Venmo how to get your hands on a just came here to bang Raiders Report shirt. If you want to help Jeremy Chuggs and I get to the Super Bowl to throw a Raiders Report party, $100 Venmo, you get a shirt, we get one bang closer to being able to throw a badass Raiders party.
If we get 102 bangs, Reed can come.
Maybe. There might be an option to get Reed to come, though that might be a little bit above my pay grade even.
I can hide him in my suitcase.
Yeah.
If Reed is under 50 pounds, that's a bigger issue. DMG Zoom, draft Mendoza or trade down for
I won't
more.
eat lunch this week.
Draft O-line in the second round, DBs in free agency, tighten up the linebacker room, maybe a wide receiver in free agency if any good ones. Also, been watching for a bit. Been watching for a bit today, been watching for a bit all time. To me, when I did a show probably about a month ago about the Raiders' options in round one, and my options were you draft Mendoza, you draft Dante Moore number one, or you trade back and either draft Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore. It's not a bad idea. If the New York Jets were to look at me and be like, hey, I'm going to give you guys 3 first-round picks because we want Mendoza, you're going to come back to number 2. As much as I like Mendoza, I would take Dante Moore at number 2 and those extra draft picks. The problem is I really don't know if Moore is going to be coming out. And because we have the number 1 overall pick, I don't want Dante Moore to come out. Like, to me, quarterback scarcity is going to raise the price tag of that number 1 overall pick. So if somebody's going to want Mendoza, they're going to have to pay up to go get him. I like a lot of these other options here. Again, I want to be able to build the offensive line of free agency. I don't think it's smart to draft a quarterback at number 1 overall if we do absolutely positively nothing to this offensive line. At the bare minimum, you got to add 2 starters on the line. I don't really want to have to rely on a young offensive lineman that we're going to pick up in the 2nd or 3rd round. If you want to get one of those guys, sure. But then I think that you're just ignoring the defensive side of the football a little bit too much. I just don't want to see what happened last season, where the Raiders ignored their offensive line and they took a running back at number 6 overall. To make sure that shit doesn't happen again, to make sure that you're putting Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, and Fernando Mendoza in the best spot possible, spend your money on offensive line, guys that put their hands in the dirt, and then go into the draft. Because I think you're going to make a lot of these other players, like you're going to make your wide receivers better, your DBs better, your linebackers better, your safety better. You're going to make all the other players around you, which to me, I'd rather those guys be your young guys if you're winning in the trenches. If you're winning in the trenches, that makes everybody else around you better. So I'd rather have all those guys be young guys, look better, gain confidence, and invest our money on the trenches. That's FU football. That's how I would do it. That's how I was told John Spytek was going to build this team. And I expect it this season, John. Conscience, get Jeremiah Smith in 2027 draft. No wide receiver this year. The only way you're getting Jeremiah Smith in 2027 is if you got a top 5 pick. Because he'd be the number 1 receiver taken this year. Hell, he might have been the number 1 receiver taken last year in the draft. But there is, I don't know if you know this or not, I don't think Jeremiah Smith would want to have any interest at all in the Las Vegas Raiders. Do you know why?
He probably would never want to come on this program.
I don't think he has any interest, and that's only because the Geno Smith family does not like the Raiders. So Jeremiah Smith is, in fact, related to Geno. He don't want to come here.
Before we keep going, Reed actually has a deal that he wanted to let everybody know until the clock hits 7 hours.
53 minutes.
So we are 9 bangs away from 70.
Okay.
If we get to 70 bangs away
in
this next hour, I will do a boot.
If we get to 69 bangs, Rebel has to throw up again.
Deal.
All right, Reed's going to do a boot. We're already getting it started. I was like, how long can we hold off until the boot goes down? Like 9 bangs away from Reed doing a boot.
It's like that scene from Lord of the Rings. Hold! Hold!
It's got to be in the next 53 minutes. All right. All right. Again, a boot at this time of the day with potentially another 7 hours to go. That's a tough one. I'm just letting you know. That's a kick in the dick.
Raider Chanel,
Geno to Arizona.
They already have a better Geno. His name's Jacoby Brissett.
I mean, there's a chance. I think is Jacoby Brissett a free agent? No.
I think he's signed at least through next year.
Free agent quarterbacks. Oh, I accidentally clicked offense. Daniel Jones, Rodgers, Wilson, Mariota, Zach Wilson, Garoppolo. Yeah, Brissett, he
signed a 2-year deal, so he signed through next year.
I mean, I hate to admit this, but I wonder if the Raiders would try to trade for Jacoby Brissett. New coaching staff. Tom Brady freaking loves him. To me, though, if you're Arizona, if you go full rebuild, why would you bring in Geno Smith? They have a higher draft pick. I don't know if they're going to be able to go out and draft anybody because that kind of seems like an organization that they don't really know where they're going to be going. I do think that they need to find a quarterback that can spread the ball around a little bit. You drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. up there pretty high. You need to be able to make that pick work out. But I'm not going to say it can't happen. But if I was Arizona, I would have no interest in bringing in Geno Smith. Kronos, I worked till 6 a.m., so I could have today off to be here with y'all. So effing happy.
Worth it.
Dude, there was a few times that I had a few people tell me, like, hey, man, I watched the entire Josh McDaniels stream with y'all. Kronos, if you're rocking here with me later on tonight, Kronos, I want you to remind me, Kronos, because I think I'm going to be able to remember it. But I want you to remind me, if you're here during happy hour in the last 30 minutes of the show, if you're here and I see you throughout the entire show, you're still here 30 minutes, I got a beer bong for you, Kronos. That's pretty legendary. Keenan Parker.
Chills.
What?
The Astros signed the top Japanese pitcher this offseason, and his main goal is to take down the Dodgers.
Love it.
And he said, what's up, H-Town? Hope you're ready to chase a championship. I'm here now.
Dude, I freaking love that.
Dude, chills.
Sign me the F up, dude. That's the mentality you need, though. If you don't have that mentality, what are you doing? You're wasting my time. I forget what I was just about to say. Oh, Phillip Rivers, quote, I do think as humbly as I can say it, that I can coach at this level. I know enough about the game, about the guys from a leadership standpoint. Phillip Rivers discussing he believes he deserves to be a coach in the NFL.
Yes, but can we at least have you be an OC first?
I'm with you.
I
don't blame him for doing this because he's striking it while the stove's hot.
This is the same thing with Jeff Saturday where he's like, he coached those 2 games. He's like, I can head coach. That's easy.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Antonio Pierce, I can do this. I'll be an intern. Keenan, would it be beneficial for Mendoza to not have AOC on the bench in case he struggles? We can't request AOC to start over a struggling Mendoza. I do think he would benefit from having Aiden O'Connell on the bench because I agree with you. No matter who your backup quarterback is, everybody in the building needs to know that's the backup, that's the starter. Because if you draft Mendoza and you play him and you bench him, you're going to ruin his confidence. If you start Mendoza week 1, he better be your starter the entire season, and you're going to roll with the punches whether you like it or not. If you want to go with he's got to progress and he's got to get better and better route, and we're going to let him sit for a year, well, then you can't have Aiden O'Connell be your quarterback too. So, because you need a better starter to be able to go out there and actually compete and actually try to win football games. Nobody's going to take this job if you told him, hey, Aiden O'Connell's going to be your starter, but we're going to allow him to sit for a year in Mendoza. I do think it's also beneficial because, to me, you got to think about what type of player AOC is. He is a hell of a competitor. Very smart quarterback. You put a competitor, very smart guy, in a room with Tom Brady, in a room with Fernando Mendoza, and I think you're going to get the best version of Mendoza.
OC Raider, I wonder what would happen if the Astros and Dodgers did play in the World Series. I wonder what would happen if that was.
What's up, OC?
If that ever happened, man.
OC, keep giving him shit.
Keep
giving him shit.
I wonder what would happen if the Astros and Dodgers did play in a World Series. I guess we'll never know. I don't know. We'll have to see what would happen if they ever did play in the World Series.
Matthew LeBrun, you in. Stephen Corbel, in. Mark Call, in. Stephen Taurimino, you in. 20 to win, 260. Elijah, hope Texans do good in the playoffs. Just for you, Chugs. Do we have the playoff graphic by any chance? I don't know if it's been updated. Here is the playoffs.
It should be.
I agree it should be. It doesn't mean it is.
No, they updated it last night. So
gotcha.
As long as it's in here.
I got you.
Here we go.
So in the AFC, this is what it looks like right now. You're going to have the New England Patriots up against the Chargers, the Jags up against the Bills, the Texans up against the Steelers. Out of those 3 wild card games, which game do you think is the best? Patriots, Chargers, type 1. Jaguars, Bills, type 2. Steelers, Texans, type 3. I know where you're going to lean. You're obviously going to pick your team, the Texans and the Steelers. The game that I personally am the most interested in out of all of those games is going to be the Chargers and New England. I will be live for that game. Will you be live with me?
Yeah, we'll be live all. Well, here I'm going to bring over the. I'll bring over the slate of what it looks like as well.
We're going to be live for Patriots Chargers, and we're going to be live, Chugs and I, we're going to be live for actually a few of the playoff games. But again, which one's the best? New England Chargers, type 1. Jags Bills, type 2. Steelers Texans, type 3. I see Michael Wellington's going to go with 2, which, Bills Jags is fun. It's a really, really fun game. There's a part of me where I'm like, man, I would love to be able to go live for that game. I'm going to prioritize the other games that are happening that day. Now, you guys know I can always be convinced. And if you really wanted me to go live for Bills Jags, I think Chugs, it's a longer day for us. Not going to lie, but it'd also be fun to be able to root for the Bills to freaking beat Jacksonville. I hate to admit it. I do think Steelers-Texans might be the boring game on the AFC side, but also all these games are awesome to me. Like, I want Houston to beat Pittsburgh. I hope Buffalo beats Jacksonville. And then if New England ends up getting the dub against the Chargers, the reason why that's fun and exciting to me, because then that means Buffalo plays Denver. And I think Buffalo kicks the shit out of Denver. That's what I want. I want Texans to win. I want Buffalo to win. And then I want the Patriots to win. That sounds like a nice recipe. Let's go to the NFC side. You got the Bears up against the Packers, type 1. Eagles up against the Niners, type 2.
Senior Bowl.
Panthers, Rams, type 3. What do you think here? I think the worst game by far is Rams-Panthers.
Eagles-Niners. It's Eagles-Niners for me.
See, I'm going to be rooting for the Eagles against the Niners.
I think the most, probably the most fun game on the slate is obviously Bears-Packers because it's a rivalry game.
Okay.
I think the best game is going to be Eagles-Niners.
Interesting. Eagles-Niners is going to be, I think it's going to be an ugly game. I really do. I think it's going to be a low-scoring, ugly football game. Hope I'm wrong.
And
hope there's a lot of points being scored.
Obviously, this was the photo before the Ravens lost to the Steelers.
Yep.
But this is the wild card weekend slate. We'll be live most of Sunday.
Most of Sunday. Chugs and I are going to be live here on the Raiders Report for Eagles, 49ers. Or I guess this. I said that it made more sense for us to go live for Eagles and 49ers because I figured more people would root for Philadelphia to beat San Francisco. Are you guys more interested in the Bills-Jags game or the Eagles-Niners game? Because again, no matter what, I will be live for the Chargers game. We're going to be rooting for New England to beat the Chargers. I know that some people still hate New England because of the Tuck rule. Buddy Bear, I'm looking at you. But I'm not. The Chargers, I do not want to win. Again, I don't care who makes it into the Super Bowl this year. As long as it ain't the Broncos, as long as it ain't the Chargers, and I don't want the Niners to get in. Though I am seeing a lot of people say Bills-Jags. But I want the Niners to lose. We might have to reconsider it. It might make my day look a little bit different. I was just thinking that you guys would be on board with more rooting against the Niners. because I would root for the Bills. I don't know how many people would root for the Bills against the Jags.
I would be rooting for the Bills as well.
Yeah. No, yeah, we won't be here for the Rams game. I'm thinking about I'll be live Monday, Texans Steelers. Chugs will also be on Texans channel doing that. But I told my bosses I want to be live for Indiana and Oregon. I want to be live for Eagles Niners. I want to be live for Patriots Chargers, and I want to be live for Texans and the Steelers.
I know we'll be rooting against the Chargers, but at the same time, small part of me is like, I'd love an Alper crash out. Alper's our Patriots guy.
Yeah.
And if you've ever seen the Pixar movie Inside Out and the angry person, you've probably met Brett Alper.
You're definitely not wrong, man. You're definitely not wrong. Ribbert Moose says, as a Raider fan that lives around the Philly area, I'd root against the Eagles. I mean, I know how Eagles fans could be, but I'm a root for the Eagles in that game against the Niners. Let's go to Jesus, who banged earlier on the program. Chugs is making too much sense.
Gosh.
The loss of any sort of interior help for defense was the start of the whole disaster.
This is while you were gone. Everybody was asking, or somebody had, super chatted, I really want Reuben Bain and Max Crosby coming off the edges. And I said, I feel like the Raiders could maximize their defensive line by getting somebody who can get interior pressure, because that's what the Raiders had hoped on. They wanted Christian Wilkins to get that interior pressure to be like a Chris Jones of the Chiefs, a Aaron Donald of the Rams, interior pass rushing specialist.
Yep.
And I think that would maximize Max Crosby as well, because then you could line them up on the same side. Imagine if you have a, maybe not Aaron Donald level, but like that type of athlete at defensive tackle, and then next to him is Max Crosby. Like, how do you guard that?
No, I think that you look at a lot of really good football teams, the way that they're built is the inside out, and that starts on the defensive line. But, if we're talking about Wilkins, I hate to even say this because, again, I was told certain things. I think that we've proven that, we had the Wilkins story a month before anybody else. Clearly he needed a second surgery. For whatever reason, he did not want to get it, and there's going to be some other issues that probably end up popping out there when it comes to Wilkins. But I hate to admit this, there is a part of me that wonders what else happened there, because so many other things happened this year for the Raiders that didn't make any other sense, and I wonder if it was just like Pete Carroll and the Raiders just being stubborn. And again, I haven't seen any other information come out on Wilkins, but I went from thinking it was a 100% Christian Wilkins issue to now sitting back just wondering, what happened there? Because what's frustrating is if Wilkins and the Raiders could have got on the same page, yeah, this was a wasted season. I get that. But imagine if we had an interior defensive lineman like Christian Wilkins available to us this season in 2026, right? Sounded like Wilkins didn't want to get the surgery. Clearly, he needed it. No other team in the NFL. There was no reports. There was nothing around him. And that's because when you see a player of that level of talent, nobody's interested. It's because there was a lot of bad stuff out there on him, but also that injury was real. But we do need to be able to build in the trenches here a little bit more. I was going to say, you see that stand? Can you move? I'm worried that that's going to fall. I'll get it.
This?
Yeah, it's barely on. I just didn't want it to fall.
Okay.
Oh, what up, Lonely Egg? What up, Lonely? Left tackle, Colton Miller. Left guard, Pat Coogan.
Just rolling through super
Rookie
chats right
round 5. But are you going to trust a rookie? I get he's an offensive lineman for Indiana.
We're 79
JPJ
days
at
away.
center. Caleb Rogers, right guard. Braden Smith, free agent signing. Is that too much to ask? I don't think it's asking enough. To me, that's not a good enough of an offensive line to be able to draft Fernando Mendoza number 1 overall. I think the name that you're really missing on there is Charles Grant. I would like to see Charles Grant get an opportunity. Maybe that's at left guard. Maybe that's at right tackle. I think he's already shown me enough that has proven that he is good enough to be able to win at a consistent basis at the NFL level. But to me, that's not good enough of an offensive line. To me, I don't believe Caleb Rogers is a starter in the NFL. Not yet. He's a good backup. He's a really good sixth man. He's a really good seven man. Like, the way I look at Caleb Rogers is the same way that I look at a guy like Jordan Meredith. Jordan Meredith is a good offensive lineman. Do you really want him starting every single down for you? I'm not 100% sure. But to me, that's not good enough. Jonathan, do you think they could hire Vance Joseph? For the love of God, I hope not. Danny Grant, should the next head coach be chosen specifically to maximize Mendoza's development, even if that means sacrificing defense identity, or should the Raiders prioritize culture and structure first and trust Mendoza to adapt? I think it's a mixture of both. Like, because, yes, you need somebody that's the best version of Mendoza, but also the only way that you're going to get the best version of Mendoza is if you have a good running game. He needs a good running game. I know a lot of young quarterbacks do, but, like, he needs a good running game, and he needs to be able to find his talented tight ends in Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers. The other way, though, that you can develop Mendoza is by building a good defense. Give him a good defense. Don't ask him to do too much. Ask him to be the quarterback that you're drafting. You're drafting Mendoza. I don't want to say to be a game manager because people think that that's oh my goodness, that's a terrible term. But there are some quarterbacks that rely on a good running game, that are going to rely on their defense to play a solid game. And as long as you can have that run-first offense, that's going to get the best version out of him. Like, again, I look at Mendoza as a lesser arm-talented Jared Goff, better mobility, though. A little bit of a mixture in there with Kirk Cousins. Like, he's a good leader. He's a great, great leader. But you also don't want Jared Goff throwing the ball 50 times a game. You want a balanced overall attack. That overall will make Mendoza the best version of himself. If you only focus on Mendoza and not everything else, you're not going to get the best version of Mendoza. That's my opinion. I mean, you've watched just as much Indiana football as anybody since your wife is an alum there, but that, again, like, that's how I just feel he is. Sir Chai, Raiders and Texans ran a train on Kansas City.
We're not done.
I mean, what was the score of y'all's game?
Well, I mean, it was close. I think we won by like 9 or 10.
I mean, if kicking a last-second field goal by Daniel Carlson is running train, then choo-choo. I mean,
you like that?
Some Chiefs fans probably say yes. Ryan Campbell, I Venmo 100. I haven't gotten a message back about how to enter the details for the shirt. I will message them. It might not happen ASAP. You know, I think it's going to happen when they get time today. But I will. Can you take a screenshot of that? Actually, I'll do it. I don't know how to do it actually on my computer. Hang on. I'm going to take a screenshot, Ryan, and I'll send it to the peeps. I'll send it. I just hope I don't get yelled at. Let's see.
What the fuck?
Let me see. Thank you, Ryan. Again, you guys, I already have, you already did it. You're already locked in. So I apologize that it hasn't happened right away. But, again, it might happen right away. It might take an hour or two. It might take a few hours just because the person who's doing it is also they're working their normal day. So I'll be real. I kind of told them, like, oh, you could just do it when I get done with the show. But I sent them a message saying, like, hey, just so you know, like, what do I tell people? So just want to let you know. I got you, though. Sal, what's up, man? Holy shit. Miles Burris went on TikTok Live and said, Gruden met with Davis Saturday in Vegas. Let him finish what he started, Gruden tweet. I know that you're a Gruden guy. I feel like this is, I think one of the worst things the Raiders could do is bring in Gruden because, again, Gruden, I don't know how many times Gruden was a bad head coach for the Raiders. He was bad in free agency. He was bad in trades. He was terrible in the draft.
He did tweet just the Raiders flag last night.
Well, I think he did that because they won, but.
Oh, against the Chiefs?
Yeah. I don't know how anybody could want John Gruden. He's literally one of the worst NFL head coaches in the history of coaches in December and in January. He has one of the worst records of all time. So I don't know how people could say we want Gruden when when he he flat out failed. Why would you bring in somebody that has already failed? I know you're a Gruden guy though, Sal. Wild one. Just an FYI, it may get crazy later. A certain Mount Raidermore legend knows might make an appearance, and he could blow the Bang contest up. Is that you? Is that you? To me, the guy who I think that could be,
Ira.
I miss Ira. I haven't seen Ira in a little bit. I know Ira's been doing his thing. To me, I'm always going to think Raider Ron. I'm always going to have that in the back of my mind. Yoda Jenkins has been up there banging with just about anybody this year. Venthrak and Yoda, I think, are probably the top two bangers in the year of 2025.
Joshua Orozco.
If John Borelli popped in, frickin' Borelli, I haven't seen him in a minute. Who else could it be? I miss Trivan. I haven't seen Trivan in a really long time. Navman's always a potential. Brandon from above. I miss Trivan. We'll see. I'll tell you this. I've already been told that I anticipate the last 2 hours of this program to be very, very crazy. Can't wait. Akash, first pick in another first round for Joe Burrow. What else are we throwing in? Because the number one pick if you offered the Bengals the number one pick this year and a first round pick next year, they'd say, what else do I get? Again, I think it would take every single one of your picks in the next 3 drafts to get Joe Burrow.
It doesn't make sense just because the Bengals overpaid their wide receiver room because they wanted to stay with Joe Burrow.
Correct.
So then what does Jamar Chase do if you trade away Joe Burrow?
Going to Cancun.
Yeah, he's not going to want to play for the Bengals.
Yeah,
they'll have to trade away Jamar Chase.
But why? I guess my argument also would be, why would Raiders fans want Joe Burrow if you don't want Lamar Jackson? Lamar's been better. He's been more consistent. He's been healthier. I love Joe Burrow. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks. To me, the only way you're entertaining this idea is if you go out and you get Joe Brady. Raider Rob, but that's also not even close enough for Cincinnati. Mitch, Pete canned. Now what's the next move? A new OC, Brennan or Gino fired. Number one pick, love it. The great Chug's back. No one outworks Mitch. Our team here is we're grinders, man. And you got to be a grinder in order to get into this business. It's just the way that it is. Yeah, you're going to see a new overhaul. You're going to see every coach get fired, get moved on from. It's going to be a brand new clean out. The OC, everything. It's going to be a full-on clean out. Yes, they're going to get rid of Brennan. Yes, Gino is going to end up getting cut. But that's good. To me, everything that you're mentioning here is good. There's a few coaches that I would like to be able to hang on to. I know I've mentioned Luke Steckel. McCullough, he's the running back coach from Notre Dame. He was with us last year. Genty likes him a lot. And then Rob Leonard. Outside of those 3 guys, yeah, I'm not saying we don't have other good coaches on this roster, but outside of those 3, those are the top 3 guys I'm trying to retain. And I already know that Patrick Graham, he's going to be gone. He's going to get another opportunity elsewhere. So best of luck to PG. American Mike, I can't give you one reason to keep him. But here are 50 million reasons to not fire him. I showed you the graphic earlier, but you're saying 50 million reasons not to fire him.
But
he's already paying that.
But you're acting like Mark Davis isn't a billionaire.
Correct.
You're 50 million to Mir Mitch, that changes our entire life. 50 million to Mark Davis, that means he has one less summer home.
What you just sent in is probably $50 million to Mark Davis. Again, I've seen Mark's home. Where Mark lives, I got a buddy who lives in the same development where Mark lives.
The concept...
It's a different lifestyle.
The concept of $1 billion. Mark Davis has more money than, tens of countries in the world. He has more money than countries do. Mark...
put
that into perspective. He has more money than...
But you're also, though, you're looking at only money being spent. Sometimes you also got to spend money to make money. If you keep Pete Carroll, you make way less money in the next 8 months. I'd make the argument if you keep Pete Carroll, even, even with the $30 million that it's going to cost Pete, $32 million, $30 million, somewhere in there over the next 2 years, the amount of money Mark would lose by keeping Pete for this season, I bet you it's closer to $1 billion.
Respectfully, I do not care about billionaires' money.
Yeah, and
like
here's the thing, Mark, if there's one thing Mark values, it's money. And if Mark's willing to do this, it's because he knows he's going to make more money. Like,
I mean, how much does he charge for suites in Allegiant Stadium?
A lot of money.
What was that?
Allegiant Stadium.
That food order that was like $200 for pizza and chicken tenders.
$250 for a piece of pizza. But Allegiant Stadium last year made the most money out of any stadium in the entire, I believe, United States. And it's because of all the other events that Mark has there. Like, Mark ain't hurting for money. So when you see $50 million reasons not to, Mark Davis also looks at it and goes, well, you told me to give Geno Smith $58.5 million.
That's like me or Mitch getting a $70 traffic ticket.
I literally said to Reed, it'd be like me giving Reed $100. Of course, I would want to keep that $100. No doubt about it. But if I had to give you that $100 to do it, I would do it. If I had to give up $100 to make more money, I would do it. So,
Adam Stockton says his net worth is $2.3 billion. I think he's okay.
He's doing all right. And the Raiders are valued at $7 billion. So whenever he decides to sell the Raiders, in the pocket. Sal, trade down, build, veteran, offensive line. I like the veteran offensive line thing. I don't think the trading down is a bad idea. It's just who's going to be your quarterback, Sal? Because we need a quarterback. Because what you can't afford to happen is you trade down, you get all these picks, and then you don't know what you're going to do with those picks and you don't get a quarterback. I think the New York Jets situation is a lot to learn from. You have all the picks in the world, but you don't really have the ability to go get a quarterback right now. Stabler, if we can't bring back Chucky, how about Frank Caliendo? I would rather Frank Caliendo coach the Raiders than John Gruden. Caliendo is more qualified.
You don't mean that.
He's more qualified.
No, he's not.
I'll tell you this. When you look at what the Raiders have this year, John has already proven to you that he can't do the rebuild. Because John traded away Khalil. You have all this disaster.
You don't mean that. Danny Strange.
I would rather listen to Frank Caliendo. Now, I feel bad because I've met Gruden. He's a good guy. He showed nothing but love to my family. But at the same time, I get so sick and tired of people saying Gruden. It's like people that say we should bring back John Gruden. It's like, again, I don't know. You probably would want to go back to your ex that was awful to you. That's the only thing I can think of. Danny, best Raiders coverage in the business. Go Mendoza. If you agree with that statement, make sure you click that subscribe button because you're going to be with me here for another 7 hours, 25 minutes. That is actually hard to believe. Oh! Kai! Bang! Let's go, Kai! 78 bangs to go for us to get out to the Super Bowl.
Kai.
And throw a Raiders report party. What up, Kai? Second bang of the day. What up, Kai? We back. What's up, Kai?
Well, just give me one moment. It's still loading. And I'll pull it up as soon as it loads.
Oh, I was like waiting. Real cowboy. Genty almost rushing for 1,000 yards behind this year's offensive line. Shows how good he really is. Get the man some help. I would love to know, I don't have the number in front of me, how many rushing yards he had after contact. I bet you if he had 1,000 yards, I bet you 800 of those are after contact, which is bananas. It's absolutely bananas. The game that I want Raider fans to sit back and be like, man, this guy can be really good. Look at the Texans game when he just got a little bit of running room and he made a lot of good things happen. And I think one of the ways that you shut down a defense that's just got so many great pass rushers is running the football.
I was going to say number one defense, too.
Number one defense in the NFL. Kai, let's go. We back. What's been going on? What's the plan for the next 7 hours? The plan for the next 7 hours. You're looking at it. No, we're going to do a Raiders head coach candidates video here in probably a little bit. What I also want to do, I thought about doing Raider Nation Reacts, but I don't think we're going to need that one. We're also going to do a mock draft. We're going to do a mock draft. So I definitely got 2 segments there. And then also John Spytek is going to speak to the media. That's going to happen in an hour and 15 minutes. So Spytek talks to the media. We got 2 segments to do. We're going to do a duck race today. We're going to keep on answering Super Chats. We got plenty to get through. But I want to be able to do a Raiders Report party out in the Bay. We need 78 more bangs in order to get there. Also, apart from the obvious round 1 quarterback, who else should we target in the draft, and who should we keep an eye out for in the combine? I wish that you guys could see what the hell is just happening behind me. That threw me off, I'm not going to lie. Well, all I saw was your face, and then I looked what you were doing, and I was like, what is happening? I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, I don't know if you can just look at certain players. I don't think that you can just look at, like, because the Raiders have so many holes, because this team has so many needs, if you're going to go take your quarterback, which is your need, I do think then you got to consider going best player available in all of your other picks. I want to be able to build in the trenches. You're going to need a defensive tackle. You need an edge rusher. You need a linebacker. You need a cornerback. You need a safety, right? Like, you need so much help on the defensive side of the football, but I think, like, you need a starting DT. You need a starting edge. You need a starting linebacker. You need a starting corner. You need a starting safety. For you to be able to say that you need 5 starters on the defensive side of the football alone, when I do think that they're going to invest a lot of money on the offensive side of the football during free agency, that tells me that they're going to be trading up, and they're going to try to find more quality starters in the draft. But again, like, to me, I'm going to make a video on every position this year. Every single position, maybe outside of tight end. Because every position needs drafted. We need to draft a quarterback. We only have 1 on the roster. Aiden O'Connell, Cam Miller's gone. Kenny Pickett's going to be gone. Geno Smith's going to be gone. Running back, I love Ashton Genty. Raheem Mostert's a free agent. Dylan Laube and Zamir White should not be on this team next year. You're going to have to go out and add a running back. Wide receiver, we need more wide receiver depth. Offensive line, we need more offensive line depth. Defensive tackle, we need defensive tackle help. We need defensive end help, right? Malcolm Coots going to be gone. Linebacker, Landon Roberts, Devin White, peace, see you later. Cornerback, Eric Stokes, free agent. Kai Blue Kelly stinks. Safety, need a free safety. We literally need everything. So I promise you this, I'm going to get you a video on every single one. What? The president and CEO of Sheets passed away? Wow. I mean, that's heartbreaking. Sheets, for me, was the hangout in Danville. Sheets is like have you ever been to a Wawa? So I would say it's similar to, Wawa's better than Sheets, but it's kind of the same idea. Actually, I went to Sheets when Alex and I went home for Danville. It's like a gas station. Like, you can walk into a Sheets. Yeah, you can walk in there, you get a milkshake, you can get like some greasy fast food. It's definitely better than Racetrack. Buc-ee's is on a whole nother. I don't even think Buc-ee's is comparable. Buc-ee's is really its own animal. Wawa is the supreme. Sheets is still really good, though. I don't know how many locations Sheets has. I've never seen one down here, but they are very, very prominent in Pennsylvania. Skinbone. We might be able to buy Sheets. It might, I mean, I know a guy. I mean, yeah, I mean, wearing a blazer and a backwards jersey, people are going to take me serious. I don't think that. True. Was excited for the future, but now if it's Flores Dable regime, I'm concerned with another Patriots retread. It won't work. Hate being a pessimist, but it's being rough for us fans. Love you guys, though. I guess I don't want people to think of Brian Dable and Brian Flores as a Patriots retread. Like, I know that Flores has ties to New England. He was there from 2008 to 2018. I know. I hear you loud and clear. But, like, for Dable was with New England. I had to go back and I had to look. He was with New England from 2000 to 2006, okay? The reason why that you should like this idea is Brian Flores is an unbelievable defensive-minded head coach. He is. I don't think that you can deny that. And I don't look at the way Flores and the way Dable coaches the Patriot way. Like, how many times do we hear on this show, I want the Raiders to go back to being the old school Raiders. The old school Raiders in the 70s and 80s, they punched you in the, excuse my language, the fucking mouth. That's what Brian Flores' defense does. Patrick Graham's defense is very sit back, bend but don't break. Brian Flores is going to blitz your you-know-what off until either we break or you break. And a lot of the times, the offense ends up breaking. I want to play an aggressive style of defense. I like that style of defense. I think coaches that know who they are, that lean into what they're good at, that's a good coach. That's what Brian Flores is. And then you got Dable on the other end. Dable did magic with Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen, again, coming out of Wyoming, was not a very good quarterback. He was an unbelievable prospect, but that doesn't make you a good quarterback. Dable did a lot of really good things. A lot of really good things for Josh Allen. So I think, and this is why I was hesitant to talk about the Pro Football Talk report, and I know why they put Patriot Way in there. But just because you worked for New England, like, I don't even associate the Patriots with Brian Dable. And I don't even really associate the Patriots with Brian Flores. Flores got a head coaching job in Miami, and look at what Flores has been able to do in Minnesota. I mean, I don't know if I can convince our Vikings guy to come in here real quick, but he would be devastated if they lost Flores. Like, a lot of times you got to ask, I think, people from other teams how they would feel if you took their coach candidate. Like, when I was talking to our Seahawks guy about Pete, he didn't even give a shit, right? Like, because people knew what he was. It's like, if you were to say Antonio Pierce would lose AP, I wouldn't give a shit. I knew he wasn't a good coach. It's just sometimes people put things in articles to get a rise out of people because they know what's going to get you to click in. And I don't see the Patriot way at all with Brian Flores and Brian Dable. I see two people that are very, very good at their jobs that I do think would fit with what we got. I'm not saying it's the perfect duo, but I give it an A-. I think it's an A- duo. And for the Raiders, that's pretty damn good. What up, Darian? Which wide receiver would you want and would you give? I mean, out of these, trade? I have no interest in A.J. Brown. I know he's unbelievably talented, but if A.J. Brown is unhappy and unsatisfied in the Philadelphia Eagles offense that just won a Super Bowl, I think the way the Raiders should try to run their offense is very similar to the way Philadelphia runs theirs, run-first offense. So, again, I have absolutely positively no interest in A.J. Brown. Drake London is a phenomenal piece. I just don't see Atlanta moving on from him. Out of these three names, in all honesty, the most realistic name on this list is DJ Moore. I don't think Chicago moves on from him. They have Luther Burden, who's a good young receiver. They drafted a tight end in the top 9 in Loveland. Who's the other guy that they have there? Chicago. Roma Dunze, they drafted high. So, like, Moore, they did give, I believe, a deal to. But the number one reason why Moore would be the name I pick here, it's based off of who we have right now. The Raiders wide receiver coach right now, his name is Chris Beatty. I don't know if he's going to be back, but Chris Beatty worked with DJ Moore when they were together at Maryland. So Beatty, he was with how did he do it? He went from Maryland, and then he went to the Chargers, and then he went to Chicago, and then he came over here to the Las Vegas Raiders. So DJ Moore was with him in Maryland, and then I don't know if there might have been 1 year overlap because then I believe when he went to Chicago, DJ Moore, I believe there was also a part of the mix in there. But out of those names, the most realistic I would say is DJ Moore because I don't think I have no interest in AJ Brown and Drake London is. I don't see them. I don't see Drake London leaving because Kyle Pitts is also a free agent. So to me, they're going to make their stand on Drake. What up, Mark P? Kyler Murray to the Raiders. No, thank you. Need a leader. Kyler Murray is an awful leader. And Trace picked him off. Watching Mitch and Chugs from work. Chugs, did you ask Mitch about tomorrow?
Are you still going live tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes. I did.
I will be live tomorrow at my normal time just because I got a long day today. Doesn't mean I got a shorter day tomorrow. My day tomorrow will be the exact same day it always is on Tuesday. Y'all are going to get your segments. We are going to go live at 4 p.m. Eastern time because win, lose, or tie, we're going to be here. Ramon, should we go after Will Fries to shore up the offensive line? Didn't he just sign somewhere last offseason?
He's with the
with the Colts, was he not?
He was with the Vikings now.
Vikings now. I was going to say, let me go to free agent.
Oh, yeah, he signed a 5-year deal.
I was going to say, I mean, I don't see – I remember him last season. I don't remember him being a free agent. Like, to me, if you're going to look at free agents, I do think that looking at a guy like a Wyatt Teller, I know he's a guard. He's 31 years old, but also offensive lineman, been able to prove in the league that you can play into your I think you can play into your mid-30s. I would look at a guy like Isaac Samalu, guard for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You guys might laugh at me for this, but I've talked to Jermaine Illuminor, and Jermaine told me that he would love to play for the Raiders. He wants to play right tackle. I want to have Charles Grant over there. To me, though, like the top guys, Elijah Vera Tucker, he's always injured, but I would take a risk on Vera Tucker because I would re-sign Jordan Meredith. We have Caleb Rogers, and those two guys are good enough guards that if Vera Tucker ends up getting hurt, history says that it's probably going to happen, that you would be able to put somebody in there to be able to fill the gaps. But if Vera Tucker's healthy, I mean, he's a damn good offensive lineman. I would look at, obviously, Tyler Lindenbaum is always going to be somebody that I bring up here. He's got to be the top guy. David Edwards, he's a guard for Buffalo. That's a name to probably keep in mind. But I mean, Tevin Jenkins is super talented, but he's always injured. There is good offensive line talent. Ed Ingram, is he healthy? Yeah, Ed Ingram, he's 27 now. He really hasn't been good his entire career. This season he's having a good year.
Really good with the Texans.
And there are would you say there's some concerns that if he got paid, he would get lazy or no?
No, I mean, I know that, a lot of people worry about, like, once people get paid, they turn lazy. And, Ed Ingram, he could definitely win a lot of money over at Prize Picks, the sponsor of today's show. I wouldn't have any worries that, because Ed Ingram, no matter where he goes next year, because Prize Picks is available in all 50 states. No matter where he goes, he'll be able to win money on Prize Picks. But I don't think that would affect his mentality moving forward, Mitch. If you ask me, this episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. And whether you're making a new routine or making the player picks for the first time, trying something new maybe can be hard. Maybe you want to go to a new team in free agency like Ed Ingram. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right, Mitch. And with high pressure playoff matchups and every weekend, elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops. And Prize Picks, they let you take control. Do you miss fantasy football, Mitch?
Yes.
I do as well. Prize Picks, they let you play fantasy football every week. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections. Get on the action, like I said, in all 50 states. Sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app and join the millions of users. Download the app. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. That information in the description, and I just put it in the comments of today's show. But, as we were saying around Ed Ingram, I think he could definitely be somebody that could be a sneaky guy who could get paid this offseason. He had a resurgent year, a former first-round pick out of LSU, and didn't seem like he really kind of meshed well with Minnesota.
That was elite. That was good. That was really, really good. I saw somebody say you're getting hit with a lot of ads. I don't know if you're talking about like our Prize Picks reads. We have to do a Prize Picks read every hour. So just, alert to you there. Like basically every time you see 7-11, 6-11, 5-11, I'm just going to let you know we'll probably do a read around there. If you're getting a lot of like YouTube ads, I didn't change anything on my end. So that might just be a YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I just saw that. Every year, Ohio State. You can go back.
Sorry.
Every year, Ohio State won the Natty. The year after, the Panthers make a playoff run. Taking a gamble, Panthers money line plus 480. So what, you're taking the Panthers to beat the Rams? I say there's no way. There's no way it's just like Panthers to win it all at 480. I think you're saying Panthers to beat the Rams at 480.
Hey, my guy Alberto Serrato in the building. How we doing, guys?
To me, I really truly think the only way possible for Carolina to win is if it rains. It's got to be wet. It's got to be sloppy conditions. I literally think it's the only way possible Carolina wins that game.
I might be a hater. I don't think you should be allowed in the playoffs if you have a losing record.
Who did the Rams, though, recently? I know they lost to the Falcons.
They lost to the Panthers.
I was going to say, I think they lost to the Carolina. As soon as I said that out loud, I was like, I feel like they lost to Carolina.
I just think if you have a losing record, I don't think you should be in the playoffs. Me personally.
I'll say this. I don't mind it as much if that's the way that it is, that's the way it goes. You shouldn't be allowed to host a playoff game.
Yeah.
Like, that to me is where hosting a home playoff game should be a privilege. And I just don't know if that's the case. Taylor Maverick, hey, I got you. Sometimes that's why you got to get the YouTube Premium. No ads. Daniel.
Chugs, my guy. Daniel, my guy. Flexing a ring that you had to cheat to get is cringe. Have some shame before you curse Houston sports for eternity. I mean, Daniel, it's almost like y'all. It's almost like the Dodgers are cheating in how they are structuring all their contracts, putting dead money 50 years down the road. But I mean, that's not cheating, right, Daniel? That's not cheating. That's not, bending the rules or anything on y'all's end. For sure not, right, Daniel? Right? For sure not. That's not cheating whatsoever. But the Astros did belt to ass the Dodgers last time they played in the World Series. Remember that for eternity, Daniel. We put that BTA on your ass, and we have the rings to prove it. I don't care what trash cans were hit. I don't care what was going on. We still whooped that ass, Daniel. Letting you know. Just letting you know.
David Nolan, Raider Nation since '89. Mendoza, a fat hell yeah. The O-line has to get way better to protect this kid or any quarterback. Younger OC, what do you think? It could be a young OC. Again, to me, we got to find head coach first. Yeah. The Raiders are going to clear house. They're going to move on from everybody. I keep seeing people like, are they going to fire Brennan Carroll? Yes, the Raiders are going to fire Brennan, though. I just saw an interesting article that said apparently Brennan Carroll, according to a report, quote, wasn't a detail-oriented guy. Quote, he's the coach's son. I mean, look, I'm not one who wants to mix business with family, okay? Trust me, I don't do that. But at the same time, at this position, something's got to happen. That's what Lincoln Kennedy had to say.
About who?
Brennan Carroll. Also, I'm not the fire guy. I've never been that because, look, I don't want to get into coaching because I don't want to live with my bags packed, but also because of reasons like this, the fact that players are out there not doing well, sometimes they're in the wrong position. That does have something to do with coaching. At the same point, it also has to do with execution. So, I think when you look at Brennan Carroll and you really just sit back and you think how this Raiders offensive line has gone, Pete Carroll gave a very emotional answer to, we're not going to play JPJ at center. Absolutely not. He gave an emotional answer because I think it's emotional because he's with his son. And I'm not saying that your kids don't deserve a job. If they deserve a job, go give it to them. But also there is a very, very fine line between giving a coach a job and then very, very, very much nepotism.
Elijah, did Wilkins slap his Penix on Butler's forehead?
I'm not going to answer that. What about Nick Saban? What about him? To me, I know Nick Saban. To me, you hiring Nick Saban is we're right back where we were with Pete Carroll. Again, he's already has a legendary career. He's old. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in doing a rebuild with an old head coach. Eva Mia.
I feel like there's a tweet out there that everybody's copying and pasting this because this exact format has been super chatted before.
Eva, I'll just say this. We actually have talked about this a bunch. I actually have a graphic that's it's a player 5 rank if you want to go to it. Can we afford another coach? Yes.
Jesse,
I'll say this. We could afford 10 coaches.
Jesse OT, That is a lie. He said if the Raiders won a Super Bowl, but it came out that they were cheating, I would not celebrate. That is a lie. That is a lie.
It's a lie. Yeah. I mean, what's the equivalent of banging trash cans?
Deflategate. I would say that's the same thing. Modifying something within the game that I would say has somewhat of an impact, but doesn't full on. You're not.
Yeah, hey, I'm trying to think of one myself.
If the Raiders won a Super Bowl, but it came out the Deflategate, Raider fans would not be like, you know what, send the Super Bowl back. Hey, but I'm saying, people in the chat were telling me the Raiders won a Super Bowl and it came out that they were, doing this, that, or the other. I wouldn't celebrate. That is a lie. Maury, the lie detector test revealed that too is a lie.
Very interesting. Robert Saleh has just hired new agent to cover him. Wasserman is now his new, I guess, representation, which I don't know what that means, but a lot of times when somebody gets a brand new agent, it means that they're in the field to get a new job.
Sizzle Rizzle says, I guess some of us have Morials. I guess some of us do have Morials. Corbs.
What up, Corbs? Mitch, Gruden took to a 600 winning percentage in AFC Championship for a stint, set us up for a Super Bowl after he left to head coach Tampa, beat us in the Super Bowl. Head coach only let Spy draft. Again, though, you're talking about John Gruden in 2000. Talk about John Gruden when he was most recently with the Raiders. I mean, if we're going to get into I'll try to find this real quick. Because if you want to talk about John Gruden, hang on, let me see if I can find it. I already did an entire video on why it's, and I don't mean to use the word, but it's the only word I can think of, idiotic to bring back John Gruden. I'm going to throw some stats at you here, Corbs, and I hope that you listen. I hope that you rock with me.
Don't throw.
You're right. I wonder if they're in this. Let me see. All right, I'm going to have to click through this video here. All right, so let's talk about why John Gruden was an absolute failure with the Raiders. He was atrocious in the draft. John Gruden was very well noted that he made the first-round draft selections for the Raiders. And honestly, a lot of the sources out there say that Mayock had a lot more to do with the picks later on in the draft. So you saw John Gruden piss away a draft where he had Cleveland Ferrell. Jacobs was a good pick. Jonathan Abram, Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, Alex Leatherwood. It was an absolute disaster, and he already had an opportunity to do a rebuild. That obviously ended up not being the case. Let's go to free agency. He was an absolute disaster signing big-name veteran players who never living up to the bill. From Corey Littleton to LaMarcus Joyner to Nick Kwiatkowski to there's probably more in there that I'm forgetting right now. Trades. Traded for Antonio Brown. Martavis Bryant did awful job in trades. Traded away Amari Cooper. Traded away Khalil Mack. Did nothing with it. He really ruined the Raiders' offensive line. You look at the Raiders' offensive line that Reggie McKenzie was able to build. The Raiders went from being a decent offensive line to being one of the more bad units on the offensive line. I think we need to be able to fix our O-line.
Talk to him.
And then he was terrible at the end of the season. There are 55 coaches since the merger that have had 35-plus regular season games in December and January. Gruden's .388 win percentage ranks 54th out of 55. He couldn't make in-season adjustments. So when you see people that say, hey, we want Gruden, he was getting it going in the right direction. Again, I don't know how you say that because Gruden in 2018 was 4-12. 2019, they started 3-2. They finished the year 7-9. 2020 started 6-3, finished that year 8-8. 2021 started 3-0. When he left, they were 3-2. To me, like I don't really get the whole John Gruden argument, and I get that he's a media personality, and I get he's really entertaining on TV. But the only people that ever bring up Gruden just tell me you don't remember what Gruden and the Raiders actually were. And if you're going to sit up here and say, well, we were moving in the right direction, were we? Or were we just going to be the exact same John Gruden Raiders that we were in 2020, 2019, and in 2018? Why would you give somebody a shot that literally had an opportunity to rebuild? And he failed at it. He did. He failed at it. Let's move on, please.
Raider Gaines. Pete was proof the game passes coaches by.
Hang on here a second. According to Adam Schefter, former Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski currently is expected to speak with the Falcons, the Giants, and the Titans about their head coach vacancies. Again, to me, I've only been told 3 coaches right now: Brian Flores, Jesse Minter, and Robert Saleh. I'm not saying that the Raiders aren't going to interview Kevin Stefanski at all, but there's another report from Schefter that doesn't have the Raiders in the same breath as Kevin Stefanski. Again, I love Gruden, the person. Hope he goes to college football. In the NFL, it makes no sense with the Raiders. Gaines, Pete was proof that game passes coaches by. No need to repeat with Gruden. Also, the players specifically, the black ones ain't going to forget what he said. You know, I'll say it like this. Obviously, I'm not black. I'm not a minority. My wife, her family, they're minorities. But this kind of reminds me, and it's the only example that's in my head, and it's just the truth. You know, when people were always like, let's bring back Henry Ruggs. It's not, I think, in my right mindset. If I was the team, I would never bring back Henry Ruggs. That's just my opinion. But if the Tinter family said, you know what, we forgive Henry Ruggs, who the hell am I to say that he shouldn't play in the NFL again? And that's just how I look at it. So if there were certain players, you know, black players were like, oh, I forgive Gruden, who the hell am I to say, you know, what you're pointing out here? But I think the hard part about the Gruden situation is, to me, because of what happened, the only way that you can bring in Gruden is if he had an outstanding resume with the Raiders. Like if he won a bunch of playoff games, if he put us in Super Bowl contention, if he was able to show you that he could rebuild, build in the draft, free agency, trades, but he wasn't able to do any of that on top of what happened. And you can say what you want about it, but to me, I really think the only way you could possibly hire John Gruden is if he was outstanding in the draft, free agency, trades, and he was bad at all those, and he was really bad at the end of the season. I don't know about you. Like, I want a head coach that's at his best in December and January. I don't want a head coach that's at his best in September and October. Give me somebody that's coaching his best football in December and in January. And John Gruden, statistically, is one of the worst NFL head coaches of all time in December and in January. The numbers prove it. .388 winning percentage. Gunny, what's going on, my man? Buc-ee's brisket sandwiches are legendary. I mean, if you've never had a Buc-ee's brisket, you spell Buc-ee's a little different, but
Boosie's.
Boosie's. We hit it every time we visit our daughter in Georgia. Anytime my wife and we go down to Austin, every single time, Alex is always like, we got to stop at Buc-ee's. I'll just say this to Giovanni. We do not pocket any of the money. None of the Venmos, none of the Super Chats go in our pocket. They always get back invested into Chat Sports. So I'm going to warn you, I don't appreciate people talking bad about me and my team here, especially when you're talking out of pocket. If you say it again, I'm just going to have to put you in timeout for a little bit. But if I wanted to pocket the money, I would. But at the same time, we would not have been able to grow Chat Sports to where we've grown it.
Giovanni, I'll put you in a minute timeout. But, you know, they always say the most views that you'll get aren't from the people that love you. It's your haters.
Again,
so I'm guessing Giovanni watches all of our shows.
I would encourage somebody to look at how much Chat Sports has grown, where we went from 4 people to now 40-plus people. I proudly...
We even have a Cardinals channel now, and nobody likes the Cardinals.
Chargers, right? Like, proudly, I've been able to, in my mind, to help create well over 40 jobs and full-time jobs, 401ks. It actually really ticks me off when people say it, because I think if people were to see the percentage of money I make compared to what this YouTube channel brings in, it would blow your effing mind. But I do it because I am proud to work here. I love what I do, and I want other people to be able to live their dream and do what they want to do. So I'm just going to leave it like that.
He probably goes to steakhouses and is pissed.
Probably.
I can buy this steak for $20.
Corbs.
Go do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's like when the other day is funny. Alex and I, we celebrated New Year's, so we went to go get like a bottle of champagne.
Bruiser Raider.
They were charging $70 for a bottle of champagne that we could have got for like $15.
If you want to see the real heist, Bruiser Raider, you hit the nail on the head right there.
What?
That's the real heist.
Oh, what's sad is how much YouTube takes from Super Chat. It's wild.
That's the real heist of the century.
I mean, to be honest, it's why a lot of times we tell people to go on Venmo. Venmo doesn't take a cut from us. Oh, my goodness. We got a new MVP. This is wild. This is wild, dude. Wild.
Firing marathon number 2 with you. Dable, 8 NFL teams with 5 Super Bowls, a college football a CFP champ with Alabama as an OC QB coach, 2 AP Coach of the Year in the last 5 years. Sign his ass now. We're going to talk about him here in just a moment.
We are going to talk about Dable here in just a moment.
We're going to go ahead and do this craziness.
Yep.
And then we're going to get into our head coach candidate videos. But I'm excited to see what Mitch.
Well, you want me to tell you what happened? The last person that got in our duck race.
Kinda.
Last person that got in our duck race was Steven. LA Crash, next person to get in the duck race. Let me see here. Ooh, all right. I like this. To the person that sent me what you guys are about to see, I am going to add you to our raffle. For those of you that don't know, we are doing a raffle this year. So if you end up spending $500 on this show, I'm going to put you in a 2026 raffle. We're going to spin it at the end of the year. And essentially, it's going to be an opportunity to hang out with me for a weekend, a day. It depends where we go, depends what we do. I could fly out to you. You could fly down here, pop on here on the Raiders Report. Personally, I think that's kind of the best opportunity. You get to meet my dog, Chuck, which only Wild One has ever been able to do. But to the person that just did what they did, I'm going to enter you. I'm going to put you in for that chance for that trip raffle. Right now, Alex McGuire.
You're going to enter them?
Jacob Taylor, maybe. Donta Grill. And then this next person has been put on the spot here. So hang on a second here, Chugs. Hang on. Hang on. I just want y'all to know this. It says, looking forward to hanging out, bro. Maybe also trying to start my run to Mount Raidermore in 2026. Well, dude, I've seen a lot of crazy shit on this show. Lot of crazy shit on this show. And I want people to want to become part of Mount Raidermore because of Raider Nation and like what it means to be a part of Mount Raidermore. And it's it is, I think, in a sense, a responsibility. I also would want people, like if you were to see Raider Ron out in public, show him some love. You were to see David Zahn out in public, show him some love. Wild One, John Scheffler, Venthrak, Yoda, Trivan, like all these guys that have helped get this show, Ira Jackson, Lord Cameron Abbott, all these guys that have really helped us, the great Brandon Jasper, that have helped get this show to where it is. It's not just me. It's not just Chugs. It's not Reed. It's just not our team. It requires a lot of people to always show up and show out every single day. And that's what Raider Nation does. You might agree with me. You might disagree with me. But the reason why I'm going live today for 11 hours and 11 minutes, it's not because I want to work an extra. In all honesty, I'm giving myself an extra probably like 6 hours today. I do it because I know what the year was like for us. And I'm also a normal dude that likes to be able to hang out with my friends, likes to be able to talk out with people and have a good time, vent. A lot of times, like when I first started doing this show, it was a vent session. For me, it was my own therapy session. And now when I hear people's stories, when I see people like this doing what they do, I hope that when you watch this show, it's your own version of your therapy session. So, Scheffler, I love you, my man. Nico Laz, it's all love. And you know what? If y'all don't spam this guy's name, I'm blocking your ass on the channel. L.A. Crash Dog! Bang! Gunny, we got a new MVP.
And if you don't know, now you know. Go to sablewarrior.org/donate and tell them Father Tom sent you.
Tell them that Father Tom sent you. Shout out to my guy Gunny. Gunny, if do you want 4 shirts? Do you want 4 extra shirts? If you do, you can get one for like your kids. I mean, anybody. You could get those shirts if you want them. I want you to just know that you can get them if you want them. I just want you to know, like, again, you can give them out to people. I personally, it would be a lot easier on me if you just said, I'll take the extra 4 shirts. That's how we would do it. That's how we would do it. Seeing a lot of LA Crash Dogs. Optics that have been here since 2019 when Mitch was drunk screaming about getting rid of DC. Yeah, we've come a long way, man. We have come a long way. Shout out to Can't Control Mike. We got Ryan Mejia here in the building. Oh, Gunny said, I got 4. All right. I got you, my guy.
I got 5 on it.
Let me just message here real quick. Can you give some shout outs? I just got to send a message to some people.
Sure. We got DJ Mad Raiders Championship Circle, Omas channel. We got Thumb of God. We got Ricky Andrade, Zalesbo in the building, Richard Grayson, Raymond Miea. We got Miguel Guerrero. We also have Jose Delgado, Darth Emperor checking in the building. We got Sandhurst Wolves. We got RVP 6313. Robert Jansen's in the building. Husker Raider. Jim Clevenger. Bad Patron. We got Devin Smith. Victor Lobos. Wolverine. All checking in. We got Rin X Hatake. Maybe. Darian Schofield Realtor. I know that one.
Shout out to my guy, LA Crash Dog. How close are we? We were at, I believe, 78, 77. We are now 74 bangs away. Got to keep chopping. We got 6 hours and 46 minutes of this thing. And you know what? I said I would wait a little bit. But sometimes when crazy shit happens, sometimes you just got to pour one up for one of your homies. So, I don't know if you're over the age of 21. I have definitely slowed down my my beer consumption on this show. Again, I want people to always have fun. I want people to be responsible. I want you to know your body. I have always said that I know my body very well. I've had some things pop up. I am 100% good to go. I am doctor cleared. I don't think that they know how many beers I might drink today, but, it is what it is. We're going to have a good time today. Gunny, I'm going to pour one up for my guy, LA Crash Dog. If you're over the age of 21 and you want to pour one up with us, I know it's 3:23 in my time, so that's like 1 o'clock on West Coast. I mean, you're at least in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Little Monday brunch out there.
Monday morning.
Smeed, Mitch is off of the IR. Let's go. I've been off of the IR for like 2 weeks, but I just wanted to be extra sure, extra safe, because I knew as soon as the Raiders fired Pete Carroll, I wanted to do an absolutely insane show. And the final 2 hours of this show are going to be some of the craziest Raiders Report shit you've ever seen, based on the rumors that I am close to and based on a source that I have from Mount Raider Moore. I mean this. I think the final 2 hours of today's show could be very close to the final 2 hours of Josh McDaniels, which, buckle up, Buttercup. It's going to be a hell of a ride. To LA Crash Dog, y'all. To all of Raider Nation. I rock with y'all. I hope y'all know that. I really, really, really rock with y'all. Let's get me and Chugs to the Super Bowl. Let's throw a hell of a party. By the way, the money's not him and I going to like a game. We're not going to the game. It's literally for us to be able to go out there, pay for flights, pay for hotels, and then be able to use that money also to be able to have a really cool Raiders Report experience. So it's, again, doesn't go in my pocket. Doesn't go in Chug's pocket. If it did go in my pocket, I would have gotten a new jacket long ago. I got holes in this one. Shout out to Gunny.
Davis just said Spytek and Brady will be working closely together on the next regime. Time for Brady to step up and lead the Raiders from this crap we've been stepping in for years. He's had a lot of talk, Mitch. He's had a lot of talk. Can he finally come through and make the Raiders relevant again?
You know what's funny? Excuse me. 74 bangs, how old Pete is. That's literally the first beer that I did. I did not even do that on purpose. I don't know if Gunny did that on purpose, but actually, I think we're 73 bangs away. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! It's fun to stay at the LCA. We'll go back to the last one. I'm sorry. I just saw Mount Raidermore. When Mount Raidermore bangs, I'm going to go to it.
Oh, no, we read the last one.
I didn't answer it, though.
Oh, no,
selfishly, I didn't see it.
Oh, no, he just said it's time for Brady to step up.
I agree. It is time for Brady and Spytek to step up. It's time for Brady to say, you know what? I'm part owner here. The reason why, Mark, you hired me and you paid me a lot of money, he gave him 5%. Lot of money. It's because you want me and you want what I want to be able to bring to the table. You got to let me bring what I want to bring to the table. Pete Carroll was not a Tom Brady hire. If anybody out there thinks that Tom Brady wanted Pete Carroll, you definitely didn't watch this show, and you've been listening to the wrong people out there. LCA! So pumped we can look forward to next season with Pete out the door. Bubblegum stock just dropped 50 points. If we don't build our O-line, I'm going to be missed at Spytek.
Missed.
I think I knew. I was like, is this like a new phrase? People can believe me if they want. Oh my God, what is this? The David Lombardi. It's actually hilarious sometimes how many people just talk. Again, the Lombardi family doesn't like the Raiders because we've moved on from some people, but I don't know if this will ever get to you, David Lombardi, but please shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Very frustrating. This is coming from I'm not even going to do it. Today's about good vibes. Not going to do it. Today's about good vibes. Good vibes only. Bubblegum stock. Yeah, what's crazy is I remember the show we did for Pete's birthday. 74 candles, almost burnt down the studio. You remember how big that fire got? I wanted Pete Carroll to work. I think we all wanted it to be able to work. But holy cow, man. I hope we get this thing going in the right direction. I think all of us hope that we get it going in the right direction. Shout out, though, to my guy, Lord Cameron Abbott, one of the realest, and I mean one of the realest in the building. I got a deal out there for Mount Raidermore. If every single member of Mount Raidermore bangs on today's show, I'll do a boot. If every single member of Mount Raidermore bangs, I will do a boot. Which, I don't even know the last time that I did a boot. If you don't know who Mount Raidermore is, it's Raider Ron, David's on, Wild One, Trivan, Borelli, Patrick B., Brandon Jasper. Obviously, we're already good for Brandon. Abjin, Ira Jackson, John Scheffler, Lord Cameron Abbott, Venthrak, 93 Nav, Yoda Jenkins.
According to Spytek, Raiders have the second most cap space.
Correct.
Going into the offseason, 110 million.
It's 110 now? It was a projected 107, so I don't know where the other three came, but I mean, what's also going to be very interesting is, like, do they get any extra money from the whole Wilkins thing's still weird to me. Like, again, you ate a lot of money. Why did you eat a lot of money? That there has to be a conversation around there. But man, oh man, that was sorry, y'all, that was wild. Suave. Also, I just saw Jason Martinez. You are in the duck race, good sir. The Tennessee Titans will interview Raheem Morris. Interesting. Jason Martinez, you in $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win 280 doll hairs. Mitch, I asked earlier about trading for Lamar and Zay Flowers. What would your price be for Lamar, and what would you be willing to add for Zay Flowers? It's funny, Suave, I swear to God, on my grandfather's grave, I saw that touchdown, both touchdowns yesterday to Zay, the one where he was like super wide open. Yeah. Nobody was around. I literally thought of Suave because I know how much you're a Zay Flowers guy. If I'm Baltimore, I would want a first-round pick for Zay. I don't think you'd get one because he's an unbelievably talented guy. He's a little gadgety, but in the right offense, I think he would be unbelievably dynamic. In terms of Lamar, I think I talked to our Ravens host. He told me he would want 3 first-round picks for Lamar. Plus, you got to pay him $74.5 million. I do think you end up restructuring that contract because teams would try to backload it a little bit. But it's not that I don't think Lamar and Zay are great players. Also, every single person that has sent me a Venmo, I was just told for like the T-shirt, every single person has received a message. So if you send in a $100 Venmo for our just came here to bang Raiders Report shirt, our literally, I don't know, exclusive shirt we're only going to sell today, you just received a message. So if you want to go check your Venmo to go claim your prize, please make sure you do so. Wow, that's a video. Can we do this real quick?
What is it?
Hang on.
Is it Raheem Morris?
No, it's the Raiders have signed the following 12 players to reserve/future contract. Unless I can hop off real quick and do a short.
Yeah, I can read the rest of the super chats for you. That's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off real quick here. The Raiders just signed 12 players to a future contract. Chris Collier, McClendon Curtis, Jamin Davis, Philip Dorsett, Trevin Mahe, Joshua Miles, Albert. Oh, okay, he's the tight end. Brendan Rice, Layden Robinson, Justin Shorter, Lockie Tossi, and Dalton Wagner. So I'm just going to hop off real quick. I'm going to make a short. Sorry, I just want to be able to do that. And then when I get back here, we'll keep running through some super chats. Friendly reminder, John Spytek is scheduled to talk to the Raiders, talk to the media in 28 minutes. You don't need to leave. You can stay right here. We're going to keep you up to date. We're going to listen into that Spytek press conference in 28 minutes.
George, here we go. Best president beat the Chiefs. AOC played, fired Pete. Should we trade number 1 and sign Malik Willis? No. How about no? They might. I mean, you might be able to hear me in your. Just go to the in front of the Chat Sports one. Yeah, I mean, love the first part. Has Malik Willis shown you enough to give up the number 1 pick and not draft your future quarterback? Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think he has, but I mean, he hasn't been bad for the Packers, but enough to be like, oh, yeah, we don't need the number 1 pick. I don't know. Oh, my boss just messaged me Raiders head coaching odds. Any guess? This is from some random website. Any guess on who the top odds, or I guess who has the top odds to be the next Raiders head coach? Any guess? Yes, Alex Banducci. That is correct. It is Flores, followed by Klint Kubiak, Jesse Minter, Stefanski, Rivers. Tom Brady has the same odds as John Gruden. Very interesting. Matt, you're next up. When do you think a new coach will be announced? If I had to guess, I'd probably say I feel like a lot of these happen mid-playoffs. So I would guess 3 weeks would be my deadline. 3 weeks. because you want it before the new league year so you could go ahead and get a jump on free agency, your plan for trades and everything like that. So I would say in 3 weeks. Let me know. What would be your deadline? How fast do you want the Raiders to hire their new head coach? Starting today. You said, I need you to have a head coach in blank amount of days or blank amount of weeks. What would it be? For me, it would be 3 weeks. I would say give it 3 weeks. What would you say, though? Let me know down below in the comment section. What would be your timeline? A week before the Senior Bowl? A week after the Super Bowl? Before the Super Bowl? Let me know. I said 3 weeks. But it's different for everybody. And it also depends on if you're hiring a coach that is still in the playoffs, you know? Like if you're looking at Jesse Minter, if the Chargers lose to the Patriots, might be able to hire him sooner than if you're looking at, you know, one of these other coaches that's still in the playoffs. Flores, you might be able to hire him right now. The Vikings aren't in the playoffs. The day after the Chargers lose from Optic. That's funny. Lille Watts, Flores or Saleh? I would go with, this one's tough. I would go with Flores because I like the idea of him bringing Josh McCown to be the OC. If Saleh were to get the job, I don't know who would he bring over to be the OC. That would be my only, like they're very similar in their approach and, you know, being a defensive-minded, a culture builder guy, you know, hard-nosed. Both their defenses play really tough. The only difference maker would be who are they going to bring in to be the OC. That would be mine. That would be mine. Good question, though, Lule. Robert, I'm so sick of and tired of hearing about Gruden. Move on, guys. This isn't the Oakland Raiders anymore. Let's get our head coach and our QB. I agree, Robert. Appreciate the super chat. See, Gabe, go. Mitch, just start banning people for the day if they bring up Gruden. It's over. Stop living in the past. I get it. It's easy to go, and it's kind of like the same thing where it's like you have that friend who keeps on going back to their ex. It's easier to go back to something that you already know. It's harder to do the scary thing, which is the unknown, which is hiring something that you've never done before, rather than just being like, oh, well, what about Del Rio? What about Gruden? That's the easy choice. That's the cop-out choice of saying, oh, well, we've already had this. Why not just run it back? It's harder to put yourself out on a limb and, you know, go do something new. That's my opinion on that. Jacob Gannon, what up, Mitch? Tyree Wilson had his best game as a Raider yesterday. Had his best game as a Raider yesterday with 2 sacks, a forced fumble, and a safety. Why'd he play so well, and what's his future? It really depends on the new coaching staff that comes in with him. Like, if they see a vision for Tyree Wilson, obviously, I think they have to make a decision on his 5th-year option coming up. So it'll be really dependent on the new DC, the new head coach that comes in, and whether or not, you know, he'll be able to kind of mesh and gel with their vision moving forward. All right. But I've been on the boat of you want Tyree Wilson at defensive tackle. You got to have him at DT. Robbo, you should never have to revisit Gruden convo. I don't understand people's obsession with him. We're too used to mediocrity, I guess. Kind of beating a dead horse here with the whole Gruden discussion, but appreciate it. Mitch, from Dimitri. Mitch, I love how you keep it 100 when talking about the Raiders and not like most of our fan base that is delusional. Keep staying true. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support as always, Dimitri. Johnny Raider, love this show. Let the haters hate. F them. Facts. Anthony, by next year, we will pay 7 coaches. We got to stop. And see, this is Anthony. We're not paying anybody. Mark Davis' net worth is $2.3 billion. Like, do we care about billionaires' money? I don't. Neither should you. Like, somebody who he has more money than most countries in the world. Like, do we care about him paying more money? No. Do you know how much money he makes from the Raiders, from the Raiders fan base, from people, paying their good hard-earned money to go to Raiders games in Allegiant Stadium, pay the ticket prices, pay the concession prices? No. Like, you should not care about Mark Davis having to pay 7 coaches. You should not care. One bit. Because Mark Davis has the money. Him paying these coaches is like if you had to pay a couple extra fines for, parking tickets. It should not matter. The one and done coaches trend is more the concerning part. Like, you don't want to have a rotating door there, but the money should not make it any bit of an issue. None of it. Wild one. That's impossible due to an issue with Tri-Van. Can't remember what we're talking about here, but I'm guessing you're talking about a Raiders Report meetup. Or a Mount Raidermore meetup. Nico, can we cut to open up the cap more? Well, I was just talking with Mitch. The Raiders have the second most cap space this offseason, right behind the Titans at $110 million according to Spytek. So I don't know if you necessarily have to make moves to, create more cap space. You definitely could cut some players, not, agree to the 5th-year option on Tyree Wilson and, move things around. But I don't think you necessarily need to make moves. Like I said, second most cap space behind the Titans. You have the ability to make a ton of moves in free agency. Real Cowboy. Fans keep hoping Malik Willis will be like Gannon, a backup turned superstar. Not going to happen. We can do better and deserve better at QB. We have the assets to do that. You have him right there, Fernando Mendoza. Why not go get Fernando Mendoza and just get your guy? Super simple. Super simple. Shane Mockler, I work across the street from the Raiders facility. Fans have been honking their horns and cheering all day. Some are stopping in the street. Ding dong, the witch is dead. The wicked witch is dead. Hope the best for Pete and his family. Obviously, I haven't heard anything bad about him, but it is good to have hope around this team again after it's been a very very tough season for Raider fans. I've seen it. I hear you. I understand that it's really been rough. So hopefully this is the straw that breaks the camel's back and finally turns the Raiders into a relevant organization again, where they really haven't been in the past, say, 5 to 6 years. So hoping the best for y'all. Desi, Chugsy baby, Desi baby, how we doing? Good to see you, brother. Since Spytek and Brady are officially in charge, I give 2 weeks tops, especially with all the assets. Yeah, and it really does depend on who they're going to zero in on. I think after last offseason and missing out on your top 2 targets, which it was well documented, the Raiders, they wanted Ben Johnson. He chose the Bears over them. And the Patriots beat you to the punch with Mike Vrabel. They went ahead and fired Gerard Mayo with one guy in mind, getting Mike Vrabel after he was let go by the Tennessee Titans the year prior, right? They were like, we see an opportunity. The Raiders were sniffing around Mike Vrabel. They said, nope, we're going to go get him right now. And you missed out on 2 of the guys that you wanted. Both those guys have their teams top 2 seed in the playoffs. So we'll see who their number 1 target is. I wonder if it is a Jesse Minter. I wonder if it's a Klint Kubiak, who they're going to target and who they really want as their top guy. Brandon Scazarzi saw a rumor that Max and Tom Brady's relationship has gone sour, and now we're looking at 3 first-round picks. What? Brandon, I don't know what you saw. Definitely fake news. I don't know what this even means, that Max and Tom Brady's relationship has gone sour. I don't think there's any truth to this, that Max Crosby and Tom Brady's relationship has gone sour. It sounds like some TMZ fake news. Fake news. The fakest news of all. I want to know, because we were talking about the playoffs, me and Mitch going live on Sunday for the playoffs. Which one of these games are you most excited to watch? Let me know down below. Is it Rams-Panthers, Packers-Bears, Bills-Jags, Niners-Eagles, Chargers-Patriots, or Texans versus the Steelers? What game are you looking forward to watching the most? Let me know down below in the comments section. What game are you looking forward to watching the most? I see Bills, Jags, Bears, Packers. Let me know. Chargers game from John. Eric spamming Bills, Jags. Almost all of them. I think it's a really good slate on Wild Card Weekend. Niners, Eagles. H-Town from Drop Top Blazer.
Drop top and rain. Drop top. Drop top.
We do have another super chat coming in from Roxo.
What up, Roxco? Shout out to y'all. And again, appreciate everybody for being patient with me. I just put out the news. If you did not see, John Spytek and I almost said Pete Carroll. John Spytek and Tom Brady just made their first moves. They just signed 12 players to a future roster move and reserve contract. I'm trying to get those names off the top of my head here. I already forget them. So there was 12 guys. If you want to go check it out, I just put the video out. It was Chris Collier, running back, McClendon Curtis, offensive guard, Jamin Davis, linebacker, Philip Dorsett, wide receiver, Trevin Mahe, defensive tackle, Joshua Miles, offensive tackle, Albert OK, tight end, Brennan Rice, wide receiver, Layden Robinson, guard, Justin Shorter, wide receiver, Lucky Tassi, offensive line, and then Dalton Wagner, offensive tackle. That's where it stands right now. Roxco also, just so all y'all know, Pete Carroll, oh my God, get it together, Mitch. John Spytek is getting ready to talk to the media here. It's scheduled for him to do his presser in about 12 minutes. I will go. I'll say this. I don't know if it's possible. I know the last time the people who run the Raiders YouTube channel tried to prevent us from being able to see it, we're already good though. So they already have it up. It's scheduled, and it says that it's live, but I think it's because they're doing their own version. No reason to watch their guys over there. Once Spytek ends up taking the actual podium here, we'll end up breaking it down again. No disrespect to Gutierrez. Gutierrez has done a lot of stuff, but I think personally we have better coverage here over on the Raiders Report. Roxco, please go over Max trade. Okay. A trade for this year's 9 and other picks for Max could be best for Max, real chance to win a ring, and also best draft compensation for Las Vegas. That would really suck, though. Trade for this year's 9. What do you mean this year's 9? Number 9 pick? Who's this year's 9? Are you making like a J.J. McCarthy 9? Let me see. Roxco, I'm sorry. You just got to – I mean, that's Kansas City. They're not going to trade with us. That's who I thought it was, Kansas City. 9th pick. I mean, they lost 6 straight games. They were 6-5. 6-5, lost 6 straight. Pretty wild. I'm going to be – I guess I don't really understand your question. If you want me to talk about max trades, I can. To me, I believe it starts – I know the Raiders want 3 firsts. I really don't think that you're going to end up getting it. So I'd say 2 firsts and a second, third-ish round pick. Maybe one of those players is an NFL caliber starter. But I'll just keep saying this. I really do not think Max Crosby wants to get dealt. If Max gets dealt, then it ends up getting dealt. It's not like I'm going to demand a trade. That I don't think is going to happen. I think Max Crosby and the Raiders are in a much better spot than what's being reported out there. I think people just like to report drama because it does well, but that's also coming from me, somebody that's not afraid to report drama. I talk about rumors. I talk about a lot of things. When I hear something, I let you know. I've already made a video on a whole Max Crosby trade and like why I think it could happen this offseason. That was before the whole Max Crosby situation with the Raiders, and they ended up shutting them down. So, like, I know what I was told. I know what happened. But if I promise you this, if there is legitimacy to Max Crosby being traded, I'm going to put out more videos on it. I'm going to do more content on it. I don't know who said it. To me, I know that Max's actions rub some people the wrong way inside of that organization, but I also know that, like, that's okay, right? Like, I love my mom and dad at the end of the world and back. Sometimes they do things that I don't agree with. That doesn't mean, like, our total relationship is totally against it. But if you are team rebuild, and this is what I said the other day in my video. Yeah, I can hear that. Can you turn that off? Oh, okay. I was like, if they can hear that, I'm like, that's a lot going on. Let's go to LA Crash Dog. So they're doing their own, like, thing. Yeah, they're doing their own thing over there. But proudly, I can say that we here have 1,600 people watching, and there is, they're catching up to us a little bit. They got about 1,200. But again, you don't need to go over there. We will have the live presser here on the Raiders Report. If anybody wants to go over to the live chat over there and say, hey, we're Raiders Report's doing the same thing, don't be afraid to. LA Crash, what's up, man? The ultra-rich never use their own money for anything. They use the interest, make off of investments to pay for everything, not their own cash. I mean, I bet you Mark Davis has made $50 million in interest alone this year, and I don't even think it's that difficult. I mean, you're probably not wrong, LA. I mean, again, we're talking about different types of money, different types of people, which, again, it's definitely crazy. What? Oh. I was like, PJs? What are we talking about? They get it. Yeah, I mean, clearly I don't have enough money for private jets. Revive Barber, Niners, Eagles, because Niners are cooked. I mean, I'm going to be live for Niners, Eagles. I think that we're going to be able to convince more people to root for the Eagles against the Niners than Bills against the Jags, but maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. Desi, there's no better owner-player relationship than Crosby Davis, except maybe Dak and Jones. Max is not going anywhere, guys. They'd feed each other grapes if it wasn't weird. I agree with you that they have a great relationship. I could not imagine, and I mean I could not imagine Max feeding Mark grapes. I'm not going to say it wouldn't happen the other way around, but they do have a phenomenal relationship. I actually don't even know if Dak and Jerry have a phenomenal relationship. It's good. I don't know how good it is, though. I don't know how good it is. Also, I just saw, reminder, if anybody wants to get in our duck race, at Mitchell Renz, 365 is how you get in. Right now, it's up to nearly $300. Nearly 300. That's an L, by the way, that I just sent you. That's an L. What up, Mr. Campbell? My prediction, Bills versus Texans and Seahawks versus Panthers for the conference championship, with the Texans versus Panthers in the Super Bowl. Texans winning 27-26. I mean, what's wild is the Panthers. I think everything you have here is Panthers is the craziest thing to me. I would say by far they are the worst team in the playoffs. I don't know if it's all that close. I don't know if it's all. Just make sure you look at what I sent you.
Is that right?
No.
Oh. I'm dumb.
You're okay. It's I because it looked weird.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. All right, here we go. Lord Cameron Abbott.
It's fun to stay at the LCA.
Bang! Come on, Cameron. Let's go. You just got yourself a limited edition Raiders report. We came here to bang shirt. Only going to be giving them away today. If you want a chance to get $100 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, this is going to help Jeremy and I get to the Super Bowl.
Which we are now.
Husker Raider said, have a beer, Mitch.
We are now 72 bangs away.
If we can get to 69 bangs, we got to get to 68 bangs. I feel like 68 in today's day and age is the most forgot about number in the world. You got 69 and you got 67. I actually feel bad for 68. Once we get to 68 bangs away, I got a beer on tap.
Dude,
I got a beer on tap.
I saw a funny meme, and it was like 68 seeing 67 and 69 get all the love, and it was the Bald brothers, and it was like LaMelo, Lonzo, and then LiAngelo in the corner.
I mean, it's pretty freaking accurate, man. I've never thought I'd feel bad for a number. I feel bad for 68. Mando Ace Chugs. How deep can the Texans go?
They can go so deep. They can go so freaking deep, Mando. Like, think about how deep you think they can go. Deeper. That's how deep. So freaking deep.
Robert Jansen in the duck race.
They are going deep.
I don't know what you're saying.
This is like hold my pocket deep.
Hold my pocket. Yeah, have you seen the new Segura?
Thought it was good.
My expectations for Segura are always up here. It definitely wasn't in his top 3. It's still funny. I laughed a lot, but I was a little bit disappointed. But that's because my expectations for Segura are like through the roof. First time I saw him, I was like, he lost so much weight. So much weight. Good for him, though. Wild one. What's up, my brother? Been on the mountain with members of Raider More.
Optic said, can you chill, bro? I'm watching this at work.
And the legend is coming as well as a master of the Force, so it will get wild. Get ready. I've seen the Mount Raider More group chat. I don't know what's going to happen once this show gets to the final 2 hours, but I think the final 2 hours are going to get wild.
Devin Smith said, whoa, player.
I mean, Tom Segura is probably my favorite comedian outside of Chappelle, which I think Chappelle has a new thing to.
Dude,
think he's got a new one.
We actually might have we might have a Raiders report first.
Okay, I'm listening.
Robert Jansen just said he joined the duck race today.
That is just true. He's in. Mr. Jansen is in. If Jansen bangs on Venmo and gets himself a shirt, I will do a beer bong for Jansen. I got you. Wild one, appreciate you, my dog.
Steven, it's up to you if you want me to put it up.
Gutierrez, I don't think I could put that one up there.
Appreciate you.
You're a long-time watcher, but again, we can't make certain references. Can't do that. I know. Aiden Tomlin, you're the man, Mitch. Incoming 2026 season repeat. Who's your number one free agent target not on the offensive line? I'm literally going to have to look at the list because when I tell you I've literally only looked at spending money on the offensive line in free agency, it's a fact.
This is laughable. They have the top 8 candidates for the Raiders on this whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
First name on there, Vance Joseph.
Yeah, it's just bad. I mean, Mark has always brought in Vance for an interview, but not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm looking right now through these names. My number one, I think you also have to put money into consideration here if you're the Raiders. Quick list run through. All right, let me go with, I think Jamel Dean, cornerback. He's got Spytek ties. I think that's got to be somebody you consider. There's been a lot of conversation around Alec Pierce, wide receiver for the Colts. Though if you hire Klint Kubiak, Kubiak's got a lot of ties to Rashid Shaheed. He's a field stretcher, which I do think would be really good for our Raiders offense. What about Devin Lloyd, linebacker from Jacksonville? I don't love always spending like that much money at the linebacker position.
He's a free agent?
But he was really good this past year.
Is he a free agent?
Yes. I mean, about $20 million at the linebacker spot, but he's
going to get the bag.
I mean, they have him projected getting $20 million. And I mean, like,
I would say he's probably a top 3 middle linebacker in the NFL this year.
He had an outstanding season. So I would say Devin Lloyd, Alec Pierce, Rashid Shaheed, if we get Klint Kubiak. And then, who was the other name that I said in there? Jamel Dean. How about that? If you guys did not see, there are odds right now out on who's going to be the next Raiders head coach. I will kind of.
Or actually,
you want to wait on that?
Yeah.
Spytek's about to speak. You have it up over there.
Yeah, Spytek is about to speak. And, something that Spytek I know loves is Prize Picks.
Oh, really?
Spytek absolutely loves Prize Picks because, building a team can be hard. Finding a new head coach, getting it into a new routine, it's hard. Making player picks for the first time, I know that's hard as well, but trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right with high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops in Prize Picks. They let you take control. There's a new feature, Mitch. Prize Picks now offers early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you may now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. I wish I could have had an early payout on this Raiders season after week 1. Do you miss any of your fantasy football? I know I do. If you want to play fantasy football every week, keep the fun going, pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections every single week. Get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states, and you can now join the millions of users and sign up today for America's #1 fantasy app. Download the Prize Picks app. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
All right, y'all, we are waiting here for John Spytek to take the podium, and he is going to be speaking to the media. You guys are going to be able to see it here up on screen with me. I'm going to do a live reaction just like I always do, sitting up here waiting to see what Spytek has to say about this team and about the moves that we're going to be doing heading forward. Chugs is about to hop out, I believe. Reed's about to be the one that steps in. So shout out to Chugs. You guys might see him here in a little bit. Come back. I don't necessarily know. But overall, I hope that you guys stick here. I hope that you guys watch the John Spytek presser with us on YouTube. That's the hope. I hope that you don't go over there. Hope you stay here. Obviously, though, I appreciate people rocking with us today as long as what you guys have been. We've already been live for nearly we've actually been live already for over 5 hours today. Pretty wild. Pretty freaking wild. What's the number one thing y'all want to hear Spytek say today? What's the number one thing y'all want to hear Spytek say? I want to see talk about, obviously, like their plan, Brady's plan. I don't know if they're really going to hit on too much about what happened with him, the front office, and Pete necessarily. But can you make that L3, though, after firing Pete Carroll? Like the live GM John Spytek presser, or is that's probably too much? It might be too much. After firing Pete? No. I don't know. If HC isn't good, I don't know if PC is going to be good. It's all good. It's all good. Best thing would be to draft Mendoza to ensure that we get the coach we want from Dub. I mean, here's the problem, though. You can't draft Mendoza and then hire a coach. You got to hire a coach, then you got to go get your guy. So it's got to be whatever the plan is. Plans moving forward from DJ. I hope he's leaving. He says, by the way, F Gino. If Spytek said F Gino, I think I would do a beer bong on the spot. That would be the definition of it's time to celebrate. If that happened, it would be the definition of it's time to frickin' celebrate. Desi Turner, I see you. You in. They're about to go to this any moment, so I just want to make sure. Oh, all right, I got you. All right, y'all. So again, we're waiting for John to take the podium. We're doing a little mixing and matching behind the scenes here. We're basically doing a hockey. What is it called? A line change. Yeah, Reed was in, Chugs is in, and then Reed's back in. So shout out to Reed and Chugs for helping me out today. A lot of good stuff going down. As soon as John hops up there, again, you guys are going to be able to see the live press conference. Spytek's going to be right up here on screen. I'm going to be probably in the corner there just hearing what he has to say. I can't wait. Yeah, I literally can't wait. Rebel said audio check. Unfortunately, I can't check the audio until he's up and running. Yeah? Okay. Thank you, Rebel. Rebel's looking out for us, which I appreciate. Shout out to Reb, man. All right, here we go. Spytek's talking. Yep, let's go. Here we go.
Morning, ownership and myself met with Coach Carroll. After a lot of discussions, we made a decision to go in a different direction. We informed Coach Carroll of that this morning. I want to thank Coach Carroll from the ownership perspective and from my personal perspective as well. He was a great partner. In my first year in this job, he worked tirelessly to give Raider Nation, the team, and the outcomes and the results that they wanted and deserve. He was a wonderful person to deal with for me personally on a day-to-day basis. And I'm just very grateful to have had the opportunity to work with him, a great coach like him for a year. And this organization, the ownership, myself, wish him nothing but the best in the future. We're truly grateful for his efforts. I also want to make it extremely clear, too, that I bear a ton of responsibility for the outcome of the season and our record. This isn't on any one person, and really I don't want anyone to think that anyone deserves more responsibility than me in that. It's something I'm very aware of. I think about all the time and am determined to get right. And, the accountability should start and stop with me, and that needs to be said. I want to thank all of our coaches, all of the players, all of the support staff, that despite our record, they worked tirelessly, they poured their hearts into it, they never wavered. And it was great to see that culminate with a win yesterday. They battled to really the final play of the season, and I think that was a true revelation of their character. And they all should have a lot to be proud of. We have a massive opportunity in front of us this offseason to set this organization, this franchise, on a course for success and provide the results that Raider Nation and the Las Vegas community deserves and expects. We intend to tack it full on. The work has already begun. I think we're all aware of all the resources that Mark and ownership group have given to us. Obviously, there's the draft. We have capital. We have one of the greatest buildings, if not the greatest building in the NFL. There's a lot to be excited about here, and it is going to be my responsibility to lead this up and set this organization on a course of sustained success. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have.
John, just curious, having the first pick overall in the draft, how much did that kind of play into this to do a sort of a full reset with your coach and whoever it is that you guys end up drafting?
Just because we have the first pick in the draft, that didn't carry a lot of weight in the decision that we made. I think we have a great opportunity to build this franchise the right way now. We never want to be in this spot again. I never thought I would be in this spot, but we got to be real with where we're at. We have to understand the opportunity that we have in front of us, and our focus and our vision is on everything going forward now.
John, with your first pick as an NFL GM, you selected Ashton Jeanty. Can you give a evaluation of how you feel his rookie season went? And also, what do you think are some steps you feel like you need to take to maximize his potential as you try to continue to evolve the team?
Yeah, I'm proud of Ashton. It wasn't an easy season for him. He showed up every day and worked. He showed up every game and competed. He was always available for his teammates. He was an exemplary worker. And, we've got to do a better job surrounding him with a lot of players that can help him too. And, his success, I know there's been a lot of narratives out there that he didn't have the season that, maybe he deserved or you would expect from the 6th overall pick. Well, that's fine, but it's not just Ashton. There's 10 other people that are out there with him, and it's our job to put a great group of guys around him to help him realize his potential.
John, 2 questions. Number 1, do you expect your new coach to have the autonomy to pick his own staff, or do you think that you would have input in that as well?
I want to turn that over to the coach. I mean, we're going to have a lot of great conversations about who, why, where. There's going to be a lot of great football conversations, but my belief has always been, you give a lot of the responsibility to the head coach to hire the staff that he wants to hire. It's who reports to him and who he works with every day.
Expect on a more regular basis to have Tom in the building physically?
I have a great relationship with Tom. We're in constant communication daily, and whether he's in the building or not, our conversations are very much similar. So I always love seeing him. He's somebody I've learned a lot from every time I've had a chance to sit in a room with him, but we've had a lot of great phone conversations as well.
Ashton, when you build out your offensive line moving forward, how much will you take into consideration the experience in those offensive linemen?
We're gonna attack this entire offseason with an extremely open mind, and anybody that can help bolster that offensive line and do the job required will be considered. We have a lot of capital, cap space. We've got some elite draft picks, and adding a veteran presence in there or two would be helpful, but not necessarily an absolute necessity. We're not going to begin with the end in mind.
John, excuse me. Could you describe Brady's level of involvement in the decision to part ways with Pete Carroll?
I would just say that, everything was evaluated, as the season went and over the last couple days. And I talk to him almost every day, and we have a great relationship. He trusts me. We tell each other the truth. And, we just had a lot of conversations about it. Ultimately, we made the decision that this was in the best interest of the Raiders.
Question. Did you feel like, because I know Pete mentioned earlier how in the beginning with your relationship, guys kind of didn't see eye to eye on certain things, which can happen. But I was wondering, did you feel like the two of you were operating on different timelines at that time? And how did that relationship develop over the course of the year?
I wouldn't say that we were operating on different timelines. And I've also never been in a relationship where we both agree all the time. I mean, ask my wife, she'll tell you that. Anything that we didn't always agree on, we talked about. I had a great relationship. He was always in my office. I was always in his office. We collectively sat in the space together until we felt like we could make it the best decision in the Raiders. And we didn't obviously get everything right. And again, put the responsibility on me. I've got to do a better job on that standpoint. But Coach and I had a great relationship from my perspective. And because we didn't agree all the time, had nothing to do with. I don't know actually a great relationship where everybody agrees all the time. I think that would actually be counterproductive.
Obviously, once.
Okay, sorry, behind the phone.
Once the offseason commences, obviously a lot of teams around the league will inquire about Max Crosby in a trade. Do you view him as a untradeable, untouchable player moving forward once the offseason starts?
I have a lot of respect for Max and how much he loves to play the game. And I've had the opportunity in the last several weeks to spend a lot of time with Max. And I think it's been well documented that he didn't love the idea of not playing football. And I think you always want that from your best players. In fact, I think that's why they're your best players. So I love Max. He embodies what a Raider is. I've been pretty upfront with that from the day that I sat up here almost a year ago. And I continue to believe that.
Everything happened so quick last year with your hiring and Pete. So this is kind of the first time in your position where you'll be such a big part of the coaching search. What are you going to prioritize? What are some things you're looking for in the next coach?
We're looking for someone to build this the right way and not think that, we've got to produce 10 wins or whatever next year. That'd be great to do. And we see teams like the Patriots and the Jaguars flip it. I've always kind of thought that you're never as good in this league as you think you are, and you're never as far away as you think you are. And we're just going to go in open-minded. The work has begun upstairs this afternoon, and I've got to get back up here in a little bit and keep going. But we're going to prioritize, whoever's the best coach for the Las Vegas Raiders is who we're going to hire. And we're not beginning with the end in mind. And we want a meticulous build that will set us up for years of success in the future. And we have a great opportunity to do that with everything that we have out in front of us right now.
Questions. What do you think ultimately happened this year to lead to where you guys ended up, number one? And secondly, what's the status of the assistant coaching staff? Are they being brought back, or were they let go as well?
Yeah. Obviously we didn't win enough games early in the year. Sometimes I go back to the Bears game where we're 1-2 and they're 2-1, and we turned it over 4 times. We got a kick blocked, and we really had that game won about 3 or 4 different times. And it's kind of been my experience where that kind of win can propel you, or that one can kind of sink you. And I think we all know how the season went after that. We got a couple of our guys hurt that were big blows to us. But listen, those are just excuses. We just didn't perform well enough. We didn't play well enough. We didn't do the right things consistent enough to win games. And you are what you are. We're 3-14, and we've got a lot of work to do. The other part of it was about the assistant coaches. They're all currently under contract. I met with them a couple hours ago, and we talked through the next steps, but they're all currently under contract right now.
What are some of the traits that you and Tom have that you believe will help you collaborate together to move the football operations forward in a positive manner?
I think people sometimes misunderstand mine and Tom's relationship. We played together 1 year at Michigan, and then we didn't talk for 20 years, and then he came to Tampa. And so, but what really resonates with Tom and I think, is our shared vision of what football is. And a lot of it goes back to Michigan. I think I've talked about this a little bit, but just the idea of work ethic and accountability and discipline, and a team built on really the team. It's kind of runs through my head, the team. I can see it written on the walls at Schembechler Hall and see Bo Schembechler saying it. And we see football similar. We don't see it the same. We have plenty of discussions and disagreements, and I'm not afraid to tell him that. I think that's kind of why he likes me. But I do believe that we see things similar, and we've both had a lot of success seeing it that way. And I think we know what we're after, and it's up to us now to go find it.
Myers, Raider Nation Radio 920. Now that you have a year under your belt and you kind of know what you have and what you don't have, what is that shared vision that you and Tom have putting this team together?
Well, it's about team before self. It's about discipline. It's about accountability. It's about work ethic. Winning is fun, but it comes at a price, and it is required every day. Otherwise, this league is far too competitive, and he's felt it. I've felt it. You can feel like you're close, but if you're off by a couple different things, you can end up at 3-14. And we've got to put a process and a system in place that demands the best of our players, of our coaches, of our entire football operations, and really the entire building every day. And I've been here a year now. I've got to know MD ownership. I know what the expectations are. I've got to know the building, I think, really well. And we've got a plan in place, and we're gonna start working on it. And the goal is constant, meticulous improvement, so that this organization and the Raider Nation can be proud when they walk into Allegiant Stadium.
John, obviously this wasn't the season that anyone anticipated for Geno Smith. What is his status at this point, and could you envision him coming back next year?
Yeah, Geno's under contract for next year. We did that because when we traded for him, we liked him. I'm not going to get too far into the future right now, on day by day, but he's one of the guys that's under contract. He's a quarterback. He played some good football this year, and we'll make those decisions going forward.
You play I know Q just asked what you learned about the organization over this year. Maybe what did you learn about yourself? And you dream about this job for a long time. You get on it. I'm sure you didn't picture this season being your first one, but what did you learn about yourself along the way?
Yeah, I don't really want to make this about me. To answer your question, I'm okay in this space. I'm okay with it being uncomfortable. My life has been ups and downs. I've been rocked to my core personally, and I know I'll be okay. And you just get up every day and you take one step at a time and you keep going and you show up and you work. And you can make gains every day. And, I think we have a big mountain to climb, but we're not trying to do it all in one day. And steady success, leadership, and just show up every day will get us a long way. So I don't know if you totally know that until you go through this, but.
John, I was wondering, going back to Brady, do you envision kind of like his involvement to increase moving forward, whether that is not being in the building or whatnot? Like, how would you, because I know in the statement it says close collaboration in all football operations. Just, I was wondering, how would you describe his role moving forward after this year?
Yeah, I know you're kind of on this. I talk to him a lot. He's aware of what we're doing. I don't bore him with the mundane, transactions or all that. But any big decision, I've talked to him about. Any vision, I've talked to him about. He's a great resource for me. He's a great partner in this for me. And I would be not doing a good job and be a fool if I didn't talk to him. He's been supportive of me. He can't be here every day right now, but I promise you, I talk to him a lot, and he and I are on the same page.
I know you was mentioned about sustained success. How important would stability be for that to achieve that vision, sustained success? Since this organization has been dealing with coaching changes year in, year out, just how important would stability be in terms of achieving that goal of yours?
I think as the NFL goes, it's important, but this is a largely unstable world we live in. Even when you're good, you have instability because your coordinators take off on you. I mean, there's a couple teams that were great last year and they lost some really good coaches, and it hasn't worked out as well for them this year. So we're always battling every year. It feels like every game, every week, every year you're battling. And so, it'll be built organizationally. We want to define what it means to be a Raider. We want people that are excited to be a Raider. We think that this is an exciting job. And we want people where it means a little bit more to be a Raider. And I think when we can find that, we can find those people that are dying to stay here, dying to come here, dying not to leave here, then, that success with some stability will be created.
John, you described this as a massive opportunity. Could you just speak a little bit more on, if done the right way, the impact that the right head coach and a, first overall draft pick can have on the future of this franchise?
I mean, the league is littered with, when you get the top pick right, those guys are franchise-altering players. There's probably no more important hire in an NFL organization than the head coach. They're the daily guy. They set the vision. They set the cadence. They are what touches the players every day and demand excellence from players. And the players are the ones that have to go out there and do it. And the more good players you have and the better person at the helm that you have steering that ship, my experience is the more successful you are. And, you look at, are there two more important hires in an organization than a quarterback and a head coach? I think we probably all would agree that those two men usually steer the ship, and that's out in front of us right now.
Some coaches, I know they're under contract, but have they been given permission to look for other jobs at all? Is that?
I don't want to get too deep into the conversations that I've had with the coaches. They know where they stand.
Over the last couple of weeks, seeing a lot of these younger guys that you brought into the building that you either drafted or brought into free agency, seeing them play, how excited are you to continue to see them develop, but also how important is it to you not only bring in more players, but retain a lot of the guys in the building as well that you feel are best fit?
Yeah, I'm proud of the rookie class. It wasn't easy for them. They battled and they got better as the season went, and I think that showed up over the last couple of weeks. But this is the biggest offseason of their careers usually. Guys have a chance to take a massive jump, and if they don't, you kind of wonder why, and a lot of times it's pretty telling. So, they got a massive opportunity that they got to attack this offseason too, and I'm going to spend some time over the next couple of weeks talking to all those men. We've got 10 more draft picks that we have shots this year to try to load it up with more young players, and we don't want to let good players leave our building. That's happened around here. I was in charge last year when a couple of good players left the building, and it's one of the things I learned. You got to keep our good players here. And, we were talking about it this morning. Just you look around the league, there's some former Raiders that are playing good football somewhere, and I got to do a better job in that world.
John, quickly, just you mentioned building and climbing back up to the top here. I'm curious, when you look at this season 25, were you happy with how the rookie class was developed? Is there anything different you would like to see moving forward?
I'm not real happy right now in 3-14. You know, I would just go back to I'm proud of those guys for them competing, and I think they're the right kind of guys and they're about the right things. And my experience has been when you add the right kind of people to an organization, whether it's scouts, analytics people, wellness, players, you'll be okay. And we'll just keep trying to do that with players too. Thank you all. Appreciate you all coming.
All right, so John Spytek just spoke. A couple of my takeaways.
You got to turn that off. You got to turn it off. I can hear it. And my volume is off. What up, Luke? Holy cow. All right, first off, I want to say thank you to John Spytek. I actually thought that was a really good press conference. I want to say thank you to all of the Raiders beat reporters. I want to say thank you to everybody that asked questions. Of course, there was a few questions in there that, you know, it was kind of like John repeating himself over and over and over again. But, like, I thought that they were all good questions. Really, the only answer that I think Spytek kind of gave where we all rolled our eyes a little bit was the whole, like, Geno Smith. He played some good football this season. I don't know if y'all were following me on social media, but Geno Smith has wiped everything clean Raiders related on all social media platforms. He knows the writing is on the wall. He knows he's not going to be back this season. But I do mean this. I am somebody that's always going to give my honest opinion. I'm not afraid to say, hey, that's a dumb question there. Hey, you guys got to do better. I'm also, though, going to be somebody that sits up here, and I appreciate when my time is not wasted. And I feel like for the first real press conference in a very long time, the questions were direct. You saw a question about Max Crosby. I like Spytek's answer. He didn't necessarily say no. There was a lot of questions about Tom Brady, a lot of questions about the future of the Raiders, questions about the offensive line, Ashton Jeanty. When I think about a lot of the things that are going on inside of my head as a Raiders fan, I feel like those questions were asked, and I appreciate that press conference. So to everybody there, I was going to try to give shout-outs, but, you know, to everybody that asked those questions, some were better than others, I appreciated that press conference. But, John, I also want to give a lot of credit to our GM, Spytek, because he stood up there. He was a little bit nervous in the beginning, I think, which you could tell. But that comes with public speaking. I would be probably nervous as well. I know I was when I first started doing this show. Hell, there's times I'm still nervous when I do this show. But, like, Spytek took accountability. And I think a lot of times good leaders take accountability. And that's what you want. You want the face of your franchise right now from a GM standpoint. Him and Tom Brady are the one calling the shots. After a 3-14 season, I don't want excuses. I don't want finger pointing. I don't want any of that BS. That doesn't get you anywhere. Accountability, looking yourself in the mirror and realizing that it is my job to get the Raiders going on the right track. I love that from Spytek. And I said last year when the Raiders hired John that the way that he thinks, I've had some conversations with some people close to John. I've had conversations with Spytek himself. I was told that the Raiders were going to build this team in a certain way. And I don't feel like that was able to happen because of the decisions Pete Carroll made. But John, I think, answered questions respectfully, and I think he took accountability. And I also know the football mind that Brady and Spytek are. That is a great press conference. And if I'm a Raider fan, I would be sitting there going, I've heard a lot of talk over the years. Believe me, talk is cheap. It's time to back it up. But when you have somebody that's accountable and you have somebody that's going to stand up there and tell you exactly what they're going to try to do, he even said, like, one of the things I got rock hard when he said it was like we're going to go get an offensive lineman, maybe a veteran, maybe two. I don't know how many times on this show I've said if I'm the Raiders, I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to add at least 2 offensive linemen to be able to build around the players that we got. I just want to say again, John, I know there's been some times this year that you've received some messages from me where I've been very upset about how certain things have gone inside of this organization. But if you guys could right now, I want you to grade that John Spytek press conference. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F. Obviously, I'm not the only person that watched it. Obviously, I'm not the only person that's got an opinion on it. But I always want to know what Raider Nation thinks. If I'm going to sit up here and say that I believe I'm the voice of the nation, I can't be the voice if I don't hear y'all's opinion. So I've given my 2 cents on it. I want to know what y'all have to say. I'm looking down in the comments, and I'm seeing a little bit of a mixed bag. I see some A's, I see some B's, I see a C+ in there. But what I do love about that press conference is accountability. Accountability. And again, for a lot of the Raiders beat reporters, I know when I put out some statements earlier in the year about I think that I think that certain questions are not allowed to be asked because of Pete Carroll. Not saying Pete was the one doing them, but the questions that were asked today, the ability to ask questions today were completely different than what we've seen all season long. I don't think anybody would ever admit to it. I had a few people that asked questions end up admitting that, yes, they're not screened questions, but you are allowed to ask certain things. I just want to say to all the Raiders beat reporters out there, I know we don't always see eye to eye. We're not always going to see eye to eye. But like Spytek said, if you're seeing eye to eye with everything, that's probably not a good relationship. Because the moment you start agreeing with everything and you're all always agreeing, I think you start looking past certain stuff. So I personally felt that was a really good press conference overall. I'm actually going to text one of the guys that were there, if you guys don't mind. One of the Raiders beat writers.
I was going to say, that was the first, presser I've listened to fully all the way through. And I don't know what the other one sounded like. Bless you.
Oh, they sounded like that.
Wow.
Just you're praying to God that you had to even listen to it.
I thought those questions were actually pretty good.
Old dog, I don't even agree with myself 100% of the time. That's hilarious because that's so true. The amount of times I'll sit there, like for me, I got a sweet tooth, so I'll sit there at night and I'll be like, Mitch, you don't need that piece of cake. But that piece of cake looks pretty good.
It looks good.
Well, you should get that piece of cake, dude.
Piece of cake.
Somebody said Brady should have been there. I don't fully disagree with you, but at the same time, I think the reason why Brady wasn't there is because that entire organization, Tom Brady included, knew that John Spytek was going to be able to walk up to that podium and hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was a home run, but I think he damn well hit it over the fence. And I think when you have confidence in somebody, you give them that ability to go out there and do their thing. So to John Spytek, to Tom Brady, the 2026 Las Vegas Raiders, I'm ready to get this offseason started, and I'm ready to get this thing going with Raider Nation. To all of y'all out there, hell of a press conference from Joey Mata. I'm with you. Manny Machado said, how the F can we get Mitch in that building? I'll say this, Manny. I know if I'm in that building, I'm not actually going to be able to do as much content as what I like to be able to do. I hope that people that watch this show know. I talk to people inside of that building. I think in the year of 2026, if you think that you have to be in the building to have sources, to have connections, to get news, you definitely don't watch the show and you haven't paid attention to, like Schefter's not in the Raiders building. Rappaport's not in the Raiders building. I'm not saying I got sources like that, but there will be a time. There will be a time where I'll be able to get in that building, but I also know there's a lot of people maybe in that building, certain beat reporters that have made a strong case for me to not get in there. And I understand that people don't want me to step on toes. I get it. I got a good thing going here, but I know a lot of my questions get asked. Whether you guys know it or not, I know a lot of my questions are getting asked. They don't get asked at the podium. But a lot of the questions I have get asked behind closed doors. So to all y'all out there, I promise you, my questions are heard. Y'all questions are heard. This show is proof that we have a voice and we can be really, really loud together. Speaking of getting really loud together, we got 2,000 people here in the building, and I want y'all to go spam Luke down below because Luke called us bae! Let's go, Luke! Let's go, Luke! Nico, well, again, you got certain people that don't like me, and that's just going to be the way that it is. I think for any beat reporter that says that I don't have any sources or know anybody, I think it's just them honestly being jealous of what we've been able to build here, but they also don't watch my show. They don't watch the content we provide. And I know I've broken more stories on this show than I would say every single Raiders beat reporter in that room that asked the question combined today. And I don't even think it's close. Not saying I've broken a lot, but when you're going against zero, it's easy to do a lot better of a job. So, no money, big him. Shout out to all of y'all. If you want a shout out here on today's show, go spam Luke down below for banging. We're trying to get to the Super Bowl. We're trying to get in the Super Bowl. Mitch, you work hard. You deserve to be the voice of Raider Nation. Luke, I appreciate it. I'll be honest, I already think that I am. I don't think that there's another person on this planet that has built the community that we've been able to build here. I literally don't think that there was another person that is more influential for Raiders media out there. And I know there's a lot of people that work in the building. And there's a lot of good people in that building. I'm friends with actually several Raiders beat reporters in that building. But, I think hard work pays off, but also just listening to what people have to say. I'm not going to be somebody up here that backhands you. I'm not going to be somebody that just because you might not be well known, right, like certain other people do. To me, if you're a Raider fan, you're welcome on this show. You say some outlandish shit, yeah, of course I might put you in your place, but doesn't mean that I don't respect you. I just think it's like anything, right? To me, the Raiders Report's my home. If you wouldn't say it in my home with my wife around, like, I don't really want you to say it here. We could talk about sports. We could talk about football, but there's just certain things that don't need to be said. Luke Colas, appreciate you, man. I hope you are in on the future. But John Gruden never said, I'll give the money back if I don't win. He said, I'll give the money back if I don't make Derek Carr a better quarterback. It's actually not true. There is an exact quote that says, if I don't do the job, I don't remember what it is exactly, but it is along the lines of, like, if I fail or if I don't do my job well, I will give the money back. I don't remember the exact quote. I don't even really want to talk about John Gruden because I don't really think that there's any reason to talk about John Gruden. But, Luke, I appreciate your super chat, man. I appreciate the fact that you're pulling up today. And, again, there's a reason why I'm going live for 11 hours and 11 minutes today. It's because I know I'm not the smartest guy. I know I don't know the X's and O's the best. But I do cover the Raiders better than anybody on the planet. I know this team from top to bottom, whether you want to agree with me or not. I'm not always going to be right. But I promise you this. Nobody's going to outwork me. And if you want to become a smarter Raiders fan, and if you want to become a part of the greatest Raiders community in the world, I hope you hit that subscribe button. I hope you turn on those notifications. And if my Raiders Report community upsets you as a Raiders beat reporter, as another podcaster, don't get mad at me. Up your game. Raider Nation deserves better content, and I'm just trying to provide the best content that I can possibly do. Luke, cheers to you. It's fun to stay at the LCA. Bang! Lord Cameron Abbott. Let's go. A- presser. The Geno talk is a Y. Yeah, I mean, I don't really expect Spytek to sit up there and be like, we're going to move on from Geno. Like, the answer he gave you is the perfect answer that a GM is supposed to give, because I can sit up here and go, nobody's going to trade for Geno Smith, right? Geno Smith's going to get cut. They're going to pay him $18.5 million. He's going to sign somewhere else. I can do that. It's why I don't want to be a Raiders beat reporter, because those guys probably can't say that. Also, one of the Raiders beat reporters said, thanks to the nation for the support. Appreciate you, man. He's watching right now. You know who you are. Appreciate you. But, it's one of those things where it's like, that's the answer he's got to give. Because if you're a GM, you got to try to do your job. One of the jobs that he's got to try to do is try to trade away Geno Smith. The problem is, though, Geno Smith doesn't want to be a part of this team. Geno Smith family members have already told me, you don't want to be a part of this team. And I don't know if y'all heard me when I said it earlier. I tweeted it out. But Geno Smith has deleted all things Raiders from his social media. And some of you might be like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. When you're under contract and you're the captain of a football team and you were given essentially the deal that Geno Smith was given, and you know everything that has happened with Smith, with Raider Nation, with the Raiders, that's Gino telling everybody in the world, I want the F out of here. That's why I made a show a few weeks ago saying Gino's going to screw the Raiders over for a lot of money because that's what he cares about, the money. Genty will destroy. A good administration coaches take responsibility and don't point fingers like Pete did. I wasn't going to bring that up, but you're not wrong, and I think that's why you should rock with Spytek because we knew that Chip Kelly wasn't any good. We knew that Tom McMahon wasn't any good, but the amount of finger pointing that went around and never came back to certain people, Pete was never willing to point the finger at Gino. Pete was never willing to point the finger at himself, was never willing to point the finger at Brandon Carroll. But when it came to other people, he was never afraid to do it. And he could say that, it wasn't from me. But, when you see reports that come out, it's Pete Carroll's team trying to save ass just like Chip Kelly's team was trying to save ass. So sometimes that's the ugly business of the NFL because there is so much turnover. It's the ugly business of playing in professional college football in today's day and age. Lots and lots of turnover, but people know that a lot of jobs come and go. So if your job looks good, if your resume looks good, you're going to get another opportunity. Like Chip Kelly, he's the new offensive coordinator for Northwestern. There's always a job out there. Let's go to Third Eye TV. Raiders will trade pick. I really don't think so. I think it would be an interesting conversation that needs to be had, and there's going to be a lot of conversations need to be had. I'm actually going to do a Raiders mock draft here in a little bit. I was thinking what we'll do here, Reed, is let's do Raiders head coach candidates once we get through some of these super chats, and then we'll do the mock draft. I don't think we need to do Raider Nation Reacts. I think this whole live show is Raider Nation reacting. So, yeah, I think we'll be okay. So, what we're going to do here is, again, we're going to keep on going through some super chats. I want y'all to know that we still got 1,800 people here in the building, and if you're looking down below, what is that? I promised y'all when Pete got fired that I'd go live for 11 hours and 11 minutes. I'm a man of my word. I promise you this. If I say something, I'm going to do it, and I hope if you guys are out there and you say something, you are nothing without your word. Talk is cheap if you don't back it up, and I promise y'all 11 hours, 11 minutes. So we still got 5 hours and 26 minutes to go here. The final 2 hours, I've been told to bring an umbrella because it's going to get wet and wild. Wet and wild. If trade back, sorry, can you go back to my guy can't walk? That's my brother. Can't walk. I don't know if you saw that I watched Scrooged during Christmas. I had to watch the Christmas Chronicles because of Bayou, and I had to watch Scrooged for my guy can't walk. If trade back, how far? Pick number 2, my lord. Because the team that wants Mendoza the most, that has the most, is the New York Jets. And if you're the Raiders, you trade back to 2, you get a shit ton of extra draft capital. And then, if I'm the Raiders and I trade back to 2 and Dante Moore goes back to the Oregon, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to go Ruben Bain, Arvell Reese, please. I literally think if you're the Raiders, the only options you have at pick number 1, Fernando Mendoza or trade back. If Dante Moore declares, then it's Fernando Mendoza, trade back to number 2, select Dante Moore. But again, there's a lot of smoke right now around Moore going back to college, and I want Indiana to win the Natty because that makes the number 1 price a little bit higher. How's the Fernando song coming, Javier? It's I still have the tab open, so there's that. There's I guess I got to listen to the song. See, the hard part about it is I can't play the song because if it gets picked up on YouTube, my literally entire YouTube channel could get shut down. So I gotta listen to it. The stars were bright. Fernando, they were shining there for you and me for liberty. Fernando. Wild one! Let's get wild. If we get at least 14 super chats of $14, we'll do a raffle for one of the limited edition t-shirts donated by myself. Wow, and the only problem with this is it's not the only way somebody can send in a $14 super chat is on a computer. You can't do it on a mobile device. So I know sometimes people probably get annoyed with some of the numbers that we choose for super chats, but we do it because if you're on mobile, it literally only allows you to do like 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, so on and so forth. So I'll say this. How about 14 super chats of 20? We'll do a raffle. That's up to you, Wild One. If we get 14 20s, or if we get 14 super chats that say Wild One, I don't know. It's just going to be hard for us to track.
It's too hard, yeah.
It's going to be hard for us to track. I like the idea. If we get 14 14s, you got it. You got it. Roxco, happy Spytek took accountability and showed leadership. I completely agree with you, dude.
Yeah.
And I think that's what everybody should be sitting back thinking. That, there was a lot of good questions asked. I mean, can somebody throw a question out there that maybe wasn't asked that's like the top of the priority list? Because there was a head coach question. Again, it kind of beat around the bush. Max Crosby question, offensive line question, Geno Smith question.
I think
Tom Brady questions.
With those questions, he doubled down on the Brady too.
Yeah.
I think there's a level of I guess professionalism of how you're going to word the question to not outright ask, okay, who are you thinking for the next head coach? Because that kind of gives your hand away to other teams, and maybe he doesn't want to say that out loud. But I just looked at this in the chat, running with scissors. I wanted something on, number 1 overall pick. Do you have an idea of what position you might go for? It's kind of obvious, but I mean, the plan of what to do for the draft, I would have liked that.
Sorry, I got to send a message. Can you give some shout-outs or go to this next one for me? I just got to send a message here to James and Brett.
Garen Edwards, don't know if you already talked about this or not, but who is the best head coach we can hire to be able to convince Max to stay, depending if he actually wants to trade? I don't think Max wants to trade. I think he wants to be a Raider for life. He has said that. I think we already know that. And literally what Spytek said in his presser, he is what a Raider is. He embodies what a Raider is supposed to be. So I don't think him – yes, they've listened to him before, but bringing in a new coach that is going to make him convince him to stay, I think he's staying either way.
See, to me, it shouldn't take a head coach to convince Max Crosby to stay.
Right.
And I know Max is the face of our franchise, but Max also signed a contract. And sometimes this is where I get a little bit annoyed where fans are like, Max is too good for us. I mean, we have always made Max Crosby the priority. Even in years where we've needed a quarterback, Max has always been the priority, and he's been given contracts and money that maybe certain other people would not get. So to me, if Max signed the contract, Max knew what he was signing up for. And I know that it has not gone the way that he has wanted it to go. But it also takes two to make a deal. It takes two to tango. And the Raiders have given him his entire 2025 and 2026 salary. It's already been paid for. Max Crosby, the fact that he got surgery when he did, his 2027 contract has already been paid for. So, there's a lot of times I sit back and I just think about normal people. And I get it, Max ain't a normal dude. But you probably work your ass off. There's a lot of people here that probably work really, really hard every single day, and your contract's not fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
I guess all I'm going to sit up here and say is this. If Max Crosby is still upset about the Raiders shutting him down and the Raiders risking losing the number 1 overall pick and also risking his personal health, if Max wasn't a psycho, and I mean that in the most respectable way possible, it's why we love Max. Max is the type of dude that's playing on a knee that could literally cost him his life. When you got a player that's that mentality that he's literally going to play, you got to kill him unless he's not going to get out there on the field. I've not seen many guys that are really listed out to doubtful, and then he goes out there and he plays because that's what he is. When you have that type of player, sometimes you got to protect him from himself. And the message of them shutting him down for the remainder of those 2 games wasn't, we don't want Max around. It was, we want you to be a part of the long haul. So if Max can't wrap his mind around that, nobody's above the shield. And with all due respect, he can go somewhere else. I want Max to be a Raider for life. I think Max wants to be a Raider for life. But we really got to, I think, stop the Max deserves better. Does Max want to win? Of course. Do I want Max Crosby to win? Of course. But I also want Max to also realize that he's been given certain things, but it's also because he agreed to those things. I want him to get on board. I don't care if your name's Max Crosby. I don't care who your name is. If you're not on board with the 2026 Raiders plan, then it's time to go jump ship. Because what I saw in 2025 was when you're not on the same page, you look like the 2025 Raiders, the worst team in the NFL. We need our leaders from top to bottom to get on the same page. What up, Goots? Also, Adrian Bravo. I see your message on Venmo. I have somebody looking into what you are talking about. So I saw you just sent me a Venmo, something in regards to the draft. So somebody from my team just reached out to you on Venmo with a reply. In terms of the duck race, I know you guys are getting me going here. Michael Owens is in the duck race. Also, I got a message to send you.
Scan that if you want to get entered into a.
If you want a chance to win some money,
what's it at right now?
Right now, it's a $20 Venmo to win $320. It's a good little chunk of change right there. It's a good little chunk of change.
I was going to say, does anyone feel bad for Myles Garrett being on the Browns, breaking the single-season sack record?
No, because Myles also said that he wanted to win.
Right.
And then he signed a $40 million deal, but he agreed to that deal.
Right.
So I don't feel bad for him.
No.
That's again,
same thing.
It's
because they're both generational talent.
But they agreed to the contract. Again, if it's got to be a two-way street. Like, the Raiders could also sit up here. I, as a Raiders fan, you as a Raiders fan, could sit up here and go, Max Crosby's coming off his worst year of his entire NFL career. That's a true statement. I think when you look at the numbers, everything that's wrapped in, I'm not saying it's all Max's fault. You guys know Max is the best player we have on our team on the defensive side of the football. But if we're talking about what a player made compared to the output, it was Max Crosby's worst year. Like, we are also allowed to be upset. I think sometimes just because it's Max, it's just totally ignored. And I don't want it to be ignored. I want everyone to realize no player is above the shield. It's just a really, really important, I think, concept. I think that's how it is. Rose says that they fire Pete's sons. Not yet, but they will. They will. I promise you this. They will. Goots, not beginning with the end in mind. What a great way to say he wants the head coach to bring a plan and then go with the best plan. I believe in John Spytek. Do what we have to wait till after Super Bowl to hire a head coach.
He said, do we have to wait till after Super Bowl?
Oh, do we have to wait? I don't believe so. The problem with that...
People are getting interviews right now.
Interviews can happen. What can't happen, though, is like you can't hire somebody who's still playing, right?
Yeah.
So if the Raiders wanted to hire Jesse Minter, they can't do it because the Chargers are still in the playoffs. So, like, right now, like, you're going to probably see some reports about Brian Flores. And I think the reason why Brian Flores' smoke has really started to develop here over the past few days because the Minnesota Vikings are done. He can go interview. He can be hired because they're no longer in playing. But for a guy like Robert Saleh, a guy like Jesse Minter, a guy like Klint Kubiak, those guys, they can accept, like, requests to go interview, but they can't accept the job yet. So just really wanted to be able to do that. Let's go to Cast Joey, throwing it up there. Is there really any truth to the New York Giants wanting Mendoza for real? I could see, like, I'll say this. I mean, Marsh is probably the better one to ask here, and I've asked him before what he thinks, like, the Giants are going to do at the quarterback position. He's been pretty steady saying that they're going to hang on to Jackson Dart, but there was some speculation in terms of if the Giants had the number 1 overall pick, could they be a team that said, hey, let's go get Mendoza instead of keeping Dart? Because it's also, you're going to get a brand new head coach. Now, they are keeping their GM, Joe Shane, which I don't think is a very popular opinion amongst a lot of Giants fans right now.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
He goes, I'm fortunate. This isn't quote unquote, but he said something like, I'm fortunate that I'm surrounded by an organization that supports me if I stub my toe. Stub your toe, brother.
Yeah.
You broke your entire leg.
And think about how Joe Shane answered it. Think about Spytek. That's no accountability.
I like Spytek's responses in today's press.
To me, I personally think Mendoza is a better prospect, better player than Jackson Dart. I know Dart has some good flashes from time to time.
Different drafts.
Different style of player. Like, the other thing that really scares me about Dart's the concussions. And
injuries just in general.
Injuries in general, but in terms of, like, thrower of the football, I do think Mendoza's a better thrower. I think Dart's a better overall, like, athlete. But there are some times, man, like watching Dart yesterday against the Giants, that flip play that he had to the tight end, 27 yards, that's an unbelievable play. I don't think Mendoza makes that play. And then the throw that he had to Tyrone Tracy in the end zone where he gets hit coming in here and he just delivers it over like 3 dudes, and it's a beautiful touchdown throw. I have earned a lot more respect for Dart than I originally thought that I saw from him at Ole Miss. But
and I think we get.
I like Mendoza over Dart, but I personally don't. I think the Giants are going to stick with Dart.
I think we get blinded too by the C.J. Strouds, the Jaden Daniels, where their rookie year, they're incredible.
Yeah.
You know, right out the gate, they're like, oh yeah, and then everyone starts to think when it happens multiple times, you're like, oh yeah, this is the expectation. This is what every rookie should do as soon as you come out. No. Not every rookie does that. They need a couple years to. I mean, look at Jordan Love. He sat behind Aaron Rodgers for most of his career, and now he's
look at Malik Willis. I mean,
yeah.
There are some times where certain players, you got certain traits, you got certain tools, and got to let them marinate here a little bit. Before we get into another super chat, I do want to show all of y'all what today's deals are on the program. I got to be live here for another 5 hours. In 12 minutes. So the way that we're doing today's program is this. If you send in a $5 super chat, you get 1 raffle ticket for a chance to win a Fernando Mendoza jersey. If you were to bang here on YouTube, 100, that's 20 raffle tickets for a Mendoza jersey. So again, I don't know if Cash Joe even knows it. He just got 10 raffle tickets. Yep. If you want an opportunity to put some money in your pocket, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, we're doing 50-50. Right now, that you have a chance to win $340. We gave away $4,660 yesterday on this show. I think that's freaking awesome. If you want to be entered in for a chance to hang out with me for a weekend, if you spend $500 on any show in the year of 2026, if you hit the gong, I don't got the gong anymore. I gave it to the Weldinator. Yeah. But if you hit the gong, 5 bangs, I'm going to put you in a raffle, and at the end of the year, whoever it lands on, either you're going to fly down here, I'll pay for everything, and you'll be able to come up here on the show. Or if you're like, hey, man, I'm out in Cali, like, come out and hang out with me. Let's go hang out for a night. I'm down. To me, I want to shake some hands. I want to be able to meet some people that watch this show. Shout out to Fabian Moreno, the Night Devil. Hope you're doing well, my man. Being able to go out in Tucson earlier this year and meet a lot of really awesome Raider fans is why I wanted to be able to do it. Also, we are doing a special deal on Venmo. If you want a limited edition I Came Here to Bang shirt, we're only offering it today. We're only offering it for the next 5 hours and 10 minutes. Here's what the shirt looks like. Just came here to bang. $100 Venmo, you get a T-shirt. Also on the back of it, it's going to have the date. It's 1 of 100. I only have 100 shirts. I want to be able to get more Raiders Report people out there. I want people to be like, oh, you're a Raiders Report watcher. Oh, shit, you watched the Pete Carroll live. I watched the Pete Carroll live. Let's continue to grow this community. Every single bang we get today, every alley-oop that gets thrown up and thrown down counts as a bang. Chugs and I want to be able to go out to the Super Bowl. We won't actually go to the game. We needed 100 bangs today in 11 hours and 11 minutes. If we got there, Chugs and I are going to go out to the Super Bowl. We're going to host a Raiders Report party between Santa Clara and where Raider Ron lives in Napa. We're going to meet somewhere in the middle. I'm going to give you guys a date. I'm going to give you guys a location. It's going to be 100% free to pull up to, and I think it's going to be a movie. I don't know if it's going to be Project X, but it's going to be a hell of a time.
If any people who know of any restaurants and they want some good business.
If anybody owns a restaurant, if anybody owns any place where you can host, I'm going to be real. We're going to have hundreds of Raiders fans there.
At least 200.
We're going to have hundreds of Raiders fans there. So if you're a business owner and you don't mind making, honestly, more than 100 bangs in a night, hit me up. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365.
And
we got some super chats to get to. Got some other craziness about to go down. Before I get into that, Spam PP, you know what I'm talking about, down below if you want a shout out on our Prize Picks read here, because this episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making PLA or picks for the first time, trying something new, it can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right, with high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. On Prize Picks, how you play is up to you. If you want flexibility, choose a flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you want the biggest payouts, go for the power play. No matter your play, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. I love how straightforward Prize Picks is. I don't have to spend a lot of time trying to calculate my payouts. Prize Picks makes it easy with their payout multipliers. Whether it's just a simple 3 or a big 2,000, Prize Picks makes it easy to understand how much I can win. Get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in 50 states. It offers, you can do stacks, join millions of users on America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It is good to be right. Since we're going to be talking about Prize Picks a lot for the next 5 hours and 7 minutes, if there's anybody out there, I want y'all to build me a Prize Picks lineup.
Oh, that's fun.
I want y'all to build me a Prize Picks lineup. So the way that I'm going to do it is this. If you send in, it's the first 6 Super Chats that mention anything about a Prize Picks lineup. If you have Prize Picks, go on there. Tell me if you're going more. Tell me if you're going less. Tell me exactly what you want me to do. I'm going to make a Prize Picks lineup out of what y'all have created today.
I love that.
Sounds good. And if we win, all that money I will use to be able to put towards our Raiders event. So
you like DM you a picture of it?
Well, I'd say just put it in here. Like, put it in a Super Chat.
Oh, okay.
So if you're like, Fernando Mendoza's passing yards is like 180, I'll just go on the app and I'll be like, all right, 180, click more, and we'll wait for 6. I want 6.
Right.
I want a big one. We'll do like
flex play.
Oh no, I mean we could do flex or power. I'll let you guys decide once it's finished. But we'll put like $20 down, and then whatever the money is, we'll use that for however many drinks or something like that for the party.
I like it.
We'll figure something out.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We'll figure something out. Let's get a little bit weird. Shout out to Travis McCurry, Bayou Raider, for being here in the building. Mitch, do you expect head coach interview requests today? I don't know what I expect. And Spytek literally said that they're already going to start working. The only reason why I do expect something to happen is because about an hour ago, what the Raiders decided to do is they already did some roster moves. So if you didn't see the video that I did, they decided to sign multiple players to future contracts. I put out a video on it. It's literally on the channel right now. It's a short about the 12 roster moves that they did. So typically when a team's making, like, that's the first step. You know, it's like, do you fire Pete Carroll? I hate to say this. I am an expert on how to cover coaching firings at this point. And it's sad to say, but it is the God-honest truth. So because of that, what usually happens is coach is fired. Then you have your decision of whether or not you're going to keep your GM. Obviously, they're keeping the GM. And then you do the reserve contracts. And then what ends up happening is other coaches start leaving. You'll kind of see like little words here and there of guys going. And then what they'll end up doing is that's when you start seeing requests start piling in. So I think at any moment we could say, hey, the Raiders are going to submit a request to interview. Like 3 requests, I guarantee you that happen. Jesse Minter, Brian Flores, Robert Saleh. PG, seems Spytek feels lucky he still has a job. I don't think he seems that he feels lucky. I just think John Spytek appreciates that he's the GM of the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think he knows that the opportunity that he has in front of him, because John is a very well-respected football mind. And when you're in your first year of your job and it's a results-driven job and you go 3-14, I think that kind of, like John wants to be able to be remembered as a great GM. He wants to be remembered as a great football mind. And he has succeeded everywhere that he has gone. So I think for him, it was like, shit, man, you kind of get slapped a little bit with a face of reality. Like, I don't know if y'all have ever been on a bad sports team, but to me, when I was a kid growing up, we used to always win. And then
Yeah.
Then when I was 9 years old, my dad and my Uncle Wayne told me that, hey, we're going to play for this team called Continental. And my cousin Anthony and I, we bawled our eyes out because Continental was 0-36 the last 2 years. But my dad, my Uncle Wayne, they took it upon themselves. They took a challenge. When I was 9 years old, I think we won like 2 or 3 games. But when we won that first game, dude, we celebrated. But I think sometimes you just get hit with something and you're not used to it. You're like, holy crap, this is crazy. Proud to say, and I know a lot of y'all care about Danville Little League Baseball, Continental went on to win 3 straight championships. We are still the only Little League team in Danville history to win 3 straight championships. Also, this guy's a freaking champion. Husker Raider! Bang! Come on, Husker. This guy just got himself. I'm just here to bang shirt, which now puts us, I want to say, how many bangs are we away?
Are you ready?
Are we at 70, 69? I think we're somewhere in there. I don't know where we are.
We are at.
So we are now.
We are at 69.
69 bangs away. I did say this. I said if we get to 68 bangs before that 5-hour mark, I would do a beer bong. And only because I feel like 68 is the most forgotten number in the world right now.
Oh, yeah.
You got
true.
69 for Rebel.
Very true.
You got a little 6-7 action mixed in there.
Yep.
We're 1 bang away from putting down a beer bong. And again, I'm not getting too crazy today. The last 2 hours, get an umbrella, get a raincoat. It's going to get wet and wild based on some of the things that I've been hearing. It's been getting a little bit wet and wild, but guess what? We're chopping down the tree. We're getting a little bit closer. Sean Couples! Bang! Come on, Sean! Get down on it. Get down on it. I actually almost think that drinking out of the boot was a little bit easier yesterday.
Really?
Well, it was funny
we didn't have any left. It was funny.
What was funny was I got home last night, and Alex is like, are you drunk? I'm like, no, I'm sober as a bird. I was like completely sober. I mean, I had, I don't know, maybe like 6 or 7 beers yesterday. I don't even remember.
By the way, that
I
meme,
smelt like beer.
That meme is back in 2025.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
We left that back there.
Let's leave it there forever. But I got home, and she's like, are you drunk? I'm like, no, I'm fine. And she didn't believe me because I was really tired when I got home.
Walk in a straight line?
No. I mean, I looked exhausted. I mean, and again, like tonight when I get home.
We were live for 8 hours.
Well, yeah, today we're live for 11. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild to think that I'm going to be live for about 30 hours in a 48-hour span.
Yep.
But I do it for all of y'all. I hope you know that. I do it for myself because I love my job. I do it for everybody here at Chat Sports because if it wasn't for the Raiders Report, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of the things that we've been able to do. We wouldn't be able to have the amount of jobs here that we've been able to create. And the fact that we still have over 1,400 people and we've been live for 6 hours, I think is a really, really awesome thing. Dank said, Alex not drinking for January. Yeah, she does dry January. Which, if you do dry January, that's fine. It's up to you.
God Family Raiders for Life said, did Reed drink his boot for bangs? That was that deal ended a while ago.
Yeah, that deal, we didn't get it in the amount of time.
Yeah, it was you had to get 10 bangs in an hour, which crazy, but it's a boot in the middle of the day, so. Oh.
All right.
You just got hacked.
Are you almost
got hacked by
Are you almost done for the day?
Oh.
So we were talking about the final 2 hours of the McDaniels live stream where it was like you and Rolly. Just pure delirium. Pure delirium. I mean,
that was so funny. You're just like, okay.
I mean, I saw him come. I thought he was going to ask me something, and he's like, I'll take that off your hands.
Yeah.
So I still owe you guys a beer bong. So how about this? I'll make y'all a deal. If we get 8 bangs in the next 10 minutes, Reed's got to do a boot. That's how it works. Reed's got to do a boot, and I'll do another beer bong.
There you go.
Boot for Reed, bong for me. Unless
Trizzy,
Trace tries to steal
that
it
looked
again.
really good. Could you get me a beer, please? Oh, I know.
I was going to say, I don't know if we have. I don't know if we have more Happy Dad Miller Lights
no,
out there.
just a beer.
Okay, I know it's a
just
mixture of things.
It's 5:10, so it's 5 o'clock somewhere. I think it's time to crack open a beer.
We're getting close. I'm worried if I start cracking open beers now, I'm not going to make the final 5.
Yeah.
We got a long way to go.
Thank you.
We got a long way to go.
I'll
If you're
I'll
wondering,
sip on
Mitch,
this,
what the hell else is going to happen here?
Yeah, just in case I need to shotgun one of those guys.
What else is going to happen here on
Thank
this
you.
show? We're going to give you guys another video. I got it ready to go. It's going to be Raiders head coach candidates. Then after that, we have a Raiders mock draft. So how about we're about to get into the Raiders head coach candidates, which I think is a good video to be able to do.
I agree.
Then at the, let's say, 3-hour mark, we do a mock draft.
I like it.
3-hour mark, we do the mock draft.
I think I'll talk to Chugs about who's gonna finish off the live. I think I started it. It's only fair if Chugs finishes it.
I'm not going to disagree with you. Again, y'all, we decided to go live 11 hours, 11 minutes. You call me crazy, call me a Raiders fan.
Wait.
But I'm a man of my word, so what do you got? It's a good sound. It's a very, very good sound. All right, you know what? I got one over here. Happy Dad.
Oh.
We can just sip a little bit.
I was going to say, sip. Why not sip? Cheers to the nation.
I drink.
You know what? I'm only drinking this because of Pete Carroll. Thanks, Pete.
Shout out to Pete. Also, shout out to yesterday's MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Alex McGuire rocking this one. What I am going to end up doing is right now the MVP of today's show. It is it's actually LA Crash Dog.
Is it?
So what I'm going to end up doing here, Gunny, if you're still the MVP, actually, you know what? I think I'm going to go put the LA Crash Dog jersey on. Right now, he's the MVP. I think he's been able to show up, show out. Do you care if I don't think you're going to care. I'll just put on the Semper Fi jersey that I have.
Yeah.
But I'll be right back. Let me go put on the Gunny jersey. I'll go try to grab some of the other ones as well that I have. But here's my new deal. If you're the MVP of the show and I got your jersey, I'm going to wear your jersey. So if you want to reclaim the MVP, I'll get another one.
Put it back on?
We're just going to go grab some
like
jerseys.
That. It's a fun idea.
I got a few over there already. But if you're the MVP and I got your jersey, I'll wear it here on the stream. Let me go grab Gunny's, and then let's get into some Raiders head coach candidates.
I like it.
Let's do it.
I like it. I enjoy that. I like that plan. Also, I'm still thirsty. Gerald said, "Are we caroling today?" That's funny. I like that one. We are. Right here. This is a Miller Lite, actually. Natty Light. I did drink Natty Ice in my freshman or sophomore year of college. Natty Ice isn't a bad like chug beer, or I used to play. Shout out if anyone knows what Beerio Kart is. That's one of my favorite drinking games of all time. My roommate who I lived with when I lived in Tampa, we played that almost every weekend. That is a fun game. But like Mitch said, we're going to end up doing a coaching candidates video, which is on our list of things that we are going to get to. Obviously, Raider Nation live reactions. That's happening right now. So anything that you guys want to say, you can super chat in $2 up to a bang. We'll put it on screen. Let the people know what you're thinking, what you want to talk about. But if you can't super chat, that's totally okay. Make sure you hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button already, how many likes are we at? We're at 1,770 likes. Can we get to 2,000 before we start our head coach candidates video? That would be huge. If you haven't liked the video already, 1,400 people in here. What are we doing? Believe it or not, it actually does help. Tells YouTube that this is actually a pretty good Raiders stream and gets more Raiders fans in here. But the final 2 hours, like Mitch said, it's going to get a little wet, a little wild, and pretty fun.
Get an umbrella. I had to take off the jacket. I'm sorry. I'm sweating so bad in that freaking thing. I'm sweating, Gunny. I got my Semper Fi jersey on. I don't think LA Crash Dog's going to mind. I'm rocking the Semper Fi. So
I think he'll be completely okay with it.
I think he's going to be more than okay with it.
So I
Shout
said
out.
we were at 1770 in likes, and I said, can we get to 2,000 before we start this one? We're at 1818 right now.
We're moving, man.
We are moving.
We're moving and grooving. Moving and a little bit of the grooving.
Javier said, I like your Apple Watch. Thanks. Me too. I use it every day. It helps me with finding things out and like getting notifications, not necessarily just for messages or people texting me, but like if I had Twitter notifications to buzz on here, my entire arm would be buzzing the entire day.
No, nothing happened. I just said hum.
What? What'd you say hum for?
Because you said you'd get a lot of buzzing. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, sooner or later you're gonna have to turn off your notifications. It's just gonna have to happen. Means you're getting more popular. Covering the Bucks? No.
Oh yeah, but I have Twitter notifications that will just pop up on my phone.
Oh,
like I have 50. I have 54 right here, but I'll just look at them. But I used to have it as it would buzz on my phone for Twitter notifications, and my arm would not stop buzzing.
Yeah, I mean,
like I don't know if I could ever do that.
I used to have notifications on, and yeah,
But like if somebody messaged me on our work Slack,
oh yeah,
I like it because it can pop up and I can read it here instead of going off screen to look at my computer. Obviously, I'm off screen right now. Looks kind of weird. I'm only doing that when I'm putting in the raffle entries, but I think it's useful because I get to look at the message and then think about what I just got.
Very, very interesting.
What are you keeping from me over there?
I'm just keep looking at Twitter, man. I keep looking at Twitter.
Todd Bowles meeting with the owners of the Bucks this week to probably decide his future. I think they keep him for another year, but
I mean,
I don't necessarily agree with that decision. I think there are some better, newer, funner options on the market that could be on the market with, especially talk about an exciting roster, an exciting team in the future. You get Baker Mayfield. Mike Evans is probably coming back because this upcoming year, so this was his 12th year.
Yeah.
Next year, 13th year.
Yeah, that's probably the
so
end
that's
of that.
probably his last year next year. But you got Chris Godwin, Emeka Ibuka, Jalen McMillan came back after breaking his neck in preseason, which was wild.
I mean, they have a good team.
They have a good
They had
roster.
they had a lot of injuries earlier on.
They had a lot of holes in the defense. Antoine Winfield does not deserve the contract that he has, but he did have an okay end to the season. Hassan Reddick, not
Dustin
Eagles.
said, "Are we going to read more super chats? I got to go to work here." I mean, we could try to get through all the supers and then.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
and then
I guess
do
we
the
can
segment.
We're not that far. We're not that far back.
All right, we'll get through all the super chats. Once we get through all the super chats, then we will go to the Raiders head coaching candidate segment.
I like it.
John, undecided, action speaks louder than words. I think you're talking about the Spytek presser,
yeah.
and again, I think we've heard so many words over the years that it's like I just want to see the action finally get put in place here. You want to see it, I want to see it, but I liked what I heard from John today. Let's go to Jacob Holt. What up, man? Went to the Rules Bowl as a Raiders fan to watch Mendoza. He is the guy for sure. I wouldn't mind more if he declares, but Mendoza is the guy. We are in such a good spot, and people need to see that. I agree with you, Jacob. I think that the number one job on the market right now is the Raiders' job because of the entire picture, and you can go get your own franchise quarterback. I think I saw somebody down in the chat saying that ESPN ranked us last. If you're ranking the Raiders' job last with everything that we have in the offseason, I think you're just bitter. or you're a Lombardi. I'm not sure.
Last has to be the Titans.
I don't.
Cam Ward with an injury, he'll be back, but
Atlanta doesn't even have a first-round pick.
That's true.
And they are not in a good spot money-wise.
Yeah, the city's cool, though.
My name is Jeff. You're next up here, ma'am. But also, everybody here should want Indiana to win.
Yes.
Means the price tag is higher. Means the price tag is higher.
Scarcity.
Laugh my ass off, dude. I laugh at this shit. You guys are cursed. While us Seahawks enjoy being at the top, I'm going to laugh my ass off because you change head coaches like you swap out. I don't know what TJ. I'll say this. Yeah, we do swap out a lot of head coaches, but that's also because the head coaches that we've decided to hire haven't been the right guys. And Mark's got to learn. I really do hope that Tom Brady and John Spytek are the guys calling the shots, because if they are the guys calling the shots, I think we're honestly going to get a guy very similar to Minter. And Minter is very similar to the young man that you guys have in Mike McDonald. So I think no matter what the next head coach that we hire, insert name below, will be better than Pete Carroll. And as an organization, you've got to be able to find a way to get better. Pokemon, been here since the start of the live stream, and I'm still here drinking Happy Dads with y'all.
Hey.
Pokemon Trainer Ray. Cheers to you, dude.
That's another raffle entry.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
Mine?
Let's do it. What's your favorite Pokemon?
I was never super into it. My brother was, but I love Squirtle.
You would.
I know.
If I'm like low-key loved Dragonite.
Dragonite's cool.
Low-key loved Dragonite.
Dragonite's cool.
I mean, you got Mewtwo is an absolute powerhouse. See, Bulbasaur is not powerful
I think he's
enough.
funny.
Like to me, if you're gonna go that route, it's got to be Venusaur, Blastoise,
Yeah.
Charizard. Love Zapdos, all the legendary birds. I used to be able to name all 51.
Easy. Pikachu's too easy.
I actually had Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Snap on the Nintendo.
My brother loves it.
You know who
he still has cards, so that'll probably be
it's a
kids
touchy
college
subject.
tuition right there.
I think I'm not kidding you. I bet
Mewtwo's a good one.
Gengar was low-key one of my favorite. Alakazam, freaking loved Alakazam.
Zapdos.
I had a bunch of Pokemon cards.
Eevee.
I honestly would say that I had
Gengar.
I don't even know how much money I had invested in Pokemon cards. My mom, it's not my mom's fault. Can't find them. I know where I saw them last, and again, they should have been at my house, but just through different things that have happened, I haven't had them for a while.
Yo, Nico Laz, that's wild.
What?
Look at what he said.
I don't see Nico anywhere.
Nico Laz.
I don't think that's a real Pokemon.
I know it is not.
Well, there's a real Pokemon called Lickitung. It's like literally has a giant tongue, and I know why Nico Laz would probably like that one.
All right.
I mean, Lickitung hanging out with Cloyster, some sus shit, man. Javier Gomez just got off of work. Let's effing go, Raider Nation. Hey, the last 2 hours of this thing, y'all. Buckle up, Buttercup. Mando Ace. What did Wilkins do? I don't know. Again, I will never come out with what I was told, because what I was told, I think it would be a lawsuit if it ended up not being true. So,
yeah.
If somebody Venmoed me $100,000 right now, I would tell you what I was told.
Oh, my God.
But I don't even know if that covers my lawyer fees.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually, I don't even know, $1 million. Because those guys got money out the wazoo that I don't have. But let's face the facts. Christian Wilkins is a really talented player.
Yeah.
When you do what you did with Wilkins, something happened. I don't know what. Something had to happen. Possibly trade Max during the offseason for picks. Trade back during the draft for more picks. That's too much trading. I think if you are going to do this, like if you trade Max, that tells me you're guaranteed to take Fernando Mendoza. If you're like, I don't know how I feel about Mendoza, again, to me, if you trade Max, you're going to take Mendoza, because then you're getting that extra draft capital to be able to rebuild. If you're not sold on Mendoza, well, then, yeah, you should just trade back, but then I think you should keep Max Crosby. To me, trading Max Crosby in my mind says we're taking Fernando Mendoza #1 overall. unless you really want Lamar Jackson. Because if you watch that Baltimore game yesterday, they need edge rusher help. They need to be able to get after the quarterback. They couldn't get after Aaron Rodgers. Was the 10 wins comment a shot at Pete? I think so. I actually don't know what the 10 wins comment. Did he say that? I know Pete Carroll earlier this offseason said something along the lines of, like, I've been winning 10 games. Like, I don't even know. Like, he was basically, we're going to win. We're going to win a lot of games. I expect to win. I've been winning 10 games in this league for a long time. So it was something along those lines.
Yeah.
I still enjoy your enthusiasm. Love your passion for the Raiders. My cousin is like saying, it's okay, but I do wish Raiders best finding a new head coach, quarterback, Mitch Reed and Chugs. Again, dude,
that feels like that
Jeff has been a real one here.
No, but I hope that the end of that is either a joke or
I am surprised by the amount of people that call Chugs Chubs. Happens all the time. It's like when people are like, when I see the way people address me, like Mitchell Rents, like with a T in my name, which I just find funny because I literally say Mitchell Rents 365 all the time, where people make fun of me for it at times. I don't blame you, but I'm always going to market myself. Jeff, appreciate you, my guy.
Brandon
Scuzzari. That's a hell of a name. Dust and Iron. You surprised Brennan isn't fired yet? Not really. He's going to get fired. Like, to me, when you fire Pete Carroll, the way that it goes is the entire staff ends up leaving. And the entire staff is still under contract, right? But
that's what he said about Gino, yeah.
As soon as you hire a new coach, that new coach is going to bring in his staff. So then it's out with the old, in with the new. Lamont, notice what Spytek said about other players Raiders let go. He will be wise in who comes back next year. Also, how he said OCs leave and get new jobs. Let's go. Again, like Chip Kelly left, was fired, ended up getting a new job with Northwestern. There were a lot of things going on behind the scenes, and I'm not trying to act like I know what all those things were. But when the reports come out that there's disconnect, and then as soon as Chip is let go, you got people from the Raiders saying that Chip was the problem. You got Chip's team saying that the Raiders were the problem. When you look at just the entire Raiders from top to bottom last season, this team was a freaking disaster on and off the field. There's just no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Stabler, what's going on, my man? The amount of disrespect coming from the host of this show toward John Gruden is shameful, and if you don't like it, block me. I'm not going to block you, but at the same time, I don't know how.
You can't go backwards to go forwards again. We tried that once with Pete.
I don't want people to think that I don't like John Gruden. I think John Gruden is an amazing media personality, and he's a really good dude.
Not as a coach.
But I don't see how anybody on the planet Earth would want John Gruden, who failed with the Raiders, to be the head coach again. Like, if you told me Gruden's willing to be the quarterback coach, I'll entertain that idea. To be a head coach, though, you got to earn it, and John didn't earn it.
How would you feel about OC?
No. He's just outdated. He's just very, very, very outdated. Travis, Mitch, does the 1 of 100 come in a 4X? Because I'm ready to bang.
I think I want to say yes.
I was under the impression it was a yes. You still have that link?
Yeah.
Let me see. 4X? Yes. Small, medium, large, XL, 2XL, 3XL, 4XL. Those are the sizes. Those are the sizes.
4XL.
Though, new year, new me. Get down to 3XL, Travis. No, we do have 4X. Also, it's a different
I feel like sometimes
shirt
people
material.
like it bigger, too.
It's a different shirt material than typical, like my Raiders Report shirts. So
it's comfort colors, if anyone has ever had comfort colors before.
I remember Arnold saying that, but I didn't know exactly what that
Comfort
meant.
colors is like, have you ever had those college shirts sometimes where it's like, or it's similar to a Vineyard Vines type shirt.
Oh, okay.
Or
comfort colors.
Yeah, comfort color shirts.
Okay.
It's like not a surf shirt. Like not that
if you
that type
Google
of thing, but
comfort
like
color,
PacSun, that type.
Ooh, okay, I like those.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can get one. Yo, Mitch, much love from the Bay.
You got a bang.
I thought I said baby. Much love from the Bay. Hopefully, whatever head coach we end up getting can be able to beat the sorry-ass Niners. I mean, again, if you're going out to the Raiders and 49ers game next year at the Bay, all I ask, please be responsible, please be safe. I want the Raiders and Niners to be able to play in the regular season. That's all I ask. Go have fun, go do your thing, root on the Raiders, but nobody needs to fight in an NFL game. Be an adult. If somebody says something bad to you, swallow your tongue, look the other way. They're probably just miserable. Or
swallow
drunk.
your tongue.
Swallow your tongue.
I thought it was bite your tongue.
I don't know. I've heard of both. Ivan, what's going on, man? Will the Wilkins money be off the books for next season? I have no idea. And I hate answering any question here, Raiders related.
Yeah, that's a weird.
Like, I have no idea, but I don't know because I don't know if the full story is out. Right. I don't know if the Raiders are still trying to look into it more. I don't know if the NFL's trying to look into it more.
Is there cap relief with that, depending on what the situation is?
Yes.
Yeah.
If the number is off the top of my head, I believe it's $49 million.
That's a lot of money.
Which, again, is a gigantic amount of money. Let me see here. So in 2025, the cap charge, 2026 dead money is $29.775 million, but in 2025 and in 2026 combined, it's $53.9. So unfortunately, I don't know what exactly could happen. However, though, if I'm the Raiders, if you're the Raiders and you're just willing to eat $29 million, then I think we as fans, us as football people, deserve to know more of the story.
I was going to say,
because again, you can say whatever you want about Christian Wilkins. If it's just our medical team and him disagreed, then again, that falls on, I think, honestly, Pete more, because this should have been a year that we rebuild, have him healthy, be ready to rock and roll in 2026, because we need to be able to win in the trenches. But if our organization is willing to eat $29.7 million, I want to know why.
Yep.
Tell me why. If you're not willing to tell me why, I'm allowed to keep on questioning.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache. Let's go to Ivan. Oh, that's the one I just got to. Sorry. If you want to get in the duck race, or you can show that QR code one more time.
Yep.
If you want to get in
Wild
the duck
next.
race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Rents 365 Dungeon. I just saw you get in. If you want the "We Came Here to Bang" shirt, you can scan that QR code, $100 Venmo. We are still chopping our way down to be able to make a trip to San Francisco. We still got, 67, 68 bangs to go?
68 bangs to go.
68 bangs to go. 4 hours to get there. It's going to get nuts. If we get there, that's insanity, dude. Insanity.
That would be nuts.
You can do 14 on the Venmo. Also, you can adjust the amount on a cell phone by touching the amount. You can adjust it, just FYI.
I haven't tried that.
I'll say this. I've never been able to do it on my phone.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe it's like an update or something.
Maybe an Android. Do you have an Android Wild One?
I think Android is.
You look like an Android guy. You look like an Android guy. I don't know. I just know on iPhone it's not possible. Only on desktop.
This is a tough question to ask or answer, I mean.
Stefanski, if all options fail, I don't actually think Stefanski's a bad coach.
I don't think he's a bad coach, but it's clear that he can't win.
Well, I mean, he did win Coach of the Year in 2019 and 2023. I do genuinely wonder how much of the Deshaun Watson decision was on him. Like, to me, that's how I would answer this question.
Yeah.
If Stefanski was on board for trading for Deshaun Watson, I don't think that Mark Davis would hire him at all, and that's only because when you trade for Deshaun Watson and you give up everything that they gave up, plus they gave him 5 years, $230, fully guaranteed. So when you give up the draft capital and you pay him that amount of money, that tells me that that organization thought every single woman that filed a case against him was a liar. You don't give up that much draft capital. You don't give a contract like that unless you think Deshaun Watson is 100% in the right and all those other people were liars. I find that hard to believe. With Mark Davis, he really, really values, I think, good people. You know, the Belindikoff rule. So to me, I think if Stefanski walks into the room, Tom Brady sitting here, John Spytek sitting here, I don't usually want Mark in on interviews, I'm going to be honest, but Mark, I would want him right there. And if I'm Mark Davis, I go, tell me about Deshaun Watson. If he tells me I was on board with trading for Deshaun Watson, I am not interested in Kevin Stefanski. That's how honestly I would answer it.
Especially because they knew he was going to be suspended before they gave all of that money, all of those draft picks. They knew he was not going to play that first year.
Yeah. And again, when
which
you
is
give up that much,
unbelievable.
Again, I'm not saying I know the legal system's got its own ways, but to me, I have a hard time believing every single person lied. And even if, we're getting into a whole can of worms here, but there's no way I'm giving up that much for Deshaun Watson with that situation going on. That's not a good thought process from your coach.
It is. I will tell you, though, I'm going to look up his stats right now because they are if he didn't have those allegations against him, the trade would make sense. 100%.
Well, he was amazing in Houston.
Oh, my God.
He was amazing in Houston. And it's sad because when he was at Clemson, I loved rooting for him. He was unbelievable. Again, I mean, he was an incredible player, incredible leader, and then all that stuff came out.
So 2020, the year before he got because he didn't play 2021, so played 2020. That was the best year of his career. He threw for 4,828 yards.
Okay.
Completed 70%. 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. And then also rushed for 293 yards with where are those? Where are his touchdowns? But 293 yards, and I can't find his rushing touchdowns. I don't know why they're not here.
Deshaun's rushing?
His rushing touchdown. He had rushing touchdowns as well.
What year?
2020.
All right, 2020 he had 3.
3, okay.
2019 he had 7. 2018 he had 5. 2022 he had 1.
But 33 touchdowns to 7 interceptions and almost throwing for 5,000 yards is reasonable for those picks and that money. But when you know that he's going to get suspended and not play for a year, and he's under all these allegations with all these people, and you still give him that,
yep,
that's where I agree with you. And you sit him down, and you go, was that you? Was that you? This you?
Can't be you.
And he says yes. No, thank you.
Gotta go. You should start cracking beers at 3:14 left because that's what our record was.
Well, sorry to.
I mean, we've had. I got beers here again. We're gonna make some beer drinking deals. I promise you that. To me, if we got to 3:14, okay, I can be convinced. Y'all know I can be convinced. Right now, my plan is to crack open beers with 2 hours left and go Raiders Report happy hour style. And I'm going to try to go balls to the wall. I'll just leave it like this. If y'all can convince me to go at 3:14, I'll do it. But
3:14 left.
We got some convincing to do. Garth, Mitch, how about mock draft with more or without more with trade scenarios? I promise you this, guys. You guys are going to get a lot of mock drafts from me.
I was going to say, we're going to get through these super chats. We're going to do a coaching candidate, and then we also have a.
Yeah, I mean, we got a whole mock draft to do. This morning I came in early. Again, shout out to my team. I think I did a mock draft this morning at like 7 a.m. I put it in my show script, had our team out there. They built everything for you. So we're going to do a mock draft here on today's show. And again, it's we're going to do a lot of different content here. I'm going to do probably a mock draft almost every week with the number 1 overall pick because there are a lot of different scenarios. There's a lot of things that need to be talked about. I'm going to do mock drafts where I don't select Mendoza. I'm going to do mock drafts where I trade back. I'm going to do a mock draft maybe where I only do is trade. I'm going to do mock drafts where all I do is take exactly the picks that we have. When you have the number 1 overall pick, the possibilities are truly endless. I'm going to do live shows on Monday where I might just be mock draft Monday. Go live at would you guys be down for this? If I go live every Monday, because obviously I typically go live for the Pete Carroll pressers. Now that the games are over, no need to do that. But imagine if I went live every Monday. Let's just say, I don't know, 1 o'clock my time, and we do a fan-led mock draft where we are all here watching, and it's literally like you'll see the draft right over here, whether it's Reed, whether it's Chugs, whoever it is, and then you guys decide who we pick. Every Monday. If you guys are down for that, I'm in.
I like that. I like that idea.
I'm in. If you guys are down for that, I am freaking in because I think it'd be fun. Don't forget about the beer for me. Kronos, I ain't going to forget. We got if you're still here, Kronos. Now, the fact that you're still here, shout out to you, Kronos. Appreciate you, dog. Rayquaza, number 1.
Is that a Pokemon?
I don't know who that is. Rayquaza? Yeah.
Sorry, Nick.
QB and head coach are important to pair. Do you agree Indiana head coach would be a good hire? Again, like this is like talking about Steven.
Really,
Do you think getting your daughter a unicorn is a good gift?
Yeah.
Because there's just better of a chance to get her a unicorn than you do Signetti. Again, Signetti to me is going to be a talking point that, in my personal opinion, you guys know I love rumors. You guys know that I love talking points. But I'm not going to talk about something that is so out of the realm of possibility. And I'm just going to say it. I think anybody talking about the Raiders hiring Kirk Signetti is really just doing it for, I'm not calling you naive, but I think people that think it's possible is naive to think. He just signed an 8-year extension in Indiana. He's never going to get fired from Indiana. If for the Raiders to do it, I literally think Mark Davis would have to pay his entire $92 million to Indiana. And then on top of that, I think if I'm Signetti, I go, I want a 10-year, $200 million deal. I know we're talking, Mark's got a lot of money, and he does have a lot of money. But, again, if I'm Signetti, I think my job at Indiana is a lot better. So, I don't think he's going anywhere. Rockwell, appreciate you, though. We got, it looks like
Johnny.
LA Crash Dog. We got 2 more, and then we're going to get into our segment here. Nice jersey, my brother. Semper Fi. Been at work and here the whole time. Finally off, and we'll be here till the end. Real One for Life, SaveWarrior.org for the vets. Hey, make sure you tell them that Father Tom sent you. Today's MVP so far, LA Crash Dog. That's why I'm rocking the Semper Fi jersey. Shout out to my brother Gunny. So far, today's largest super chat, by the way.
Yeah, I was
dropped to $400 earlier today. What up, Wild One? For the last time, it doesn't matter when it comes to John Gruden as a head coach. It can't happen. To do so would screw with the court case. Gruden already said the court case comes first. End of discussion. You're right, Wild One. And I know that you've been very big on this. Gruden literally can't get hired by the Raiders, but I think people would just want to talk about things that people know. And I love Raider fans, but sometimes we just get too hung up in the past. And I don't know. I just think when you deal with a really dysfunctional franchise, you don't know what true good functioning franchises look like. And the opposite of a good functioning franchise is to want to hire John Gruden. Bringing back John Gruden is like probably the most Mark Davis dysfunctional franchise that you could probably do, which thankfully is not going to happen. So, all right, y'all, here's what's going to happen. We're going to get into our next segment here on today's show, which is going to be around Raiders head coach candidates. And this show, I think, is going to get wild. I think is going to be a lot of fun today. I appreciate each and every one of y'all that have already tuned in, pulled up, and gotten rowdy with us on the program. So, what we're going to do is we got 2 more segments to do. After those 2 segments, I might be able to be convinced to get happy hour started a little bit earlier. I'm just saying, I might be able to be convinced. It's going to take an entire group effort. It's going to take some wildness. Nice. Nice. 2 birds, 1 stone. All right, y'all. You ready? So here's what's going to happen. Just like we usually do on a Tuesday show, we sit up here and we break down all things going on around the Raiders. We're going to talk about some head coach candidates. Now, I've talked about most of these candidates before on this show. Wait, when did that happen? Let's do Prize Picks. That's easier. Let's just hope that the copy and everything's good. Okay. Sounds good. Oh, I got you. I got you. Hang on, I got to crack my back. Oh, Sounds good. Before we get into this show, who do you want the Raiders to hire as a head coach? Because I think it's an important question to be able to ask. And I ask it now because I don't want you to be persuaded with what I say on this show. Now, I've already done a full rankings video of my top 10 Raiders head coach candidates once Pete Carroll is fired. And you probably already know a little bit of who I like, who I don't like. What we're going to do today is we're going to go through a bunch of these names. And some are going to be new names. Some are going to be old names. Some are going to be names I don't want. Some are going to be names that I'm very, very interested in. But no matter what, we are moving in the right direction because no matter what, you're going to get an upgrade over Pete. Anything we do is an upgrade over Pete Carroll. All right, hang on. Yes, my wife is texting me. All
right.
My eyes are freaking
Are
watering.
you guys ready to see the coaching candidates? I'm kind of excited.
Dion would be hilarious. Mike Tomlin from James, Eric Bieniemy, Mufas. That's never going to happen. I know I've addressed that before, but Bieniemy's got domestic stuff in the background, so Mark will never hire him. Mike McCarthy. We got Minter, Shula, or Saleh from Daniel. What about Jordan, Isabella, Roosevelt, Hudson? I think you're just trolling the algorithm you typically do. How many bangs from Locho? How many bangs are we away from going out to California? I would say, I think we're probably, like 67 bangs away?
I
think that's
actually,
the
we're
number.
an alley-oop away from 67.
Alley-oop away from 67. I got you. Oh, boy. You ready?
1 second. We'll hit the Raider Dad and TJ after this cut.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
I see a Joe Brady down there from Pistol.
Ooh.
Why are you saying F? Vic, why are you saying F Dan Orlovsky from ESPN? What did he do now? Was he the one saying that the Raiders have the worst head coaching opening?
Well, Dan Orlovsky had a huge bias against the Bucks.
The algorithm. No, I know. I remember the Belichick's girlfriend comment. What'd you say?
I was watching the Bucks Panthers game.
Yeah.
And he was like, when there was like one call where it was like, oh, maybe a bad call or something, and he was like, the Panthers really have to get past this terrible calls and blah blah blah, and I'm like, all right, man, like, and then he kept saying it like the Bucks are getting away with stuff, and I was like, yes, but like it sounded so biased, and I was like, calm down, dude.
I think Dan is a very good football mind.
He is.
But I don't know if you've ever seen the whole Dan book thing is crazy. But
he had no not mediocrity, but like in the middle,
yeah,
he was leaning totally one side and being so like
maybe that's where his money was riding. Maybe that's where he was riding. He hates the Raiders. I bet you a lot of people probably hate the Raiders, but also like if I played in the NFL, and like that would make me want to potentially hate a team more than another. You never know. All right, y'all. You guys ready? We're gonna get into some Raiders head coach candidates, and then I got a Raiders mock draft for each and every one of y'all. The way that this show is going to end up going is the Raiders head coach candidates we will put out tonight, I think is the way to do it.
Yeah.
And then, because I think it just needs to go out tonight, and then the mock draft to go out first thing tomorrow morning. I think that's how it's going to go down.
I like it.
I think it's how it's going to go down. Uh-oh, TJ Parkinson. TJ Parkinson in the build. It's a crazy dude, man. That's a crazy, crazy dude right there. You never know what he's going to do. You never know.
Never, ever.
Never, ever.
All right.
Never, ever. All right. You ready?
I am ready. Right. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can get rid of that countdown. We'll get the countdown back after this segment.
All right.
All right, y'all. I promised you that we would get you guys a video about Raiders head coach candidates. Again, a lot of these names are going to be names that some of y'all have already heard. But to Husker Raider, to all y'all out there that want me to potentially start at 3:14 with a happy hour, it can be done. Ryan Campbell, excuse me. I don't know why I said Husker. To everybody out there, I can be persuaded. You know that I can be persuaded. You ready?
I'm ready.
You see that message from James? It's James, Jeremy, and you. Yeah, just respond. Thank you. All right, to the 1,300 people still here rocking with us. It's craziness. Let's talk about potential Raiders head coach candidates here on the show. Are you just going to, and then go back to this? All right, cool. Coming up, who's going to replace Pete? Let's talk about it. Who is going to be the Las Vegas Raiders' next head coach after the Silver and Black decided to move on from Pete Carroll after 1 year? My name is Mitchell Renz. Y'all are watching the Raiders Reporting. Coming up here on today's show, I'm going to give you the top Raiders head coach candidates for the year of 2026. News broke this morning that the Silver and Black were going to be moving on from Pete. I think you knew it. I think I knew it. I think we all knew it deep down that this move not only was going to happen, but this move needed to happen. Now, I've done a lot of videos already in the past about ranking my top Raiders head coach candidates once Pete ends up getting fired. I knew Pete was going to get fired over a month ago. If you want to go check out a rankings video, you can see it. You're not going to see a rankings video today. Essentially, what you are going to see on the program is me breaking down these head coach candidates. I'm going to start on offense, and then I'm going to go to the defensive side of the football. If you're like, well, what do you mean by that? Offensive-minded head coaches, defensive-minded head coaches. At least, I'm pretty sure that's how it's ended up scripted here. So, because we're going to be looking at all these guys, I will say that there are certain names that you're going to see that have not been confirmed yet. Every name that you see on this show is not me saying that the Raiders are 100% going to interview them. What the names are names that if I was with John Spytek, and if I was with Tom Brady, and if I had the ability to make the decision of who I'm going to request to interview, I would request to interview these names coming up here on the show. If you're excited, though, for the future of the Raiders, I personally believe that the Raiders head coaching job is the best opening out there right now. I don't think there's another opening out there that's better. You could tell me the Cardinals is better, not going to believe you. The Titans, get the F out of here. The Browns, please, don't want to hear it. The Raiders job is the best job out there as it stands right now because we have the number 1 overall pick, because you have the salary cap space, and we do have a lot of draft capital, and I do think we have a lot of solid pillared players. So what we're going to end up doing here is this. With Pete Carroll being fired, it's time to look at some of these new candidates. First half offensive, second half is going to be defensive, and I'm not the one that built this show. I've obviously been live all day today, 11 hours and 11 minutes. Surprise candidates makes me nervous because Chugs threw in some surprise candidates. So it's going to be really interesting to see what we have. The first name that we're going to talk about here today is Kevin Stefanski, not because I am overly interested in Stefanski. I think it is going to be a name that gets thrown out there because, like I said last year with Mike Vrabel, I do believe Mike Vrabel was a top 32 coach on the entire planet. I also think Kevin Stefanski deserves to be in that conversation. A 2-time NFL Coach of the Year with the Browns, I believe, in 2019 and 2023. To me, though, the reason why I'm going to mention Stefanski is because if Stefanski was on board for the Deshaun Watson trade, I am not interested in Stefanski being the next Raiders head coach. Let's go to another coach that was fired. It's Raheem Morris out as the Falcons. Don't think that this makes a lot of sense from a Raiders head coaching standpoint, but if you wanted to bring him in for an interview to be your next offensive coordinator, some coaches are good coaches in terms of coordinators. Some guys are built to be a head coach. Raheem Morris is a good DC, not a head coach I'm interested in, though. The Cardinals, they decided to move on from Jonathan Gannon. He's a smart defensive mind. He's got some interesting ties as well. This would be another name that I at least throw out there as saying I'm not interested as a head coach, but I do think could make some sense for the Raiders if you wanted to bring him in on the defensive side of the football. Other possible firings that could end up going down. Will Baltimore decide to stick with John Harbaugh? There's been a lot of speculation around him. Todd Bowles, Aaron Glenn. I wanted to bring these up to you because I stated at the beginning of this show that the Raiders head coaching job is the best head coaching job out there. And if those jobs become open, well, then that might not necessarily be the case. I'm going to say yes here. My question to you is, do you think that the Raiders head coaching job is the best opening? Give me a yes. Give me a no. I'm obviously going to sit up here and say yes. After this YouTube ad break, we are going to get into who I believe is the top offensive-minded head coach for the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's go in here to the first candidate. It's Klint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks. Currently the OC, and he was with the Minnesota Vikings in 2021, was with the Saints in 2024. Also son of former Super Bowl winning head coach Gary Kubiak. Only 38 years old, has Shanahan ties. The reason why Raiders fans should be fired up about Kubiak is because look at the talent that we have. If you were to go out and get a Fernando Mendoza, you would want to put him in a Klint Kubiak-style offense. Look at how Seattle runs. I know Sam Darnold's doing a great job. He protects the football. He's a run-first offense. And with Ashton Genty, with Brock Bowers, with the young talent we have, and with a lot of money to be able to build an offensive line, Klint Kubiak should be the number one target from an offensive mind you should consider. But Pete Carroll's old, 74. You want to go young? Let's look at Grant Udinski. Currently the youngest offensive coordinator in the NFL, and if he were to be hired, he would be the youngest head coach in NFL history. I think he's done a lot of good for Jacksonville, coming from the Liam Cohen tree, but also Udinski, Liam Cohen, John Spytek. There is going to be some serious connections there. Was previously with Minnesota and Carolina. He has never called plays before. However, he's known for being an up-and-coming, young, offensive-minded head coach. Very highly regarded in NFL circles, and I would look at the way Trevor Lawrence has looked this season. Liam Cohen deserves a lot of credit. Grant Udinski deserves a lot of credit. The way that we talk about Shanahan tree, the way that we talk about McVay tree, I wonder if we're going to start mentioning the Liam Cohen tree. Let's go to another offensive-minded coach here. It's going to be Joe Brady. Been the Bills OC since 2024 and interim in 2023. 36 years old, and Josh Allen once said that Brady has been awesome for my career. Was the former Panthers OC for 2 seasons, was the pass game coordinator with Joe Burrow and the greatest college offense, the greatest college team I think that has ever stepped foot on a field. Brady does make me a little nervous because I do wonder if, could this be your Josh McDaniels hire in terms of some guys are built to be coordinators, some guys are built to be head coaches. To me, if you brought in Joe Brady, I actually think that you also would need to bring in somebody along the lines of like a Brian Dable because Brady and Dable do have overlap for a quarterback development. Brady makes me nervous, but we're going to mention him here. Let's go to another candidate, Mike LaFleur, the offensive coordinator of the Rams. Now, even though the picture here of LaFleur, he doesn't look too thrilled to be on the show, I want Raider fans to be hyped up about him. He was the Rams OC since 2023. He was with the New York Jets from 2021 to 2022. He didn't do a very good job there, but he does have a lot of ties to Robert Saleh. I don't personally think that LaFleur would leave the Rams OC job to become our OC, but I do wonder if Robert Saleh was hired, because when Saleh was with the Jets, he hired Mike LaFleur to call plays over there. He doesn't call plays right now with the Rams. He's working underneath Sean McVay. If LaFleur actually wanted the opportunity to call plays, could be an option. Again, I don't think it ends up happening, but he comes from the Shanahan tree, comes from the Sean McVay tree. 38 years old, has been coaching college football in the NFL since 2009. Still a little bit of a risky hire, but I'm willing to take a gamble on anybody from the Sean McVay tree. It just always seems to work out. Let's go to another offensive coach here, Wes Phillips, currently the OC for the Minnesota Vikings, has been the OC since 2022. And, if they were to go out, and there's been a lot of rumors about Brian Flores, I do also wonder if they've been at least looking at somebody along the lines of Wes Phillips. Rams, Commanders, Cowboys has done a good job. Son of coaching legend Wade Phillips, who actually is good friends with Mark Davis. I've actually had some conversations with Wade. Was suspended in 2024 for a DUI, which I think it's funny that Chugs threw that note in there. Obviously, the Raiders have had a lot of DUI issues with some past players. But to me, out of so far all the names that you've seen, probably would say Wes Phillips would be a little bit lower on my list. Let's go to another offensive coach here from the Buccaneers, Josh Grizzard. Anytime you have somebody from Tampa Bay, you're going to connect the dots with Spytek. Another candidate that I did not have in my top 10 list, but he's been the Bucs OC this past season. Pass game coordinator in 2024. Played safety at Yale, and if you go to Yale, you got to be a pretty smart guy. I actually probably watched him actually play in a football game because my cousin was the quarterback for Lafayette, and we went to Yale. It was an awful stadium. Crazy. But worked for the Dolphins from 2017 to 2023. The reason why I think that note is very important is because the Raiders are already looking at Brian Flores. Brian Flores was the head coach of the Miami Dolphins in 2019. Maybe there's a little bit of overlap there. Also, Spytek connections. Maybe he's going to connect a little bit with Tom Brady. Again, not a top 10 candidate for me, but somebody that needs to be mentioned. Another offensive coach here, Matt Nagy. I want to be extremely clear. I have absolutely, positively no interest in Matt Nagy at all, and I mean at all, to be the Raiders head coach. Some of these names I did not put on the show. Again, Chugs is the one that made them, probably sprinkled a few of his surprises. Nagy has done a good job as being an OC, and I know that he's done a good job. However, though, I also think it's a lot easier to look good when you are working with Mahomes. When he was the head coach of the Bears, the number one thing I remember our Bears guy saying was, he just does the same thing over and over and over again. I don't want any part of Matt Nagy. Let's go to somebody that I am interested in, somebody who was in my top 10 head coach candidates list video. It is Mike McCarthy, former head coach of the Cowboys. And to me, my Mike Vrabel argument that I gave last season is the exact argument I'm going to give here for Mike McCarthy. There aren't 32 people on the planet better at being a head coach in the NFL than McCarthy. He's got a solid NFL head coaching record, won a Super Bowl back in 45, won Super Bowl 45. He's a good offensive mind with a lot of experience. And if you are looking for somebody that I do think would be able to build this the right way, was handicapped with Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy could be an interesting guy. But again, I want somebody young, innovative. So let's go to another name here, Brian Daboll, former head coach of the Giants. His name was linked to the Raiders. I'm not interested in Daboll as being a head coach, but I am interested in him being the offensive coordinator, and he did wonders for Josh Allen's career. It was rumored that he'd be interested in the Penn State job before they went out and they hired Campbell from Iowa State. Y'all know how much I follow Penn State. Y'all know that I'm a big Campbell guy as well. I love what he was able to do at Iowa State. But to me, if you bring in a guy like Daboll, you should be excited about that because of what he's been able to do with his limited sample size from a quarterback standpoint. Daboll's a good coach, but I want to be clear. I only am interested in Daboll as an offensive coordinator. Nothing more. Nothing more. OC for Daboll. Coming up next here, though, we're going to talk about some of these defensive-minded head coach candidates for the Raiders because as it stands right now, I'm recording this video on Monday, January 5th. The only 3 names that have been confirmed to me that the Raiders are interested, all 3 have defensive mind. You can take that information with what you want, but to me, and it makes me wonder, are we interested in defensive-minded head coaches? We're going to talk about who those 3 coaches are and many more names in just a moment. Before we get into it, though, today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. It's easy. It's exciting. Daily fantasy sports made easy. And on Prize Picks, how you play, it's up to you. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend, elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. Find your community on Prize Picks with a new social feeds feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends, copy lineups from winners in a single click, copy lineups you like, or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us, tailor-fade our picks with just one click. Do you miss fantasy football? Prize Picks lets you play fantasy football every week. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections. Prize Picks is simple to play. You just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. Join millions of users. Sign up for America's #1 fantasy sports app. Download the PrizePicks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to be able to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, it's good to be right. Let's go to the #1 name that I have been hearing, and if you were to ask me, who do I believe is the front runner for the Raiders job, I am going to say Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. And he has worked with Jim and John Harbaugh since 2017. Very, very important for Mark Davis, who loves the Harbaugh family because there's overlap with Al in there. Michigan defensive coordinator from 2022 and 2023, where they won a national championship. I don't know if y'all remember what Spytek was saying. Him and Brady are leading the charge. Spytek and Brady were teammates at Michigan. They think very similar to what the Michigan way is. And Minter's a Michigan guy. Lots and lots of ties, only 42 years old. It was reported by Jordan Schultz that there was already a lot of interest in Minter. I am going to tell you right now, if I was a betting man, the #1 name I would put my money on is that guy right there. Minter's got to be looked at very, very seriously. To me, though, the top 2 defensive-minded coaches that I would want the Raiders to hire, either Jesse Minter or, here we go, Chris Shula, defensive coordinator of the Rams. He's been the DC the past 2 seasons, took over for Raheem Morris, but he's worked underneath Sean McVay since 2017. Grandson of coaching legend Don Shula, the 72 Dolphins. Maybe you remember him, John Scheffler. 39 years old, and he's been coaching in college football in the NFL since 2010. There are certain people around the NFL that regard, if you're looking for the next Sean McVay, a lot of people point the finger to Chris Shula. He's very well liked. He's very well respected. And I know that the offense for the Rams gets a lot of attention with Matthew Stafford. Look at how much money the Rams spent this past year. Second least amount of money. Second cheapest defense in the NFL. And they're one of the best defensive units. When I look at this Raiders team, I go, we got a lot of holes to fill. We might not be able to invest a lot of money in the defense because I think it's important to invest a lot of money to build around Bowers, Genty, Fernando Mendoza. If you want to find a head coach that's been able to show you that he can work with maybe not having a lot, Chris Shula is a great name to keep in mind. Let's go to another defensive coordinator, somebody that has been confirmed to get interest. So far, the only names, Minter, Brian Flores. I'll tell you the other name coming up here in just a second. But he's been the Vikings defensive coordinator since 2023, was the Dolphins head coach from 2019 to 2021, and also a Patriots assistant and coach from 2008 and 2018. So there is some Tom Brady overlap. I was saying a few years ago, it might be last year, 2 years ago, I've done so many head coach videos, I don't even remember it anymore. But there was speculation that Flores and Brady did not get along. If you've ever heard the story about Stephen Ross, Tom Brady, and Brian Flores on a yacht, if you haven't, I encourage you to Google it. You're going to be able to get way more information on it. Based on who I talked to, Brian Flores and Tom Brady are good to go. I do wonder if they could bring in maybe Josh McCown to be the OC. He's got a little bit of a Sean McVay tree in him, pass game coordinator, or quarterbacks coach, for Minnesota. So they could be, bring him on over. But to me, I always hear Raiders fans say, I want to see the old school Raiders. I want to see the team that punches people in the mouth. Can't literally punch people in the mouth in today's day and age in football. But if you want somebody that is going to bring the heat, is going to bring the blitz, if you don't like Patrick Graham's bend but don't break defense, here's the opposite of it. This is I'm going to try to make you bend, and I'm going to try to break you, and I'm going to blitz until you can't freaking breathe anymore. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But what's really important is being able to generate pressure. I like this style of defense, and I'm a big, big fan of Brian Flores. Let's go to another defensive coordinator here. He was in my top 10 video. I'll be real. He was number 10 on that show. It's Jeff Hafley, defensive coordinator of the Packers, and he's been there the past 2 seasons. Boston College head coach from 2020 to 2023. I got a family member who played college football at Boston College, not at the same time Hafley was there, but knows a lot of people inside of that organization and has said nothing but good things about him. 46 years old, has been coaching in college and the NFL since 2001, but this is an interesting name. Again, I don't think he ends up being the Raiders head coach. I don't think he would end up being our DC. There's rumors that, hell, he could get promoted. I don't think it's going to happen, but a lot of good relationships between Robert Saleh and Jeff Hafley. Let's go to defensive coordinator here for the Chiefs, Steve Spagnuolo. I want to be very clear. I am not interested in Spagnuolo at all. Can I be clear on that? I am not interested. He is a good defensive coach. That's what he is. He's not a head coach. If you're the Raiders and you go out and you hire Steve Spagnuolo, I might just snap my headset live here on this program. He was the Giants intern. He was the Rams head coach. Look at the record there. It ain't great. 5-time Super Bowl champ as a DC. Congratulations, Steve Spagnuolo. I'm not interested in you, though. So who's going to be the next Raiders head coach? There's got to be some names. You got to be thinking out there, who could it be? Now, I don't know if that's all the names that are on this show. I was going to say, there's got to be some more names because there's definitely one name that we haven't talked about that needs to be on here. So I want to know. Go down in the comments section. If I'm going to call myself the voice of the nation, this is your opportunity to get your voice heard. Who will be the next Raiders head coach? I got to see your answers down below. Again, to me, I'm going to guess it's Jesse Minter, but that's only because it's been the name that I have continuously heard, and it's going to be the name that I will put my hat on and say, that's the guy that I've heard. And when I hear it as much as I hear it, I'm just going to say it's Minter. We're going to see, though. It's going to be fun. Let's go to another name here that it could potentially be. Maybe it's Mike Tomlin. There's been a lot of speculation around Pittsburgh moving on from Tomlin. I'll admit, I don't think it's nearly as likely now that the Steelers made the playoffs. But if you're in Pittsburgh, if you've heard any of the rumors around there, Steelers fans are sick and tired of going to the playoffs and not winning anything. And he's been there since 2007, has never had a losing season. I would love 19 straight years of never having a losing season. Sometimes coaches need a change of scenery, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of Andy Reid, where Reid was with Philadelphia. The time came, time to go. Then he ends up being able to go to, the Kansas City Chiefs, right? But for Tomlin, I do think Tomlin could be a very similar situation because I do not believe that there are 32 coaches out there better than Mike Tomlin. He is a culture changer. I have the utmost respect for him. Growing up in central Pennsylvania, shout out to the 570. I got a lot of respect for Tomlin. But, again, going to be an interesting one. This is not a defensive-minded head coach. It's an offensive-minded head coach. Mike McDaniel, who is still currently employed by the Miami Dolphins, and he's been on the hot seat all season long. Kyle Shanahan guy, I think if you were to hire McDaniel, it would be more of an offensive coordinator. I don't think that he would get a head coaching gig, but I actually think that him as an OC should really fire. You got to get Robert Saleh. Should really fire you up because the Raiders are going to run a run-first offense. And McDaniel comes from the Shanahan tree where they run the football a lot. Also, in Miami, look at what they were able to do with Devon Achane. Really implemented and used him well. If you're the Raiders, if you're going to be the new offensive coordinator of this team or whoever the hell's calling plays, your offense better be around getting Ashton Jeanty involved as much as humanly possible, building a freaking beautiful offensive line so he can actually run, getting your two tight ends involved, using Jack Besh and Trey Tucker, and maybe add another talented player in the mix there. But you need to take pressure off of your young quarterback in Fernando Mendoza by being able to hand it off and knowing that we can actually pick up yards behind an offensive line. I do want to mention one more name on the show. If we don't have the graphic, it's totally fine. It's going to be Robert Saleh. And the three names that have been confirmed to me by sources, Jesse Minter, Brian Flores, and Robert Saleh. Now, I have heard this name a lot more over the past, again, this card was made as a week. I've heard his name a lot more over the past 2 to 3 weeks. And Saleh was somebody that turned down the job last year. But if you were following with my live show today, you'll know that Saleh just hired a brand new agent. So because Saleh hired a brand new agent, that's something that needs to be thought about. Because usually when a guy hires a new agent, he's signed with Wasserman, that means that things are in motion. Saleh is a good head coach. I want to be clear. He's a good defensive-minded head coach. I think he got the raw end of the deal with the New York Jets, if I'm being just quite frank with you. If the Raiders were to go out and get Saleh, I would still want to see what that plan looks like overall from top to bottom. But I do want to say Robert Saleh is another name that we got to be able to keep here in mind. So as it stands right now, those are some of the Raiders head coach candidates. There's probably going to end up being other names that get thrown out there just through the course of the season, just through the course of the entire offseason. Like, you probably might hear some rumors around Broncos defense coordinator Vance Joseph. Not really interested in him. Colts DC Lou Anarumo. I think he's a good coach. Probably built a little bit more just to be a DC. Jaguars DC Anthony Camp. Not really interested in him. We got Broncos quarterbacks coach Davis Webb. Just these are a list of names that were reported out there. Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury is somebody that I don't really, we'll get to that. We don't really think, I personally don't see being hired. That's because the way that it ended up going down, it rubbed Mark a little bit of the wrong way. But we know this. Vegas knows certain things, right? Vegas has odds. They put out odds. Right now, the coach with the highest odds to be the next Raiders head coach is Brian Flores. Then it's Klint Kubiak. If I was going to go put my money anywhere, it would be on Jesse Minter. Phillip Rivers is kind of an LOL, but I think it's just because Rivers said the other day that he's like, oh, I think I could be a head coach here. This is them just trying to steal your money. If I was a betting man, and if I were to put my money, like Bill Belichick, get out of here, no chance. If I was a betting man, I'll put my money over here on Jesse Minter. I don't even see Robert Saleh on that list, which I find to be interesting. But to me, Vegas hears things. And if I've heard two names, Flores, Minter. Kubiak's interesting because he's an offensive coach. Minter, Kubiak, Flores, and Chris Shula are the top candidates that I want the Raiders to hire. And if John Spytek and Tom Brady are leading the way, well, I have a lot of confidence that we're going to be able to get this thing going in the right direction. As always, if you don't know, you can hit me up on IG. You can hit me up on Twitter. Yes, I make content every single day here on the Raiders Report, but I also do my best to make even more content on social media. If you never want to miss anything from me or the Raiders Report, hit me up over there. Oh, man, we got 3 hours and 52 minutes left here on the show. Yeah, Chugs built the show. Sorry, I was like, where's Saleh? Where's Saleh? And I know you were trying to get the graphics over, but it's all good.
As much as
it's all good.
As much as I pride myself on trying to be very good at my job, it's very difficult to try and find a graphic that I've never seen before.
On the fly. Yeah.
On the fly. But we made it work.
Hey, we did what we did. We did what we did. So I don't know if you could tell Chugs to highlight cut it and then push it out.
Mm-hmm. Right now?
You already did?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, I can ask him that. He just got done with his texting. So
cool. Yep. Raider Dad, Mitch, just got home from work. Did y'all see Spytek's speech? I think he needs to take his balls out Tom Brady's purse and do the job he was hired to do. Just saying that is all. I'm just going to say this. I completely disagree with you. I love the John Spytek presser. I was very proud of what John had to say. I didn't get this at all. I think it was great questions that were asked by Raiders media. I think Spytek took a lot of accountability, which I was very proud of him to do.
He was nervous in the beginning.
Yeah, I definitely thought he was a little bit nervous. But I know that John and Tom Brady are going to work together. I personally think that John was really handicapped because he even said it in his press conference. Like, his job is to be the GM. He allowed Pete Carroll to coach because that's what your head coach is supposed to do. You're supposed to be able to coach. You're supposed to be able to trust your guys to coach. So what I think's sometimes cool about the world is we're going to have different opinions. If you heard, like, if that's your takeaway from the Spytek speech, again, like, that's your takeaway. But I loved what I heard from John. I have the utmost confidence in John, and I have a lot of confidence in him and Brady as being a really good duo. But I'll be real, our takeaways from that sound completely different, yin and yang. And that's okay, because like John said, if you're always agreeing, it's probably not a good thing to begin with. So, good. Appreciate you tuning in, though, Raider Dad. I'm looking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. Yeah, until Diana gets a story right, I think it's hard to, again, go with anything. But, I mean, Diana, what she tries to do anymore is just, oh, here's a little bit of wall. I'm going to try to throw spaghetti and see how much it sticks. Again, if I feel like I need to talk about a topic around the Raiders, I'm not afraid to talk about a rumor. If I don't think it's worth talking about, I don't talk about it. TJ, I told you I would show up, not the Browns couch. You mean Browns coach? Kevin Stefanski was fired. Not the Browns couch. Browns couch? Browns coach? TJ, bye Pete. Thank you for the number 1 pick. F.U. Gino. Take your kids with you. Could not agree with you more. You know, earlier today, somebody asked me, like, again, I asked y'all too. I was like, how would you grade Pete Carroll's tenure with the Raiders? And what's funny about it is, like, well, I look at, like, Pete Carroll in 2025 is an F. Pete Carroll in 2026 is an A+, because he helped us beat the Chiefs. He was head coach of the Chiefs, right? We were 1-0. We're undefeated in the year 2026. That's a good feeling. And we have the number 1 and we have the number 1 overall pick.
You have the I mean, put his Monarchs in the rafters, man.
Pete Carroll in 2026, you're going to argue is the greatest Raiders head coach. Number 1 pick, undefeated, beat Kansas City. 2025, Pete, worst Raiders coach of all time. Yeet Master Gaming, the Giants' job is the second least attractive job, and it's because of Joe Shane. Joe Shane to me is not somebody I would want to work with. And, you know, again, when you look at the 2 press conferences, look how Joe Shane, what he said.
Oh my
and then
God.
look at what John Spytek said. If you didn't see exactly what Shane said, it was along the line. Like, Shane pointed the blame elsewhere.
Well, he goes, I'm so thankful that I have an organization that supports me when I stub my toe. What?
Again, it's lack of
Stub
accountability.
my toe.
It's lack of accountability.
It's lack of, I think, recognition. Dude.
Yeah.
You're a New York team. You got to show up for that city. And both New York teams, I mean, there's technically 3, but Buffalo's in Canada. So, but like the 2 prominent, the Jets and the Giants, I mean, the Jets, it's a different story, but the Giants, they were good for a long time.
Yeah.
With Coughlin and Eli Manning.
A long time.
A long time. Strahan, like they had a squad.
I mean, I actually
for
thought
a
that the
long
Giants had a
time.
good defense. They had a lot of
Always.
injuries.
They've lost their identity, and he doesn't even know what it is because he's talking about stubbing his toe. Dude.
Yep.
Read the room.
How about this? Head coach openings. Because I know I tried to think of them on my fly.
On your fly?
Yeah, on the fly. All right, so like NFL.com did ranking the best jobs. They had the New York Giants job ranked number 1, which is hilarious. Browns at number 2, Falcons at 3, Cardinals at 4, Titans at 5, Raiders at 6. I mean, that's just, again, that's, to me, whoever wrote this article.
Clicks.
To Judy Batista, with all due respect, that's bad.
Sorry, Judy.
But I mean, like, if I were to look at the jobs, again, I think the Raiders' job's number 1, and that's only because of what we have left to be able to work with. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see, again, I might be putting my beer goggles on here, but I don't see how the Raiders isn't the number 1 head coaching job with everything that we have potential.
Yeah.
Can I send 100 Zelle? Having trouble with Venmo?
For the shirt?
For the shirt, yeah. Do you have
don't
Cash
know.
App?
Cash App might be easier.
You have Cash App? I don't know.
I can throw that up there.
Cash App is Chat Sports. Again, like my Zelle has nothing to do with the company.
Yeah.
So I know it's my personal Venmo and Chat Sports, but to be honest, my personal Venmo now is a company Venmo.
Right.
So like I don't want it to go through Zelle because then that literally goes through my bank account, and it probably is going to be an eye roll for what I'm about to say here. But from like a taxes standpoint, it's just more for me. More for me. Which is a shitty thing, but it's the truth, Travis. It's the truth. Do you have Instagram? I mean, I guess I could be like, if you bang twice here on YouTube, I'll send you a shirt. Again, man, I'm trying. I know it's annoying, but can you do PayPal for the duck race? No. Only Venmo. I don't know how anybody doesn't think the Raiders' job is the number 1 NFL head coach opening. Number 1 pick, 10 draft picks, 110 million in salary cap. Max Crosby, Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty. Lot. I don't know.
Oh, do you need a thumbnail?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, Travis. Again, like I know it's probably annoying for what I'm about to say there, but we got certain things that we got to be able to do. Can you go to the next one?
Yep.
Thank you. Reminder, $20 Venmo at
Kai.
Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, you'd be in for a chance to win. As it stands right now, $370 here on the show. $370.
Unbelievable.
Here on the show. We are, I believe, 68 bangs away from sending Chugs and I to San Francisco for a Raiders Report meetup. It's going to be a long hill to go. It's going to be a very, very, very long uphill climb, but I'll say this. I am always going to believe in Raider Nation. I think we need another wide receiver. I understand it's not a priority as of now, but I do think it's fair to leave Mendoza with Trey and Besh. I think adding someone this wide receiver heavy draft is best for our new quarterback. See, I think the problem with adding a wide receiver out of the draft is that's a lot of young pieces at wide receiver. And our wide receiver room is not good. We do need to add talent. Like, there's no doubt about it. We need to be able to add talent. But I think until we figure out who our quarterback is, or who our head coach and who our offensive coordinator is, it totally changes the conversation of who we can go out and get. But we do need to add some talent. Like, to me, I look at the top 5 target getters on this offense as being Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, Trey Tucker, Jack Besh, and then also Ashton Genty. Like, to me, that's 5 good enough offensive pieces. And then also the Raiders are going to try to develop Dante Thornton Jr. more. What do you got? Yeah, I think just pick somebody from offense, pick somebody from defense. The Mike McDaniel, the Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin.
I didn't mention trade. I just mentioned, like, they could be fired.
Maybe.
I mean, Sperry wants like 3 firsts for Tomlin, but we'll see. No, Kai, I'm with you. Like, to me, I've said it before. If you go out and hire a guy like Klint Kubiak, maybe a Rashid Shaheed. Are you going to get anything? Yeah. I'll get some food. I'd say whatever food you want to get, I'm down, because I know here in a little bit we're going to need it. Whatever you want. Sure.
All right.
If you could, yeah.
Yes. The copy's done.
If you could. Oh, boy. Arthur Smith? No.
Ugh.
No.
I can't believe he still has a job in the NFL.
No. What are the chances of bringing back John Gruden? A big old fat zipperoony.
Zipperoony.
A big old fat zipperoony. And, again, you guys keep asking the John Gruden ones. Wild one, pitch in here, man. Wild one will tell you it's a 0% chance of it happening. Literally can't happen. And it literally shouldn't happen. 0% chance that you should want it to happen. 0% chance that it's able to happen. If somebody asks me one more John Gruden question, I might. No. Caesar. I don't think Minter is it. We need an offensive guy for a young quarterback. See, I believe in Minter, and that's because of everywhere Minter has gone, he's done a lot of winning. He's also been with the Harbaughs. He's won national championships. I do think the Harbaugh tree matters in the way that people talk about Minter. Again, I think he's a very well-respected guy, but it's the plan. you got to be on board with the plan. And I do think the way Minter thinks compared to Tom, Spytek, they're going to come up with a good plan, and they're going to be able to implement what they're trying to do. But on the other side of it is it's not only about, like, I agree with you. We need to have somebody who can build a quarterback. But, like, that's where Brian Dable comes in. Like, if you were able to get a Brian Dable, he's got a lot of success being able to build up a quarterback. It's the overall unit. It's not just, here's my head coach. It's, here's your offensive coordinator. Here's your defensive coordinator. But for a young quarterback like Mendoza, I agree with you that we need to be able to find somebody that can work with Mendoza. I don't know what Jesse Minter's success is, but I'll just say this. I believe in Spytek. I believe in Tom Brady. And if those two guys believe in Minter, I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to believe in Jesse Minter as well.
Yeah.
JD Raider says, asking Mitch about Gruden equals trolling. From now on, if I see Gruden in a super chat, if it ain't $100 or above, I ain't going to it. Let's go. 11 hours. Let's effing go.
It's Beam Fim.
It's Beam Fim. Let's go.
Remember that?
Beam Fim.
It's Beam Fim.
Beam Fim. Shout out to Esco, man. It is Beam Fim, which I need to get another koozie. I haven't had a beer so long in this studio that I don't even know where my beer koozies are anymore.
I have one right here. Do you want to steal it?
No, it's yours. You're good.
Lamont.
You're good. Let's go to the next super chat.
Isaac.
On the program. Okay, I'm back. Let's party. Well, we're almost at 2,000 likes. We're almost all caught up on all the super chats. I got one more segment that I have to be able to do. It's my Raiders mock draft. After that Raiders mock draft, I'll put it out there. If y'all want to get weird, we can get weird. We can get weird. It's just, I'm a man of my word. I want to really be able to last that final 3 hours and 37 minutes, which we're almost at the home stretch.
We are, yeah, I was going to say.
I also know that there were a
getting
few
pretty
people
close.
from Mount Raidermore that I told I was going to start the happy hour 2 hours. Wild one, I don't know if you're still here. I don't know if anybody from Mount Raidermore is here that could go in that group chat and say, you guys down to get this party started a little bit earlier? If it helps us get to the Super Bowl, I really wanted to be able to go out there and do that event. I don't mean to say this, but like I really, really want to be able to do it. I know that not every deal that we give is going to happen, and you shouldn't feel obligated to hit every deal that we do. But if it helps us get there, let's put down some beers. Let's have a good time. Let's go old school Raiders Report Oakland style. Because when this thing gets close to the end, it's going to get litty-titty. It's going to get litty-titty. Off-season can get really boring, especially as a UK fan where the NFL isn't popular. Fortunately, I got Raider Nation and you guys. I appreciate you. Kai, that means a lot to me. And, you know, I can remember when I lived in Germany and how hard it was to be able to find content around the NFL. I remember the year that Zeke got drafted by the Cowboys because that was like really when I was into fantasy.
Yeah.
And I stayed up. It was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning to be able to watch that draft. The Dez Cauditt game, I watched that in a bar in Germany at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's like,
no way, really?
I mean, it was me and this. I honestly don't even know who the guy is. I don't even know his name, but he was an NFL fan. We were talking about. I used to live in America. I play baseball now for the Cologne Cardinals, and Cologne Cardinals is the Bundesliga baseball team. I don't mean to do air quotes, but Bundesliga baseball in Germany. Again, it might be different now. Back when I played in 2016. I mean, it was, you get a mix of, like I literally played up against the guy at the time. He was the catcher in the World Baseball Classic for the Germany team.
Oh.
He was unbelievably good. But then he was their leadoff hitter. You get to like the 7-hitter. I didn't throw hard. I was able to throw like 85-mile-an-hour fastballs by their, like, you know, you're going up against like lower level high school players.
Yeah.
Because in Germany, they have a rule. Only 2 non-German players are allowed to be on the field at the same time. Most of the time, pitcher, and it was either catcher or like shortstop and outfield.
Right.
Like we had our catcher, he was all Big Ten. He played at Georgetown. Our pitcher, he actually played at San Diego. He was like a lefty. He threw like 94. He was unbelievable. And then we had another guy. He played AAA for the Braves, but he was a Florida. He played for the Gators, center fielder.
Oh, cool.
Like those guys were unbelievable. Again, I was very good in the Bundesliga. Those guys are on a whole nother level. And then watching them go up against some of the talent that you play against in the Bundesliga, because like sometimes you pitch against like a 16-year-old kid.
That's so crazy.
It's wild. I mean, it was some of the most fun I've ever had, but it taught me I didn't love baseball.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I played baseball because I could. Helped me get through college, which I never would have been able to do if it wasn't for baseball.
Right.
But playing ball with like my guys in college, like my best friends, that meant a lot more to me than playing in the Bundesliga, which, again, if anybody here, I don't think anybody here is from the Cologne Cardinals is watching this show right now. I still talk to a lot of those guys. I still, root for them.
That's fun.
Some of those guys, actually, you're going to see one of the kids I used to coach. He is going to be on the German national team. He's a pitcher.
Oh, cool.
Shout out to Flo. It's my guy right there. Shout out to Flo. Lamont, it's simple, guys. Would you rather have 3 first-round picks and Milroe or Willis, or take Mendoza? More picks get your car next year built for the future.
Who's your quarterback?
So
then,
essentially
Willis?
what you're saying here is you're going to trade back from number 1, and you're going to use some of those picks to either go get a Jalen Milroe, go get a guy from Seattle. Like if you got Klint Kubiak and that's the plan he put in place, I think it's an interesting plan because Klint obviously has worked with Jalen Milroe, and, I'm interested in that idea. For a guy like Malik Willis, though, you're paying Malik Willis like $25, $30 million. Like that's a lot of money. I would be cautious about that, but I could be sold on that idea as well. Again, I've made videos about Milroe. I haven't made any videos on Malik Willis, but it's just what's the plan? If the New York Jets are saying, hey, I'll give you all 5 of our first-round picks, y'all know I love Mendoza, but
also,
I would entertain the idea. What do you got for me? I don't even know where my doc is. Let me look. I don't know. I mean, what was the one? I put a link in there. All right. It should be. Let's do it. How about, what do you think? That one or?
I love how this is such a fun time. No more Pete Carroll. No more Pete Carroll.
Thank the frickin' Lord. That one's way too long.
Yeah.
Let's just do this.
I like this one.
Yeah, let's go with that one.
Cool.
Oh boy. Sorry, I was trying to think of a title for the video that is about to go out. Sometimes you guys are going to see the behind-the-scenes stuff. Hopefully you like it. Hopefully you appreciate it. It's going to happen from time to time.
When you're here for 7 hours or almost 8 hours.
Live.
We're coming in on 8 hours.
I am at 7 o'clock. I'll be at my 12-hour day.
Yep. What did I have yesterday?
You were here at 8 this morning.
Well, I was here at 8:30 yesterday, and then left at. When did we leave? Like 9.
It was late.
9.
Yeah, I mean
so
it was funny because
I had 13 yesterday.
Well, I told Alex I could be home. I'll probably be home after midnight because I thought there was a chance Pete could get fired last night.
Yeah.
So when I texted her at like 9 o'clock, I'm coming home. She was like, "Oh, you're coming home early." I was like, "Yeah, I guess."
Yeah, I might have to leave, but.
Yeah, it is what it is. I hear you though, Lamont. We got a few more super chats.
Oh yeah.
Coming in here. Let's get all caught up on these, and then I say this: we're gonna get in to our next segment, which is gonna be a Raiders mock draft. Michael Harley, appreciate you, man, for pulling up here. Again, to me, at the end of the day, if you're watching, you're spending time, that means a lot to me. It really, truly does. Daniel, disclaimer, I don't want to trade Max. If that's the route we take, we should look to make a deal with Chicago. DJ Moore plus 2 firsts is best haul possible. I actually disagree with what you're saying here, Daniel, and that's because what is a first-round pick from Chicago? I mean, you're guaranteed to not, like that, like one of those first-round picks is like, let's just say the Bears lose in round 1 of the wild card round. You're picking in the 20s. I think because I believe in Ben Johnson and because I believe in the Chicago Bears in the next 2 years, that tells me that you're trading Max Crosby for 2 picks that are in the 20s. In all honesty, the only way that I want to move on from Max, and I know it's hard because you never know exactly how it can go and somebody could end up trading those picks anyway, it's if I'm trading Max, I want one of those picks to be a top 10 pick. It's not a, yes, first-round pick. It looks like a first-round pick. It might smell like a first-round pick, but not all first-round picks are equal. So, like, to me, I think DJ Moore is a good player, and if you were to ask me, out of all the receivers that Chicago has, DJ Moore, Luther Burden, and Roma Dunze. Rome, they drafted at number 9. Luther Burden, they just drafted his pass regime. DJ Moore is the other guy. He's got connections to Chris Beatty, our current wide receivers coach. But 2 firsts and DJ Moore, I personally don't think that's anywhere close to enough for Max Crosby. Because the other thing that people got to realize about Max is it's the contract. Max Crosby's contract is one of the best in the NFL. That team that trades for Max, you're going to be able to get Max basically on an average of about $30 million a year over the next 4 years. Micah Parsons making $48 million per year. Micah's hell of a player. I'll take Max Crosby over Micah Parsons every day of the week. Micah's a better pass rusher. Max is a better run stopper. And when you play in the NFC North, I think that has more value. And I'm not saying Micah's not great. He is great. But you're going to tell me Micah Parsons $48 million and Max Crosby's $30 million coming off an ACL tear? No chance. So I saw a person from Chicago put out like a trade for Max. If the Chicago Bears want Max, I want way more than what you're offering right here. I actually put my Chicago Bears trade idea on Twitter, so I don't know if you saw it. But for me, it was 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick, a third-round pick, DJ Moore, and I said that's the bare minimum just to get the conversation started. Like, to me, even that's what else are we getting?
That's a good way to think about it.
Because, again, those 2 first-rounders, to me, those are in the 20s.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade Max Crosby for 2 20s. Again, to me, if we're going to trade away Max, it's got to be, you better give me a lot because I want a lot. Mitch, let's act like you're Spytek. Sell me why I would want to come to Las Vegas and be the head coach. Sell me your pitch.
Ooh.
Ready, set, go. The Las Vegas Raiders have the number 1 overall pick. If you want to go get a quarterback, you can go get Fernando Mendoza. I understand that we have fired Pete Carroll, Antonio Pierce, Josh McDaniels. But here's the thing. You go out and you go get your quarterback, that's job security. I understand that you're looking for job security. We also have the second most money in salary cap this year. Actually, fun fact, we also have top 3 money in salary cap the next 2 years. We are, in fact, the only NFL team on the planet that has top 2 in salary cap over the next 3 seasons. And, hey, we also have 10 draft picks in total. I also understand that we got Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, 2 players that I think everybody on the planet thinks is an outstanding player. Max Crosby, don't listen to the rumors. He wants to be a Raider for life. He's going to be a cornerstone project. If you believe in your ability to be a head coach and that you can recognize talent, why don't you work with me, somebody that's won a Super Bowl before in Tampa Bay, and work with the greatest quarterback of all time, the greatest NFL player of all time in Tom Brady. Mark Davis might be a little bit difficult to work with at times, but because of the way the last few years have gone, he has really turned the keys over to me and, when I say me, Tom Brady and John Spytek. We are the number 1 job available because you have the number 1 pick, salary cap space, and we're going to allow you to do what you want to do. You bring in your own coaching staff, head coach, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator. This is your show. You're going to be able to run it, and you're in Las Vegas, so the money means a little bit more. Go.
Dude, I'll be the coach. That was awesome.
Sign me up.
I'm in.
I don't know.
I'm in.
I'll probably do that pitch 100 times over the next month.
Dude, that was good for sure. I
do it in my
says
sleep.
No to that is stupid.
I do it in my sleep.
That was good. That was good.
Thank you. I'll try. Hopefully it worked. I mean, again, look around the league. Is the Giants' job better? I personally don't think so. Is the Cardinals' job better? I personally don't think so. Is the Browns' job better? I personally don't think so. Is the
Have you met Ted?
Is the Falcons' job better? Like, they don't even have a first-round pick this year.
You have 10 draft picks.
Titans. Like, I mean,
Titans stink, and their jerseys are ugly.
Yeah, most important, their jerseys are terrible.
Yeah.
All right,
you
let's
got
go.
the silver and black.
Let's go to the next Super Chat here on today's
The Raiders
program.
report. Let's see. Who do we have?
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Ding, ding, ding.
Real Cowboy. This offseason has so much potential and possibilities that Gruden wants to come back. Cowboy.
I know it was supposed to be red, but
here's the other thing. You also got to give Gruden a new contract. He's not going to just do a job that you're already paying him for. Gruden, yep. Lumpkin, it's hard to think any coach sought after would want this job. You give no one a chance year one, and you're done. You get 2 years, and you're a GOAT in Las Vegas. I know you were the person that just asked me to sell you on it. I hope that I did sell you on it. I don't know if I did a good job, but that's my pitch to anybody out there. Spytek Brady, if you need me, let me know. Happy New Year. How can I go about getting a Raiders Report hat? P.S. Tell Chugs we don't miss him. Just kidding. Love.
He'll be back.
Is that picture? Is that us? I think on your screen.
That's you guys. Yeah.
Raiders Report hat. The way that I typically do it is I do prizes and giveaways for MVPs of shows. It's not available to buy because, to me, I want people who rock with the Raiders Report to take advantage of opportunities to go get them. So I'll say it like to me, Raider Roman, watch shows when I offer Raiders Report hats. Sometimes I do legendary shit when I give away hats, but today the number one deal that I have for people is a $100 Venmo. You'd be able to get a Came Here to Bang shirt. I would say $200 Venmo, give you a shirt, give you a hat. But I like to keep it scarce because in my mind, if I see somebody wearing a Raiders Report hat, that's a real one and they've earned it. Not saying that everything always has to be money related, but there are a lot of things that, to me, like you support me, I support you. That's how we do it. But today, we are giving away these shirts, and we're only giving away these shirts for another 3 hours and 22 minutes. Ooh, we're getting twisted root.
Oh.
Interesting. I like burgers. I like food. I like getting twisted. And if you want to get a shirt, it says Came Here to Bang on the front. On the back, it says 1 of 100. The deals that we have here on today's program, every $5 super chat that comes in, you're going to be entered in for a chance to win a Fernando Mendoza jersey.
Fernando.
We're going to give away that jersey at the end of today's show. If you send in a $100 super chat, not only are you helping us get closer to being able to go to San Francisco to host a Raiders Report party, you're also, though, going to get 20 raffle tickets for a chance to go get. What are you showing right now?
What? Oh, sorry.
I think I knew what you were trying to show, but I don't know what you put up there.
I had it set up earlier. You're like, what the heck?
Like, interesting. Well, it's because I didn't think it's what you wanted to put up there. If we get 100 bangs today, we are going to go to San Francisco. We're going to cover the Super Bowl. We're going to throw a Raiders Report party. I don't know where the location's going to be yet. It's going to be between somewhere in Santa Clara and where Raider Ron lives in Napa Valley. It's going to be somewhere in there. It's going to be free to come to. Hopefully, we end up getting there. If not, again, not every deal needs to be hit, but I'm always going to give you guys a deal, and I'm going to tell you what needs to be done. Other deals that we got up here, $500. You get to join a raffle for a trip to hang out with me. I know a lot of people do a lot of crazy shit on this show, but at the end of the day, I want to be able to meet more people. I want to be able to shake more hands, and I want to just meet people that appreciate this program. So if you hit the gong, it's with Weldonator right now, then you're going to be entered in at the end of the year. 2026, the entire 2026 year. If you hit the gong 10 times, you get 10 raffle tickets. That's how I'm going to end up doing it. Those are the deals today. As always, we do a duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 if you want to get in. The last time that I checked, the winner ended up going home with $370. That's where it stands right now. Let's go to Aggressive. Oh, Aggressive, bro. Talk dirty to me. Did I ever have Dooner? Bro, Dooner is probably, if you were to ask me one of the number one things I miss about Germany, because in Germany, like, there was a lot of spots. So, Euro, there was a $2 Euro coin. There was, $3. There was a place that I would go because I live kind of close to Cologne University. A lot of spots around there. And a few guys on my baseball team were bartenders at some of the spots near the university. I forget what the one spot was, but there'd always be a line. If you guys don't know what Dooner is, I would compare it to like a gyro, I guess, a hero, however you want to call it. It's one of the greatest drunk foods on the planet. There would be nights that me and my buddies would go out, and my one buddy, he worked at this bar. That's why I don't drink Jaeger anymore. But it was 50-cent Jaeger shots. So we would go to this like one bar, and we would just crush Jaeger. And like I remember, I used to be able to go out with 10 euros, 10 euro. 7 of them would be for 14 Jaeger shots, and we would obviously just get all this other stuff. And I had a place when I would try to go back on the bus, which is always very interesting, riding the bus and riding the subway in Germany.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I learned German. There was a spot, it was 3 euro to get this gigantic freaking döner. I used to go out and get drunk just so I could get döner. It was so good. But I'm telling you, if anybody's ever in Germany, you see döner, D with the O with the umlaut, gotta go try it. It's unbelievable drunk food. I don't know if anybody's ever had it. Unbelievable. I miss it so much. Matthew, always been a college football fan over NFL, but if y'all do draft Mendoza, I'll be rooting for y'all. IU student who glazes the shit out of Mendoza.
Hell yeah.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Matthew. I'm actually going to be live this Friday. Indiana, Oregon. We're going to be rooting for Fernando Mendoza, the real cowboy. What's better? No more Pete Carroll, no more baby back Geno Smith, or no more Brennan Carroll?
Still have Brennan Carroll, actually.
I'll say this. I actually think this question is very, very simple, and I think that this question is easy because it's Pete Carroll. Because Pete Carroll means no baby back Geno and no baby back Brennan Carroll. If Pete would have stayed, all three would have stayed. I think, Geno might have left no matter what. It's Pete. It's because Pete, being the head coach, has more power than all those guys combined. I wish Geno would have been a lot better. I wish Brennan wouldn't have been so awful. But when you see the report that came out today that apparently Brennan Carroll wasn't very detail-oriented, I mean, being an offensive line coach is like, literally like your number one job is to be detail-oriented. Like, obviously, there's other jobs. I'm not saying I'm an offensive line coach, but, I talked to Richie Incognito probably, 6 weeks ago, and Richie just was going off on how awful Brennan is. And Richie probably talks to a lot of those guys way more than I do. And I remember asking Richie, would you be interested in being the Raiders' offensive line coach? He told me no, but, it's Pete Carroll. O'Neal. What's up, Mitch? Absolutely love the move today. Definitely the number one pick. However, if we trade Max, I want nothing less. You ain't getting 4 first and 4 second. Yeah, that's like if I walked into my bosses at Chat Sports and I said, I don't care. I want $1 million raise. That is like, that's probably no context to y'all. That's ridiculous. That's like me if I came on this show and I was like, we're doing $1,000 bangs today. Y'all would look at me and be like, that's just a crazy deal. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. I would say, in all honesty, 3 first-round picks is the absolute max, no pun intended, that you would get for Crosby. The more and more people that I listen to, the more and more conversations that are being had. I'm thinking it's going to be 2 firsts and like a third. I think it'll be 2 firsts and a third-round pick probably is what it'll end up being. But that's only because, again, if the Raiders end up trading Max, it's because I think people are going to know that there is a lot more going on behind the scenes. I have not heard anything in that regard. I like to think that I'm pretty well tied in with what's going on with 98. Not saying Max and I talk, but I think I'm pretty well tied in with what's going on with that conversation. So, from what I've heard, it's been completely blown out of proportion. But also the people that I talk to want Max to be a Raider for life. So, Lord Buddy Bear, still haven't watched Elf, Mitch. You got to get on the program, dude. You got to. Same with Stranger Things. Doesn't look good. I might give Eternity a try, though. It might be good. So Eternity, I thought Eternity was on Netflix. It's not. It's on Prime.
Oh, okay.
So I know people were asking me the other day about it. It's a phenomenal movie. It's probably one of the best movies I've ever seen, Eternity. Loved it. Brought me to tears. I laughed an absolute shit ton. If you, it's a great movie to watch, dude. I think it makes you think about how your life would end up going. So I want to y'all talk about something here real quick. Somebody asked me, Mitch, I know you said 2 hours left in the show we would do a happy hour.
Yeah.
Okay? I hear you loud and clear. Hear you loud and clear. But also, shout out to Ryan Campbell. He said, well, we were 3-14 this season. So could you start happy hour at 3:14? My thing is going to be this. Prove to me that we deserve to do happy hour. I'm going to put the ball in your court. We're about to do another segment here on the Raiders Report. It's going to be a Raiders mock draft. Depending on how many bangs we get during that Raiders mock draft is going to dictate whether or not I'm going to start happy hour right away. I want to be able to go to Super Bowl. I want to be able to take chugs. I want to be able to do a Raiders Report event. I'm going to put the ball in y'all's court.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to put the ball in y'all's court. If y'all want to get wet and wild, if y'all want to start this shit show early, let's get this shit show started early. Let's get it going because I love being able to rock with y'all. This season has been really difficult. Selfishly, I've been looking more forward to the final 2 hours of this show because I know how wet and wild and crazy that this thing can get. I know how crazy it can get. But I do have to do one more segment. I got to do one more segment because I don't want to be completely shit-faced while I do my first mock draft.
Yeah.
Cool? This is very convincing, though. Oh! See! Raider! Bang! It's OC! We got 67 bangs to get this thing going. 67 bangs to get it going. OC! Cheers to you, my brother. Oh, cheers to you, my brother. All right, Reed. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to get this duck race. We're going to get this last show started. TJ Park, I got you in, my guy. TJ Park, I got you, my guy. Oh, I got to break my back. So here's what we're going to do. Mock draft.
Yep.
Let's get through the mock draft.
All right.
Depending on what happens during the mock draft, I'm going to look at my phone after the mock draft. I don't know what I need to see to be convinced. I think that I'll know it when I see it.
All right. And
Texans versus Mexicans. Napa. So Raider Ron, Raider Ron's the GOAT here on the Raider Sport, and I hope that nobody from Mount Raidermore is offended by me saying that. Again, Ron's been here with me since day one. Ron was literally the reason why I started Mount Raidermore. David Zahn is like a brother to me. Those two guys, again, it's not a knock on any of the other Mount Raidermore guys, but David Zahn and Raider Ron were here on this show. Like, you know, they inspired me to do a lot of the shit that I do. A lot of y'all do, and it's just I've known those guys for 8 years though. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different.
By the way, can we confirm this somehow from Travis? That would be.
I guess my biggest problem is I don't use Cash App often.
I know. I think somebody has it, right?
Somebody's got to have it. Because I'm refreshing my phone and I don't see it.
On Cash App?
I mean, this is all I see. Again, I use Venmo, so I apologize for my illiteracy on Cash App. Let me message my group here. I don't see it. Do you?
I do not. Travis, we do not see it here. We could wait and see if it maybe comes in.
I'm just going to type it to someone
in a second, but we do not see it, unfortunately.
Is your name Travis?
Is it Travis McCurry on Cash App? Klint, we did not do the duck race. We'll do the duck race.
Yeah, duck race
when
is going
this
to be
timer
very,
is gone,
very
is
late.
done.
Duck race is going to be at the very, very end of the show. The very, very end of the show. Very, very end of the show. All right. Ready to get this mock going?
Yep.
Travis, I will try to double.
About practice.
I will try to double confirm that on you. Okay.
Yeah.
I promise you, if you send it in, we will get you. We will get you the shirt. I am very illiterate when it comes to Cash App. That's why I use Venmo. So because of that, I don't know. I don't know. What up, Boom? What's up, Mitch? Appreciate you, dude. You got Rich Pin in the duck race? Yes, sir, I do. Rich Pin, I don't know what your lucky number is, but looks like it's 37 in the ducks. You're the number 37 duck. Oh, boy. Needed it. Needed it.
All right.
Mike Wickham. I think George Pickens is the worst free agent move that we could possibly do. I'm not saying that your opinion's wrong. I'm just giving you my opinion. That's all. I personally think signing a $30 million wide receiver that's got as many diva issues as that guy's got, that is a very, very, very bad decision. Very, 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 very bad decision.
Let me.
Because if I'm going to pay a receiver $30 million, he better be able to block. Pickens has no interest in blocking. That's why Pittsburgh ended up moving on from him as much as they did. And he just looks like the type of guy where you pay him $30 million a year and then he doesn't give a flying flip about anything else. So I'm good. I'll tell you this right now. I would break a table, I think, if they went out and got Pickens. I think it's the definition of the worst move the Raiders could possibly do this offseason. The worst. Preston, it's funny you asked that. I got home last night, and I go, hey, honey, Raider Nation and I say thank you for the Cowboys benching Dak Prescott. And she's like, oh, they benched Dak? I'm like, yeah. She's like, what did he do? And I explained the whole thing. But she was happy because I was happy when I came home. Like, I was on cloud nine, dude. Like, yesterday felt like a dream. And that might sound pathetic, but it's the God-honest truth of it's such a hard year to be able to root for the Giants, to beat the Cowboys, for them to win that freaking football game, and then for the Raiders to, again, be able to beat the Chiefs. I know it cost us draft room. Like, we would have had the number 1 overall pick in every single draft if we would have lost that game. Now we have 36 picks, so that's the 4th pick in the 2nd round. 67 picks, so that's the 3rd pick in the 3rd round. And then I don't know the other number, but it's the 2nd pick in the 4th round. So, like, yeah, we lost a few spots, but I also love the ability to say that we beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Jay says Pickens is nasty. Pickens is talented. I'm not going to sit up here and say George Pickens isn't talented, but George Pickens, I think, is like the biggest diva wide receiver in the NFL. And you're not going to convince me on it. So I'm just going to let you know. Again, a great player. Nobody, I don't think, would ever say Pickens ain't a great player. But he's got a horrible attitude, gives up on plays all the time, has no interest in blocking, and he just seems like the type of receiver, based on his product in the NFL, that if you paid him $30 million a year, he'd get lazy. He wouldn't give a shit. Because to me, if you're a wide receiver in a contract year, and you still give up plays, what's going to happen when you get paid? I have no interest in him. But nobody, I think, would ever say that he's not talented. He's unbelievably talented. George Pickens is a top 10 talent in the NFL. Wide receiver talent in the NFL. I'm not in it. Can't convince me. Can't convince me. A team like the Pittsburgh Steelers doesn't give up on a player like George Pickens for as cheap as what they did if he wasn't a head case, a basket case.
Okay.
You ready?
I believe I am ready, good sir.
We've been live for over 8 hours, and it's
Is it getting to you?
I don't know if it's getting to me. It's just, it's like anything. You're like, all right, I actually hate to admit this, but I want to get the shit show started.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like, it's something different.
Yeah.
I'm excited to be able to do this mock draft, but in my mind, this is like the last thing I got to do.
Yep. And it's like when you go to church on Christmas Eve. You got to go to church, and then when you get home, all you got to do is wait for Santa and have a party.
I wish I could. I haven't gone to church in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't gone in a little bit since
I-
probably high school.
I was definitely a creaster, but I
Yeah,
I
we
get
were.
the
We were
analogy.
too.
I definitely get the analogy, though.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Mock draft time. You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm not going to sit up here and act like I've done extra homework on a lot of these prospects. What I'm going to do is I'm really just going to tell you my thought process of why I go with that guy at that certain point in this draft. There's going to be some people that like it. There's going to be some people that don't like this draft overall. That's how it goes. That's okay with me. Coming up here, though, our first Raiders mock draft of the year 2026. Y'all ready to go? If y'all are ready to rock out with your mocks out, type mock down below. The Las Vegas Raiders have the number 1 overall pick. So coming up here, my Raiders mock draft 1.0 for the 2026 offseason. If you're ready to rock out with your mock out, hit that like button right now because the Silver and Black have 10 picks in total. The number 1 overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. I haven't been hooting and hollering for the number 1 pick for the last 4 months because of nothing. It's because I'm excited to get this team going in the right direction. So what we're going to be doing is this. I'm going to be talking to y'all about why I decided to go with each player. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you. Never will do that on this show. I don't know a lot of these prospects as well as I will once the NFL Draft gets rolling. But if you're looking for more draft content from me, obviously you can hit that subscribe button. You can also, though, hit me up on social media. If you want to tag me in your mocks, at the end of the day, you spend time watching me, I'm going to spend time watching what y'all do. You can follow me and tag me on X, Twitter, MitchellRents365. Same exact thing on Instagram. If you spend time watching my mock, then I'm going to spend time looking at yours. It's my promise to you. If me being live for 11 hours and 11 minutes isn't proof that I'm a man of my word, well then, you're probably just a hater. Let's go to pick number 1 here in the NFL Draft. And, oh my goodness, it's what a shocker. Indiana quarterback. Actually, I'm going to say this because I get chills every time I say it. With the first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Heisman Trophy winner, Indiana quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. Oh my goodness, does it give you chills? And he is the number 1 pick. If you're the Raiders and you don't want to trade back, you better take this guy right here. He might be limited in certain areas from an athletic standpoint, but I'm so sick and tired of hearing he's not this, he's not that. You know what he is? He's a leader among men. You know what he is? He's a winner. And yeah, it might be one of the weaker Heisman classes in the past few years, but the job of a franchise quarterback is to make everybody on your team better. And Fernando Mendoza has helped build Indiana's program. He has helped make everybody else around him better. And in the biggest situations, in the biggest moments of games, he's at his best. I want a quarterback, when he looks into the huddle, inspires confidence into everybody. He's a little quirky. He reminds me a little bit of Kirk Cousins in that regard. He reminds me a little bit of Jared Goff, honestly, but I think he's a little bit more of an athletic version of a Goff, might not have the arm talent. I don't know if he's ever going to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but I do really, truly believe that his floor is safe. I understand that Raiders fans are afraid because the last time that that the Raiders had to pick a quarterback at number 1, you went with Jamarcus Russell. That is the absolute complete opposite. But you know what I hear a lot? This offensive line stinks. In my mock draft that I have created here, this is a mock draft where the Raiders have already gone out and they have built their offensive line. But oftentimes I hear, well, how's he going to do against pressure because our offensive line's bad. Fernando Mendoza in high-pressure games has been unflippin' believable. And he doesn't always put up the greatest stats. But you know what he always seems to find a way to do? He finds a way to win. And when you look at the Indiana roster from top to bottom, there's no way anybody here can look at me and say they got a better roster than Ohio State. I don't think you look at me and tell me they got a better roster than Alabama. But sometimes guys are just put on this planet to frickin' lead people. And that's why I'm going to take Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall in my very first Raiders mock draft. So here's going to be my question to you, because it's got to be the question, right? The only way you're taking a guy at number 1 is if you're sold on him. I'm sold on Fernando Mendoza. This is going to be the pinned comment on today's show. Scale it from 1 to 100. 1, he's a bust. He stinks. He's Jamarcus Russell blank tapes. 100, he's the best quarterback prospect that you've seen in a long time. How sold are you on Mendoza at number 1? My answer is going to be coming up here after this YouTube ad break. I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to go, as a prospect on Mendoza, I'm probably like an 85. But the other reason why you should draft Fernando Mendoza, think about what John Spytek has said. Think about what Tom Brady has said. I also want you to think about what I've said. The reason why you go get Mendoza, look at the pieces that you have. You got Ashton Genty at running back. You got Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer at tight end. Again, I've already told you, in my mind, entering the draft, I'm building a great offensive line. That is the recipe for success. Whoever our new head coach is, I hope that you build around what you have instead of forcing guys into a system. But I'll say this, with what we already have, the best quarterback to fit with what we have, Fernando Mendoza. Let's go to pick number 36 in round 2. I'm going to go with Amari Washington, defensive tackle from Oregon. We have to be able to replace Christian Wilkins. I don't know what the whole Wilkins situation is. Don't ask me. But 6'3", 330-pound, an absolute mauler in the interior. Can't wait to watch to see what he looks like up against Fernando Mendoza. But this is a big boy, and I'm somebody where I want to win in the trenches. In the offseason, if we don't invest in guys that put their hand in the dirt, we don't have the right mentality. We got to put a plan together. And I want somebody that makes Max Crosby the best version of himself. I get we got Tonka Hemingway. I get we got J.J. Pegues. But this is a team that needs interior help. And I promise you this, if I was in the war room with Spytek and Brady, if I'm in the offseason with those guys, I will invest in the trenches. Why? Because I feel like when you invest in the trenches, it makes all the other players around you better. And we're going to have a lot of other younger guys stepping into some big roles. You make the guys in the trenches work, makes everybody else around you a little bit better. For that reason, in the 3rd round, at pick number 67, I'm going to go with Akeem Mesidor, edge from Miami. A lot of attention, and there's, for good reason, goes to Reuben Bain Jr. I think he's the best edge rusher in this year's class. But from Akeem Mesidor, 56 tackles, 10 sacks. He's been lighting it up in the college football playoffs. 15 tackles for loss. This is my Malcolm Kuntz replacement. I am going to figure out ways to get after the quarterback. I'm going to figure out ways to make life living hell. Why? Think about also who we drafted number 1, Fernando Mendoza. If you want your young quarterback to be able to develop in the best possible way that he can, you also need to be able to build a defense. To me, going out and getting guys that win in the trenches, guys that go out and get after the quarterback, is the best recipe for success for the silver and black. Let's go to the 4th round here. And reminder, we have 4 picks in the 4th round of the NFL draft. Guess what I decided to do? I'm going to go with more guys on the interior, and I'm going to go with Skylar Gill Howard, defensive tackle from Texas Tech. The Red Raiders defense was, I think, one of the best defenses in all of college football. I'm not going to lie to you. I was looking at a cornerback here. I was looking at a linebacker, but I decided to go with the person that I felt was the best player on the board. 6'1", 290 pounds, 13 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a pass breakup. You're going to have Tyree Wilson back. J.J. Pegues, Tonka Hemingway, good players. Thomas Booker's a free agent. Adam Butler, again, somebody who's going to be getting up there in age a little bit. So in my mind, I go, all right, Max Crosby, Skylar Gill Howard. We're going to sit up here and we're going to talk about Tyree Wilson, but then also J.J. Pegues, Tonka Hemingway. How are we going to be able to find extra players that can help us and stay fresh on the interior? Yes, you got Jonnu, who's going to be a good player. Thomas Booker's a free agent. Adam Butler is going to be somebody. I know there's 2 pictures there of Lalo. That's on us. But overall, though, I want to be somebody that invests in the trenches. And the reason why I decided to go with the defensive tackle here is simply because I want to invest in those trenches. I want to be able to sit up here and say, I want players that help us get after the quarterback. And if we have extra talent on the defensive line, then so be it. But the other reason why I took 2 defensive tackles and an edge rusher is because I spent a lot of my money in my mind in free agency on a wide receiver. I spent a lot of my money on my mind on the offensive line. So because of that, I didn't have as much money to go get a defensive tackle. I didn't have as much money to go get an edge. So we're going to have to rely on some of these younger players to put this defense together a little bit more. And we're going to have a lot of rotation at the defensive line position. If you do that and you bring somebody that wants to bring some extra pressure, I think that that's a good recipe for success. But the other reason why I went that route, I went best player available. When you have the amount of holes that we do, I decided to go best player available. We got some more round 4 picks and more day 3 picks coming up here on the Raiders Report. Before we get into this, though, are you anybody out there planning on watching some college games? I can't wait to watch Indiana, Oregon. I'm going to be live here on the Raiders Report. Heck, I'm going to be watching Ole Miss and Miami get after it as well. At the end of the day, if you plan on watching some basketball, you plan on watching some playoff matchups, then go get started with our sponsor, Prize Picks, because what awesome feeling that I'm feeling right now, feels good to be right. And I was right about the Raiders moving on from Pete Carroll. And Prize Picks lets you take control. You can find your community on Prize Picks. If you miss fantasy football, I definitely recommend Prize Picks. Also, if you like flexibility, Prize Picks, I believe, is for you. There's a reason why it's available in all 50 states. There's a reason why it is America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. It's because they put their users first. So all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks also accepts most major payment methods, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. Download the Prize Picks app today. Make sure that you use code CLNS to be able to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Let's go now to our other 4th round pick here, 117. I'm going to go Michael Taft. Hopefully that's how you pronounce the name. Safety from Texas. I want to be able to find somebody that can help us in the secondary. I hope and pray, if there are anybody out there that listens, let's please use Isaiah Paul-Amal as a strong safety, which means we need to be able to find somebody that might be able to drop back into coverage. He's a good leader. He's a senior. I did watch a lot of the Longhorns play football, talk to some of our guys here at Chat Sports that like him. But to me, this is a move that we need to be able to make for our safety room. I don't have a lot of confidence in Lonnie Johnson Jr. I don't have a lot of confidence in our free safety room. I still would like for the Raiders to be able to add a true free safety into the mix. But overall, I saw safety. I saw a player that I believe could help us on day 1, and I decided to go that route. Let's go another 4th round pick here. I'm going to go Trey Moore, also from Texas, at the linebacker position. Landon Roberts is a free agent. Devin White is a free agent, and if they bring back Devin White, I'm going to throw an effing fit. One of the other things that I think I'm going to end up doing in a lot of my free agency videos is I'm probably going to talk about the possibility of adding a guy like Devin Lloyd. I think Devin Lloyd's one of the best linebackers available on the open market. Yes, I want to see more out of Tommy Eichenberg. Yes, I want to see more out of Cody Lindenberg. But you add a player like Trey Moore, who, again, I think could do a lot of different things for you at that position. Maybe helps you out on special teams. Maybe he doesn't. But 31 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 sacks on the Texas Longhorns. I think that looks pretty good for me. This is where some of y'all might be like, all right, let's get a little bit crazy. I'm going to go here, running back, Desmond Reed from Pitt. Ashton Genty is the bell cow. No doubt about it. Raheem Mostert, though, free agent. Samir White, free agent. Dylan Laube, we just can't keep him around on this roster. But the reason why I wanted to be able to add somebody like a Desmond Reed, because I do think a good value to have with a young quarterback like Mendoza is a safety blanket, is a guy that you can check the ball down to and let him just mix and match. Watch Reed. He's small. He's 5'8". He's 175 pounds. Maybe he could play special teams in the NFL. Again, he's a little bit undersized, but he's got really quick lightning speed, great acceleration, has the ability to catch the football. I don't want to say Amir Abdullah because he was a recent Raider, but like to me, look at how the Pittsburgh Steelers use Kenneth Gainwell, right? And that use them in a multitude of different ways. I'm not asking Reed to be anything more than a third down scat back, than somebody that can catch the football from time to time when Ashton Jeanty needs a breather. If we're running between the tackles, I want it to be number 2. If we're trying to throw the football to work a 2-minute offense, I think Desmond Reed is at least a player to keep in mind. Let's go now to pick 182. I'm going to go with Damani Jackson, cornerback from Alabama. I would love for the Raiders to bring back Eric Stokes. If we can't bring back Eric Stokes, well, then I'm probably going to try to find a way to invest in a corner a little bit higher up. I believe we have the money to be able to bring back Stokes. I think you can offer him $7 to $8, maybe $9 million. Get him on like a 2 to 3 year deal. You make it happen. I also believe in Darian Porter. I want to see a lot more of these younger guys get more work with the coaching staff that actually knows what the hell that they are doing. But Jackson is a physical player. 6'1", 196 pounds. It's more of a depth move. But to me, it goes, can we get more out of the Camryn Richardson? Darian Porter, somebody that I want to see. I'd like to bring back Eric Stokes. So Damani is more of just a depth move from the Alabama Crimson Tide. Let's now go to the offensive line. It's going to be Logan Jones. He's a center for Iowa. Because Will Putnam's a free agent, because I am team, let's bring back Jordan Meredith and put him on the offensive guard, that leaves a little bit of a vulnerability from a backup center position. I love Iowa offensive lineman. He's PFF's one of their highest graded offensive linemen in back-to-back seasons. I think that mentality is a really great mentality, and maybe we are able to get Tyler Lindenbaum, little Iowa brothers coming back together, figuring out a way to play some tough-nosed football, which is what the the Hawkeyes do over there in Big Ten land. But I think that that's an interesting depth move that we could be able to add to our offensive line. But some of you are probably sitting here going, again, Mitch, no offensive lineman. In my mind, I already invested in the O-line in free agency. I ain't taking a quarterback number 1 overall unless that offensive line is solidified. And I believe we have enough money to solidify that offensive line. Let's go with our final pick here in our mock draft, and I'm going to go with a quarterback. I'm going to go with a quarterback that I think's got some upside to him, Taylon Green. I love from what I've seen from him. My guy Trace always hypes him up here. He's a raw prospect. But in the 7th round with the final pick, I'll take a quarterback that I think has, 2 to 3 years, let him mature a little bit. 6'6", 235 pounds. He's really athletic. And if we're going to go with a run-first offense, you let Taylon Green learn a bit. The other reason why I go this route is because the only quarterback on our roster is Aiden O'Connell. So even though we drafted Fernando Mendoza, to me, in my mind, Aiden O'Connell is a good enough leader. He's a good enough veteran to be able to make our quarterback room better. Geno Smith, he's out the door. He's gone. Cam Miller was claimed by the Miami Dolphins, not on the team. Kenny Pickett's a free agent. I ain't going to bring him back. So that means coming into the offseason, the only quarterback we got is Aiden O'Connell. Aiden O'Connell's the guy. If you wanted to add another QB, that's going to cost more money. I am confident enough in Aiden to be that backup. So Mendoza's QB1, Aiden O'Connell's quarterback 2, Taylon Green is quarterback number 3. Here's the cool part. You can grade my mock draft. I'll be honest, this one did not come out exactly the way that I was hoping. The one pick that I really wanted to go back and look at was the Skylar Gill Howard pick. To me, he was the best player on the board. And I should mention to you, I did this mock on PFF, and it's going to continuously change. If you want to grade it A, B, C, D, or F, I would greatly appreciate to hear what you guys had to say. Because when I go back and I look at it, I really wanted to be able to get the cornerback from Duke. And I can't think of his name right now. A little bit undersized guy. I wanted him to fall to 102. He did not fall to 102 to me. So then I just said, all right, I got to get best player available. It was another defensive interior. I'm team building the trenches. So I decided to go that route. First mock draft of the year. There it is. And what the cool part is, you're probably going to get a mock draft from me every single week on this show. The other thing that I'm going to try to do my best of, I plan on going live on Mondays in the offseason. I'm going to call it Raiders Report Mock Draft Monday, where it's going to be me being live. We're going to do mock drafts together. We got the number 1 overall pick. Let's celebrate it. You earned it. I earned it. Raider Nation frickin' earned it. And if you want more draft content from me and my entire gang here, you already know. Hit that subscribe button. First mock draft of the year. I kind of agree with a lot of y'all saying C in the B range. I don't disagree with it, but it's because I also would want to sit down, do the full-on free agency, see what we have left. I love, and I mean love, the first 3 picks there.
I was going to say.
I love the first 3 picks.
That was great.
I started to not love some of the players available to me, but that's also, again, me being real where I don't know. Chandler Rivers, yes, lonely. I wanted Chandler Rivers, cornerback from Duke. I could have taken him in round 3, but I was like, I really want to go out and get another edge. If I'm being honest, I think maybe I should have taken him in round 3, and then I could have potentially gotten another edge or another position in round 4.
I think what you had was good, though.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Like, again, in my mind, I'm going out and probably going to get a wide receiver in free agency with that draft.
Yeah, like maybe like an Alec Pierce or something.
A Pierce, it really depends who the head coach is. It really does.
They'll probably have names.
So Lamb said we need a wide receiver, don't you think? I do think the Raiders need a wide receiver, but because of the players that we have on the roster, and I do think that they're going to go out and they're going to spend some money on a veteran, and I say a veteran, not like an old veteran, but Trey Tucker's young, Jack Besh is young, Dante Thornton is young. Our wide receiver room, based on players that I think that they would rely on right away, it's a young room. So I would be worried if they were to go out. Again, Mayer's still young, Bowers is still young, Genty is still young. I know that they're not receivers, but we're talking about talent. Shedrick Jackson, young. Alex Bachman, not young, but he's pretty unproven. So if you were to add another rookie into that mix, I mean, man, that is a really, really, really young room. I just think that they're going to go out and they're going to add a veteran wide receiver in free agency. Maybe like a Rashid Shaheed, maybe like an Alec Pierce. Maybe they decide to make a trade. I don't know. But, again, not every mock draft I do I'm going to love. That one was not one I was overly crazy about. I'm going to have to do more. I'm going to have to see where certain guys fall. I got to do more homework on those prospects. But because we had the number 1 overall pick, because I had so many people asking me about a mock draft, I decided to do my first mock. But if I had to give myself a grade, I'd be in the B- C+ range on that mock.
You know who's a free agent wide receiver? 2026? Hunter Renfrow.
Oh, dude. As much as I love Renfrow, if you can't block, you can't come to the Raiders, in my opinion. Got to be able to block. Gotta be able to block here. Oh! Bang! Couldn't answer the poll. Can't be happy about it yet. Another failed head coach. Fair enough. For the future, I want nothing to do with Flores as head coach. Don't like his style. Stefanski, Kubiak, LaFleur, yes. So, I mean, you just want an offensive-minded guy. I think you're just looking for an offensive-minded coach, which is fine. Not saying there's anything wrong with that. I would be happy with Kubiak, LaFleur. I'm not sold on Stefanski. Huh? That's going to go out tomorrow morning. Yeah.
If you want, yeah.
I mean, if we can, or I just do it tomorrow morning. It'll go out tomorrow morning.
Might as well just do it now.
Okay, I was going to say, I won't be able to do it tonight after this. What'd you get? Chicken club? Sounds good. That's probably good for my belly. Probably a little bit safer.
He was hoping for a burger.
I wasn't. I never said that.
You said, I like burgers.
Well, you said twisted root, so I just thought burger.
Okay. Chicken club sounds good, too.
What burger did you get?
I built my own.
What'd you build?
Regular burger, some caramelized onions, avocado.
Now, honestly, it's probably better
tomato,
if I eat
lettuce, some of his whatever guy's fantastic sauce. I don't know. Anytime I see fantastic sauce,
I mean, if that sauce comes,
let Mike do it his way
in a circle. Don't eat the sauce if you're the last guy in the circle. That's all I'm gonna say. To the 1,000 people that are watching this show right now, we are 66 bangs away from Chugs and I going to the Super Bowl and throwing a legend, wait for it, dairy Raiders Report party. So I said, depending on what happens during that cut is going to determine when we get happy hour started. We got 2 hours, 39 minutes to go.
I did a poll. I said, is Raider Nation ready to get rowdy for the rest of this live show?
I am going to refresh my phone. I definitely, I got to go pee here. So I'm also trying to confirm, but nobody from Arnold, nobody from the people that said we got to message them is answering me.
Yeah.
All right. Who are you messaging? Or is it just like a message between?
What do you mean?
Well, James said to message him. Is it the group chat between all of us? I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, I was gonna message him until
I got you.
I realized that it wasn't popping up.
I'll just try to send it again.
I can Slack him too.
You're good. I'll just put it here. Oh boy. All right, let me look down here at my phone. All right, so right now, TJ Parkinson in the duck race. I see Elizer Hernandez in the duck race. And then I see Fred Scriver in the duck race. I'm just going to put all the messages in here. This is just going to be easier. And then,
There we go.
Okay. $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win $400.
What?
Winner gets $400. I do have to go pee real quick.
Do you want to do whatever you just sent me after?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm going to go stock up on some beers.
Oh, there you go.
I'm going to go get ready for a shit show. I saw Ventrac. Somebody said Raider Nation Super Bowl Airbnb would be wild.
Oh my God.
Whoever
has their name down on that Airbnb.
I was going to say, it's not going to be me. I promise you that. I would not put my name on that Airbnb. That sounds like a lawsuit and a lot of money. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to stock up on some beers. If you guys want to get this thing going a little early, we can get Mitch to drink you too, Reed.
Huh?
Huh? Looks like TJ already started.
TJ's getting wet
TJ's
wild.
ahead of us here a little bit. Oh man.
All right.
Let's get. If you guys are ready to party, give me some WWs for Wet and Wild.
Ooh.
If you guys are ready to party, give me some WWs for Wet and Wild, because I might be down.
All right. Ventrac. Shout out to you. We got Blaine in here. Craig, Jose Delgado, Loyal Man 69, second account. That's funny. Drop Top Blazer, shout out to you. 87 Nada. Somebody said who said B Berea Raiders fan? Did I say that right? B Bay Raiders fan? 76 said Reed. What's up? That's me. If you guys don't know the deals, because if you didn't know already, it'd be very unfortunate if you didn't, because we've been talking about it for almost 9 hours now. Pete Carroll, fired by the Raiders. We have some deals. $5 super chat. You get into a Fernando Mendoza jersey raffle, which I have been keeping track of everybody who has super chatted since the beginning of the show. That is 8 hours, 37 minutes, 58 seconds ago. Since then. $20 Venmo duck race at Mitchell Renz 365. $20 to get in. A chance to win a good amount of money. I do not have Mitch's phone, so I don't know how much you could possibly win. $100. $100 super chat. We bang. Live on YouTube. Giggity. $100 Venmo. is a bang, and you get a once-in-a-lifetime shirt. Just here to bang. And it has on the back, it has 1 of 100. There's only 100 of these shirts. I'm talking to everybody who probably knows this deal already, but I'm just letting you guys know. If any newcomers in here saying, hey, what do we got going on here? Because there's still a little over 800 people watching, hanging out with us. So if you want 1 of 100 limited edition, came here, or just here to bang, shirt, that's $100 Venmo. And each $100 Super Chat or Venmo is one step closer to getting Mitch and Chugs to go to Super Bowl in Santa Clara. We are at 66 bangs away after that Venthrak bang. And we have an alley-oop that's been up in the air forever. So if anyone is gracious enough to slam that down like Blake Griffin on the Clippers, we could do that. And $500, if you spend $500 on any show in 2026, you get put into a raffle to get on a trip with Mitch. You either fly out to you fly out here, get featured on the show, see the Chat Sports offices, get put up in a hotel, have a good time here in Dallas, Texas. If that's an interest to you, you spend $500 total on a show in 2026. You get entered into the raffle. So, those are the deals today. What do we got going on here in the chat? Sway does it. Been listening since 9 a.m. Shout out to Sway. Yeah, we've been live for almost 9 hours. My eyes hurt, but I'm having a great time. That's why I put my my glasses on. All day I stare at screens, so I have some blue light glasses that help with that. Doppelganger. If it starts to smell, you know who to blame. Chuck. No, I'm just kidding. Chuck. We got to blame Chuck. Chuck's probably around here somewhere. Got my Raiders report. Blame Geno shirt for Christmas. Been rocking it every day since. Shout out to Doppelganger. Hell yeah. I love when we came out with those shirts, I laughed so hard. Because when you come out and you say blame me and you are just not good and you just I don't think you care about the fan base, you're flipping them off, like it just makes no sense to say, "Oh yeah, blame me." It's like you can't lay down on the wire when you've thrown the wire everywhere. Like, I don't know. Micah, when Mitch comes back, we got you. We got you. 66 bangs away from sending Mitch and Chugs. And so, if you guys didn't know, this involves you guys as well. Oh, that's the mock draft one. I keep doing that. I want this one. If you get to 100 bangs today, we're going, we're, not me, possibly me, who knows. But Mitch and Chugs to go to the Super Bowl, and they'll do a Raiders meetup. Location to be determined. But if it does happen, you get a chance to hundreds of Raiders fans in Santa Clara. It'll be somewhere in between. I forget who in between, but from Vegas and Santa Clara, probably in between, somewhere around there. But it'll be free, and that'll be fun. So we're 66 bangs away from that. That'd be a cool experience. Yeah. We are, I got 2.5 hours left. I think Mitch probably fell in to the toilet. Eric! Huh? Oh, Roto eye drops are the best from computer eyes. I should probably do something like that. I usually just use these because it helps, like, not get a headache. But, I mean, obviously, my entire job is just staring at a screen all day. But I love my job. I love what I do. I love hanging out with you guys. If I didn't, I wouldn't have been here for almost 9 hours, and then 8 hours yesterday. So it's a good time. I love it. And now, if none of you guys know, I am the host of our new Bucks channel. So I will be sort of like how Chugs does Texans. That's sort of what I'll do. Is I'm in charge of our Bucks channel. So if you guys have any questions about the Buccaneers, I'll probably be able to answer. What else we got here? Oh man. All right. If you guys are having either an alcoholic drink or you're just sipping on something, what are you guys sipping on? I just ran out of my Miller Lite, but if you guys are drinking beer, what are you drinking? What's your favorite drink if you're not drinking anything? Let's chop it up, have a good time. Rob, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Jose drinking Blue Moon. Darren, Bucks suck. Maybe not as much as the Raiders, but hey, I'm just kidding. Coors Light from America. Coors Light's good. I love a good Coors Light. When the mountains are blue, it's a fun time. It's a fun time. Kona Big Wave. I love a good Kona Big Wave. I love the can. Can design is very important when you're drinking a good beer. If the can looks weird, it feels like it doesn't taste as good. I don't know. Budweiser Heavy. Ooh, okay. Brian's drinking air. Hey, New Year's resolution, you want to, hold off on some alcohol or hold off on, alcohol makes you gain weight. So if you're trying to hold off, hey, more power to you. Nathan Wolf, Crown and Ginger Ale. Now that is something I can get behind. Crown Royale is, I don't know if you could call it a sleeper. I don't know if you could call it a sleeper at all, but I love Crown Apple or just regular Crown with root beer or like a cream soda or something. I think that's pretty good. Craft beer from Preston. Preston, what kind of craft beer are you drinking over there? Darren, is that supposed to be, I eat popsicles sideways? Is that supposed to be like a compliment, or so that I'm not doing it a certain different way? I don't know. Hey, B Raiders fan is drinking Bush. Pam loves Crown Apple. Crown Apple's good. I love it. I think Crown Apple with ginger ale is the way to go if you're going to do ginger ale with it. Thank you, Marshall. Marshall, does it sound better? I think Jeremy's mic doesn't get it falls down every time we go. So I try to keep it as close as I can. Whiskey and root beer is an underrated beverage choice. I don't know. See, this might be a Northeast thing. Has anyone ever had birch beer? I don't know if anyone knows what birch beer is, but
dude, I love birch beer. Birch beer is delicious.
Birch beer, I think it's just like Sprite and root beer mixed, but I think it's great.
It's I definitely think it's interesting. Also to Travis McCurry, we just checked our Cash App. I don't have anything from you. So I don't know if you sent it to the right Cash App Chat Sports.
Because we need that to give the code to get the shirt.
Correct. So I don't want to be that guy, but I accept Venmos, Cash Apps from thousands upon thousands of people every single year. I don't have anything, so I can't send you anything if I don't have anything. I guess I'll say, gotta make sure that it's the right person. Unfortunately, over the years, I've seen people make fake ones. So I'll leave it like that. But I don't have anything. So, all right, y'all.
I have a nice little something for you.
You got something for me?
Mm-hmm.
You got something for me?
I got something for you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, y'all. I think I'm ready to get this thing going. I think I'm ready to get this party started. I know we said we would wait.
You know who else is?
I know we said we would wait. Here's how this whole thing's going to go. If you bang on Venmo or on Super Chat, I am going to drink some beer. I'm not going to be able to do a full beer for every bank because we got 66 banks to go in my mind. But if you bang, I'm going to throw down some beers. I'm going to do my absolute best to stay up here and stay standing. But the way that Raiders Report happy hours goes, it's this. If you're over the age of 21, if somebody spends their hard-earned money and they bang, I hope that you put one up, and I hope that you say cheers, right? Hope that you say cheers to that person, because at the end of the day, if 1% of the people that are watching take a beer with you, that's 8 people right now. Right now we got 800 people here in the building. 1%. That, I think, is a pretty awesome and legendary thing to be able to do. So we're going to get a little bit wet and wild. We're going to get a little bit weird here. I'm hoping that the 2026 season is everything that we want it to be. And I hope before tonight I probably silver and black out. I hope that y'all know how much I appreciate y'all, how much I rock with y'all, and I don't take this job for granted. I don't take Raider Nation for granted. It's why I went live for 11 hours and 11 minutes. With that being said, let's get this party started. Micah Watson! Bang! Micah Watson from the top rope.
From the top rope.
Mr. Micah Watson. This one goes out to you, my man. Oh, my God, that was bad.
What?
Some mix. It's a Happy Dad and Miller Lite mix.
Oh.
I gotta clean out the Miller. Gotta clean out the Miller. Gotta get rid of the Miller. Though, I want to keep Colt Miller as long as we possibly can. Shout out to Micah Watson. We are now 65 bangs away. 65 bangs from Chugs and I throwing a legendary Raiders Report party somewhere between Raider Ron's house in Napa and Santa Clara. Somewhere in between.
I think somebody has something to say about that 65.
Nintendo 64. Daniel Snyder! Bang! It's a bang party! You could consider reading Eye of the Bang Bros.
No.
I'm too sober to make that joke. way too sober to make that joke. Every time somebody bangs today, I hope you show up and show them some love down in the comments section by spamming their name. As much, and I mean as much, as humanly possible. Shout out to Daniel Snyder.
So, like, we could spam Daniel Snyder. We could spam
actually
Micah Watson, right?
Hang on a second here. You know, I'm going to give you a free bang because I spelt this person's name completely wrong. I had Snyder on the brain.
Oh.
Daniel, hang on here a second. We're way too sober, but also at the same time, we're at almost 99 hours here. We're almost at 9 hours here.
Oh, okay.
I spelt it wrong. JX said, I miss Mitch in the dress. I don't.
We're going to go again?
We're going to do it again. Daniel Scriver! Bang! Daniel, that's on me, man. That's on me, brother. I saw somebody say Dan Snyder, ? And it confused me. So then I looked, and I was like, all right, yeah, that's on me. Daniel Scriver.
So we can spam Daniel Scriver.
Yep, let's go with that one.
Or
or just a nice little Daniel Bang.
And then we can spam Michael Watson.
Yep.
Who else would we be able to spam? Do you know off the top of your head? Or should I remind you?
Let's do it. Vendrick Bang! Mel Raider Moore! Mr. Vendrick! We got 63?
Yes.
63 bangs to go. Shout out to my brother, Vendrick. Mitch, this bang is just appreciation for you and your team and the awesome work you guys do. Nobody outworks you. Vendrick, nobody outworks the nation, and I'd have to do the math. It would be very, very close. Technically, Raider Ron had the most bangs in the year of 2025 because he sent in the largest donation of all time. But I would say the top 3 bangers in the year of 2025.
Bang.
Raider Ron, Vendrick. I think maybe Yoda Jenkins has got to be up there. But Vendrick, no doubt, man. One of our newest members of Mount Raider More. You've been watching this show 5 years, is my guess. 4 or 5 years, somewhere in there. But I appreciate it, man. But again, I do what I do here because y'all guys always show up. You always show out. And that's how we're going to always do it here on the Raiders Report. Cheers to you, Vendrick.
So,
somebody asked me how much for a boot. $500 Venmo for a boot.
Vendrick asked
5 bangs as well.
Or Vendrick has banged twice, 3 times?
Let me look. Vendrick, 2 bangs.
2 bangs. So if he got 3 more,
he'd be in the raffle.
He'd be in the raffle to, if you get picked.
Correct.
You get a trip with you.
I'll say this, Vendrick, I hope you win.
So it's a trip with you where you fly out to them and have a whole day with you, right?
Well, Vendrick's might be a little different. He lives in Hawaii.
Well, that's why it would be pretty cool.
It'd be a legendary.
Hawaii or Dallas, Texas.
I mean, I'll say this, because Yoda and Vendrick live like 20 minutes away from each other in Hawaii. See, here's the thing. If I made the trip to Hawaii, I'm probably there a whole week. Because I'd bring my wife.
Yeah.
If she found out I went to Hawaii without her, I think I'd be single really quick. Really flipping quick.
So whoever spends $500 you said in 2026 on a show?
Yep.
Wow.
You're in a raffle. Again,
to have a trip with Mitch or a whole day.
Yeah,
I wonder.
I think it depends. I don't know. I think we'll know.
Would they sleep on the couch over there?
I think we get them a hotel. I think where we put Wild One. I don't know if Wild One's still here, but I think Wild One would say like we had a great time. We put Wild One in a nice hotel. Like I'm not gonna put you guys in a dump. I ain't gonna do that. It's gonna be a nice hotel. You're gonna have a nice experience. You're gonna go out and get some food. Gonna go out and get some drinks. We're gonna have a good time. Wild One also though had like a buddy that he could hang out with down here. So, to me, I guarantee you this: it's gonna be a really, really fun time. I don't know. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna refresh my phone here. I just saw the duck race right now is up to, what did I spell wrong? Fred. Oh, okay. I see what I did. I wrote Fred Bryce or Fred Scriver as the duck race instead of Daniel Scriver. Fred Bryce, you are in the duck race. Jose Delgado in the duck race. Nathan Wolf in the duck race. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz. 365. We are now officially in the happy hour portion of today's program. I see Jose Lorenzo, you're getting it in. Aaron Byrne, you're getting it in.
Javier, what do you mean? Can I put the new YouTube feature? What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
If there's a new feature, I'd love to use it.
Friendly reminder.
Yes?
So somebody just said what's about to happen here is for Cast Joey. Cast Joey threw up an alley-oop probably, I don't even know, 2 hours ago. It's still up there. It's still up there.
It's still up there.
It's really, really, really high up there. Kumo says, I hope that we end up getting Minter. I mean, I'll say this. I want Minter. I want Shula. I'd be okay with Kubiak. There are so many coaching candidates this cycle that I'd be happy about, and I think the Raiders have the top job out there. I literally don't know how anybody – again, I saw an NFL.com article where they're like, the Falcons' job's better. How is the Falcons' job better?
Yeah, I don't know.
Literally don't even have a first-round pick.
You know what I know? Oh, hold on.
Close.
Hold on.
Close.
You know what I know is better? You know, Mitch, have you ever played basketball?
I have.
You've played basketball, right?
I was the Pennsylvania almost state champ, Elks Hoop Shoot champion, 7th grade.
What's cooler, right? If you a free throw, a layup. What about off the glass, alley-oop dunk?
From Cast Joey, Jose Delgado, bang! I wish I could alley-oop myself.
That does not sound like a good sentence, honestly.
No? I think it sounds phenomenal.
Sounded a little
dirty?
Yeah.
A little dirty in there?
A little bit.
No, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Shab, I don't know what that new feature is. Shout out to y'all. I can already tell you, this is going to catch up to me a lot quicker than I thought it was going to catch up to me. If you want to get your questions and comments in, hashtag Raiders, Super Chat is what we're going to do. We're going to answer questions here for the next 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Yep.
I cannot stay live any longer than that, and that's only because if we stay live longer than that, YouTube will not save the live stream.
Yeah.
So if you ever look for the Josh McDaniels live, it's not on YouTube. It's not on YouTube.
So that puts us
had
at,
to learn the hard way.
That puts us at 62, right?
62 bangs to go.
Wow.
62 Mr. Bangaroos to go. Mr. Underwood, you in? Oh, my boy. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord.
I was going to say, did you see that?
What, Underwood?
No, just
Steven Underwood, you in? Eric Tolotson, I need another 10 from you. Tolotson, I need another 10 from you.
the whole reason that we are live for this long, by the way, I don't know if you guys know, but Pete Carroll did get fired today. The craziest thing is 3-year deal, one and done. You all right there?
Oh, you're right. I am confusing him with somebody else.
I can't help you on that one, unfortunately.
Somebody else lives in Hawaii. I could have sworn I thought it was, but maybe I know Yoda definitely lives in Hawaii.
Well, Yoda, because he gave us the candies.
Yes, but I also sent a bunch of other stuff to Hawaii. I'd have to look at it. Yeah, just sorry. Also, all my buddies, some of my really good friends from home, they're watching this stream right now. 3 of my groomsmen, and they're all making fun of me because the game I could have went to this year, because they always go to Penn State games.
Oh.
The game I could have went to was Penn State, Indiana, and I was like, I can't go. So now they're like trashing me because I'm like,
you could have seen.
I could have seen Fernando Mendoza, and I wanted to go see Mendoza in that game. To Joe, to Cap, to Rafe, I love y'all. I miss you guys. Wish I could hang out with you a little bit more. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Also, though, we're going to have to add another person to our trip raffle.
Hmm.
We're going to have to add another name.
Who
to
might
the
that
trip
be,
raffle.
Mitchell?
Because this one's a big one. Ventrack! Bang! Ventrack! From the top rope. Oh my good golly gosh. Oh my good golly gosh. We're just
Oh my
deleting
good golly,
bodies.
what?
We're deleting bodies left and right
What?
here. What? Geno Smith said what? Ventrack, I got a whole beer for you, man. I got a whole brewski. Though, again, guys, I have not drank in a while, so I don't know how I'm going to be able to do compared to what I used to do. Compared to what y'all used to see me do, I'm going to try my best. I'm just going to let you know. Shout out to Ventrack. If y'all don't spam Ventrack, get the F out of here. Get the F out of here, man. Shout out to Ventrack.
You know what? I have this. I'm taking some sips.
Oh, boy. Trade you my boot for a ticket for the Mendoza jersey.
All right.
I don't even know if that's
59 bangs away.
Dude, I'm telling you this right now. This is
Yeah.
if this ends up happening, this might be the craziest last 2 hours of a show I've ever seen.
It's the craziest show I've ever seen.
I mean, already what has happened has been unbelievable. I want to be very, very clear on that. I want to be extremely, extremely clear. What has already transpired on today's program, I am unbelievably blessed and happy that people actually like to watch me do this type of shit. And the
You know what else?
The weirder and weirder it gets, the weirder and weirder this show is going to get. What do you got for me?
I was going to say, you know what else I really like to see too? Is when I'm right.
These reads are just going to get something really
And
interesting.
I'm always right. It always feels good to be right.
You want to practice your prize picks read? You're about to start hosting.
I've done it before.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you ready?
Prove it.
All right. Hey, if you want to be featured on this prize picks read,
Spam
you know what to
PP
do.
down below.
Because this episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard. But in life and on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. With high-pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control. New feature alert!
New feature alert!
Prize
bam,
Picks.
bam, bam, bam.
Big Raz, you know this one. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you may now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. By the way, you want to find Mitch on Prize Picks? You can do that with the new social feeds feature. You can share your picks, your Prize Picks, with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. Copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like Mitch, like us, and tail or fade our picks with just one click. I love how straightforward Prize Picks is. I don't have to spend a lot of time trying to calculate my payouts. Prize Picks makes it easy with their payouts multiplier, whether it just be a simple 3 times or a big 2,000x. Prize Picks makes it easy and understandable. I thought you were going to take it. No, I'm just kidding. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you played your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it is pretty good to be right. Mitchell, he just disappeared on me. But that's okay. By the way, if you want to get into the 50-50 raffle, it is $20 at Mitchell Renz 365. I don't know what the total is right now, but I know yesterday. I don't know if you guys were here yesterday. I mean, most of you guys probably were, but we gave away, I think, in total, I I forget the number, but multiple people got $1,000. And just imagine getting a Venmo notification of $1,000. I would freak out. I would freak out. Because I forget who it was, but they were like, "Oh, can we do the 50-50 can we do the 50-50 raffle soon? Because I'm going to work." And I was like, "No, it'd be way more fun if what?"
I thought you said hike.
Oh yeah. Well, no. Anytime I stutter, you just go set it.
Green 18.
Because it sounds like I'm audibling.
Green 18. Sick.
Yeah. Ron Raz said over $4,600. So if you guys wanna sweeten the pot a little bit on this stream as well.
We know Raiders fans love to sweeten the pot. Oh boy, I saw somebody said Mitch went to go throw
Line
up.
change.
I promise you this.
Are you taking it home?
I did not.
You're taking it home.
Sure. Okay. What time? 10? All right, cool. I'll do it.
All right.
Now, I was just running to go get my Venthrak jersey because we got a new MVP, Mel Raider Moores.
Well, it was so funny because I was ending the Prize Picks read, and I was like, you waited until now? 'Cause
Yeah.
you were about to take your headphones off, and I thought you were going to do something for the Prize Picks read, and I was like, that's why I paused. I was like, what are you going to do? And
No,
I was
I
like,
had.
all right, I'll just finish it.
I was like, you know what? I said I got a bunch of jerseys here from
Yeah,
a
might
bunch
as well.
of real ones, a bunch of legends. So Venthrak's the new MVP. I got a Venthrak jersey. Let's freaking rock it here on today's show. We literally did the whole backwards jersey thing so many years ago. I have legit, I have 150 Raiders jerseys here. Chugs wants to donate them to the homeless, so that way we just see 150 random Raiders jerseys
that would be
walking
so
around.
funny.
Like, if the Raiders ever play the Cowboys in Dallas again, we just give them to a bunch of homeless, and you just see random people walking around in Ventraks. Chuck said, imagine you saw somebody freaking out. The dart is basically like the Bart here, and it's like it just says the Lesbo. That would be... Holy shit, dude. That would be unbelievable.
You try to kill me.
The Wolf jersey. I think the Wolf jersey is 46. What's crazy is I literally know the numbers.
Bang.
Like Venthrak to me has always been 19 in my head. Fat Bearded Dad 07. Give me a name. I guarantee I'll get the number right.
Ooh.
Give me a name.
Who's 65?
That's too big. I said give me a name. 69. Yes. I don't know why. That's how I remember it. It's name, and then I can give you the number. Yoda's 34.
Who's McGuire?
McGuire's 25.
Oh, he just had it on, so that was a test.
23.
Who'd you say?
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Oh yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, you could say anything. Like Husker.
Not true.
Husker.
I just sent you the doc. Husker's 25.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
I have no idea. So
I had an entire doc of all the numbers.
Oh my God! So you're cheating.
Well, no.
It's like
so
having it on
originally
your
what I
armband.
did was you could only get one number. That's a tough one. 32.
Oh, how about Reedus?
27?
Yeah.
He's got a weird one. I want to say like 43 or 41. 43. She's in the 60s.
This is so fun. I don't know why this is so fun.
66? Shit. Oh, I knew it.
Idiot. Lil
DeSaves is 81.
He said, But big to saves is 91.
Well, no, Zane to save your. Actually, Zane to save your might be 23. Sergio Orozco might be 21 or 20. Yep. Yeah. Well, again, try, Van. I had to memorize all these
right,
jerseys for so long.
How about Fresno?
Fresno is actually John Borelli, and that's 17.
Dude, this guy's good.
I can't remember anything. My wife probably hates listening
How about
to this
Buddy
right
Bear?
now. Buddy Bear's one.
Oh.
Who?
How about
See, that's
LCA?
Ryan Campbell. Hang on. Ryan Soup. The Ryan Soup is making me think it's in the 30s. No.
By
Sorry,
the way,
Soup Daddy.
under 2 hours.
2 hours to go.
How about horse and his beer?
58?
Holy cow, yeah.
I'm okay. Honestly, it's probably gonna be better if I eat after. Yeah, air fryer's gonna hit.
How about Ren's?
Ren's?
Yeah.
93?
No.
I don't know who Ren's would be. Unless that's
It
my
says
dad.
in parentheses, my dad.
Oh, if it's my dad, it's probably 59.
No.
I have no idea. If it's my dad, I have no idea. I don't wear my dad's jersey all that time. All right, y'all. We're going to run through some super chats here.
All right.
If anybody out there has a jersey, if you want to test my knowledge on what the number is, obviously I don't remember all of them. Screaming Chicken, 77.
Hey, there you go. By the way.
Is it right?
Screaming Chicken is what?
He's definitely got a 7. Oh, Jansen is 77. Screaming Chicken then's got to be 70.
How about OC Raider?
82?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
DJ Watt and Tuba? Ooh,
DJ Watt, I want to say
I have a good
64.
ask next. Kilo Cruzum.
He's got 2, but Killer Cruisin's 42. Killer Cruz is definitely 42. Without a doubt in my mind.
How about wait, where was that?
No doubt.
Who?
12.
Wait. Oh, how about
Again, you guys don't realize, like, I looked at these jerseys every single day for an entire year.
How about Fluhy? Fluhy. He just wore this one.
34?
No. You're way off.
Scheffler's 34. There's a few, like Yoda's 34, Chef's 34. You said I'm way off?
Yeah.
Fluhy, don't hate me.
Not way off, but
Fluhy, I don't know. It's not ringing a bell.
Really?
53?
64.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
That's why I had 64 in my mind. So that's also part of Paige. I don't know why, but that's the family. Hey, y'all, real quick.
I'm gone.
Reed's about to head out of here. I'll boot race Reed if somebody sends in a $500 Venmo.
Yep, I'm in.
No, I don't want to make Reed do it.
Oh, I'm totally in. I was gonna make a deal, and that was part of the deal. I was gonna say I was gonna do a boot, but you offered it up for me.
Richard Black, you in the duck
Yeah,
race. Mr. Black. Carlos Escamilla in. Johnny Roman in. $20 Venmo. You'd go home with $500.
All right. We got to go through some super chats, but
we
is
do
for
have to go
shows.
through some super chats as it stands right now. You probably got about 5 minutes for Reed because he's going to go eat his burger. Peace out to Reed. Can I get some reads down below? Can I get some reads down below? From Payne, from Renee, from Steve, from Slurricane. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Sway says enrolling in classes and listening to the Raiders report. Hopefully, I do not miss enrolling in classes in the slightest. In the slightest. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Lamb. Drop Top. Brian. Peter. KM. Mark Cole. Richie Rich. Peter Bueno. What is going on with all of y'all? How we doing? How we doing? Did you end up pushing that other video out? Oh, you did? That's okay, as long as you tweeted at me. From who? You all right? From me? I don't see it anywhere, dude. Oh, no, it's because Chase just bombarded. All I see is Chase tweets, so I was like, I don't see anything. We're good. We're good. We're good. The what? Is it on YouTube? That's fine. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right tonight. I can't believe we have an hour 53 to go. This is going to get nuts. This is going to get insane. Insane in the membrane. Oh, boy. All right, you ready to go through some soups? To Daniel, yes, Geno Smith wiped everything Raiders related clean. He's no longer. Okay, Geno's done, guys. He's gone. He knows it. We should know it. He's gone. Gone. TJ Parkinson said, "Let's effing go." Shout out to today's MVP so far, Venthrak. He's got 5 bangs today. If anybody wants to take advantage of the new MVP, you got to beat 5 bangs.
What was that?
You got to beat 5 bangs. Parkinson said, let's effing go. Parkinson's a wild mother effer. Wild mother effer. You never know. If you don't know, now you know. What up, Brandon? Hey, Mitch, thanks for the entertainment. Who's your next Raiders coach prediction? Jesse Minter. Jesse Minter has been the number 1 name that I have heard. Again, you build relationships with certain people, and you talk to certain people. You know, certain people talk to other people. It's kind of it's an interesting game of telephone. I think a lot of times that people realize behind the scenes, but Minter is the number 1 name that I would put out there. I'd say number 2 is Brian Flores. Number 3 is Robert Saleh. But those only because those are the only 3 names that I have heard. Not saying that there's not other consideration, but I am always going to be honest with y'all. Until I hear something else, those to me are the top 3 names right now for the Raiders in terms of who they are looking at. Let's go to Akash. How long will the live be for a new head coach and Mendoza? Well, I'll say this. I have contemplated how long I would go live before the draft starts. I don't know yet. Like, I've never been in a situation where the Raiders have the number 1 overall pick. And if the Raiders have the number 1 overall pick on draft night, I have a feeling I'm going to go live pretty early before the draft. Like, if the draft first round is, I don't know, 6 hours, 7 hours, I think I'm going to go live very early in that day to really take advantage of a lot of the hype around that pick. But I don't know how long it's going to be. For a new head coach, depends who it is. How about that? It depends who it is. If it's Vance Joseph, I might go live for 10 minutes. If it's a coach that I like, we might go live for a little bit longer. But the way that we used to do old school Raiders Report shows was more along like, however long y'all want to keep me here, that's how long we're going to keep the party going. TJ, if you give to homeless, great, but not one damn Bowers jersey. I wouldn't give them a Bowers jersey. I would only give like my personal Raiders Report jerseys that I have. Because again, there are a bunch of mediums and larges, so hopefully they fit.
Husker? Husker Raider?
No. No, Husker, I'm not going to reveal Husker's name. Venthrak, when I win the raffle for a date
I was saying like just like the jersey, like seeing somebody walking around with the jersey, just like, oh, is that Husker?
Husker, how you doing? Is that you? I have to ask, Mitch, have you ever been to our nation's capital? I've actually never been to the nation's capital. I wanted to be able to go to Washington. My cousin, she graduated from George Washington, so I really wanted to be able to go like visit her many, many years ago. Not many years ago, probably like 5 years ago when she was there. But I would love to be able to go to the nation's capital. If I went to the nation's capital, I would be curious to see if I would bring my wife for like, again, to me, there's certain places where if I were to go, I would like want to bring Alex, and it would just be like a you and me day. We'd probably, get like brunch one day, go out for drinks one night, show me around the town another night. We'll figure it out, but there would be other days where I'd honestly want to bring my wife. So she really wants to go see the nation's capital. What up, Gunny? What is the MVP number, my brother? Venthrak is that. I might want to see that LA Crash Dog jersey. What number is it? For me to change the jersey again, Gunny, I would say I want to rock the Venthrak here for a little bit. If you want me to change the jersey ASAP Rocky, you're one bang behind. You're two bangs behind Venthrak. So I would say to get me to change the jersey immediately, I'd say you got to do what you did before, but that's only because I want to show up and show out for Venthrak. But you would be the new MVP if you bang 2 more times. I believe that's the number, 2 more times. But to find the LA Crash Dog jersey, it's over there somewhere. I'd have to do a little bit of digging. But I got it. I got it over there. Shout out to my man Gunny, and if you don't already know, go to saveawarrior.org/donate. Make sure you tell him Father Tom sent you. You know what? Let's do, my own money. Shout out to you, Gunny, for being a legend today. I'm going to put a Save a Warrior duck in the duck race. $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. Right now you have a chance to win $510. Let's go to Nathan Wolf, the Wolf Man.
Wait. Zahn is in the chat, and he's just spamming what's the number.
What, for you, Zahn? I think Zahn's is the easiest to remember. Does anybody know who Zahn's favorite player is? That's why it's easy.
I don't think that's the number he's discussing.
I think that's the number he's discussing.
What's Zahn's number?
Howie Long. That's his favorite player. Zahn is 75.
Ron
is technically 04.
Oh yeah.
But I also have a long Zahn. I have a long Zahn jersey.
Long Zahn.
The long Zahn jersey.
Oh, no, he said, what's the number left for Ron's goal?
Ron's goal, we are 59 bangs away. Not going to lie, we got a long way to go. It is what it is. And again, I don't want people to feel forced to do it. I think people also got to understand we're a company here. We got to operate and always in the benefit of us as a company at Chat Sports. And this was the number that was given to us because it's going to pay for Jeremy and I for basically 2 days, flights, hotels, food. But we're also, I think anybody that's ever partied with us before, we're going to show up and show out for the people that show up and show out for us. So that's the number. Already making plans for going to the draft in Pittsburgh. Nashville with 3 picks was a blast. They had to set up great. I would love to be able to go to the draft. I would obviously love to be able to go to the Super Bowl. Proud to say, though, I will be at the NFL Combine. We're going to go to the NFL Combine this year as a company. I prioritize the Combine over the Super Bowl for me personally. That's just because we have the number 1 overall pick. So I'm going to be able to interview Fernando Mendoza. We're going to be able to ask him questions. We're going to be able to get a lot of awesome content, and I can't wait to be able to do it. Nathan, hope you have fun, though, man. Hope you have a lot of fun. Jose, Mitch for a shirt. I need 50 more for it or 100. From a tracking standpoint, I would encourage it, but Jose, if you send in a 50 on Venmo, I got you. I just got to be able to tell our tracking department here.
Zahn says you still owe him a long Ron.
A long Ron.
Is that like a keyword that you two have?
Well, no, I actually think I have a long Ron jersey. I think the long Ron jersey is actually the other number 4.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is?
Because I have the David Zahn. I have a Ron, but I believe the long Ron is the other number 4. I actually have it in the back. I know exactly where it is. I believe it's one of my only white jerseys because I stopped doing white jerseys.
Because they got dirty.
Way too dirty. I went so much this month, my bank cut me to $500 a day limit. Dude, you're good. I mean this. I don't want anybody to ever feel obligated to do anything on the show. I want just people to have a good time.
I want to know, who do y'all think is going to be the next head coach? Mitch said Jesse Minter.
Yep. Mr. Minter is my top candidate that I believe it's going to end up being.
Now, when you look at, odds and this, that, and the other, I feel like they always throw in a curveball to get people to, try to throw in some money like I don't know, Phillip Rivers, 7-1. Like, Phillip Rivers having better odds
is insane
than Joe Brady, John Harbaugh, Mike McCarthy. Phillip Rivers having better odds than Mike McCarthy is insane.
See, that's them just trying to, there's going to be one person when I'm like, dude, Phillip Rivers. Let's just do it.
What if? Also, I do find it laughable.
Can you imagine?
I do find it laughable that Kubiak, or not Kubiak, that, what's it called? Kingsbury. I saw NFL Rooms was Raiders' top candidate, according to sources, are Cliff Kingsbury.
That's because Jeremy Fowler, in a report that he did, he basically said, I could see the Raiders hiring Cliff Kingsbury. There was no report. I've talked to Jeremy Fowler multiple times. It was more of an opinion piece. But I think what I told Jeremy where he missed was Mark doesn't love what happened with the Raiders and Cliff Kingsbury before. Mark's a big trust guy. So the fact that they had a handshake agreement, it's also on the Raiders to assume that they had a offensive coordinator locked into the job before signing the dotted line. Kingsbury wanted a 3-year deal. He also wanted to be able to know that, hey, we're going to be able to go get Jaden Daniels. Raiders said, well, we're going to give you 2, but we don't know if we're going to be able to get Jaden. Cliff then said, no good. It's funny, my source on that, you know who you are, longtime Raiders watcher. He's very high up in the nightlife scene in Vegas. And he messaged me and he goes, hey, I'm hanging out with some people. Just heard Cliff Kingsbury said that he's backing out of the Raiders job. So I heard that, messaged one of my buddies, double confirmed it, and I remember kicking myself in the ass because I was going to do a show that night, but I was like, man, this random guy is hitting me up. We follow each other now on social media. It's all good. He's a really nice guy, but that was insane. That was crazy.
I remember that next day, the news, because we already put out a video Cliff Kingsbury, next OC. The next day, it wasn't the case.
It was quickly lopsided. And I mean quickly lopsided.
Yeah.
Phillip Bogart getting in on the action here. You know what? I'm a man that loves a good deal. I want to try to go to the Super Bowl. So we have a thing that we like to do here. It's called an alley-oop. You throw up a 50, somebody throws down a 50, it's a bang. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's see what we can do. If you throw up a 20, it's going to take multiple 20s to throw it up. But if you want to contribute in any way possible to help us get to our goal of 59 bangs, 5 20s is a bang. 2 alley-oops is a bang. I'm trying my best here. Cornbread, cheers to the nation. Hopefully things turn around. Cornbread, if you get cornbread, is it with honey? Do you eat it with honey or no honey?
Honey.
Honey every time?
Oh, yeah.
Those cornbread chips from Trader Joe's, I am addicted. I didn't get them the last time. I literally told Alex, I go, do not let me buy these. But I I didn't see them.
They're seasonal.
Okay, that's good.
They're probably done with.
That's good because I think I had 3 boxes of those things. By themselves, it's a B. You get like a little cup of honey. You get a dip in there. Oh my goodness, it is unbelievable. Zon, you're freaking me out, dude. I don't know what you're doing. Zon, you're freaking me out, dude.
Zon,
you're freaking me out. I'll tell you this. If we somehow get to 59 bangs away, if we get there, I'm going to go back-to-back boots. And then this happy hour is going to hit the roof. Though I actually haven't done 2 boots in a long time. I don't know if I'll try, but I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I'm kind of getting nervous now that I said it. I mean, you guys are talking some wild shit. If you want the last hour 38 here to be disgusting, we're 59 bangs away, dude. I don't even know.
Mitch is gonna if we hit it.
Honestly, Zon scaring me.
If we hit it, Mitch is doing 3 boots in a row, and then he's gonna do a bracket of all of his X's.
Define X. I would say, in all honesty, I think I've dated 3 people in my life. Dated. That's not a fun bracket.
Who gets the first round bye?
My wife.
Oh, it's going to be a tough finale.
High school girlfriend, long distance girlfriend, my current wife. My high school girl, I dated her for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I dated my other girlfriend then for 5 years, and I've been married. Alex and I have been together for 5 years.
So between the other 2, who advances?
I'd probably give it to the long distance one.
Oh yeah, suck it, high school girlfriend. You blow.
No, she's nice. Raider Roman, trade the #1 pick. Get Chugs back to the Raiders report. Mitch hasn't been the same since you left. I do miss Chugs.
Right here.
But at the same time, and I hope that you guys understand this, and hope that you don't get offended by this because I think you know it, I'm always going to be the Batman on the Raiders report. Chugs is the Robin here, right? He can go be his own Batman. He can go make, like, the way that Chugs can grow his personal brand, personal life.
Well, there's only
biggest.
There's only one Batman. I would probably.
All right, you're right.
I'd probably look to be like we're going DC. Probably the Flash.
We can't talk DC. No DC talk.
Reed says he wants to be. I'll be Aquaman.
It's getting wet and wild. Oh, man. I mean, trade the #1 pick. My question to anybody that wants to trade the #1 pick, what's your plan at quarterback? Don't say Aiden O'Connell. I'm not going to take you serious. Don't tell me it's Aiden O'Connell. I'm not going to take you serious.
I'm trying to figure out what the profile pick is.
It's us on TV.
I know, but who's next to you?
I can't tell. The only way that we can tell is if you go to Raider Roman's YouTube account. Raider Roman, comment below.
Oh, I got it.
Okay. And you enlarge it. I think it's literally the only way.
Oh, wait, no. It's you in front of his family. We were watching the video.
What does that mean?
No. He sent the video of his daughters saying, like, Mitchell Renz, Raiders report, bang! Look. It's on this one. Do you remember that?
Oh, that was for Borelli.
No, it says huge shout out to Real One for Life.
But
Danny Roman.
I'm wearing the Fresno. I think I'm wearing a Borelli jersey. And I think that would have been right around the time when it's like, John, I can't do it. My voice is shot. John Borelli, bang! So I think that's what it is. But that means Raider Roman, that's not always been your name. I'm trying to think of what that name used to be. Raider Roman, what was your old YouTube name? No way it was Raider Roman 323. I think it was something else. I can't think of it right now off the top of my head. I think it was something else.
I don't know.
I think it was something else. Maybe it was the real Alex. Bang! The real Alex. 58 bangs away. I'm telling y'all this right now. The messages I'm receiving or seeing in Mount Raider More group chat are making me sweat.
Shout out to Mitch. Would love to drink a beer with you. You're the Raiders GOAT. Thank you for all you do.
Alex V, man. Shout out to Alex V. Spam it down below. I think it's funny how many times, like, shout out to everybody that showed up to Tucson again. It's my most recent Raiders report get-together. The amount of people that were like, dude, I want to chug a beer with you. There was an older gentleman there. Him and his son, I believe, ended up showing up a little bit later. Forgive me, I don't remember your name, but I promise you this. If I saw you in person, I'd go right up to you. And, dude, he was such a nice dude. All he wanted to do was just drink beers with me. He's like, I just want to talk Raiders and drink beers. And I love hearing that because the sole reason why I do this show is I can remember just, again, like I literally was just like, imagine if we made a show where all it was just like, have some beers, talk a little Raiders football.
Oh, my God.
That's it, like that's it.
Look at the chat.
Oh, Christ, dude.
Oh, my God. Alex.
Before can you also, though, look at the messages I sent you?
Oh, that was a minute ago.
Yep.
All right.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to do this.
Vinthrak.
I'm not going to look at my phone
Mitch,
yet.
I would be delighted to show you your lovely wife around our nation's capital if we get the opportunity.
I appreciate that, man. Again, like, to me, Vinthrak, I mean this when I say this. Like, there will be a time where we can get every member of Mount Raider More together. I would love to figure out a way to be able to do it. The hardest part about it is again, I work a lot. Obviously, I work a lot here. And I don't really get a lot of off time. So because I don't get a lot of off time, now that I'm married, I think everybody understands I try to spend it with my wife. But if like, I mean this, if there was somebody out there that was like, hey, let's do an event this day, like if every year we were like July 15th, Raiders Report meetup in blank spot, I'm in. I can do that. I can pre-plan. But, Ventrack, I really, really hope so. I look forward to it. If you look like the letter V, though, I'm out. Phil, what's going on? Chugs, flying to H-Town tomorrow. Where should I eat dinner?
You got to try, if you've never had it before, one of the, longest standing Tex-Mex spots in there. It's called Ninfa's, Ninfas. Ninfa's, really, really good. Also, they have a couple barbecue joints down there. I know Truth Barbecue's pretty good. Besides that, there's off the top of my head, I can't think of any right now. Where else have I been that's really good down there? Oh, you got to go to the there's a food hall downtown. That's probably your best bet. If you go to the food hall downtown, I think it's like the Post Oak Food Hall. It's in downtown Houston, but they have a great food hall with holy shit.
My Christ. Oh my God, dude. Is Reed still here? I'm going to need a boot.
Kai, I'm going to get off here, but an 11-hour stream is insane. Get some rest. Looking forward to that Indiana stream.
Shout out to Kai.
Chugs.
So Kai's he's overseas.
Kai's
overseas. Imagine, dude. Imagine if that was.
If you're Kai Soto, we have a lot of talking to do.
Thank you. Thank you single-handedly for helping us grow our Warriors show here at Chat Sports. I'm going to tell you all this right now. I didn't know if we were going to get there. We're a lot closer than that number below, dude. What you guys are about to see, it's insanity, okay? It's absolutely, positively, it's insanity. I want to be very, very clear on that statement. What you're about to see, I can honestly say I think it's only happened 5 times in the history of this show. A handful. I mean, what you're about to witness is one of the largest Venmo donations of all time. I mean, it is. The comment on this is unbelievable too.
But before we get to all of that, we did have.
I'm gonna have to change my jersey.
We did have one more coming on YouTube.
Icky Poo! Bang! Also, that number's not right.
It's less?
Well, no, it's more. Add a 2.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Math is tough.
And now 1.
Math is a little bit tougher. But
okay, now we're good.
I'll just say this. We're 21 bangs away. It quickly got closer.
Been a Raiders fan for almost 30 years now. Grew up in the Bay. You have made watching the Raiders so much more enjoyable, especially when we're losing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Icky Poo.
I mean, I'll say this. If you're not hanging out with me when we're 3-14, you better not come around when we're 5-12. No, I'm just kidding. I hope that this team ends up winning some freaking football games in the future. I really hope that this team ends up winning some football games in the future. I think all of us really want to be able to rally, but if there's one thing that I appreciate in a losing season, it's how much closer we get to each and every one of y'all. You know what I mean? Like, it blows my mind. Blows my mind. Alex V. Bang! We are 20 away. I can't believe how close we are now. Like, now I feel like this shit might actually happen. I didn't know if it was going to happen. Oh, my God. I'm telling you this. We're about to put down a boot. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it here.
Oh.
But can you go to the other ones before the big one?
Yeah, this one.
Alex V. Oh, my goodness. Basic said, is Reed dropping a deuce? No, he's just off for the day. Reed's been in here with me. I mean, he's still out, I think, there. No, he might
I see
have
his
left.
backpack. I think he is. I actually think he is dropping a deuce right now.
Oh, that's actually hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Also, if you want to go like double cam, I feel bad that I'm so big. Giggity. Shout out to Chugs for holding it down tonight with us, man.
Justin
Sterling! Bang! Mr. Sterling! You know what that makes me think of? Those Scott Sterling videos. Scott Sterling! The guy just gets wrecked in the face. You know what I mean? The goalie, he's just...
And they put him in the chair?
They put him in the chair. Scott Sterling! Also, Jose Delgado! Bang!
Hold up.
Who's the owner of the Raiders' first name?
Mark?
I think that's it. Mark Call! Bang! Oh, my goodness. The man.
And I feel like, hold on, before we get to that one, we do have one more. Bang.
Mega Cooler! Bang! All right.
Here's another bang for y'all. I look forward to the content y'all be doing leading up to the draft. Things are going to be very interesting. Been a fan for 25 years, and things are finally looking bright again for the nation.
Holy Toledo. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go fill up a boot. I got to go get a jersey.
Do you want to get the jersey before we show it?
Yeah, if you could. It's going to be a little bit of a spoiler, but what just happened here on the Raiders Report, this person deserves it. He's a member of Mount Raider More, an absolute legend. I mean, if you want the amount of shirts that you get, we can do it. To the person that did what they're about to do, if you also want me to bring shirts to Napa. I can do that as well.
Yep.
I can do that. Chugs is going to hold it down. Nobody bang until I get back.
Appreciate you, Mega Cooler. Oh, there he is. Curtis Bishop, Chugs is a cyborg since he works with computers. Had a great 12-hour shift today listening to you two all day. Curtis, thank you so much for all your support. Thank you for being a real one as always. Appreciate you, Curtis Bishop. Locho, if y'all come to the Bay, I'm collecting Chugs DNA. Whoa. I'll give you some hair. We can do that. You can have some of my hair. That's a deal. Hell yeah. Raider Roman. Mitch, my daughters are the ones who made a video for you. I remember that. You also called me via phone. It was awesome. He did use a different name then. What was it? What was the name? We also got Wyman Sheets, head coach Klint Kubiak, OC Clay Kubiak, Poach DC, Ajiro Evero, free agency. You get Linderbaum, Batonio, Braden Smith, Chris Godwin, Jamel Dean, Trey Hendrickson. You draft Mendoza, DB, LB, O-line depth. I don't hate it. Building the O-line. You know I'm a big building the O-line kind of guy, so I like that. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Which now we are 17 bangs away. 17, one of my lucky numbers. Actually, now would be a good time with the Chugs going to be out there repping H-Town with the space helmet. But now, before the craziness ensues and we totally forget, it would be a great time to tell you about our sponsor really quick, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app out there. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring this 11-hour insanity of a stream. Whether you're starting a new routine or making player picks for the first time, trying something new can be hard, but in life on Prize Picks, it always feels good to be right. High-pressure playoff matchups every weekend in elite hoops action almost every night. The action never stops. If you miss fantasy football, Prize Picks lets you play it every single week. Pick your favorite players and win when they hit their projections. Get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states. Prize Picks, they also put their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks accepts most major payment methods, making deposits in your account quick and easy this sports season. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it is good to be right. And I see Hurricane Senpai, Matthew, they know what to do. They're spamming those PPs for Prize Picks. Shout out to y'all, and shout out to Prize Picks as I drop it in the chat a couple times for the faith. Yeah. LCA, did Mitch send you the jersey? And second question, is it okay if he wears, which one? He has the Jasper jersey. Where's LC? You remember what number? Abbott, yeah, 45. Mitch is tearing apart our studio right now. He says he thinks he already sent it to you. Can you just go shirtless? Alrighty. We're figuring it out on our end. Don't worry. We got it covered. Reminder, Mitch is going to be live for Friday, Oregon, Indiana, and then me and Mitch are going to be live basically all day Sunday. We're going live for Niners, Eagles, and for Patriots, Chargers. We're rooting for the Eagles. We're rooting for the Pats. Which, I now that I'm thinking about it, I do know Raider fans also hate some Patriots as well.
All right, I want to say this right now. You know who you are. I'm really sorry. I went through all the jerseys that I have. I'm going to get you another one because I know you had multiple jerseys. So in my mind, I know that I already sent one of them because I remember 45. Abbott is 45. I feel sick to my stomach. Though I didn't get my boot because I was looking through jerseys.
All right. Mitch will be right back. But yeah, Mitch is going live for Friday, Indiana, Oregon. Shout out to my wife, Indiana alum, and she might be watching, she might not be, but we might try to go to the game if Indiana makes it to the Natty, because that's where she went to school. Thoughts on Dante Moore? Not as good as Fernando Mendoza. Not as good as Fernando Mendoza. I'll say that. I'm a Mendoza believer. Mendoza. Jay Roman says $100 Venmo or Super Chat for the T-shirt. I would say it'll be much easier with the Venmo because we have our boss, Husker. Hey, Chucks, go Suns. What's up, Husker? How we doing? It'll be much easier because we have somebody checking Mitch's Venmo and doing the T-shirts that way, where if you Super Chat, we're going to check everything after the show and make sure everybody gets it. So, Jay Roman, if you want on the easier side, I do know at Mitchell Lorenz 365, it'll be easier for you to get your T-shirt that way. But either way, like however you want to do it. You like it, I love it. Jay Roman, Junior Roman. Chugs, please stay. I don't want to close my eyes. Congrats on the Texans looking good. We'll be cheering for him. Husker, I appreciate that. I need it.
Because I still miss you, Jimmy. And I don't want to miss a thing. So here's what's going to happen. I feel like an ass because I can't find this person's jersey. So I'm going to chug out of the huge-ass beers. This thing is actually 4 beers in one. I'm also going to do a race up against Reed in a boot race.
I didn't mean to put that up yet, but
it's fine. If you guys don't spam LCA, get the fuck out of here right now. Lord
Cameron Abbott. Bang!
If you don't spam Lord Cameron Abbott, get the fuck out of here, man.
It's fun to stay at the LCA.
Cameron, let's go. Cameron, I want you to know, man, I'm going to get you a brand new jersey. I'm also going to send you a bunch of Raiders Report swag. If you want or need 30 effing shirts for the real one, you're going to get it, man. I've seen a lot of crazy shit in my day, and I mean this right now. Cameron, if you make it out to the event, I hope that this means you're absolutely going to make it. If you guys do not shake Cameron's hand,
I don't care if he uses the restroom and doesn't wash. You shake it. You shake that hand.
You bury that bone. The way you said that made me think, what is that movie from? You bury it. Bury that bone.
It's my strong hand.
It's my strong hand.
My germs. Man.
I'll say this right now. I've seen a lot.
Locho, I'd like to think that you're joking a lot of the time, but some of the time, man, I feel like my wife would be concerned. I appreciate you, though, Locho. I appreciate you, buddy.
I honestly thought this was going to hold. I mean, that's 3. Pick number 4, my lord.
Oh, my God. Wait, Mitch. Before you do that, check your phone.
Let me drink this first.
Hold up.
There's too much going on.
Hold up.
Let me drink this first for Cameron.
I'm
going to have to go take a pee.
I think you might want to check your phone.
I can't. I don't want to. No, don't. I don't want to do it yet. I'm nervous. Let me do this for Cameron. Can we go full screen? Can we go full screen for this? Is there a way to show Cameron anything? Actually, yeah.
Oh, wait. I can.
Is there a way where we can do it with Cam? I want to see Cameron something on screen.
Hold on.
Jugs is cooking right now. Jugs is cooking in the background right now. America said 30 bangs is nuts. 30 bangs is absolutely positively insane. I'll stand right here. You're taller than me, so you move over there. Look at that. Check it out. You're taller than me. This is going to be 4 beers, okay? I don't know if y'all can see it. It's a huge-ass beer. This is 4 beers. I have not done anything like this in a long time, so please forgive me. I'm cool, too. You ready? You look like Fernando Mendoza, my last thumbnail. Just peeking.
Mike Wazowski from I'm on TV!
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Makes me want a happy dad real bad. Oh, God. Raider Ron. Makes me want a hot dog real bad. Well, it looks like we're going.
I'll see you guys in San Francisco. Let's do this.
Oh, my goodness. Mitch going with the 4 beer. Reed going with the 3. Oh, do, 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 do. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you know what, Taino? Actually, I'll get the pimp boot. Hold on. I'll do a boot, too. I'll do a boot because we need one more 1,000.
I'll probably be doing another one as well. Because there's a certain the fact that there is an hour and 10 left of this live stream. Mitch is bent over, by the way. The fact that there is an hour 10 left in this live stream. Absolutely unbelievable. And something that you guys are about to find out will be very interesting. Very interesting. I have to shave. I'm a little hairy down here. Godin said, yep, Mitch done for the night. I don't think he's going to be allowed to be done for the night. Let me tell you that. Let me just tell you that. James said, cheers, y'all. Cheers to you, James. Cheers to you.
All right!
Ooh, I can hear you right in there. I can hear you right in there.
mama. All right, so we are no longer bangs away, and you'll see what I mean in just a second. So
yeah, we'll.
So now what we're doing in the last hour, open to everybody.
Oh,
FaceTime the Raiders Report.
FaceTime,
945-225-1736. We're chilling for one more hour here, and it's just open phone lines. Whoever wants to call in, whoever wants to get on the show, open phone line right now. All you got to do, FaceTime the Raiders Report. 945-225-1736. Get on the queue, and we're definitely going to call Raider Ron. Probably going to call a couple of Mount Raider members.
Probably LCA.
Oh, my God. All right, yeah.
You ready?
Oh,
That's
dude.
good. That's good.
Yeah,
give us a call. I think the FaceTime thing is one of the cooler things that we've come up with since collaborating, the three of us.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
Yeah. Is this me? Or is this gonna be him?
Oh no, it's I'm gonna wait for him.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it better be.
I think Mitch would be a little upset if we did it.
Oh
without
my
him.
God, I think I'd get fired on the spot. I'd get fired on the spot. Oh,
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
I was asking everyone. Bread and butter. Patience, my young Padawan. Patience. He said it's on screen already. You know what is on screen, though? The number to FaceTime the Raiders Report. 954-225-1736. What a night, huh?
'Cause your body's so bootylicious.
I thought it was very funny how me and Chugs were we were like taking shifts. It's like another Grown-Ups reference actually, which is kind of good. Which is two. that's like if I had a nickel for every time we made a Grown-Ups reference tonight, I'd have 2 nickels. Which is weird that it happened twice.
It's not a lot.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. When they're all watching the girl fix her car and they go shift, 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 and shift. Wait, is nobody looking at the camera right now?
All right, we do have some more super chats. We're gonna roll through these and then we're gonna show you how insane Raider Ron just made this show.
Correct. Very correct. Ryan McDonald, shout out to you. I respect Pete, but it makes my blood boil that they wasted an entire year of development / evaluation of our rookies. They looked good, man. WTF. I actually agree with this. For the games that I did for the Raiders when I was the producer with Mitch, all I kept hearing him say is, "Yeah, we're eliminated from the playoffs, but can we see a Charles Grant or a JPJ? Like, get some of the young guys in there that you can evaluate them and you can see, hey, do we need to go into this next draft finding new people rather than knowing what you have on your actual team?" And I think that's something that Pete did a really poor job of. And I think that's something that just, it says something about how he coaches as, a coach, as Pete. That's not how he goes. I think he looks to other people to develop certain players like that. He's an older guy. He's 74 years old. It's his way or the highway, I feel like, and that's how it's been all year. And they just didn't want to develop any of the new guys. And Ryan, I totally agree with you.
Steve. 911. What's your emergency?
Yes, Mitch. Did a four beer boot for LCA's 3,000 Venmo. Actually, send the corner for another big Venmo. I think it's time Mitch takes over.
It is time.
Shout out to Steve, though.
I'll say this right now. I lot of liquid in my stomach. But we got rid of some of it. So feel a lot better now. I'll just say this, man. I do a lot of stuff on this show. Chugs does a lot of stuff. Reed does a lot. Y'all do a lot. At the end of the day, you're going to see different sides of people because that's what I love about this Raiders Report community. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, Though Lord Cameron Abbott did tell me you didn't read my message. Cameron said, I want to get this right.
Oh. Pack your bags. Only if I can share a room with Zahn.
I want to be very clear. This is the message from Lord Cameron Abbott. Fuck Zahn and Raider Ron. I'm the MVP.
I hear they're watching you, so I hear you like.
What are you doing?
Hey, Zahn. Zahn, do you want to bang with me?
Who's the random person who's showing me the painting? Ventrax is too secretive. No. Lord Cameron Abbott, are you going to shave before you come? I'll tell you this. What you did tonight, you could show up naked. I wouldn't give a shit. Please show up naked. Please, for everybody here. Well, I would show Raider Ron. But with that hood, Ron, I don't think I can show you on this show. Ron, I want to say this real quick. I got Venthrak here on the phone. I got Lord Cameron Abbott. I got David Zahn. I got Raider Ron. There's a lot of amazing people that make this show possible. And I am very, very happy to say that not only did Geno Smith delete all of his Raiders stuff on social media, that Pete Carroll was fired today, and Brennan and his little other buddy Nate is going to follow him. But I am very, very proud to announce that on behalf of all of Raider Nation, with Lord Cameron Abbott, and with this right here, Chugs and I, we're going to be going out to San Francisco. We're going to be there for the Super Bowl. We're going to throw a legendary freaking Raiders Report party because this one's coming in from Raider freaking Ron! Bang! Let's go! I'm going to see y'all crazy mother effers. San Francisco, you better bring your drinking pants. I already clearly need a lifesaver or two. If you want to FaceTime in here to the Raiders Report, 945-225-1736. Let's freaking go, man. I'm out. I'm cooked. Yo, I'm not kidding you. I can't believe how much that freaking 4-boot thing, whatever the hell I just did, just kicked me right in the effing ass, dude. I'm telling you this right now. We got an hour 22. Well, hour, minute, 22 seconds, so I'm just too effed up. Let's freaking make this 61 minutes count. I wish I could tell my wife that. But let's have a freaking time tonight, man.
Oh.
You're going to see a different side of me. I apologize if you're new to the Raiders Report. These are OG Oakland Raiders Report type of videos, dude. Let's get after it. I don't know what you're going to see. I don't know. I am going to try to attempt to do another boot, though, Ron. I'm going to give it my all, dude. I promise you this. I will give it my all. Today's show has proven one thing. I love the Raiders. I rock with Raider Nation, and I'm going to give everything I got in me and get the F out of here. Raider Ron, Lord Cameron Abbott, are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me, dude? Let's do something fun. Can we do something fun? You guys want to do something fun? Y for yes, N for no. Y for yes, N for no. You want to do something fun? Y'all want to do something fun. All right, so I got to first send you another message. Oh, my Lord. Hang on. All right, we're going to do this. And then about that.
Hold on 1 second.
Chugs is in the background here cooking. Dude, Raider on, man. There's a reason why. And, again, like what's so crazy to me about this show at times is like, I don't think you guys realize, like this show is my life. Not like it's the only thing that I have, but I think it's really cool because you see me, I'm a kid, 24 years old, 25 years old. I'm married now. I got a dog. I got a wife. It's a whole family, right? So, like, this whole show, man, you see people grow with you. And, dude, I mean, Raider on, you're my guys on. I love you. Oh, my God. I love you guys both. But, like, no, dude, I'm good. It's one of those things. Again, we're pretty banged up right now. That freaking, whatever that thing was, that was awful. I rock with you guys because you guys rocked with me early on. I'm a big, I'm going to believe people. I'm going to trust people. I'm going to rock with you until you give me a reason not to. Those are two dudes that show up for me all the time. I've hung out with Zon in person. I've hung out with Ron. I don't know if Ron remembers, but we've hung out. And you get to know people. And I know you guys know me very well because you watch me every day. But I also feel like I know you guys a lot better than what you realize. I think the Jersey example is a little part of that. But I really want to be able to do a Raiders meetup. I'm so happy that we're able to freaking do it. If you're in the Bay Area, show up. If you're somebody in the Bay Area from wherever Raider Ron lives, Napa, don't put your address in the comments, you crazy mother effer, from the Super Bowl, I want to do an event in that area. If you know a restaurant owner, if you think I don't care, if there's a spot that you like, I've only been out to Oakland 3 times, right? But I've never really been in the Bay Area. I went out there one time for I don't know why I was out there. I think I was with James. I was actually when I was visiting Ron. Because I also went to a bar in San Francisco, and dude, some guy got knocked the F out. It was crazy. Some big 6'7" dude just knocked somebody out. It's leaving 2025. But if you're in that area, let's freaking have a night. Let's have a good time. Pull up there. Show up. I hope we can have a good party. If anybody knows a restaurant, though, let me know. Because we're going to pack that joint. We're going to pack it. It's going to be packed, dude. It's to the brim. Snoop Dogg would be proud. It's going to be a night. Maybe Ice Cube, too. Shout out your area code. Where you at? Is anybody in that? Is anybody, honestly, anybody go? Anybody watching this show, I think at this point, if you're watching this freaking shit show, bro, we've been live. Final hour here, okay? Shout out. I feel like it's New Year's.
Oh, wow.
Bro, if you would show up.
So it's just them?
Type me. Who?
It's just, you said duck race, just them, though?
Just one for fun.
Oh, just right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one for fun. So we first, though, got to start with, let's just go in order. I think it's going to be sick. I know you're still spamming me.
Just those 3?
Lochos, though, yes. Chris, Sway, Vic. Again, what I want, and I always say get a pick, but it's because I say I get a pick and I feel guilty when I don't know y'all, and I feel like you guys know me, but I do feel like I know you a lot better than what you think you do. You guys are a big part of my life, whether you like to admit it or not, whether you want to know it or not. That's why sometimes it's funny because the first one I just thought in my head was when I saw Ed Robbins this last time in Tucson, and Ed looked at me like, I'm Ed Robbins. I'm like, I know exactly who you are. So I don't know. It's really cool when we get to be able to do this stuff. I know I'm banged up, and I feel bad because I am not in my mid-September, October form. I just did 4 beers, and I am really, really banged up. I don't think you understood what I said. That's okay.
You said those 3?
Not quite. You're okay. It's funny. All the Mount Raider more.
Oh.
You're good. I didn't fully type it out. I could absolutely see why you thought that.
I thought you said like those 3 people.
No, I get it. Now I get what you're saying. I was saying go in order.
Of Mount Raider more.
So have we shown Kalen Yoder?
No.
So let's show those 3. And then duck race.
That makes okay.
See?
Yep.
I understand your thought process, and I also think people are going to understand mine. We're about to do things in the order of how they happen. That probably could have been the better way I said that. That's on me.
Well, I was.
We're almost. I've been here for a while. Reed's gonna pull up here and do a beer. Let's freaking go. You want Raiders news? You want random white guys doing shotguns? No, it's in 2026. Probably can't say that nowadays.
Yeah.
Shout out to Reed for crushing a freaking beer,
random
dude.
white men.
White people. I see guns and white guys. Can't say that.
Kalen Newsome!
Bang! Cameron, you did this to me, dude. Bro, you did this to me, dude. If anybody gets upset with anything that I say, I hope you genuinely know I am sorry. From the bottom of my heart, I am sorry. Also, I'm sorry. Yoda! Jenkins! Bang! Let's go! Oh, my goodness. You'll always show up, and you never disappoint. To any Raiders OG watcher out there, I'm doing this because I know for a fucking fact there would be somebody here tonight. They would be getting crazy, and they would do it for the nation. We're going to do something for Mount Raider more because Mount Raider always shows up and shows out. And I hope what you guys do appreciate this because honestly, dude, I really miss what we're about to do right here. From the bottom of my heart, and I mean from the bottom of my heart, I miss this guy a lot. Give me some tunas down below. Give me some tunas down below. We're going to show up. We're going to show out for Mount Raider more tonight because this one's coming in from Brandon Jasper.
The tuna.
Bang! Shout out to the tuna, dude. Shout out to that guy. I miss that guy. You're the duck race. I'm sorry.
Dude, you're good. We're all good.
Is that dude? All right. Sorry.
No, all good, bro.
No,
You're
man,
good.
it's I missed that guy. But what we're gonna do, we're gonna do something here for Mount Raider more for showing up and always fucking showing out. Let's just do a Mount Raider more duck race. Let's have some fun. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get out of this. You get to know people, man. So we're gonna run a duck race. Winner of this duck race. Let's show up. Let's show out to them. We're gonna give them. Let's give them. I don't know, man. Let's give them 10 freaking raffles into the raffle trip that I want to be able to do at the end of the year. I want to meet more people. I want to meet Mount Raider more. All right, let's freaking do it. So whoever wins this, you get 10 raffle tickets and for a chance to do a Raiders meetup later on this year with me. I want to be able to meet more Mount Raider more. I mean it. So let's do it. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh, man. Brandon would kick my ass right now. I fucking know he would. Let's go, Cameron. Dude, if Cameron wins this. If Cameron wins it, I mean, what's funny is it's freaking LCA and it's Raider Ron. That's legendary. Shout out to you, Tuna.
Oh, here we go. Mount Raidermore.
Come on. Dude, Patrick B just streaking down the sideline. Venthrak right now. Brandon's creeping. If Brandon wins this race, I'm going to lose it again. I can't have that again. Chef, come on. Zahn, this is what I picture Zahn right now.
No bottom, just the helmet.
That's literally how I picture Zahn right now. Who's coming in from the back? Frickin' Borelli. Come on, Borelli. Borelli, naked, streaking down the lane.
He's in the quad.
Luckily, I already know where Borelli lives.
He's streaking down the quad.
He's in frickin' Fresno. Borelli. No, Borelli, dude. You got to tell me you're still breathing. I hope you're okay. Oh, dude. Oh, man. I'm sorry again. I know I don't know. I'm an emotional guy. We're going to get rid of it. Let's keep this thing going. Brandon would be pissed off right now. He'd be like, all right, in punishment, you got to tell me your top 5 bands of all time. Which then we'd have to be here another 4 hours, man.
No, it wouldn't be bands. It would be
Who's
a
your
specific
guitarist
drummer.
in the 80s?
Who's your favorite bassist that left his band in the 70s?
Oh, dude. That was funny. Man, wild. 48 minutes to go. Do we have any FaceTimes?
We have a lot.
All right, I'll say this right now. We're going to open the door here. FaceTime in. I need your help. If you want to chug a beer, if you want to give a Raiders shout-out, I think because we have a lot, we got to do 60 seconds. If I give you more time, it's because, in my mind, you've earned it in some way, shape, or form. If you don't get more time, don't take it any offense. It may be a shitty thing to say, but it's the God honest truth. Dude, look at me right now. I am a mess. I am a mess,
Just
dude.
some super chats to roll through real quick. LCA Raideron can have my kids. Mitch, when are we getting the location and time? Not tonight.
Yeah, maybe down the road. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Mega Cooler. I live near LA, but I might make the trip towards the Bay. We'll see. Hell yeah. Jeff, bro, you guys just didn't give him any respect. One and done is dumb. I'll watch you guys with my cousin and see how you guys
That's
do
from a
next
Seahawks
year.
fan. Seahawks fan, though.
And we'll see how you guys do. I'll tease him because of the shit show.
I got you.
Get no respect.
None.
Get no respect.
Zipola.
Isidro, you're good, bro.
I mean, again, man, I'm like that dude. It's so funny. Like, growing up, I remember my dad, he cried to Ice Age. And I was like, that's kind of weird, dude. And now I cry at everything. I'm awful, dude. Again, man, that's my guy, you know. And when you see people at, like, their lowest lows, I got to stop talking about it. We're going to get into a problem here. Y'all are doing it to me. Reminder, we're going to do another duck race, okay? If you thought that was fun,
oh my god,
it was electric. But what we're going to end up doing is we're going to do another. I look like I got stung by a bee. My eyes are gross right now. Is Reed still out there or is he gone?
He's making a short.
Oh, dude, what a legend.
Might take him a little bit longer because he just took a boot, but he's trying.
That short's turning into a long.
He's just like, oh, sorry, I searched Raiders Report backgrounds, and I don't know why, but now I'm on this recipe for lasagna.
Well, luckily for him, there's some lasagna in the fridge.
There's-
Luis A., you're in the duck race, $20 Venmo, chance to win. It's like 530 doll hairs.
There's some lasagna in the fridge, and there's some
L.A. Disgusting. The pipes on this guy. Danny, congratulations. Dog Bay! Oh, my goodness, dude. L.A. Caress Dog from the top rope. Oh, my Lord. If you don't already know, go to saveawarrior.org/donate. Tell them that Father Tom sent you. Let's get a few more in there for Save a Warrior. If you don't like it, you can complain to LA Crash Dog, and then he's going to kick your ass. $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win $600. Right now, I just gave Gunny. I gave you some Save a Warriors in there. So if the money goes Save a Warrior, I'll send it to Gunny. Gunny will send it to Save a Warrior. If you don't know, now you know. Holy cow, man. Dude, I'm not. What's crazy is I'm scared to do another boot because I already know how bad I am right now. Like Ron, dude, this is what's sad is not sad. It's probably a good thing, in all honesty, that I gave up drinking for like 3 to 4 weeks, and I'm like this after that. Girardi says, kudos on the big-ass beer. Again, that's the reason why we do Happy Dad. Like, if that's a normal beer with the amount of carbonation, my stomach was like, dude, you are in trouble. Though I'm a man that likes a good deal. If Ron matches it, I'll do another one. No. I probably would. I'm not going to lie. But I'd probably throw up. Oh, my goodness. Come on, Gunny. Come on, Gunny. Give it to me. What do you got?
Oh, wait.
Oh, Gunny. See, I think it's every time Gunny calls. I think that's the problem. Honestly, all we get to do right now is look at your beautiful face. I will say this. I watched the Christmas Chronicles. It's a great
Hold up.
Christmas movie.
Oh, what? Oh, wrong one.
Uh-oh. Chugs is also.
I'm just in shambles right now.
Can
Hold
we get
on.
some LAs?
Stay on.
Can we get some LAs down below? Don't go anywhere, Gunny. Here's going to be the problem. When you guys do this to us, this is going to be the result once in a while, all right? We're going to go with it.
I think we might be able to hear him now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I got him.
All right.
All right, we got him. LA, what you got?
All right.
I just figured the Silver and Black Hills needed 1,000, someone in the 1,000 club to represent them, so I figured tonight would be the night.
Well, I don't know if they're going to be, having you in the Silver and Black Hills for too long. I don't know.
That's the hope. I'm working on it.
I mean, again, I think when people do crazy shit, it's really, really cool, but I also know you do a lot of other really great things, so why don't you talk to me real quick about Save a Warrior? I always bring it up, and I know you always mention it when you come up here, but as somebody that does this, always let people know because there's always going to be new people watching. So talk to me about Save a Warrior. What do you got for me?
The importance of Save a Warrior is because out of the 7% of people who serve in the military for this country, that's really not a big number of a population, and yet we lose 22 veterans to suicide every day, which is an insane number when you think about it. Every freaking day. And I had 2 guys that I took to Iraq. I brought them home and then lost them once they got back home. And I said, you know what? It just broke my heart. I'm like, this can't be happening. I've got to do something. And that's when I found Save a Warrior. They don't do a lot of advertising because they want to put that money back into the warriors that they serve. And so they rely on donations. And we don't charge any of the veterans, police, fire, dispatch, any of the guys that come, corrections. It's completely free to them. And after thousands of people come through, and you wouldn't believe some of the guys that come through the program, from Navy SEALs on down, a lot of operators and stuff. So we've had everyone come through. But of the thousands that have gone through, they've only lost, I think, 3 guys. And so that is, I mean, put that up against anyone else's program. And 2 of the guys didn't finish out the program. So it's a highly successful program. We're just trying to put a dent in that 22 a day, man, because it's a tragedy.
Number. It's a big number. Gunny, you've been somebody that's watched this show for a long time. I appreciate everything you always do for Raider Nation. You got a question? You want to give a shout out? You got a statement? How do you feel about Pete Carroll getting fired? How about that? if you're going to pull up here today, we're live here for a reason. Let's talk about Pete Carroll. How do you feel about Pete Carroll getting fired?
I was really happy to hear the news, and really enjoyed hanging out with you guys for the day during this live. And I didn't. The turnover has been insane, but you also can't just stick with someone for the sake of sticking with them because there's been a lot of turnover. At some point you got to just go, okay, it's bad enough that we just start from the bottom and work our way up, because we can't keep doing this carousel of the last 20 years. And I've been subscribed since COVID 2020 with you guys, and I would listen to them prior to subscribing. So I've been around you guys for a long time too, and I know you feel the same way. I mean, it's just been insane.
It's been frustrating, we got
to stop the insanity. You can't do the same thing over and over and over, expect different results. That's the definition of insanity.
No, and I think, again, I'm starting to learn. There's a lot of frustration with a lot of Raiders fans, and I'm starting to understand it more and more every year. Again, I'm a new Raider fan. 2019, went out to Oakland. So, I get it that there's a lot of frustration built up and people want success overnight, but it's also frustrating when it's we feel like we do know the team better. And it's just an irritating feeling, and I'm hoping that it changes this year, and I'm hoping we get going in the right direction.
Yeah, and that's part of the frustration, especially for someone, an old guy like me, who knew them in their glory days and knew them for only winning, being the winningest team in all of sports at one point. And all they knew, they were never under 500 for years and years and years, always in the playoffs. And that's what we knew. So when the last 20 years hit, it was like, what the heck is this? How do we get back to what we were, And it took something like this to get to the bottom to actually make them go, you know what? Let's just start from the ground up. New coach, new quarterback, fill in the holes and start working from there. I mean, that's all you could do at this point.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I agree. There's not too many times I'm not going to sit up here and not, but I agree with what you're saying. I think all of us here feel that way, and when you have so many people that feel that exact same way, it's almost irritating to a point. So, Gunny,
especially if you've only been a fan within the last 20 years, you've never even seen them just win, baby. So for them, it's got to be.
Yeah, I'll tell you this: when they were 6-7 and they went on that 5-game run, timeout Derek Carr, that was electric. Yeah, I'll tell you this: I was electrified by last week, yesterday. Shit, it's already it's last week to me. That's what you guys do to me, Gunny.
Yeah, we see flashes of what we can look like in the future. We just just have to pull it all, get the right people in place, and pull it all together.
I really don't think we're as far away as what people think. And
no, I don't think so either.
Okay, Super Bowl, very far. Playoff caliber, 8, 9. Apparently, if you play in the NFC South, you can get in the playoffs with 8 wins. So, 8-ish win team.
Just
we can
being
get
over
there.
500.
We can get there.
Super stoked.
We can get there.
At this point. Yeah, I believe it.
All right, y'all. Gunny, appreciate you, my dog. We're going to do more of these FaceTimes. That one went a little bit long. That's on me. That's because I can't say no to a good guy.
Love you, Gunny.
That's a pause if I've ever heard one.
Love you, fam.
We're gonna do more FaceTime calls here. We're gonna keep them a little bit quick. I think what we're gonna end up doing is tell me your name, where you're at, why you watch the show. Give me your take on Pete Carroll. Let's get some of these calls in here. Again, shout out to my guy, LA Crash Dog. Also, we got 35 minutes left of this shit show. We got to give away a Fernando jersey. Got to get some people in this duck race, which $20 Venmo. Mitchell Wren 365. Right now, Drew, you're in. Arroyo. Hugo Sanchez. You guys, I'm sorry if I spell your name wrong. Johnny Runyon. Roman. Is Reed still here?
Yeah, he just finished the short.
Is there any chance he can handle the Venmo? No, it's asking too much. I'm not going to do that. Reed's here. Reed's here to party. We're going to keep here to party. That's on me. I'm just banged up. Let's go to Pokemon Trainer Ray. How about that? Yo, Mitch, Chugs, still here, been here. Is Kronos freaking here? Kronos, if you say me down below, I got you. I got you, Kronos. Yo, Mitch, Chugs, I'm still here. Been here the whole time. I really rock with you guys, man. Thanks for making me a smarter Raider fan. Doing a boot now. Wild. U2, Mewtwo, I don't know. Eddie Pfeiffer, from one gunny to another. Keep up the great work, LA Crash Dog. Also, shout out to Mitch and Chugs, the rest of the Chat Sports gang. Hell of a show. Hell of a night, man. It's been a hell of a night.
Oh, what a night.
Barrel, barrel, barrel. Eddie, is Kronos freaking here? Honestly, I'm going to be heartbroken if Kronos isn't here. Let's go to the...
next one is Word.
What a word. Not always in the chat, but always watching. Appreciate you, Chugs, Reed, for sticking with us. Again, man, like I think it's really cool. Whatever you want to do in life, go chase it, go do it. Commitment to excellence is everything to me. I'm not saying I'm excellent, but to me, if I show up every single day, I give you guys 100%. That to me, I can lay my head on my pillow and I can be proud of myself. So, to me right now, I'm trying to be the best husband I can be, best dog dad I can be, best Raiders host that I can be. And I hope that tonight's show is a small, small glimpse of even in my bad times right now. I'm a normal dude just like all y'all. I rock with Raider Nation. I love hanging out with the nation. And you guys mean a lot more to me than I think you guys realize. So, word to you. Is freaking Kronos here, dude? Where are you at?
We got somebody else on the line.
Congratulations.
Here we go.
What you got for me?
Congratulations, Mitch. Raider Nation, we did it. Number 1 pick, baby.
Let's
we did
go.
It. Let's go.
Who I have the pleasure speaking with?
What's the YouTube name? Let us know.
My name is Lash. Coming at you from Lash. I donated a couple times. Nothing crazy. I'm not I'm not on Venthrax level. I'm not, a weldinator, but I'm out here. I'm supporting you guys till the end. I support y'all. Thank y'all for everything you all do.
Hey, man, I'll say this. You don't got to spend money to support. I think that at the end of the day, the number one thing, you spend time with me. What's going to be cool, really cool, we're going to see each other one day and I'm going to be like, yo, I don't know how you came across this, but you're a Raiders Report watcher. I'm a big face
Always,
guy.
bro. Always. Thank you for having me, man. Thank you so much for a great season.
Before we let you go, your final thoughts on who should be the new Raiders head coach?
Oh, man. Just stay away from Chucky. We don't need that again. Just something fresh, something new. I mean, I know Mitch is going to put out a whole video on, I trust his knowledge. I trust his sources. So, I mean, honestly, probably Kubiak. I heard that's probably going to be a good one.
Very popular name.
Very popular name, man.
I can say good family, too. Good family.
Hey, man. Definitely. Appreciate you so much for watching the show, and don't ever think that we don't see you, we don't appreciate you. Just keep showing up every day.
We miss you. We miss you, Chugs.
Oh, the Magic Conch says, come back, Chugs. Pete Carroll live, another 31 minutes. If you want to call in, 945-225-1736.
We're making calls.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, let's make some calls. Jesse Salanda.
We're breaking necks and snapping checks.
Michael Clark.
I think I said that backwards.
Eliza Hernandez.
Yo, you
$20 Venmo to win 660. What you got for me?
You're on the Raiders Report. What's up, my guy?
What are we doing?
Oh, shit, what's up? I can see myself. Chugs, what's up?
Hey, what's poppin'?
How you doing?
I'm chilling, bro. I mean, we've been live for close to 11 hours now. We're getting there a little bit closer.
Oh,
yeah, I can come up here.
I know Chugs.
He's good. He's
Oh, I'm Locho, by the way. What's up?
Locho.
Hey!
Locho, what's going on,
For
man?
y'all wondering, our cam for the FaceTime is over here, so I'm pointing to my guy Locho. What's up, my guy?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey, bro, what's going on?
Yo, check out the GOAT jersey.
I think the screen froze. I didn't see it.
AOC, baby.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, my God. Well, okay.
Locho, shout out to you.
Locho, what do you think about Pete Carroll getting fired, obviously?
I'm stoked,
what do you think
man.
about Fernando Mendoza? Are you a Mendoza believer?
I am a Mendoza believer 100%. He's like the jolliest guy I've ever seen. He's so happy, you know? And,
Locho,
man,
I like you even more.
He's such a happy guy. I like that about him. But yeah, I was frustrated. I stopped watching Raiders games. I was just listening to you guys while I'm like doing weekend stuff, just listening to the show because the games are just so frustrating to watch, man. I can't do it.
Well, I appreciate that you can do it with us, Giggity, and I appreciate that you show up all the time, man. Locho, I always see you down in the chat. I know you're part of the Noti gang. I love the fact that I can finally put a face to a name. Like, that's really cool. And knowing, like, in this short little, you're a good dude. I want you to know that. You got a good, kind heart. Keep being a good person. Keep rocking with you. Keep rocking with us, man. Shout out to Locho for pulling up here on the Raiders Report.
I'm just messing 99% of the time about Chugs and you guys.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
just
that
joking
1%,
around.
that
I'm
1%
not serious
though.
about cloning you, Chugs.
That 1% though, my Locho Wocho.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. I'll see you later, Locho.
It's all love, man. It's all love. Shout out to Locho down below. Come on, man. This show is turning into something I think a lot better than I ever thought was humanly possible. Again, I don't mean to celebrate a man getting fired. He's getting $32 million. Forgive me for not feeling all that bad, but I feel like my Raiders are moving in the right direction. I feel like Raider Nation is moving in the right direction. But this whole show is proof good shit can happen even in bad times. What do you got for me?
What's the YouTube name? What's going on?
Please tell me you have pants on with that mustache.
Dude, I'm just vibing with my silver and black fucking coaster.
You didn't answer yes. That was John Spytek when he was asked today, you're going to trade Max. He went around the question.
What's the YouTube name?
I got YouTube name. I think it's Dan the Man 3470. I think.
Dan, I feel like I've heard that before. Dan the Man?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm concerned where you're at right now.
Hey.
Is toilet paper within reach?
No. I'm just sitting on my couch. My girlfriend's at work, so.
You just sit naked on your couch?
Hey, he's waiting for her. I do the same thing.
Jermaine Aluminum.
I do the same thing sometimes.
It's like How I Met Your Mother, Mitch.
Hey,
you know the Mitch guy from How I Met Your Mother?
Dan, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
No. I'm putting on a jersey now because I feel like I'm showing too much.
I mean, some might argue you're not showing enough.
Hey, for free, great content.
So this is the moon, which I figured I would see on this.
Oh, it's a little cat? Hey. All right.
That's a Lost jersey, by the way. Lost is 98.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely not Max Crosby.
Definitely not Max Crosby.
It's a Crosby jersey. It's
all right,
definitely Crosby.
give us your thoughts either on the Raiders coaching search, Raiders draft, whatever you want to give. Next 60 seconds is yours, Dan the Man.
I was born a USC fan, and so going into this, I was like, oh my gosh, Pete Carroll, this is going to be great. And, I woke up sad. Only not because he's gone, because, I'm glad we're going to get someone new, but.
Sure.
Oh, God, it's like the nostalgia of having such an elite coach like that, and then the disappointment of being a Raider fan. It hurts.
I get that. I mean, that's honestly, that's tough. But I also don't blame Raider Nation for buying into what Pete Carroll sells. Because Pete Carroll in the offseason is who every Raider fan is. Joyful, happy, hopeful. And I don't blame Pete for being that guy because that's what Pete's been. But also at the same time, when you see how it went and you look at the whole picture now from February to where we are now, it's just such a clear picture of, you know what, it's time to say that it's the right time to move on. And I think it's the nicest way that you can say it.
He needs to enjoy his retirement. I think
Exactly.
he just needs to.
He's a legend. Go be a legend. You did your thing.
Legend.
Go be a legend. You know, man, thank you for being legendary tonight, having the courage, having the balls to pull up, even though you were totally naked. I think right now you're David Zahn in that shirt cocking it. I'm not even convinced. I don't know. Though, shout out to my guy, call in 945-225.
Thanks, Dan the Man.
1736, Dan the Man. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I don't know what tonight's going to turn into, but I just had a member of tonight's show. Yeah, it is what it is. Said how much to extend the program. There's a lot. I don't know. What's the number? What do we got to get to? 10 bangs? 10 bangs. If we get 10 bangs in the next, what's the time down below? I don't know. If We get 10 bangs in the next 24 minutes and 48 seconds. We can extend this live stream for how long?
It can only go to 12. We learned that the hard way.
Yep.
So I'm guessing probably like 45 minutes, 50 minutes. Just because to cut it off right before 12.
Do we have the math on?
Because it's 11:11.
That doesn't help me.
No, but I'm saying like 11 hours, 11 minutes is what the clock has said.
Sure.
So to get it to 12.
But I have no idea how long we've been live. That's the math I need.
We've been live for 10 hours and hold up. 10 hours.
So again, we
and
can't
49 minutes.
We can't hit 12 hours or else this entire stream gets deleted. I will not do that. To even make sure, I want to end it at 11:58.
Yeah, so it would be like 45 minutes.
Whatever that time is. 10 bangs. We'll do it. Fair? If you want us to make a whole nother stream, that's an entirely different conversation. Because that requires so much behind the scenes that it would be a gigantic number. But I'll tell you this, if we end up doing that, y'all better show up. I don't know what's going to happen. Jose, it's an honor and to see you. Thanks. It's a pleasure. You support Vet and the Mitch. Oh, I said the Mitch. Jose, I mean, again, man, like to me, however you get your mental release, I want you to be able to do it. If it's watching the Raiders sport, legendary. Legendary. Damien, what's going on, brother? What's going on? OC said 48 extra minutes. I trust OC. So that's 48 extra minutes. If you want 48 extra minutes, 10 more bangs before today's show ends. What's crazy is I do think it's going to happen. I hate saying that out loud, but it's only because it's what y'all do. It's like Max getting mad about them shutting them down the final 2 weeks. It's because you're a psycho. You go out there and you play when you're basically on a hobbled leg that could kill yourself. Like, you're a psycho. We love you. We rock with you. Please do not leave the nation, but also at the same time, get on board with the plan, Max. Get on board with the plan. They're just protecting you from you. Just like I know that in the back of my mind, it's going to happen, and it's already happening. Oh, my God, dude. Is this the first ever? It might be. Revive Barber, holes, giggity. Quarterback, right tackle. We need interior offensive line, cornerback, defensive line, fix the quarterback, offensive line. All looks better. I mean, in all honesty, outside of tight end, we need everything else. We have one quarterback on our roster, Aiden O'Connell. One running back really on our roster, and Ashton Genty. Wide receiver need to add some more talent, let's be honest. Tight end, I think we're good. Mayer, Bowers. I still got to add or Ian Thomas replacement. Offensive line, we need stuff. Edge, we need stuff. Defensive tackle, we need stuff. Linebacker, we need replacements. Free safety, you need a free safety. Strong safety, we might be good, but still should get another safety. I mean, like, we legitimately need everything. It's a lot to ask for. But I also think with a good head coach that you can get the right players in motion. Mitch, Jeremy, why is Todd Bowles and Glenn not fired? Sometimes it takes a little bit extra time. Sometimes you got to think about it. Because Todd Bowles has done a lot of good stuff, but also they had a lot of injuries. If you want more Buccaneers news and rumors, go follow Reed on Twitter. I think Reed's about to sprint in here right now. Why should somebody subscribe? Also, El Hernandez. Hernandez! Why should somebody subscribe to our Buccaneers?
Let me tell you why you should subscribe to the Buccaneers channel. There's a really, really cool guy that's going to host it. He's got really, really good teeth, a good smile. You're going to have fun.
Ew. First thing
It's me!
First thing you said.
I'm the host.
First thing you said is good teeth.
Yep.
Why should you subscribe to the Buccaneers channel? Because he's got good teeth.
No, because I'm actually going to give you information that's very fun and informative and exciting.
Inform and entertain.
inform and entertain. But you know, I'm a newer Bucks fan, so how I'm gonna give the information is it's gonna be just enjoyable and easy to absorb.
I like that. I like that a lot.
So, if you want to know anything about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, subscribe to Bucks Breakdown by Chat Sports.
Newest channel, Reed, first-time host. Let's
That's
get
me.
it. Damian Santini, as a born Raiders fan, I'm happy that we got the win
I got
against
a
the
small
Queefs and got the number one pick. My last pay in Indiana's leave a message. My last pay in Indiana's leave a message, but I did try calling FaceTime, but no one answered. That's because you're on the queue. There's like, I don't know if we'll get to everybody. That's why I took the number down, because we have like 25 missed calls.
If you want to get a call, I'm going to do it. You can get mad at me all you want. $200 Venmo. We send you a shirt, and you get a call.
All right. If not, we're just going to go down the line and try to get as many people as we can.
If
like
you
I
want to
said,
guarantee a call, I'm sorry. I'm going to be that guy.
There's a lot of people, so we're going to call some more people.
I guess it also adds to the bang count, though, so we can go an extra 48. If
Jose.
you want a 48, I won't blame you if you don't want. I don't even know if you should get an extra.
Jose Lamas.
All
right, here we go. Next caller.
Next caller. So I do need.
Stoffel says, I only subscribe to the Broncos channel so I can troll.
Good. It's a good answer. Though I will say this. Shout out to Moose. He has totally transformed that channel. He is an amazing host. He works his freaking ass off. And I hate admitting that because he's our Broncos guy and they're playing really well. But that's going to be a channel here at Chat Sports that we're going to have to worry about in the future. And that might be a weird thing to say because I want everyone to do well. But, like, I selfishly want to be number one. I want to be the number one channel. Like, to me, if you don't want to be the number one channel, go find something else to do.
No fucking way!
What's going on? Do you have clothes on, I hope?
What's up?
I'm not now. I'm
Raider
worried.
fucking Nation, let's go!
Let's go!
All
right, tell me,
Hell
who do you want to be the next Raiders head coach?
Hey, I told my girlfriend I'm gonna FaceTime you guys just to see. No fucking way, I got the call back.
Yes, sir. Hey, what's the YouTube name?
Bro, I was just watching you guys. I'm gonna go back right now and show everyone.
He said, I'm getting out of this shit show. He's like, this
Raiders Report by Chat Sports.
That's us.
Dude, that's crazy. That's actually the show that I do.
Oh,
right here.
look at
Watch.
That
I'll
looks
put
like
you guys
Chuck's
on here,
Saturday
watch.
night just drilling. Just
That's
look at that
us.
stuff in it. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, look.
Yes, sir. That's my guy.
Oh, my Lord.
That's Mitchell.
You got to be careful.
This
Whoever
is like-
runs that YouTube channel is going to
This is like Raiders Reportception. All right, hey, give us your quick thoughts. What are your thoughts on the Raiders going into the offseason?
Sweet jazz.
Man.
I'm with you, bro.
We got the first pick, so hopefully we get a good either A, we pick a good quarterback, or we develop that line and we're looking good next year. We're getting a new head coach, so I don't know.
Hey.
I'll say this right now. You got an elite hat collection.
I
And
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
thank you so much for watching the show. Thank you for subscribing. And I thank you for having the courage to call in and tell your
No
girlfriend
problem.
I
No
told
problem.
you so.
You guys take care.
Hell yeah. Have a good one, bro.
Don't tell her
Raider
that.
Nation.
Don't tell her that. Don't tell her that. I'm telling you. Don't do it. It's going to turn into your ex-girlfriend. Don't do it. Especially if she's Latina. Don't do it. I promise you, it's not worth it. All right, who we got? Who we got? Reminder, y'all.
I'm back.
What you got for me? He goes, I'm back.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad. This one goes out to Raider Ron. We're trying to chop.
Yeah. I said, just like every time I'm on here.
Let's
I'm gonna
go.
chug this beer. Bye-bye, Papa Pete. Gino, go fuck yourself.
Woo!
Oh.
I'll cheers to that. That
Hey,
took me
if
way
y'all end
longer
up
than it
actually
should.
in the Bay Area, I'll be there. I'm like 3 hours away.
3-hour
we
drive?
are.
Dude, I would never make that drive.
We're going to the Bay.
Dude, I'm right
We're
over the
gonna
mountains. I'm
go.
in Reno, so.
Where should we go?
Oh.
I'm asking. That's 3 hours away. I would never drive that far. I'll tell you this right now. I wouldn't drive an hour 30.
That's like him
for me.
asking you, where do I go in San Antonio?
Austin. I'll tell you this right. I wouldn't drive an hour 30 for me. I hate driving.
But Mitch also is scared of driving.
I don't think I've driven in the last 3 years. I love my wife to the end of the moon and back. I think in the last 3 years I've driven maybe 1,000 miles.
Hey, that's a great song though.
And
What's
I
the title?
would walk 500 miles and I would
But hey,
walk
too,
down
LA
the
Crash
street.
Dog, Gunny, appreciate the work you do. Anybody who's still active, out, appreciate your service. All my devil dogs, Semper Fi, keep fighting the good fight. It gets better.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to you, brother.
Thank you for calling in. Any last words? Anything about the Raiders, or can we just get a loud Raiders?
Let's get Flores. Fuck Gino.
Raiders! Flores. All right. Interesting. I don't mind it. Obviously, I'm a Flores fan. If you watch the show, I like Brian. Though Brian Dable, Brian Flores is interesting. Hella interesting. We got 13 minutes left of this shit show, man.
We're just making calls.
We're making calls. We're doing what we can. I'm going to give you guys, again, we got a deal out. If we can get to 10 bangs, we're going to stay live another 45 minutes. Oh,
Get
man.
the fuck out of here.
Oh, my God. He said, get the fuck out of here. What you got for me? Clearly a Pete Carroll fan with...
We just here. Tell them what happened. Hey, we just lost power here at the house, but it's all good. This is Raider Roman 323, brother. How you been?
Raider Roman, what's going on? See, now the USC thing makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, see, he definitely lost power. They're on the Brennan Carroll dial-up.
Oh.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I'll say this. That was still cool. I mean, Raider Roman's been here a while. Got to get off the Brennan Carroll dial-up, dude. I don't know what to tell you. That's on you. That's on you. Still awesome, though.
Here. Sounds like he's a real one. I'll try to give him a call back.
All right, we'll try.
We'll try.
Oh, that's not a good start.
Oh.
I think Raider Roman, I think we got to go to another one, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We tried twice, dude. You get 2 tries. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. 11:57 to go, man.
All right, here we go.
What's going on?
Get the fuck out of here. Ain't no fucking way.
All right, what do you got for me? Pete Carroll.
Fuck him.
All right.
Get his old. No, I'm just kidding. He's a legend.
74-year-old man. Are you kidding me? No. Who do you want to be the next
He's a
Raiders
legend.
head
He's a
coach?
legend.
Next head coach, who do you want it to be?
I think Flores is gonna be the best bet.
Okay. Who do you want to be the OC?
Dable. I like what Dable did with Josh Allen in the early days, so I think he's gonna be really good.
You plan on shaving that mustache?
Never.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying.
No,
They
keep
don't let
it.
me get too much.
Cat,
going.
does he keep the stash? Y for yes, in for no. Does he keep the
Please.
mustache?
My wife hates it too. Let me keep it, please.
No, keep it.
No.
You're married
Let
with
me
that?
keep it.
Oh, my Lord.
Yes, sir.
She's a strong woman. Good for her.
It's like that. It's like that scene from movie 43 where he picks up the inflatable. He's like, "Ah, we're going out to dinner."
If you've never seen movie
All right.
43, you got to check it out.
The chat is saying yes, so the mustache lives.
You gotta
Yes.
get castor
Thank
oil.
you. Thank you.
All
Get
right.
castor oil if you love your wife.
Any other shout outs? Any last second, shout outs? Anything you want to say about the Raiders?
This is
The
an Aiden
floor's
O'Connell
yours.
mustache if I've ever seen one.
Next year is gonna be our year. Fuck Geno Smith and go Raiders. That's all I got.
Appreciate
Yes,
you, my
sir.
dog.
Thank you, guys.
That
Love
was
you guys.
electric,
Thank you.
dude. Get the calls in, 945-225-1736. If I roast you in my best way possible, it's only because I think at this point, if you don't roast your best friends, if you can't laugh at each other, you're not really truly close.
Super chat. Coming from
Jose, hey, Mitch. When is Mark Davis going to hire you so you can get the Raiders on a winning column? I don't think I'd be able to do shows like this if I worked for the Raiders. So there's always like that mental interior battle that I deal with. But Mark, you have my number. You want me? You know how to get in contact with me.
If you want me, Mark, you can have me.
Nah. In all honesty, I know it's never going to happen. And I wouldn't hire a guy like me if I was Mark to run like a coaching thing. Hire me to entertain Raider Nation. Nobody better on the planet. Replace your entire media staff. I'll save you millions of dollars.
Oh, I think we might be calling Batman.
Oh, my. Batman. Who is this dude?
Who we got?
Who we got? Come on.
It's Ronnie Grannon. Raider Ronnie.
Raider Ronnie.
Oh, okay, there we go.
No way. You guys just called me just now?
I mean, yes, the answer is yes, we did.
I was concerned because it was super dark for the first 10 seconds.
Well, no, I'm out here on my front deck. It is dark out here.
Hey.
Clearly.
Hell yeah. All right. What are your thoughts on the Raiders moving forward? Coaching search, draft, whatever. The floor is yours, my guy.
Oh, I'm clueless. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, do you take Fernando Mendoza? Probably, right? Like, that's the ideal pick. But who's going to be your coach? Who's going to be your head coach? Is Patrick Graham's not coming back?
No, he's gone.
So, I don't know. I'm clueless. It's an open book to me.
I think that's what's the fun part about this offseason is it really can truly be whatever you set your mind to, and it's why you got to have a good plan. I'm hoping that's your wife. If it's not, I don't need another Coldplay incident here.
I have 3 kids. Mitch, I've been watching you for years.
All good.
The cool part about this call is you'll always be on the internet. So
Hey.
I hate to break it to you.
Hey, your wife fighting. She's fighting the good fight right now, trying to get you the good lighting.
There we go. That's great. Hey, I broke my hand. I haven't shaved for weeks. But I do have the black.
Shaved.
Silver. My bad.
Shaved.
Silver and black. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. Hey,
Are you a lefty?
No, I'm right-handed, bro.
Oh, so you're good. Yeah,
if you break your hand, it feels like someone else is doing it. Last second shout out. Any shout outs you want to give? Anybody that you want to shout out real quick before we let you go?
Hey, shout out to Mitch and Chugs. Thank you guys for your content. We appreciate it, man. Fucking love you guys, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
That was cool. That was cool. We got 7 minutes left of this show, so here's what we're going to do. It's going to be final call, okay?
Oh, Mitch, James needs you to message him at this moment right now. Stop what you're doing.
Everybody stop. Hesitate and listen. All right. Got it. All right, y'all. Here's what we're going to do. We got to do a Fernando Mendoza jersey giveaway.
Well, I was going to say, because we reached our goal, we got past it, we're going to make calls until the time runs out, and then after that, we'll run the races. How about that?
I like it. I like it.
Just to see, how many more people we can try to get on.
Righty. I'm a righty.
Ayo!
Yeah. Bro, we caught him off
Steel
guard.
Cage Savage.
Steel! Bro, I haven't talked to you in a
Hey, it's
minute.
good to
How
see
you
you guys
doing?
again.
You look really good, man. I don't mean to be rude, but you look a lot better than the last time I saw you, which I don't say often.
I'll take that as a compliment. Maybe it's because my wife left me. Maybe I'm looking better.
I didn't say it. You did. I don't.
Hey, bro. Looking fresh, though. Looking fresh. Hey, any thoughts on the team, on the coaching search? Anything you want to talk about Raiders?
Yes, absolutely. So I don't think I've heard, the ideas of trading back. The only one I'd go back to is number 2 with the Jets. That way we could still get Dante Moore. We cannot continue to put off year after year after year, even with stockpiling number 1 picks or number 2 picks. You have to get a quarterback, and it's tougher to get a quarterback, and there's no guarantee we'll be in the top 10 next year to get a good quarterback. You never know. You just never know. You might be good enough to win 8 or 9 games on a fluke. We have to get a quarterback.
I mean,
I like Mendoza for the now. I think Dante Moore could have a higher ceiling, but either one of them will do right now. I could care less. But we've got to get a guy.
If the Texans don't get bailed out and the Bears don't block a field goal, the Raiders are picking at like 7 or 8.
Yeah. definitely.
Oh my God.
I'm so glad Pete Carroll is gone. I was a believer at the beginning of the season. Like, I liked what I thought Gino would bring to this table. I liked Pete Carroll's resume. I actually like, hey, we're not going to shoot ourselves in the foot like we did all year last year with Antonio Pierce with the clocking mistakes and stupid stuff. I thought the guy would bring some stability, but I was absolutely wrong. I'm pulling for a Klint Kubiak. I'm not as high on the Brian Flores thing as maybe some others are. I would rather I'd be happier with Flores and I think the Miami head coach as an OC than Dable. Yeah. I'm a little on the fence about Dable. That's just me. But, I think we need to make an honest push like we did last year for Ben Johnson, this year for Klint Kubiak.
I love this whole rant. That was a great rant, in all honesty. The fact that you got Daddy in the background is absolutely hilarious. But, I agree with you, dude.
This is the young Steel Cage Savage right here.
Hey!
Say hi, Mitch.
Wait, can we get a Raider?
Hey, say Raider Nation.
Hooray!
That was actually one of his first few words was Raider Nation.
I don't doubt it.
That's awesome.
I don't doubt
That's
it.
awesome.
I don't raise kids, I raise a nation.
Steel Cage, I appreciate you, man.
And I will say, double good for us because I am related to Klint Kubiak, so hopefully he does get the job.
Yeah, we need to go hard for him like we did Ben Johnson. I think we could actually get Klint Kubiak.
I hope so, man.
Hey, the Falcons interviewed him today. Let's see if the Raiders do the same.
I hope so.
All right. Good talking to you, Steel Cage.
Steel Cage.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Raider Nation.
Steel Cage Savage. Wild, wild, wild. It's honestly good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in probably, 2 I don't know why we did some sort of call. I can remember it in my mind, but it's got to be, 2-3 years ago?
We have time for a couple more calls.
We're getting down there. If you want to extend the show, 10, I think it's 9.5 bangs in 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go another 48 minutes.
Yo, you're on the Raiders Report.
What's
the YouTube name? What do we got?
Josiel 520.
Oh, you said that sexy. That was nice. How you do that?
Yo,
again?
what's up?
Yeah. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. It's a great day.
Great day. How you feel about Pete Carroll? Who do you want to be the next Raiders head coach?
I'm all in for Brian Flores, to be honest.
Okay, I like it. Why?
Yeah. I just think we really need that hard mentality. Pause. But we need that. We need that mentality just full force because that's what you need nowadays, man.
I'll drink to that. I mean, I think when you have an identity, you go after that identity. I know a lot of Raiders fans want to be able to have that hard-nosed mentality again. I think Brian Flores is somebody that brings it because when you watch his defenses, that's what they do every single play. It's what they do every week. So appreciate you, man, tuning in.
Sure, boss.
I'm glad you had some clothes on. Keep on rocking.
Any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go?
Huh?
Any shout-outs or anybody you want to shout out before we let you go?
I want to shout out you, Mitch, because always keeping me informed, man. I appreciate you a lot.
Thank you, dog.
I watch you every day when I wake up. On my way to school, I watch you coming back when I'm on the treadmill, whatever. I watch every video, man. I appreciate you. Want to shout out my tío Gael, who made me a Raiders fan. Mexican Raiders fan over there in Mexico. Is big nation, man. I appreciate all you guys.
That was sweet.
Hey, appreciate you calling in. Thanks for watching the show, and have a good night, man.
Hey, yeah. Good night, man.
If I'm ever, I'll tell you this right now. You made my wife a bigger Raider fan with that. That was sick.
We got time for one more call, and then we're going to go through all the Super Chats, get all the races, and we have a duck race and a raffle to do.
Yeah, holy tits. That's a lot. I get it. Now.
All right. Last call of the night. Who do we got? Let us know. What's your YouTube name?
It's Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Just Gilbert.
Gilbert Moreno.
Oh! Let's go, Gilbert Moreno. I'm like, you got the first Gilbert on YouTube? I don't believe you. Yo, what's going on, man? Tell me, who do you want to be the next Raiders head coach?
To be honest, I don't know.
God, I hope you're not subscribed to this
Just-
show, because if I haven't informed you, that's on me.
Just, I hope
there's a lot to pick
they're
from.
better than, huh?
There's a lot to pick from. I mean, do you want an offensive or defensive guy?
Yeah, that's probably a good question. Let's start there, Gilbert.
I would say offense. I think.
Who picks dinner, you or your wife? Because I hope it's your wife.
I'm not married. Not married yet.
It's maybe because you can't pick a place to go eat. All right, so
Yeah.
offense or defense?
He said offense.
I would say offense because I like more offense than defense. I'm like, yeah.
Are you Mendoza? Are you Team Mendoza?
I don't know. I don't watch his I haven't seen him play, but everybody's saying Mendoza. And
Hey, well,
You
Gilbert,
sit when you pee.
Gilbert, are you gonna tune in on Friday? Because Mitch is watching Indiana, Oregon on Friday.
You got to make your decision on Friday, dude.
Huh.
I'm telling you this right now, Gilbert. I'm coming for you on Friday, giggity. You're going to tell me Mendoza or more on Friday.
Okay.
And you're going to have a head coach answer by Friday.
Okay. So it's gonna be on TV, right?
Yeah, the game will be on TV.
The game will be on TV, yeah. I promise
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I'll check it out then. See how he does.
All right, Gilbert.
Yeah.
This is so casual.
Last thing I got to ask you,
Uh-huh.
any shout-outs that you want to give, anybody that you want to shout out, or any last words you want to say?
Shout out to you guys. You guys are always doing good.
Hell yeah.
Gilbert.
Yeah, my dad and
What do you do at
everybody.
a stop sign, Gilbert?
Yeah.
Do you stop? Or do you think
Yeah.
about it?
Bro,
Okay.
hit the Gorilla Glue.
Dude, I'm crashing out right now. Oh, Gilbert,
Gilbert,
honestly,
we
you gave me
okay.
a laugh, bro. I appreciate
Hey, we
that.
appreciate you.
It was
I
good
don't
you
think
called
we
me,
could've
though. It was
ended
good
on a
you
better
called
call,
me.
Gilbert.
Gilbert,
good.
holy shit, dude.
Hey, appreciate you calling in. We'll hopefully call you again in
Yeah.
the near future, my guy.
Would you
Appreciate-
answer?
Yeah, of course.
Maybe. I don't know. I was waiting. I was thought you were gonna think about it for a second.
Hey, appreciate you, Gilbert. Have a good night, man.
Gilbert, no
Okay, you
doubt.
too.
When you call Gilbert, he looks at it for about 5 to 8 seconds. It's like, do I really want to answer that?
He goes,
Dude, Gilbert, bro, I love you so much more now. That was electric.
Can we
man.
start this table off with any appetizers?
He is the legitimate Peter Griffin. Holy shit, man. All right. Shout out your city if you're still with us. That boot is a disaster to me right now.
I still owe a boot for Ron.
You do?
Yeah, I didn't do it yet.
All right. And we're gonna try to pay Ron's debt here a little bit. I'm gonna do my best. I'll tell you this right now. We're about to reach murky waters. If you were in the ocean, you'd get the heebie-jeebies. I don't care how tough you are. You're getting grossed out right now. You're floating, and it's deep. I think you slipped.
Ugh.
You slipped a little. It's still disgusting. Dude, I watched the kid the other day. He's on Instagram.
Oh, I'm glad that's how you finish that sentence.
Dude was chugging like all shit. Sprites, Topo Chicos. I saw him do 3 Code Red Mountain Dews.
I know who you're talking about. Is a white dude?
Yes.
I know who you're talking
He's
about.
extremely white.
Yes.
Almost offered him a job.
Dude, he does all different sodas.
I want to, honestly, if you're that kid, if you know who I'm talking about, get him in contact with me. We need to have a discussion.
Bro,
I might have an opportunity for you.
I swear I saw him do it with like pineapple Fanta once. I was like, bro.
Dude, inhale.
Oh,
3
God,
Code
I
Reds.
Needed that. J. Roman,
Ready to
Jr.
run.
Roman. Chugs, call us back. Dude. There's so many. There's just, I don't know. I don't remember which number is yours. I just called back the latest
I don't
caller.
mean to be rude. We've called twice. I want to give other people an opportunity. I respect you, Raider Roman. I know you watch the show all the time. I don't like being the bad guy. Gave you 2 shots. I got to give somebody else also a shot.
Oh, I forgot Smitty was here.
Yeah, I mean, Smitty's are they Warriors playing right now?
Dude, they started at 9.
Depending on the location you choose, it's probably for me, but I will leave that weekend open so I can be there. I want you to be able to make it if you can make it. Again, let's not get insane. If you can make it, make it. If not, whatever that distance is in terms of how long of a drive you're willing to make.
I'll try to figure out FaceTime calls / maybe we go on
What if it's 30 seconds?
Well, no. People were saying for Android.
Oh, we don't have control of that.
Yeah,
I don't.
I just don't know how well it is for Instagram or Twitter calling.
We'll look into it.
We'll look into it.
We'll look into it. Again,
Because
we're baby steps.
The easy explanation is it's on a Mac, so it's everything Apple, so it all works together like that.
Because what I don't want is audio. Again, sometimes with the softwares we have, it can be a little finicky. Let's go to Britain. The 3K was crazy. Shout out to Lord Cameron Abbott. Shout out to Raider Ron. Been on since 10 a.m. Showed my wife the Spytek presser. She loved it. Thought it yesterday was hilarious. Out of somewhere after you ended the show was like, FKC, she's 10. That sounds like a legend right there.
One of her classmates is like, I'm a Chiefs fan. She's like, more like a Queefs fan. Teacher, we're gonna have a talk.
It's like, it's my daughter.
Yeah, we are gonna have a talk. You got that Queefs fan in here.
Dude, stop being a homo. Let's go to John Ridley, 559. Shout out to John Rodriguez from Ridley.
And Jay Roman Jr., I promise we will be doing more calls. We will be doing this more often. Now that we have it, we're gonna give more people more chances to call in. So just tune into the live shows. It's kind of like one of those things, we just, I don't know.
We're in murky water. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right,
$20 Venmo to win $700.
This is what I'm gonna do. We're doing the giveaway first.
Let's do the Fernando Mendoza Raiders jersey giveaway. Let's do it. Do you change the number? No. You can save it in your contacts, Raiders report. Though, the only time it gets used is here at the studio. So, if you don't call it, or if you call it when we're not in possession of it, you're gonna go right to voicemail.
And it'll probably,
it probably won't even let you leave a message.
If somebody does answer, it might be our boss. What's
All
up?
right, let's test it out. Leave a voicemail. Funniest voicemail gets a shout out. And if it's clean, we'll play it. What could go wrong? If I forget about it, somebody's got to remind me because there's a really good chance I'm not going to remember most of tonight. I have it silver and blacked out, but damn it, we're pretty freaking close.
Most of tonight.
Every bang from here on out, I'm going to try to do my best to put a beer down.
All right.
We got 5 to 10 minutes left, man. Let's power through
winner
this.
Of this
Let's
wheel
go
spin,
balls to the wall here.
Winner of this wheel spin gets a Fernando Mendoza Raiders jersey.
Steve Crawford, you're in the duck race. I don't know if I mentioned that yet.
Oh, it said voicemail's not set up for the number.
Perfect. Yoda Jenkins, you in. Who's going to win a Mendoza jersey? Kai! Let's go, Kai! Though the hard part about that is he's asleep. Kai is asleep. He is overseas. Oh, my God, that's so many names. Wow. Kai.
He was a real one today, though. I'm glad he won.
Kai's been showing up. I mean, he's watching it overseas. To be able to get content overseas from being in his position sounds weird. I appreciate what I do, but when I was over there, that's when I fell in love with what I do right now. 100%. I used to watch CBS all the time. Shout out to Jamie Eisenberg. Big Jamie Eisenberg guy. CBS. Fantasy footballers. Shout out to them.
Jamie Eisenberg. Who's that?
Works for CBS. Fantasy football.
Ah.
Dave Richard. Shout out to Dave Richard. Matthew Berry. Though Matthew Berry blocked me and then kind of explained the whole situation. Now we're good now. But
are you still blocked?
No, he follows me now. I used to write for Fantasy Pros. Wrote an article for them. He didn't like it. Blocked me. Met him in person. Told him my story. We're good now. Nobody cares. I know. Nobody cares about your fantasy. Nobody cares about your fantasy story. It's even worse.
Nobody cares about your Matthew Berry blocking you fantasy story.
Yeah, it's sad. But
all right. Names are going in for the duck race. Last chance.
Last chance for you. Last chance for you. $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365. Yoda, you in. Right now, winner will go home with 710 doll hairs. It's about to be a lot of doll hairs. Lots and lots of doll hairs. Man, I'm not going to lie, y'all. Cameron, that kicked my ass, dude. Stoffel the Bachelor, let's hear what? What are we hearing?
Oh, what a night.
Rebel.
Dude, Rebel, I heard you were a big winner.
Why was it like that? Bam, 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 dan, dan. Oh, what a night. All right, winner of this is going to go home with $710. $710. Dan said throw in the towel. You're right, Dan. It's been a rough night for you, boy. It's been a rough night for you, boy. But I've had a lot of fun. I hope everyone else has a lot of fun. Winner's going to go home. 710. 3, 2. Final refresh. Oh, Christ. There's way too many people that just got in.
Okay. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Albert Flores. Greg Vack. John Polito. You literally, you're like my wife. You wait till the last minute. Corbin Drake. OC Raider. 20 to win, 760. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to look at my phone. I'm going to refresh it. If anybody else gets in, I'm going to be really, really ticked off.
Last chance.
Here we go. You ready?
Oh, wait. One second. Wait. I'm redirecting us to Warriors.
Ooh, it's smart. Any Warriors fans here in the building? Any Warriors fans here in the building? Tell you what, their deals over there are a lot better than the deals we have tonight. If somebody dropped a hundo, I'd go over there and do a beer bong after this live stream. 'Cause I don't know how much time we have left. We got to be getting close. I'm getting nervous, in all honesty. Robert Jansen, how much time we got left here? I already know Robert's in. I already know Robert's here. You can't find the stream? It's like me, 2 o'clock in the morning when I'm banged up. I have no idea where it's going to go.
Never mind.
I'll just put
his link in there. I'll just put his link in the chat.
I feel like my wife thinks I try to pee on the floor. But sometimes, every guy knows. You honestly don't know.
We're going to go mess with Smitty after this race. So I'm putting the link in there. All right. Nobody else in?
I just refreshed. Hang on. Oh, my God. You guys. All right. This is it. Jermaine Vargas. Soldier Man. Oh, wow. That's bad. Anthony Ramos. That is everyone. I'm going to put one in for Raider Ron. F it. Let's go. Ron wins. Don't get mad at me. He deserves it. Though, is LA Crash Dog in? Yeah, he is. All right. Winner's going to go home. $800. This is going to be electric. So I'm not going to lie. There's a slight part of me that is concerned that I won't be able to send the money. I have sent a lot of money the last 24 hours. You have my word. I will give you the money. I think everybody that watches this show knows. But top of my head, it's a little bit of a concern. Whoever's snowman humps the furthest, quickest, fastest wins the money. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Oh, I was going to say, I just refreshed. Thank Lord. All right, we got right now Richard Magbull Soldier Jams with the lead. Robert Jansen got a little bit here. Richard Penn. Come on, Richard. Last place gets the big prize. Oh, my Lord. I mean, Richard, I think you're going a little bit too quick. Greg Vack, you're a yellow snowman. Instantly do not trust you. Who's this, Richard Engel? Richard, you look awfully excited. There's a lot of snowmen right here. If you were to walk out your door and you were to see this.
I'm going right back inside.
Holy hell, man.
I like how all their hats bounce.
That's actually maybe the most impressive thing about this race. Also, where is this located? North Dakota? Richard Penn has been dominating this race. Oh, I'm so sorry, Richard. Save a warrior! Oh, bro, that's really cool, man. That's really cool, man. Jay just said, what the hell is this? This is what I like to call a duck race. I know it's not ducks. It started out as ducks. Basically our version of a 50-50 raffle is how I'm going to explain it.
Then we upgraded because we got more than 100 people.
All right, hang on here. So what's going to happen here, I'm going to send this to LA Crash Dog. Gunny then what he does is he ends up sorry. I used LA Crash Dog, not your real name. He'll then put it towards Save a Warrior. He sends me a receipt. If you want me to show you the receipt, I can. But if you don't trust LA Crash Dog, then I don't even really know why you're here right now. All right, here we go. Gunny, if you're still here, hope you are. No, you're a busy man.
No, he's here.
If you could please confirm you just received $810. That would be much, much obliged.
We do have another super chat coming in from Derek.
What up, Derek? What's going on, my brother? With quarterback as the number 1 pick, potentially could we sign or snag Cliff? Personally, I don't think so because he bailed. I don't know. Honestly, that's how I spell people's last names in duck races. Because he bailed on us before, I don't really think that's going to be the guy that we target. Personally, I also think there's a lot of other better candidates. If you were to hire Cliff, because I'd want him as an OC. And I don't really want to hire a guy as a head coach that I'm still on the edge a little bit about OC. I'd rather have Brian Dable as OC than Cliff Kingsbury. If you got Kyler Murray, that would be like the only route that makes any sense in my mind. But no, I do not think so. Are we all caught up? Dude, we are all caught up. All right, so what a freaking night tonight has been. I want to be able to get out of here before our, 12 hours strikes. It's a little bit of a bittersweet ending, and I only say that because tonight was a lot of fun for me. I do apologize for how banged up I got, but you can blame Cameron, you can blame Raider Ron. But if you want to blame him in person. Blame him in person out between where Ron lives in Napa and in Santa Clara where the Super Bowl is at. I'll say it one more time. If you are a restaurant owner, if you know anybody that would want to host a shit ton of Raiders fans, let me know. Get in contact with me at MitchellRens365. Pull up here on a show one day. I don't know. Comment a bunch. Super chat will get your attention.
All right.
I want to find a way, though, to be able to host this event. I'll try to get you the information in the next week.
All right, I'm putting the link to the Warriors channel in there. We're going to go mess with Smitty. But I think this show is fitting and deserves of one of these. Mitch?
I know where you're going to go. You start it.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing Closing time. Turn on all the lights on over every boy and every girl. Closing time. One last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey or beer. Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. 'Cause I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home.
Huge shout out to Raider Ron, MVP, well deserved. LA Crash Dog, huge shout out to you, man, for everything you do. Lord Cameron Abbott, there's a Lord on that name for a reason. To all of Mount Raider More, to everybody that watched this entire 11-hour, 11-minute stream, I'm a man of my word. I'm going to keep you guys up to date. I'm going to do everything I got to make sure we have a good time. We grow an amazing Raiders community here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you turn on those notifications. And if you don't know, well, we're going to be partying. Santa Clara. Did you think I was going to say it?
Just look at the chat.
Oh, my ears?
No. Look at the last super chat.
We just got a copyright strike because you guys sing too good. It's actually happened before. That's why we don't do closing time anymore.
Blaine Craig says, worth it.
Oh, man.
All right, we're going to go mess with Smitty on our
Santa
Warriors
Clara
channel.
Super Bowl. We'll get you a date here coming up. Raiders Report event. You better show up. Show up for each other. Let's keep growing this community. Pete, I'm sorry I had to celebrate it, but I feel like you did it to yourself a little bit. Can't wait for the Raiders 2026 offseason. It's going to be a hell of a ride. Craziest offseason ever. From Reed, from Chugs, the entire Chat Sports team. Let's get the F out of here. Shout out to all y'all.